One day, God created a new world, an eccentric world, created solely to relieve God's boredom. God called this world the Abyss, and then he slowly began to fill this world with his creations, which were both humans and terrible monsters. Fighting and war became desperate but inevitable ways to survive, and humans, frowning and grinning at the same time, killed monsters and fought each other. Survival was necessary at any cost, and because of this, there were a lot of corpses on the battlefields and everything was in chaos. It was necessary to fight, kill, survive, and in this case, God had to reward man, because he liked it. Or, to put it a little differently, he had nothing more interesting than this, and he was like watching a battle on a chessboard. Some time later, on the battlefield where both humans and the monster lay dead, one of the warriors, trying to ignore the blood flowing from her wounds, slightly rose up, kneeling, but the next moment the monster, towering behind her, stopped this attempt, and, with a strong swing of his paw, pressed her into the ground again. Screaming, the girl coughed, spitting out clots of blood from her mouth, and frowned, but when the monster raised his paw, she, despite the fact that she was coughing painfully, smiled and forced herself to laugh. She fell exhausted to the ground, but turning her head slightly so that she could look at the dragon, she called all these monsters stupid creatures, since she was sure that they were doomed anyway. The monster at this time opened its mouth wide, forming a magical attack next to it, and realizing her imminent end, the girl closed her eyes, thinking with annoyance that the other guys would have dealt with this, and especially the one she was thinking of would have dealt with it. Very soon, a little far from this place, Iris, raising her palm, noticed that the magic circle hanging above her palm began to dissolve, evaporating into the air. Clenching her palm into a fist, she announced that the last death squad was destroyed, and, looking at her comrades, she added that now the 4 of them were all that remained of humanity. She frowned worriedly, freezing in place for a moment. Ares was the ruler of the Valkyries and the first of the 4 members of the final death squad. Keldian, the second of the 4 members of the final death squad, did not respond to her words, but froze, pressing his lips tighter. Kante, the third of the 4 members of the final death squad, crossed his arms and frowned, and then they all turned to look at Kang Hansu, who was sitting a little to the side, who lowered his head, his eyes closed in resignation. They were the only ones who could save humanity, and the protagonist, the last member of the final death squad, opened his eyes slightly after hearing these words. Next to them, the Archenial Spatial Time Crystal, which was a great sphere with a mystical power that could return to the past, was shining. This crystal was the last hope for humanity, which had been destroyed for 50 years after falling into the abyss. Only one person could return to the past, and Tay, returning his attention to Ares, announced this. He asked what they should think. Raising his sword, he supposed it must be obvious who was to go back, and smirking, he closed his eyes, holding his chin with one hand, and holding his own sword over his shoulder with the other. He was sure that the strongest of them should return, and asked if it was true that they knew who he was talking about. Keldian, adjusting his glasses, said irritably that Tay was an idiot, and admitted that he thought that for once in his life he would say something sensible. He regretted that for a second he had expected anything from Tay, but, interrupting their quarrel, Ares ordered them both to control themselves, and stepped forward a little. Tay and Keldian fell silent, looking at her, and she, having passed them, stopped, looking at Hansu, and said since most of the Valkyries sent to fight the golden dragons had fallen, it was only a matter of time before the monster appeared here. She understood that it seemed unfair, but still noted that they had no choice, and walked a little further forward, stopping in front of Hansu. She seriously noted that the only one of them who could return to the past was him, and hearing these words, as well as his name, which she said, the protagonist raised his head, looking at her seriously. However, soon he lowered his gaze again, looking at his palm, and hesitantly repeated that he should do it. Looking at the bloodstains on his skin, he thought that he had been fighting for too long, and remembering how he had clasped his hands together and killed the monsters around him, he noted that every day for these long years, he had fought. He remembered another episode in his life when he had destroyed another batch of monsters, and when the memories were replaced by just splashes of blood, he repeated that he had fought again and again. He supposed that dying like this was not so bad, but suddenly Ares, touching his hand with her finger, asked him not to say that, noting that the fate of humanity was now in his hands. She knelt down in front of him, taking his hand in both of hers, and smiling, told him not to give up. Hansu did not respond, but simply sat for a while, looking at her intently. Finally, Tay and Keldian came closer, and Keldian noted that Ares was right, as the fact that the protagonist started 20 years later than them yet was still here was proof of their choice. Ares continued by adding that if Hansu had started a little earlier, even 5 years earlier, the current situation would have been different, and Tay smiled while closing his eyes, saying that his comrades were right, as even he acknowledged the protagonist's skills. He immediately asked him to just say if he really didn't want to go, and smugly noted that if he went back, he would be able to get all the things he had missed out on. However, upon hearing his words, Ares became angry and turned to look at him menacingly. Frightened by this look, he cried out excitedly, saying that he meant that Hansu would be able to get it since he was the only one who could go back. The protagonist smiled faintly, and then stood up and headed towards the crystal. His comrades watched him until he stopped, looking at the shining clots of energy and symbols on the crystal. But before he could do anything, the cave suddenly shook, and he shuddered, his eyes widening and his mouth slightly open in amazement. Everyone realized that the monster was already here, and the next moment the ceiling began to crack, and in a gradually increasing crack, a huge monster appeared. Huge chunks of stone began to fall from the ceiling, and for a while Hansu, as well as his comrades, froze, watching this. The dragon, raising its head, opened its mouth, concentrating magical energy for an attack, and noticing this, Keldian ordered his comrades not to be distracted, deciding that they would stop the dragon. He activated the magic, frowning in concentration, and a magic circle appeared in the air, protecting everyone from the attack released by the dragon. Realizing that his magical energy was slowly weakening, Keldian called out to Ares and Tay, declaring that they were changing. Lowering his palm, he removed the effect of the magic, and frowned, asking the others to hold off the dragon while he prepared himself. Tay asked him to leave it to them and lifted it from the ground onto a fairly large block of stone, suggesting that now was the time to show what exactly he was capable of. Ares, a shining crown made of magical energy appearing above her head, knelt down in front of him on one knee, taking a fighting stance, and prepared to fight. Starting to run forward, she called out that she would go first, and Tay ordered him to follow her. He did not answer, and Ares, turning her weapon in her palms, took it more comfortably and began to approach the dragons, which were becoming more numerous. Suddenly stopping, she plunged the pointed part of her spear into the ground, spreading a large amount of magical energy around herself. Soon, the energy formed above her head into more distinct symbols, and holding the effect of the magic around herself, she declared that this was Tay's chance. He, having prepared his weapon, which turned out to be surrounded by fire magic, smirked and asked if Ares was really saying that. He was also surrounded by the magic created by her, and shouting that he had long ago realized this, he swung his sword, strengthening the effect of the magic around him. Gripping the hilt of the weapon tighter with both hands, he cried out from the effort, and, sharply swinging the sword, he directed a powerful attack towards the dragons. The monster screamed, rocks flying into the air, breaking off from the destroyed ground, but a little later, when the magic gradually began to dissipate, Tay froze, opening his eyes in shock, as he noticed that one of the dragons began to attack him. At the last moment, he managed to put his sword in front of him, blocking the attack and not allowing himself to be damaged. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from the effort. He clenched his jaw and frowned, crying out in effort. Noticing this, Hansu was about to take his sword to attack, but Keldian ordered him to stop, explaining that his main weapon was broken, and so he asked him not to be distracted. The protagonist obeyed, removing his hand from the ball's handle, and Ares, who heard Keldian's words, said that he was right, and asked Hansu to leave this monster to them and go. In addition, she asked that he not turn away from the people he met just because he found them annoying. She wanted him to take care of them as soon as he could, and looking in his direction, she hopefully asked if he would listen to her at least this time. Hansu said with a faint smile that he would try to do so, and Ares smiled back at him slightly, and asked him a little sadly if it was true that even in such a situation he would not change. Turning towards the opponents, she said that the rest would be on Keldian, and confidently clenched her hand into a fist. He, obeying her order, adjusted his glasses and, looking at Hansu, seriously said his name, drawing his attention to himself, and apologizing, also warned that he would have to listen to him carefully. He extended his palm forward, activating his magic power, and noted that as Ares said, there was no need for pointless killing, but he asked that Hansu not spare the parasites that would harm humanity during the Great War, but only save those who deserve to live. He imagined several bloody hands reaching out to someone else's legs, and also warned the protagonist not to forget about the Berserker King, Clementine, and recreated the image of that person in his mind, ordering Hansu to kill that scoundrel. Extending his palms towards the protagonist, he asked if he understood. He nodded with a serious frown, and Keldian, noticing this, smiled faintly and told him to get ready in that case. He continued to hold his magic spell, and the crystal for movement suddenly glowed, activating, and Han Su, turning towards it, seriously frowned, pressing his lips tighter. Streams of magical energy began to spread out from the crystal in different directions, and noticing this, Iris and Tay briefly turned away from the battle, turning around and looking at the protagonist. Kelbian at this moment connected his palms together, activating the necessary magic spell to complete the transfer, and a huge pillar of magical energy, forming into the necessary magic circles and symbols, rose into the air, and even the dragons flying around hung in mid-flight, watching this. The crystal shone brighter and brighter, spreading its energy more, and when some energy passed, Han Su suddenly heard people in a panic asking where they were. Someone in a trembling voice asked if anyone had seen his child. One of the guys, frowning, cursed and asked where they were. The protagonist, with his head down and his hands clenched into fists, stood among these frightened people, and opening his palms, he looked around, noticing the frightened people and a bright light a little far away, and realized that everything worked. He frowned, put his hand to his face, smiled faintly but confidently, and promised that he would do his best not to disappoint his comrades. While he was thinking about this, the men and women were still talking to each other in panic, looking around and asking where they were. They wanted to go back, and someone, stuttering in terror, asked if anyone had seen his child. One of the men, grabbing the collar of his interlocutor's clothes, called him a name, assuming it was him, and the second man, fearfully asking him to let him go, asked what he was doing. A little to the side, children were crying, calling for their mother, and watching this chaos, Han Su thought that they were naturally excited, since they had just arrived in another world. He thought about how the year of his birth was special, since it all started with 100 people, but the number increased exponentially. There were so many missing people that the situation was out of control, and thinking about this, the protagonist imagined a large number of missing person flyers. He also remembered how, holding a phone in his hands, he froze, his mouth slightly open in amazement, and raised his head, looking at the sky. People were running around him, frowning in horror, but he just froze, looking at the sky in shock. When he turned 20, he also disappeared due to the influence of an unknown force, as a rift suddenly appeared in the sky, through which a cloud of energy resembling an eye looked at them. Unable to control his emotions, Han Su then shuddered, dropping his phone, which fell to the ground and broke. After that, he thought about another world that absorbed other dimensions and was the middle point of the abyss. He introduced his former comrades, noting that those who arrived here first immediately learned skills and were hyperactive, but the strange monsters made this place a nightmare. He recreated images of the monsters he knew in his mind, and noted that this was a world of cruelty and lawlessness, because those swallowed by the abyss go to another world. When everyone from the world being swallowed ends up here, something different should happen, and Han Su imagined several people who, fearfully turning around, would focus on the rift that suddenly appeared above them, from which the door to the abyss should open. Then a great war began, and the monsters that appeared, attacking people, fought with them, tearing their flesh apart. The protagonist only had 5 years to become strong, and after warming up, he stepped forward a little, noticing that all the skills he learned and all his strength were gone. He looked at his palm a little upset, but realized that in any case, something else should appear right now. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and seeing this, people asked in fear, what was it? They assumed that the sky was falling, but from the crack appeared a fairy assistant, who, having done a somersault in the air, cried out in surprise, and, having regained his balance, focused on the people who were looking at it in amazement, and then, having cleared his throat, greeted them, announcing that this was a fairy assistant and was here to give them a short briefing. The men and girls opened their mouths in amazement, and the fairy assistant, having closed his eyes, smiled and asked them to listen to what exactly he was going to say now. Han Su, frowning in displeasure, thought that those who came up with it were lying scoundrels, because the briefing that the fairy assistant spoke of was an encouragement to fight and kill each other. However, he was distracted from the memories of people fighting among themselves, and focused on the words of the assistant, who first welcomed them to another world by waving his hands. From now on, according to the words of this one, an amazing opportunity was to be granted to everyone, but before this one continued speaking, someone suddenly interrupted this one's words, asking him to wait. It was one of the men standing in the crowd, who, frowning, asked what other world this was. He asked the fairy assistant to stop talking nonsense and return him home, and this one, contemptuously squinting one eye, displeasedly asked the man to wait until the end of the briefing. The man shuddered, frozen, and gritting his teeth, he noticed that the fairy's tone had suddenly changed. The other people, who had also noticed this, fell silent in fear, and the assistant continued his speech, declaring that endless freedom was given to everyone here. There were no laws, orders, morals, and ethics here, and grinning, the fairy asked if these people dreamed of a world that was free of all rules. It grinned, squinting its eyes, and exclaimed that this was not all, since all the physical limitations that were dragging these people down would disappear, and depending on their occupation, they would be able to grow in strength infinitely. He imagined the silhouette of a man, from whose heart clots of magical energy were spreading, and also noted that people would be like protagonists from films, imagining a man endowed with great strength, as well as a girl with a magical gift. Still smiling contentedly, the assistant exclaimed that this was a chance for people to become what they dreamed of being, and asked if it wasn't wonderful. It decided to demonstrate what they needed to do for this, and placing its fingers together in such a way that it could be snapped, the fairy asked if it needed to be done like this. The man who had spoken before, and to whom the assistant now pointed his palm, asked in bewilderment what this did. The fairy snapped its finger, and the man's body was torn apart at his shoulder. Blood flew into the air, the man screamed as he died, and the people closest to him froze in fear, their eyes wide open as some of them were even splashed with blood. When the man fell, everyone screamed in panic, unable to contain their horror, and the assistant, smirking, mockingly apologized to them, admitting that they did not like noisy talkers. Not paying attention to these words due to panic, everyone began to run away, screaming loudly in horror, and snapping his fingers again, it slightly narrowed his eyes. The people around began to scream because they were also torn from their bodies, and some, still unable to control their emotions, began to beg for salvation. However, before they could finish, they began to scream again. One of the girls, crying, froze, trying to contain her emotions, and looked with horror at the chaos happening around her. With an angry frown, the fairy assistant reminded that he had already said that it hated noise, and noticing that everyone had stopped, it asked if it was true that those who were still alive would do their best. Some people closed their eyes, some covered their mouths with their hands, and some simply looked at the assistant in horror, who, suddenly using a mood, chuckled, noting that it was cute that it was quiet again, and so it decided to continue. Stretching out his hand to the side, the fairy made a crystal with a rune depicted on it appear in the air next to it, and explained that it was a rune that could be obtained by killing living beings. There were 8 other types of runes that looked similar, and this one's appearance was random. The rune that the fairy showed them was colorless, but the assistants exclaimed that if men and women worked hard and grew, they would be able to obtain better runes. The fairy grabbed the rune with both hands and lifted it up, noting that this rune would increase their strength. It asked who wanted to take it. The men and women looked at each other in indecision, and suddenly Hansu raised his hand, causing the man standing closest to him to flinch in confusion as he looked at it. Despite the looks directed at him, the protagonist continued to hold his hand, frowning in concentration, and mentally repeating the word rune. He noted that he had not used this for a long time. The fairy assistant was even a little surprised, noticing the raised palm, but quickly controlling his emotions, it exclaimed that this was great, and was happy with Hansu's enthusiasm, flying closer to him. Closing its eyes, it asked him to extend his hand, and the protagonist did so, and the assistant, placing the crystal on his palm, asked if it was true that this was pretty cool. It noted that the runes were changing the law, smugly declaring that Hansu's muscles had a limit of 117.1 kilograms, but now that level had risen to 122.3 kilograms. Raising one finger, the assistant excitedly exclaimed that that was not all, intending to tell him what else the rune could do. However, noticing the protagonist's emotionless expression, the assistant abruptly fell silent, as this was not the reaction that it was expecting. Hansu simultaneously thought that he was very bored of listening to something he already knew, and in the end, flying away from him, the assistant continued, returning to the topic of his conversation, and declared that the runes had different effects depending on the type of it. The runes were full of abilities that could not be explained by human science, and narrowing his eyes, the fairy admitted that he wanted to show it to them again, and asked if there were anyone willing to try. Hearing this question, everyone shuddered in fear, and the assistant, noticing their reaction, sighed, shrugging his shoulders, and in the end, he suggested that they stop there. It asked them to remember one important thing, namely that no matter what ability or stats the rune improved, it would not be a bad thing. In order to become stronger, they needed to collect as many runes as possible if they wanted to survive. After announcing all this, the fairy pointed to several runes that appeared near the people killed by this, and the others, noticing this, frowned, frozen in shock. Suddenly, they all ran forward, ordering others to get out of their way, as they were sure that it belonged to them. People pushed each other, calling each other names and screaming, and ordered others to move aside. Finally, several people made their way to one of the runes, and one of them joyfully shouted that he had caught it, but the runes suddenly flew away, returning to the fairy, who, smiling calmly, suggested that judging by Hansu, who had received the rune, it did not seem that they needed instructions. It also decided to take the runes it had received, and the men and women, seeing this, froze in disappointment and despair. Meanwhile, the assistant, having remembered something, flew closer to the protagonist, pointing his finger at his ear, and said that if a person touched the right ear, he would be able to see how many runes he had. Hansu did this, and the assistant asked if it was true that people liked to count things. The others also tried to do what the assistant told them, and their mouths opened in shock, noticing that the system windows with the necessary information appeared in front of them. The fairy smiled and said that the average stats for humans were 10, assuming that was all that the others needed to know. Hansu looked at his stats intently, noticing that his strength had increased by 1 point, and if he collected more runes from hunting, the stats responsible for mana and magic power could also increase. He understood that runes could be obtained anywhere, as long as one only had to kill a living creature, no matter who the prey was. He imagined the runes that had fallen from dead people, and suddenly heard his assistant say that the initial conditions might be somewhat unfair, just like where they had lived before. Chin Taesung, who was standing a little further away, crossed his arms thoughtfully, frowning and listening carefully to these words. Yumehi raised her hand to her face in shock, pressing it to her mouth, and the fairy smiled, deciding that this would give the people something that could make them happy, and asked them to forget about the past. Everyone began to look at each other in amazement, not understanding what this could mean, and the assistant ordered them to enjoy their new life, and the next moment, everyone noticed with amazement that daggers appeared in their palms. The fairy warned that as soon as this left them, training would begin, so he advised them to give it their all. Everyone began to ask again, amazed by the word training, but suddenly, turning around, someone screamed in horror, noticing something behind them. The others also began to turn around, screaming in fear, and Hansu was among those who turned around, but he was not scared by the huge number of monsters that were advancing on them from behind and, screaming, rushed to attack. The people froze in shock, looking around in amazement and awkwardly clutching the daggers they had received. One of the men frowned and asked with trembling hair, "Was this really training?" The girl standing next to him, although she said nothing, looked at him in fear, and the next moment someone suddenly shouted that something was approaching from behind. Everyone turned around, and now every person noticed a huge number of monsters coming out of the rift that had appeared in space. The monsters were walking towards them, ready to attack, and stopped for a moment, peering at their enemies and clutching weapons in their hands. Squinting their eyes, the monsters looked attentively at their future victims, and the people opened their eyes wider in horror, frozen and not knowing what to do. For a while, the humans and monsters just stood there, not moving, and suddenly someone raised their hand, drawing everyone's attention to themselves, telling them to calm down. The girl frowned, trying to control her emotions, and asked the others not to make things worse and to slowly back away. They looked at her warily, but did not object, and gradually everyone really did start backing away, slowly moving away from the monsters, and only Hansu remained in place, and turning his head slightly, he looked at the women and men retreating back. Suddenly, one of the men frowned, bumping into another person who was standing in front of him and not moving from the spot. He looked at him irritably, asking what he was doing. The man, whose face was covered in sweat from fear, pointed his finger to the side, exclaiming that something was wrong, because there was something here. Leaning forward, he put his hands in front of him, leaning on the dimly glowing wall, and shouted in horror that they were locked. The others were also scared by this fact, and starting to knock on the wall, the man frowned and asked, "Is someone really making fun of them?" He ordered them to be released, and the other girls and boys also began to hit the wall with their hands, to do at least something. Once again lowering his hand to the wall, the man asked with displeasure, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Everyone else also stopped hitting it, jumping back, and noticed with horror that the walls were getting closer. Another wall opposite also began to move, and the monsters, who were pushed forward by this, screamed. Hearing the screams of the monsters, the people turned around, noticing that under the pressure of the wall, the monsters were getting closer. Finally, screaming more furiously, the monsters focused on the people to run to attack. One of the men, clutching a dagger in both palms, cursed, frowning, and decided that he would not die like this. But suddenly he saw how another man walked behind the wall, and asked in amazement, what kind of nonsense was this? He was curious about how he got beyond the wall, and turning around abruptly, he asked the man about it. The man standing near the lighter section of the wall awkwardly grabbed his hair, screaming that he did not know how he did it, since he simply walked through this place. One of the guys suddenly noticed that the number 49 had appeared above that section of the wall. While he was looking at it in surprise, a man ran through the right section and happily shouted that he had passed too, and suddenly the number above the weakened section of the wall decreased by 1. Someone suggested that only 50 people could get out, and when that phrase was uttered by the guy, everyone froze, their mouths slightly open in amazement. For a while, everyone just stood there, but at one point, everyone started running forward, ordering their opponents to get out of the way, since everyone wanted to get away. Pushing, they ran towards the opening, shouting and trying to pull each other out of their way. Only Hansu did not participate in this chaos, and standing a little in the country, he closed his eyes, lowered his head and sighed, calling these people worthless in his thoughts. He noted that there were 100 of them, so they could gather together and give battle. Even if they had received some injuries, the death toll would have been much lower, and Hansu remembered that the last time he was here, about 40 people had died at the hands of the goblins. He remembered kneeling in the bloody area where both humans and slain monsters lay. Of all the humans who had failed to pass through the wall, only 10 had survived, but he frowned and decided that this time would be different, and noted that he needed to clear this area first and move on to the next one. Taking out the dagger that he had attached to the sheath on his belt, he looked at the monsters that were running towards the humans, screaming and showing their fangs. One of the goblins jumped up and swung his weapon to attack one of the boys, and he, noticing this, desperately asked for someone to save him. The next moment, when the goblin's dagger had almost reached the guy's body, blood sprayed into the air, as Hansu had destroyed the monster himself by pushing the guy away. At the same moment, another monster immediately ran to attack, aiming at him, but, having grabbed the dagger more conveniently, he dodged the blow dealt by the monsters, and grabbing the goblin by the hand, he, frowning in concentration, swung the dagger, dealing a fatal blow to it. Blood sprayed from the monster's mouth, and throwing the dead goblin to the side, Hansu looked at the other opponents who were already preparing to attack him. He took a fighting stance, and then began to fight. The others, who were watching him, standing a little to the side, opened their mouths and opened their eyes wider in amazement, looking at how he fought. After some time had passed, the protagonist, ignoring the bead of sweat that had trickled down his face, stood up straight, walking a little away from the few monsters he had killed. Running his hand over his cheek to wipe away the blood that had gotten on his skin, he thought that his body had become the same as it had been decades ago, and that made it feel uncomfortable. Distracted from such thoughts, he knelt down on one knee, picking up the runes he had received from killing monsters, and looking at it, he thought that he was quite lucky, as his agility had increased by 0.1. He noted that agility did not simply increase speed, because in this case, time itself was perceived differently, increasing the reaction speed by 0.1 times. Therefore, it was possible to do everything the same, but just a little faster. While he was thinking about this, one of the goblins crawled closer, swinging its sword, and rising sharply it threw the weapon at Hansu, but he, thinking that this is how it works, turned sharply, leaning to the side, and the sword flew past without touching him. Immediately orienting himself, he took his own knife more conveniently, turned towards the monster, and took aim, throwing the weapon right at the goblin's forehead. The other monsters shuddered seeing this action, but still ran to attack, jumping and getting ready to attack the main character at the same time. He, slightly lowering his head, noted that, as he expected, as soon as the goblins saw blood, they immediately fell into a rage, and taking the weapon that belonged to the monster he killed, he squeezed the hilt of this in his palm and, sharply pushing off the ground, ran forward, killing several goblins on his way. Frowning in concentration, he assessed the situation around him, and noticing a rune flying out of the body of another monster he had killed, he grabbed it out of the air, activating its effect. After finishing off the enemies closest to him, he stopped to catch his breath, and one of the men standing to the side widened his eyes and asked if Hansu was really going to fight alone. In the end, cursing, some of the men and girls decided that they would do otherwise, and ran towards the monsters to help Hansu fight. Noticing this, the goblins also ran to attack. Frowning in warlike grins, the boys and girls raised their daggers to engage the monsters that had approached them. The protagonist, frowning in concentration, also continued to fight, thinking that there was usually no need to rush like this from the start. Turning around, he blocked the attack of the goblin that attacked him, and swung his weapon, throwing the monster back, while dealing a fatal blow to it. In his opinion, now was not the time to be distracted, Because even if you count only this location, many people had been kidnapped, and if you count the missing people from all over the world, the number was simply immeasurable. The people who came here were under the protection of the training area, and thinking about them, Hansu looked at the people around him who were killing goblins. He also added that they would be under the protection of the training area for the first 3 months, and imagining a protective dome, he remembered that once the 3 months in the training area were up, they would be thrown into battle with those who had been here for 2 or even 3 years. He imagined those people as dark silhouettes, grinning maliciously, but noted that it did not matter what others might think about it, since this was an opportunity. Swinging his blade once more, he destroyed the monster, picking up the rune from it, and stopping for a moment, he mentally exclaimed that this was a chance to become at least a little stronger. The rune clenched in his fist glowed faintly, absorbing into his body, and Hansu, mentally addressing Keldian, said that he made the right choice to send him here. Looking at the monsters he had killed, as well as the people who did not survive this battle, the protagonist froze, and the other guys and girls, having destroyed all the monsters, fell to the ground, looking in shock ahead, and dropping their weapons. They said that this was incredible. They were especially shocked by the fact that Hansu had killed a huge number of goblins alone, and they looked at him in amazement, as well as at the large number of dead monsters lying on the bloody ground. He, not paying attention to their screams, simply stood to the side with his head down, and raising his palm, he wiped the blood off his face with it, and some simply called him a monster. Suddenly, a fairy assistant appeared nearby, who, smiling enthusiastically, cried out happily, looking at the large number of corpses, and noted that everyone else did well. Stretching out his arms to the sides, it suggested that they really worked hard, and looking at the people looking at this in shock, the fairy also noticed that there were quite a lot of them left. While a woman, squeezing her eyes shut and crying, held a motionless child on her lap, several men sitting nearby clenched their jaws in anger and mentally called the assistant a devil. It meanwhile, continuing to smile, asked if it was true that they now knew how to survive? In that case, it decided to remove this wall, and the translucent wall really began to disappear into thin air. The assistant narrowed his eyes and exclaimed that the people should just keep going, and since it still had things to do in other areas, it began to disappear into the rift that appeared, wishing the others good luck. Calling it names, the people began to shout angrily for the fairy assistant to leave already, and Hansu, who was standing a little to the side, turned around after hearing their screams. He noted that compared to before, it wasn't that bad, and touched his fingers to his ear to look at the information on the system window. He understood that although the points he had received were only crumbs, he supposed that it was quite bad for training. Besides that, he found something that looked quite useful, and looked at the goblin blade he had received as a token of care. He closed his eyes and asked himself what he should do next. He supposed that first of all, he should find a way to become stronger in the shortest time. Mentally pronouncing the names of Ares, Tay, and Keldian, he asked himself what they would do in his place. He suddenly noticed that, if he thought about it, there was one guy who was telling him a very interesting thing. He remembered how the guy sitting next to him smiled and asked if they had ever heard of a hidden dungeon. Hansu frowned and asked in confusion, and the guy took a sip and told him that this dungeon, hidden in the training area, was on the advanced level. He admitted that he had failed to clear it, and privately noted that no one had been able to do so. He slammed his mug against the mug of the protagonist sitting next to him, who took a sip and asked if this guy had only gotten halfway through and still become that strong. He confirmed it, and asked if he would have been here differently if he had been one of the Valkyries. As he smugly closed his eyes, pointing at himself with his palm, Hansu narrowed his eyes slightly in displeasure, looking away, and the man added that if he had been in the past, he would have definitely tried to enroll in this dungeon, and if he had succeeded, he would have definitely been able to defeat Hansu. The protagonist looked at him thoughtfully, thinking that one thing he knew for sure was that the higher the difficulty, and the less likely it seemed to be to win, the greater the reward would be if one succeeded. He imagined a chest filled with coins, as well as other valuables, and a monster that was surrounded by all of them. As he continued to recall, Hansu seemed to hear that guy asking, wasn't he interested in finding out what was at the end? Now, frowning, the protagonist realized that his target had been chosen. However, looking to the side a little, he also noticed that if he wanted to succeed there were still a few things he had to do beforehand. He thought that the first stage of training was the earliest stage, where 100 people were united and had to work together. He imagined a group of people, noting that everyone acted in a designated area for a week, and then the area changed, and this continued for 3 months, and after that, once the second stage of training was completed, the safe area would cease to exist and there would be an opportunity to contract with those who arrived earlier. In the first stage of training, 2 parts were hidden, and no one had ever reached the end of these parts. But Hansu knew that in order to reach the end of the hidden dungeon, he had to get these parts, because that was the only way to quickly become stronger. However, first he had to find the hidden part that was closest to him, and while walking a little to the side, he stopped, deciding to look around, and assumed that what he needed should be around here somewhere. But suddenly he was distracted, hearing how a little to the side someone furiously asked, what was the interlocutor up to? Turning around, he saw Sungo, who, grabbing Mihi's hand, asked what she was talking about. He noted that he simply invited her to go with them, and she reminded him that she had already said that they were on their own. Hansu thought a little displeasedly that there were conflicts starting everywhere, and when Mihi tried to move to the side, breaking free from Sungo's grip, he only grabbed her hand tighter and asked her with a narrowed eye and a grin, where she went. He declared that in order to survive, they needed to work together, and his comrades standing behind him also grinned, and Sungo asked if it was true that Mihi wanted them all to survive. She tried desperately to break free again, and Mihi's classmates, who were standing a little to the side, frowned as they looked at what was happening. Hansu, turning away, thought that he didn't have time to pay attention to such trivialities, since he had to find the hidden part in a week, otherwise it would disappear. Suddenly, he heard someone say his name with a questioning intonation. Turning around, he saw Choi Sang-jin, who hesitantly extended his hand towards him, asking if it was true that it was Hansu. The protagonist thought that they would certainly notice him when he had to leave, and asked if they knew each other. Sang-jin, startled, asked again, and Tae-sung, standing behind him, frowned indignantly, and then, coming closer, he pushed Sang-jin aside a little and angrily asked if Hansu had gone crazy. He reminded that they were together just before coming here, and asked what he was saying. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in displeasure, looking ahead in surprise, and asked himself how he knew his name. But suddenly he remembered that they were all classmates from his college, and while he was thinking, Tae-sung annoyedly asked if he was even listening. Calling Hansu names, he didn't understand what was wrong with him, and he, continuing to ignore his words, remembered that they started out together, but they all died and he forgot about them. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts, as Mihi, having finally managed to pull her hand away and Sungo's contractions, ordered him to let her go, as she was going to go with Hansu and the others. Turning towards them, she ran up to them, her eyes wide in horror, and looking at her, the protagonist mentally screamed her name. He, pressing his lips tighter, thought that with an appearance like hers, she would quickly get into trouble, and Mihi, stopping next to him, apologized to him for dragging him into this, and asked where he had been. Sungo got angry, noticing that they were not paying attention to him, and asked how dare they ignore him. Taking a closer look at the protagonist's emotionless expression, he told himself to wait, and recognized him, recalling that he had dealt with a large number of goblins by himself. Sweat appeared on his face, he pressed his lips tighter, but suddenly smirked, deciding that if they attacked now that Hansu was tired, they would be able to win. He exchanged glances with his comrade who was standing closer, and he, as if recognizing what exactly Sungo wanted to do, smirked while flexing his fists. Stepping forward a little, Sungo called out to the protagonist and the others and asked, "Where are their manners?" He reminded them that he had not finished speaking yet, and paying special attention to Hansu, he asked who he was. He noticed that he looked shabby, and asked if he could do anything in such a state. Grinning widely, he said that Mihi should come over while he asked her nicely, and holding out his hand, he noted that if they did something more, it would be better, so she should come to them before they came to her. Tae-sung clenched his jaw in irritation, and Hansu, looking seriously at Sungo, said that such scum were everywhere. Sighing, he said that they were so excited from their first battle that they did not realize what kind of opponent they were going up against. He stepped forward, also noting that such people were blinded by the thought that they could win, and coming closer to Sungo, he leaned towards him, seriously asking if he understood what he was getting at. He pushed him, and he, clenching his jaw in irritation and frowning, called him a name. Hansu simply took out a knife and asked if he really had anything to say. Sungo flinched when he saw the weapon, but his boss suddenly appeared next to him and ordered him to calm down, and looked at the protagonist, and said that they were not bad people. Sungo was surprised when he saw the boss, but he ignored his cry and asked why Hansu didn't come with them. He assumed that given the situation, they all had something to do, and asked if it wouldn't be better if they worked together. The protagonist frowned when he looked at him and focused on his eyes, realizing that this man had already adapted to this place, since he no longer saw the point in hiding his true nature and acted like he belonged in his natural habitat. He assumed that he would eventually become a criminal, and he gripped the handle of his gun tighter, asking himself if he should deal with him right now. But suddenly he remembered how Keldian had warned that there was no need for wanton killing, but had ordered Hansu to show no mercy to those who would harm humanity. But the image of Keldian in his mind was immediately replaced by the image of Ares, who had asked him not to turn away from the people he met and to take care of them. Lowering his head, the protagonist mentally addressed Ares, noting that she had saved so many lives, and also added that he couldn't say that he had time to deal with all these guys right now, not to mention that such people had a habit of self-destructing over time if left alone. Finally, turning around, he said that none of this mattered and ordered the men to leave. Sungo, furious at his behavior, shouted that he was crazy, but his boss, looking after Hansu, calmly ordered Sungo to stop. He tried to object, looking at him desperately, but the boss, turning around, simply told him to ignore the protagonist, as they needed to focus on their goal, which was to bring order to this strange place with strange monsters. He looked at the people screaming in despair around him, also remembering the fairy assistant, whom he called the devil. However, there was one thing that the boss liked about this place, as it was ruled by the strong, and he asked why they shouldn't take this chance. As he walked away, he called Sungo and the rest of his charges to follow him, and he agreed, although he frowned. Finally, when the men left, Taesung sighed and asked how it was that humans were scarier than monsters. Hansu, not paying attention to the question, simply turned around, starting to leave, and Taesung, looking after him, mentally noted that he knew the protagonist was strange anyway, but he wondered if he had always been like this. Hansu raised his hand at that moment, running it along his chin, and Taesung remembered that he was an orphan who always did everything in the corner with a gloomy look, and so he did not pay much attention to him. Suddenly, catching up with the protagonist, he put his hand on his shoulder, stopping him, and asked why he acted as if he did not know them. Thinking, Hansu froze, slightly squinting his eyes, and explained that it was all memory loss. Frowning, Taesung asked again, and asked if he was really saying this seriously? But he did not understand why the protagonist was talking like some old man, and he, looking straight ahead, asked, wasn't it obvious? Mehi, who came closer, closed her eyes, laughing, and, looking at her in confusion, Hansu asked himself, what was wrong with her? Noticing that she had laughed, distracted from everything that was happening, he thought with regret that she had a good life ahead of her, but beauty was a double-edged sword here. If beauty was used correctly, it was quite a powerful weapon, and Hansu expressed his hope that Mehi would be okay. He continued walking, and after some time had passed, Youngju, who had followed them, noticed that they had not said a word the entire time they were walking, and asked where they were going. Mehi agreed with this question and repeated it, but the protagonist, instead of answering directly, simply said that they would understand everything when they saw it. After some more time had passed, they suddenly froze, and the other guys opened their mouths in surprise, noticing what was in front of them. Hansu, who also stopped, thought that this was his first target, and concentrated on looking at the subway station where the hidden part was located. Stopping at the edge of the stairs leading down, he looked at the sign, mentally exclaiming that this was Gangnam Station. They stood there for a while, and finally Mehi, also reading the name of the station, asked why they were here. Hansu, looking at her, thought that he couldn't waste time explaining every little thing, and if it weren't for Ares' words, he would have gone alone. Putting his hand to his chin, he realized that he had no choice, and declared that he was being led by a premonition. Mehi asked again in surprise, and he, confirming this, admitted that he thought that in exchange for the memories he had lost, he had received superpowers. Everyone asked again in shock, and Hansu, frowning in displeasure, thought that on the other hand, they had recently seen a fairy, and asked if there was any need to be surprised by a superpower? Youngju leaned closer to Jizian, who she was walking next to, and asked if he was sure that they should go. The protagonist, hearing these words, said that he was not forcing them to go, and he closed his eyes, explaining that he was the type of person who respected others' preferences. Jizian and Youngju looked at him in surprise, and he continued to speak, adding that if they wanted, they could just stand back and watch from the side. Frowning and clenching his jaw, Taesung thought that no matter what kind of nonsense was going on here, he was annoyed by Hansu's showing off. However, he was vaguely doubtful that he actually knew anything, and he narrowed his eyes and looked at the protagonist, who began to walk down. Despite their doubts, everyone followed him, looking around with surprise and caution, and placing his hand on his shoulder, Taesung asked if he was sure they were going to a safe place. He noticed that it was creepy, and Hansu replied that they were going to meet friends who lived here. Raising one eyebrow, Taesung asked what that meant. He didn't understand who one had to be to live in such a place, and looking around, he assumed that it was an acquaintance of Hansu. He walked a little forward, but the protagonist suddenly stopped and ordered everyone to do the same, and although they flinched, they still obeyed. He frowned, abruptly taking out a dagger, and Mihi asked what happened. Noticing the weapon, she screamed, and Taesung, hearing this scream, turned around, and suddenly he heard someone warn him to be more careful. The next moment, Hansu swung his weapon, and noticing the blade right next to him, Taesung jerked, screaming in horror, but noticing that the protagonist pointed the dagger not at him, but down, he asked in bewilderment what was going on. He even fell to the ground out of surprise, and Hansu, without answering at once, cut a small monster that was next to Taesung with his knife. In the end, he explained that this was a dungeon made in the image of Gangnam Station, and these green bugs that crawled here, crawled out, sensing vibrations from the surface of the earth. These monsters hated sunlight, and therefore usually did not crawl out. Noticing the rune that appeared, Hansu also warned that if any of the guys were bitten by the slobbering mouth of these bugs, their flesh would be torn off in 2 counts. While picking up the rune, he, not paying attention to the fact that everyone froze in horror, told them to keep this in mind, and seriously added that if they were bitten, they would lose consciousness and die before they could do anything. They, still scared, looked at him in shock, and Hansu promised that he would show them an easy way to deal with these monsters. A little later, using their knives, the other guys also killed the bugs. Looking at the monsters in shock, and watching their actions, Hansu thought that 4 of the guys could be useful. However, with Sang-jin, who was hesitantly standing to the side, everything was different. Coming closer to him, the protagonist ordered that if he was not confident in himself, he should step on intact tiles, and if he saw a crack with earth inside, he should simply pierce it with his blade. He also advised him to remember to protect his hands, and Sang-jin looked at him in surprise but said nothing. Mihi, running her hand over her face to wipe away the sweat, suggested that they just needed to hit where the ground rose, and Youngju, standing next to her, thoughtfully placed the blade of her knife to her lips in agreement, and noted that it was like a game of whack-a-mole. Sang-jin, closing his eyes, lowered his head in concentration and tried to convince himself that he could do it, and that he would succeed. Suddenly, the ground behind him began to rise and out of it jumped a monster, opening its mouth and heading towards him, preparing to attack. Hearing the monster's scream, Sang-jin turned around, screaming as well, but before he could do anything, Hansu, pushing him aside, swung his weapon, cutting the bug into several pieces. Unable to keep his balance, Sang-jin fell, looking at the remains of the monster in shock, and as he got up he smiled, thanking the protagonist. Hansu closed his eyes in annoyance, thinking that everything was already clear with his fighting ability, and stepped aside, realizing that in the end, he would be nothing more than a burden. Suddenly, Taesung came closer to him, who admitted that he had a feeling that Hansu knew what was going to happen in advance, and he asked how he did it. He wanted to say what would happen if he told him about it, and the protagonist asked, didn't he say it before? He declared that this was his superpower, and remembering this, everyone realized that it was indeed true, and froze in shock again, opening their eyes wider. In the end, they decided to concentrate on hunting, and began to kill bugs. Picking up the rune that dropped from the monster he had killed, Hansu turned around to look at the others and asked why they weren't picking up the runes. Mihi smiled and explained that they had decided that it would be better if he picked up the runes and in exchange, he would protect them like a carry in games. She also said that it wasn't like they would become like Superman if they took the runes for themselves. Hansu straightened up and looked at them seriously, and Mihi continued and asked if it wouldn't be better to give the runes to him in exchange for him protecting them? Sighing in annoyance, the protagonist said that their loot belonged only to them and ordered that if they wanted to travel with him, they should at least follow the basic rules. He remembered that those who had wandered the abyss for decades had created a set of basic rules to help them coexist. A person's prey belonged only to him, and during group hunts, things were distributed according to needs and contribution to the common cause. In times of crisis, relationships based on goodwill often fell apart, and Hansu imagined 2 people shaking hands, sealing an alliance, but soon one of them, drawing a dagger, killed his comrade. Looking at the astonished expressions of Mihi and the others, he thought that soon they would realize how cruel and vile this world was, and he announced out loud that they should first rely on their own skills, warning that if they were useless, he would simply throw them away. He said that this was one of the basic rules, and these words shocked the others even more. Running ahead, Mihi decided to collect the runes in this case, and the others, looking at each other, followed her. Han Su, watching them, thought that soon they would get used to it, and he would not need to explain such obvious things to them, and soon they would be fighting over the runes like dogs over a bone. He imagined several hands reaching for one rune, and at that moment Taesung suddenly frowned, drawing the attention of the others, and asked them to look at the strange rune here. Picking it up, he smirked, as his instincts told him something. He noticed that it was the essence of the flame of the Akral trolls, and he realized that if he took this rune, he would gain a superpower. Looking at the rune, he smirked, and then, suddenly becoming more serious, he looked at Han Su, remembering that earlier he calmly said that they should distribute things, and realized that he would put him in an awkward position if he made a fuss now. While Taesung was watching the protagonist warily, Jizian and Youngju were looking at the rune in surprise, and after some time had passed, Taesung smiled again and said that he had found this rune, and asked if it was true that he could take it for himself. He assumed that the protagonist would not go back on his words, and he closed his eyes and simply nodded. Taesung even shuddered in surprise since this was simply unexpected. Thinking about the name of this rune, Han Su, looking at it, thought that this was a pretty good rune to start with, since this skill gave defense and regeneration. Both of these characteristics greatly contributed to survival, so the rune was quite popular, and in addition, it was a passive rune that increased appetite, but food could be simply taken away as soon as a person became stronger. The power and skill level was determined by the rank of the rune, and while thinking about this, Han Su imagined several different runes, remembering that smart guys with various magic had hundreds of different skills. While thinking about this, he recreated images of Keldian and Ares in his mind, noting that Keldian had acquired more than 1,000 skills. He imagined him surrounded by runes and magic circles, but quickly returned to reality, observing what was happening around him, and thought that his situation was completely different, causing him to frown. He remembered how some time ago he looked at several runes lying in front of him, and extended his palm forward to take one of it. However, when he grabbed the rune with his hands, it began to shine, and Han Su closed his eyes. However, the rune did not take root in his body, and lowering his head, he clenched his hands into fists in frustration. Ares, who was standing next to him, realized that as she thought, the protagonist's skill limit was 7, and she put her hand to her face and closed her eyes, sadly noting that if they had known about this earlier, he would have been able to obtain stronger skills. Han Su lowered his hands and head in resignation, thinking that having only 7 skills was a fatal limitation. However, he had a strength that was incomparable to this weakness, and this strength was the endless evolution of the skills he had obtained. The essence of the Dororo lizard, which only gave rapid regeneration, later became equal to Tae's immortality art. Gumlian's rapid dash became on par with Keldian's signature skill, which was called Space Rupture. Han Su imagined himself surrounded by the energy of his skills, and remembered that Ares had given him the nickname 7 Stars due to his unique feature. It was this feature that allowed him to fall in line with them, and recalling the moments spent with his team, the protagonist thought that he had caught up with them despite being 20 years behind, and this was the main reason why he was the one who went to the past. He thought back to the moment when he stood in front of the crystal to go to the past, and now he realized that he must not make a mistake. Continuing to think, he remembered that Ares told him to be careful when choosing the 7 skills to learn, and if everything went according to plan, he would be able to complete the training like a walk in the park. As he was thinking, Taesung finally exclaimed that he was using the rune he found, and Mehi, who was standing next to him, widened her eyes in surprise and touched her finger to her lips, watching him. The rune gradually began to be implanted into Taesung's body, and through this action, the physical resistance characteristic was created, and the skill of the troll flame essence of the Akral, which was only mastered by 1%, was obtained. Looking at the skill symbol shining above his palm, Taesung grinned, mentally exclaiming that he had obtained a new characteristic. He opened the system panel, looking at his characteristics, and noticed that the other levels had also increased. Looking at Hansa's indifference, who was standing aside, he mentally called him stupid, since he himself would never give such a thing to anyone. Narrowing his eyes, he asked him to just wait, promising that he would catch up to him before he could even blink. Finally, waving his hand, the protagonist said that they needed to go, and coming closer to him, Taesung, putting his hand on his shoulder, cried out, noting that it would be dangerous now, and suggested that they go together. Han Su did not say anything, but simply looked ahead with displeasure, and hearing no objections, Taesung continued talking, asking if it was true that it was logical for strong people to go to the front lines. He assumed that the others needed him, and after asking this, he turned back, focusing his attention on Mehi. She, noticing this, asked herself in bewilderment why he was looking at her while talking about this. The protagonist, squinting his eyes in displeasure, asked that no one tell him that Taesung thought of him as his rival. In the end, he assumed that it was even a little cute, and throwing Taesung's hand off his shoulder, he added with displeasure that this did not mean that he would turn a blind eye to it. Eventually, they continued walking, going deeper into the subway, and he asked him why they were going lower, getting Hansu's attention. He explained that it was to ride the subway, and she asked, her eyes widening in surprise, if the trains were still running. Hansu simply replied that she would see about it, and continued walking, thinking that the guy he had once talked to had never made a mistake. His mind went back to a time when he had been sitting with his friend, talking, and he had told him what one would think, considering how many dungeons he had been to. However, before he could finish, another guy came closer, confidently saying that the dungeons his companion was talking about were nowhere near the places he had been to. The guy, frowning in displeasure, asked in annoyance, who was interrupting other people's conversations. The other man crossed his arms and came closer, admitting that he had heard him bragging about his insignificant knowledge and decided to tell them the fastest way to gain power. He pushed the guy aside and sat down between him and Hansu, and the guy, not realizing how unexpected this action was, jerked, spilling some of the drink from his mug. Meanwhile, the man, looking at the protagonist, said that they needed to lay their hands on one important thing in the training area, which was somewhere in the subway. While he was telling this, the guy sitting next to him narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked what he was doing. Ignoring him, he continued to tell them that the stations were located and built differently, but in essence they were all the same up to the 3rd floor, and if you go through the portal in the center of the stairs and go down to the end, you can find a train waiting. If he could catch this train, then he could consider it done, and the only problem was that it was hard to get to. Besides, the train was leaving the next day, and after summing up all the facts he knew, Hansu thought that he had to get there today no matter what. Finally, they reached the shining portal, and the protagonist decided to take a look at what was there. The rest of his companions froze in shock, and Mihi, with her mouth slightly open, realized that this was not Gangnam Station, since she had been to this station many times, but she had never seen such an entrance, and now she focused on the portal emitting magical energy. She asked, slightly worried, if Hansu wanted to go in there. She pointed out that he didn't know what was waiting for them there, but he calmly said that he was going where his instincts told him to go. He reminded her that, as he had said earlier, anyone who wanted to leave could do so at any time, and Taesung, smirking, confidently said that he would go with him. Mihi, frowning decisively, said that she would go too, and the protagonist, looking at her worried expression, assumed that she was starting to worry. He thought that she was well aware of the situation and understood that someone like her was in even more danger than the others. He remembered the moment when Sungo held her back, and assumed that this was why she was striving to become stronger, even if it meant ruining her face. Mihi's expression gradually became more determined, and Youngjia hesitantly raised her hand and said that they would stay here. After all, no one was stopping them from just continuing to hunt. However, Sangjin said that he would go down with Hansu and the others, and lowered his head slightly. Taesung smirked and asked again, not understanding where he was going. He reminded him that he was too scared to do anything at all before, and Sangjin pressed his lips tightly, and then, trying to speak more decisively, he seriously declared that Taesung shouldn't care about it. He added that whatever he did was none of his business, and cursing, he asked in annoyance what he just said. He noted that he was talking too much for a useless fellow traveler, and pointed angrily at Sangjin, wanting to tell him how he felt while cleaning up after him. However, before he could continue, Hansu stopped him, declaring that he had had enough. Closing his eyes, he told them to stop their useless talk, and Taesung winced as he fell silent, but did not object. Looking towards the portal, Hansu warned that time was short, and so told the others to do whatever they wanted. He himself walked forward, and Mihi and Sangjin caught up with him, following behind. Taesung, turning towards them, clenched his jaw in anger, narrowing his eyes, and calling the others names. He asked how they dared to insult him in front of Mihi. While he was thinking about this, the protagonist, who had moved thanks to the portal, thought that there were thousands of non-static objects in the training area, and the landscape was also different. However, there were still common factors, and after going down the stairs that appeared in front of him after exiting the portal, he stopped, looked around carefully, and realized that everything happened as he thought. Sangjin, also noticing what Hansu had noticed, said in amazement that this couldn't be, and his eyes widened, his mouth hanging open in amazement. Mihi had the same reaction, and almost at the same time, they asked, Where did the 24-hour convenience store come from? When they entered, Sang Jin immediately went to the shelves with goods, starting to look at it in amazement, and Han Su, going to one of the stands, put his palm on the shelf, realizing that the rumors about there always being a convenience store on the second floor of the subway were true. He assumed that it was some kind of reward, while Taesung walked up to the shelf where the knives were, thoughtfully put his hand on his chin, frowning, and asked himself if he should take different types of weapons. The protagonist continued to look around, remembering that his friend said that this was more of a supermarket than a convenience store, and walking up to one of the shelves where the mini stove and dishes were, he noticed that there was literally everything he could need. Taking a pot, he put it on the stove, and noticing this, Mihi asked in surprise, "What is he doing?" Han Su explained that he was cooking, and placed a bag on the table in front of him. Putting her finger to her chin, Mihi, even more surprised, asked, "What is this?" When the protagonist began pouring the contents of the bag into the pot, she realized that it was the blood of those green worms, and remembered that during their hunt, she noticed him kneeling down from time to time, doing something near the dead monsters. She wondered what he was doing then, but now she realized that he was collecting the blood flowing from the bodies of the destroyed bugs in the bag. Han Su, meanwhile, smiling faintly, thought that goblin skin becomes extremely poisonous when in contact with green blood, and took the right amount of skin, remembering that goblins evolved to survive against green worms, and the poison of those monsters is quite strong. Tearing the skin that he had, he gradually added it to the pot, and Taesung, suddenly coming closer, smiled, closing his eyes, and noticing that it smelled wonderful, he asked if Han Su would give him a piece. The protagonist simply replied that it was poison, and Taesung jumped back and asked why he hadn't said it was poison before. Han Su narrowed his eyes in annoyance, reminding him that he had approached the smell himself, and Mihi smiled and admitted that they would never have thought to make something like that. She asked how the protagonist knew how to make poison. He explained that it was his special ability, noting that his mind was simply filled with knowledge. Frowning furiously and clenching his jaw, Taesung thought that they could clearly see how he was evading the answer, and he mentally called him a name. Han Su, meanwhile, admitted to himself that he actually thought his head was going to explode while he was memorizing all of this. He thought back to a time ago when one of his partners was telling him that even if he could go back in time, without knowledge, it would be useless. Pointing to the sheets of paper hanging on a special board, his interlocutor said that this was all the important information, among which was information not only on where to get items, but also on how to strengthen it. Keldian, who was telling all this, asked if it was true that if Han Su had even a drop of brains, he would understand why this was important. The protagonist was covered in sweat from the tension, but he still sat, listening attentively, while Tae, who was sitting next to him, had already leaned back in his chair, almost asleep. Keldian, meanwhile, warned Han Su that he should not share this information with anyone, and sharply hitting his palm on the information he had written, he ordered him to remember all of this, warning that knowing the future would only speed up the destruction of the abyss. He imagined a broken hourglass with sand slowly falling out, and warned that Han Su should not become Prometheus, but should only share knowledge according to plan and only when necessary. Remembering all this, the protagonist looked at his reflection in the poison he was preparing and mentally noted that the recipe was useless if he did not know the exact proportions and cooking time, so it was okay. Finally, when the poison was ready, he poured it into a bottle with a dispenser, and then began to carefully distribute the poison on the blade of his knife. While he was doing this, Mihi watched him in surprise, and finally she asked if they could have some of this poison too. Han Su said that of course they could have it, and she smiled happily. Sangjin's mouth dropped open in amazement, and Taesung raised one eyebrow a little in disbelief. Han Su added that he would take half a power or stamina rune for each use, and upon hearing this, everyone was surprised, and Taesung also frowned in anger, asking why Han Su was so petty. He turned his back on him and the others, and said that he could give them the poison for free, but he didn't think it was a good idea in the long run. He paused for a while, waiting for the others to respond, and thought that one-sided relationships always quickly break down. In the end, Mihi said that she would give Han Su the runes later, and asked him to at least let her try the poison. The protagonist turned to her and handed her a container of poison, warning her to be careful, because if the poison got on her hands, it would be very painful. Mihi took the poison, and Taesung, clenching his jaw in irritation, realized that if Han Su continued to act like this, he would not even be able to steal the poison from him. Noticing his irritation, Sang Jin looked at him in confusion, and Taesung asked if he could use the poison and then give him the runes. Sang Jin also joined in this request, and Han Su allowed them to do so, stepping aside, since he had to start other preparations. Taesung and Sang-jin approached Mihi, who had already finished applying the poison, and taking the container from her. Taesung said that he would of course be the first, and ordered Sang-jin not to be capricious. Sang-jin simply looked at him with displeasure, but did not object, and after some time had passed, the protagonist, having packed his backpack, thought that these preparations were enough, and walked outside the store. Finally, the others came closer to him, declaring that they were ready, and frowning, Hansu turned towards them, and they asked in bewilderment why he was looking at them like that. He asked displeasedly, were they going on a campaign or were they going to be bait? He didn't understand why they were carrying so many suitcases. And Mihi laughed excitedly with her eyes closed. Taesung frowned, and Sang-jin leaned forward a little under the weight of the things he was carrying on his back. Hansu knelt down and began to bury the few bags he had collected extra, warning that if his companions didn't want to fight for the rest of their lives, they should bury the things here. Besides, if they took everything around like that, they would be chased by other people who also wanted our things, so he said that they should at least leave something. When he finished burying his things, he straightened up, and Mihi looked at him and mentally noted that at first she thought he was just a silent person, but now she realized that he was more than an excellent fighter, and her mouth dropped open in surprise, unable to control her emotions. Lowering her head, she held one hand over the other, and while the others were putting away the unnecessary things, someone asked in annoyance, but why didn't he get a superpower? Finally, all the unnecessary things were separated, and Mihi thought about how hundreds of millions of people had disappeared until yesterday, but none of them were ever found, and she realized that she would have to survive here for the rest of her life. Despondently falling to her knees, she lowered her head, thinking that she didn't want to die, and clenching her hands into fists, she frowned, promising herself that she would do whatever it took to survive. Finally, she stood up, and looking at the protagonist, she added that she would definitely succeed with him, and walking closer to him, she couldn't help but smile. Hansu just looked at her calmly, but didn't say anything, and soon they continued walking. Watching them go, Taesung angrily called the protagonist a name, noting that he was acting as if he was the center of the earth. Throwing his backpack towards Sang-jin, who was standing next to him, he ordered him to take this as well, and he, having caught the backpack, closed his eyes in surprise. Ignoring this reaction, Taesung, having said Hansu's name with displeasure, attracted his attention and, having explained that he wanted to talk about the superpower he had mentioned, asked if they could also obtain one. The protagonist, having raised his head, said that it was possible, and all three of his companions asked with hope and surprise if this was really true. He confirmed it, and they began to smile happily, and Hansu remembered that one of his acquaintances said that among all the people who came to this world, some developed superpowers that no one had before. Kelbian also spoke about him being careful, because among all those who came to this world, there were a few people who had received superpowers that they did not have in reality, and these powers were quite varied. He also spoke about the most dangerous of these powers, the distinctive features that allowed people to survive, creating great progress compared to others. Hansu imagined Keldian saying all this, and in his mind, he said the conclusion of all these words, which was that he would need to get rid of everyone who was useless to him. Frowning, he repeated these words more angrily, and noticing his expression, Taesung frowned in confusion and asked himself, what was wrong with him? Out loud, he said with a smile that the protagonist had become quite rude, and assumed that he was still angry at him because he was angry at him in the beginning. Hansu looked at him and was silent for a while, then simply admitted that this was not something he was used to. He explained that he had already said everything he wanted to and walked forward, thinking that in the past 5 years before coming here, hope had gradually turned into despair while fighting against the increasing number of monsters of the abyss. He remembered standing with his weapon in his hands in front of the terrifying monsters, frowning, feeling that despair had drowned everything out. Now he looked away thoughtfully a little, but did not say anything else out loud, and still perplexed by his behavior, Taesung asked if he had been hit in the head during the battle or something like that. He did not understand why Hansu was acting like this, but with annoyance clenched his jaw. He added that if it were not for the superpower that Hansu possessed, he would not have made a laughing stock of himself next to him. He was going to wait and get stronger, assuming that after that, he and Mihi would start dating and he would get rid of Sang-jin and also command the protagonist. These thoughts made him smile, holding his chin with his hand, and he was going to continue to ponder what would happen after that, but suddenly Hansu, abruptly, put his hand in front of him, ordered him to stop, and with a puzzled frown, Taesung asked, "What is this?" Kneeling down, the protagonist extended his palm forward, wondering if this was slime? Touching it with his finger, he assessed the state of the slime, realizing that judging from the type of it, it did not belong to a sword snail, since there was no sharp sour smell. Besides that, he didn't see any half-dried guts anywhere, so it wasn't a chopped-up zombie, which meant that there was only one option left, and imagining the monsters, Hansu mentally exclaimed that it was a land mermaid. He sat there for a while, assessing the slime, and eventually realized that these were definitely traces of a land mermaid. These monsters were slow, but if one of the humans received a dose of paralyzing poison, these mermaids would have no problem gutting them in a second. He imagined the terrifying expression on this monster's face, but with a slight smile, he mentally noted that he had a plan. Eventually, he stood up, and Taesung, looking at him with displeasure, asked him to stop acting like he knew everything. Walking forward, Hansu told them to follow him, assuming that they would be surprised by what they saw. He said that they would help him, and they all frowned at him, not understanding what exactly he wanted from them. After a while, the protagonist prepared some Molotov cocktails, thinking that they did not have gasoline, but he still decided that this would do. Looking at the already prepared Molotov cocktails, Mihi's eyes widened in surprise and asked Hansu not to tell her that he made this from what he found in the store earlier. Sang-jin was too surprised to say anything, and Taesung, smirking, picked up one of the bottles and asked if this was also part of the protagonist's superpower. He said that it was very convenient, and suggested that Hansu was getting bigger here than in his home world. He explained that he assumed this was because he could do whatever he wanted, and he closed his eyes and smiled, about to tell him what would happen if he had that kind of power. Raising his head, the protagonist stopped putting the Molotov cocktails in his backpack and looked at Taesung seriously. He, noticing his gaze, flinched, asking in confusion why he was looking at him like that. He assumed that he said that it was not that, and Hansu did not answer, but simply continued to look at him, and at this time in his head, Keldian seemed to tell him to just kill Taesung, and Aries shouted that he could not do that. In the end, closing his eyes, he sighed, calming down, and taking a stick, drew an image of a man holding a bottle on the ground and explained that he was now going to tell him the plan, warning his companions to listen carefully. He explained that one of them would throw a Molotov cocktail, after which the other three would step forward and attack. He drew a few more people, adding that the person in the vanguard would have priority when distributing runes. Watching him sketch out their order of actions, Taesung chuckled, noting that he was really bad at drawing, but he quickly got distracted from this and, smiling, closed his eyes, proudly exclaiming that in this case, he would be in the vanguard. He assumed that someone competent should still go ahead, and asked if this was true. Hansu did not argue with this and, agreeing, asked who would throw the Molotov cocktail. At the same time, Mihi and Sang-jin raised their palms, and the protagonist said that they should decide who exactly would do it. They looked at each other, and Sang-jin, sweating from the tension, realized that arguing with Mihi would somehow not be very right. He closed his eyes, trying to think, and she just stared at him the whole time. Finally, realizing that they weren't going to make a decision, Hansu announced that they would take turns throwing, and soon they were moving forward, walking further. Sang-jin, clutching a Molotov cocktail, walked behind them, his head down, and wondered how far they had come. However, he couldn't say that he wanted to turn back, because he had come with them because he didn't want them to leave him, but he didn't know if they really wanted to go with him. He looked at the companions walking ahead of him, uncertainly pressing his lips together, while Mihi, frowning seriously, walked forward, trying to ignore the fact that her whole body was shaking from fear. Noticing this, Sang-jin was even a little surprised, but did not have time to think about it, as Hansu seriously warned that monsters were approaching. Mihi frowned even more, Sang-jin shuddered, Taesung looked ahead warily, and Hansu, having prepared his weapon, took a fighting stance. From afar, the sounds of monsters were heard, and the protagonist told Mihi to throw a Molotov cocktail in the direction of the sound. She, startled by surprise, nevertheless quickly opened the bag hanging on her shoulder, and deciding that it should not be a burden, she took out a lighter, igniting the Molotov cocktail with it, and frowning decisively, she also mentally exclaimed that she would succeed, and threw the Molotov cocktail, which was directed exactly in the direction of the approaching land mermaids. Having hit the ground, the bottle broke, and the liquid that splashed out of it instantly ignited, spreading a large amount of fire in all directions, in which the mermaid closest to them died. Noticing this, Mihi exclaimed in shock that she did it, and Hansu, already stepping forward, warned them to go on the attack, and reminded that the mermaid spit paralyzing nearby, so you need to be careful. Immediately he ran forward, attacking the mermaids who were distracted by the fire, and opening his mouth in indignation. Taesung froze for a moment, watching him, and mentally exclaimed that the protagonist again wanted to take all the runes for himself. He focused on the serious expression on Hansu's face, who was waving his weapon, fighting off the monsters, and thought that he could not lose to him all the time. At this time, one of the mermaids, having approached him from the side, suddenly attacked, screaming, and Taesung screamed in fear and frowned, not expecting this. Squeezing his eyes shut, he swung his dagger, ordering the mermaid to leave him alone. Cursing, he opened one eye, realizing that he almost got injured, and the next moment he froze in amazement, noticing that the mermaid, already dead, fell to the ground. He chuckled and noted that this poison really worked well, and looked at the blade of his dagger, which was soaked in poison, in awe. Hansu, who was absorbing the runes he had received, briefly looked away from the battle and asked if it was true that the poison he had given to his companions was worth the runes they had given. Looking at his reflection in the blade of his knife, Taesung mentally exclaimed that thanks to this, he would be able to quickly catch up to Hansu, and soon they continued to fight using the method that the protagonist had come up with, throwing Molotov cocktails and destroying the mermaids with poisoned weapons. Everything around was already engulfed in flames, and looking at another mermaid who had been burned in the flames, Hansu thought that, as expected, when fighting an opponent who used an easily ingestible paralyzing poison, using Molotov cocktails was a good idea. He jumped up, swinging to strike, and noticing that the knife had already become dull, he nevertheless noted that it did not matter, and attacked the next mermaid. It was for this purpose that he had prepared a poison, which, only when it got on the monsters' bodies, already began to bring incredible torment to it. Taesung, standing to the side, fought, smiling enthusiastically, and, noticing the runes that had fallen from the mermaid's corpse to the side, he extended his palm to it, mentally exclaiming that all these runes belonged to him. At that very moment, another monster, having approached him from the side, spat out a paralyzing poison, and feeling that it got on his leg, Taesung screamed desperately, after which he fell to the ground, unable to move. The fabric of his pants was torn where the poison hit, his legs shook and he screamed, cursing inwardly as he realized that this was all very humiliating, since everyone could see this situation. The mermaid, taking advantage of his position, began to crawl closer, already ready to attack, and noticing this, the other monsters also headed towards him. Taesung could not do anything, and cursing, he began to call the mermaids names, ordering the monsters to get away from him. Desperately holding out his dagger, he asked for someone to help him, and hearing his scream, Mihi turned around, but looking in her bag, she realized that she had run out of Molotov cocktails. Drawing Sangjin's attention, she shouted that they were changing, and he, agreeing, took out a lighter and a Molotov cocktail, asking her to wait. He began to try to light a fire, but it didn't work, and with sweat pouring from the effort and clenching his jaw, he began to mentally beg for the lighter to produce a fire. Finally, he succeeded, and as a small flame appeared above the lighter, he saw a land mermaid crawling closer to him, and startled, he screamed, dropping both the Molotov cocktail and the lighter. Hearing the sound of the bottle breaking, Taesung called Sangjin a displeased name, frowning in anger and reminding him that he told him to throw the Molotov cocktail, not to be scared. Sangjin simply closed his eyes, covering his face with his hand to somehow protect himself from the mermaid, but the next moment Hansu, running closer, destroyed the monster, and falling to the floor in surprise, Sangjin looked at the dead mermaid in horror, and then focused his attention on the protagonist's dagger. He ordered everyone to calm down and follow the plan, and warned that in this case, there would be no problems. Moving a little to the side, he told his comrades to rest and take their runes, while Sangjin was still sitting on the floor, looking after him in shock. Closing his eyes, Taesung sighed, admitting that he thought he was going to die here, and, looking at his leg, he thoughtfully said that thanks to his skill, he had already healed. Hansu, hearing his words, explained that if they increased their stamina, they would rest and recover faster, and hurried his companions to take their runes. Looking at the small pile of runes that were due to him, Taesung asked himself with displeasure, was this all he got? He mentally called Hansu a calculating bastard, since he was very strict in distributing. Frowning, he turned to the side, noticing that Sangjin, having dropped to one knee, extended his palms to take his share. Taesung realized that if he took these runes too, he would become stronger, and with a smirk, he said Sangjin's name, drawing his attention to himself, and asked, did his family have no conscience? Sangjin didn't understand what that meant, but before he could ask, Taesung grabbed him by the throat, making him cough from the surprise and the cut-off air supply. Taesung grinned evilly and screamed his name, squeezing his hand even tighter, and Sangjin closed his eyes, clenching his jaw tighter, while Taesung simply watched him suffer. He repeated his name again, and Sangjin screamed, clutching his hand at Taesung's wrist, trying to somehow loosen his grip on his neck. But he frowned and only squeezed his hand tighter, calling him names and ordering him to listen to him, noting that he couldn't even throw a Molotov cocktail, and asking if he had already forgotten how he almost died because of him. Sang-jin, trying to explain something, started to speak, but was unable to finish because Taesung was squeezing his throat too hard. He raised his other hand to try to free himself again, and at that moment Mihi, running closer, frowned seriously, shouting Taesung's name, and asked displeasedly what he was doing. She ordered him to let go of Sang-jin, since he was about to strangle him. Throwing him aside, Taesung called him names, noting that he was lucky, and warned him to be more careful and assess the situation sensibly next time. Sang-jin, still not getting up, was breathing heavily, and Taesung, leaning over him, grabbed his hair with his hand, lifting his head, and seriously reminded him that not so long ago he was crawling with his head down, and assumed that he had forgotten his place. He ordered him to simply follow the others for the rest of his life, like his father, and not to show off. Sang-jin cried out in pain, but Taesung paid no attention to it and let go of him, turning around with his palm outstretched towards the runes, and said contentedly that he would take this for himself. However, before he could touch a single rune, Hansu's dagger was thrust into the ground between his palm and the reward, and Taesung frowned and asked in amazement, what kind of nonsense was this? The protagonist seriously said that this was not his share, and he stood up abruptly, frowned and asked, did Hansu really want to give the runes to Sang-jin? He assumed that it was the same as throwing it in the trash, and asked what Sang-jin had done to deserve these runes. He suggested the protagonist to act, noting that they could divide these runes, and noted that, to be honest, they could manage without Sang-jin, asking, is that right? Clenching his jaw, he asked in anger, is he really wrong? Hansu, still looking at him seriously, reminded him that the distribution should be fair, and warned that Taesung should not interfere with someone's means of survival. Turning his back to him, he, still angry, repeated the words about a way to survive, suggesting that it was all nonsense, and warned Hansu not to regret this decision. The protagonist, looking at Sang-jin, said that it would be better for him to learn to defend his own share, and he flinched, looking at him, but did not say anything, and then extended his hand, taking his runes. Hansu, meanwhile, moved to the side, and Mihi, coming closer to him, called out to him, smiling excitedly, and asked if it was true that they did not irritate him. She could not hold back the smile for long, and nervously clutching her hands to the strap of her bag, she explained that given the situation, she thought that he might be irritated by watching them quarrel. But he said that everything was fine, noting that he would not complain about what they were bad at. She asked if that meant he would be traveling with them until the end. She felt like he was acting like he could leave them at any moment, and Hansu, starting to walk forward, said that it was they who decided to follow him, and adding that they were doing well, he asked her not to worry about it. Stopping, Mihi looked at him pitifully, but did not say anything else. Passing between the dead mermaids and looking at the runes that fell from this one, he noted that most of these runes increased strength and endurance, and suggested that the body stats should not be ignored. Besides, it was not a bad decision, considering how important strength and endurance were now. Kneeling down, he picked up one of the runes, looked at it, and added that it was especially necessary to take into account that these were the stats he needed. Looking at the system window where his characteristics were written, he thought about just one rune, and when some time passed, an assistant suddenly appeared above him, who, closing his eyes, raised his hands up, joyfully shouting that the sum of the strength and endurance of the main character's body exceeded 50 points. The system notification announced that the first achievement was received, and the assistant congratulated Hansu on this. One of the main character's companions sighed, noticing the fairy, and asked discontentedly, why did this come here? In addition, everyone was wondering where this even appeared here from, but Hansu, not sharing their discontent, smiled, realizing that the assistant was caught. The fairy suddenly recognized him, screaming, and asked if it was true that he was the traveler who first raised his hand. It admitted that it wondered who was so fast among them, and assumed that it was not mistaken in Hansu. Flying around him, the assistant smiled, adding that they always like those who try their best. Closing its eyes, it landed on the protagonist's head, announcing that it wanted to give him a small gift for being the most active traveler. Thinking about it, it suggested that he was curious about what it would be, and asked if it needed to be told anything. Hansu, narrowing its eyes in displeasure, told the fairy to give it a reward quickly, and suddenly Mihi, hesitantly raising her trembling hand, asked if it was really that unfair. She noted that they had different physical characteristics from the start, and noticing her trembling, The assistant said that she didn't need to be afraid, because it wasn't going to even touch her. Mihi shuddered, and the fairy flew closer to her, noting that they don't kill someone just because they don't like them. However, leaning towards her ear, the assistant grinned maliciously, narrowing his eyes, and threateningly asked if it was true that there are always exceptions. It added that Mihi could become one of those exceptions, and laughing, it flew away, exclaiming that of course it was just joking. The assistant admitted that it would never get tired of something like this, and Mihi, frozen, opened her eyes wider in horror. Stopping having fun, the fairy asked what Mihi said. It remembered that she assumed that all this was unfair, and asked her not to think about it since she, too, was not comparable to others in some ways. Pointing a finger in her direction, the assistant asked if that was true. She shuddered, her mouth slightly open in surprise, and the fairy assistant noticed that she was in no hurry to get rid of it in order to be on par with the others. In this one's opinion, life was always unfair. However, returning his attention to Hansu, the assistant suggested that they stop wasting time on empty talk, as it was time to reward him. The protagonist still listened to this speech indifferently, as he already knew what kind of reward it would be. The assistant finally announced that the reward for overcoming a certain number in the combination of physical characteristics was 3 runes to choose from, and Hansu froze, waiting for the continuation of the speech. Snapping his fingers, the fairy asked what runes he wanted. It suggested agility, perception, healing, and calling on the healing rune. It also noted that this rune was expendable, but it was able to heal a hole in the stomach and save from most poisons. In this one's opinion, this rune was like a spare life, and Hansu mentally noted that it would be useless with the torn-off limb. At the same time, Taesung, Sangjin and Mihi, having heard about the healing rune, mentally repeated the name of it and shuddered, realizing that it meant that they could survive a deadly situation at least once. Smiling, they hopefully asked themselves, is it true that if everything goes wrong, Hansu will spend at least 1 rune on them? At this moment, the protagonist, attracting the attention of the assistant, asked if this rune was immune to magic. The fairy froze in amazement, and then said that such a rune exists, and summoned 3 runes, and Mihi, Taesung and Sangjin sighed in annoyance, noticing this, and Hansu noticed that it seemed like the assistant did not care, asking, is this trick really not something special? While accepting the runes, he thought that the healing runes were useful, but immunity to magic and physical damage was hard to obtain in the training area unless one was a lucky person like Tae who simply picked up these runes. Looking at the reward he received, Hansu mentally noted that the increase in stamina simply affected the cost and recovery of strength, while resistance to magic and physical damage was a much more fundamental defense, and even immunity. With experience, he would be able to resist physical attacks, but magic attacks were a different matter, and opening the system window, he looked at his stats, asking himself if this was enough to avoid immediate death. The fairy, creating a rift in space to leave through, declared that it did its job and therefore left. In addition, the assistant added that he was counting on Hansu, and by blowing him a kiss, it invited him to continue in the same spirit, calling him handsome, and upon hearing this address, Sangjin, Taesung and Mihi simultaneously opened their mouths in shock and amazement, asking themselves, could this assistant really be a girl? The protagonist, unlike them, did not pay any attention to these words and, looking at his companions, said that it was time for them to move out, but fell silent, paying attention to the expressions on their faces, and asked what was wrong with this. Sangjin, Mihi and Taesung, still shocked by the words of the fairy assistant, excitedly said that there was nothing strange with them, and in the end they continued on their way, approaching the 3rd floor. Here they had to fight with mermaids again, and after killing one of the monsters, Mihi frowned, and then, sighing, ran her hand over her forehead, noticing that it seemed to have become easier. After collecting the runes, she looked at Hansu, who had fallen down next to the mermaid's corpse, and thinking that he was doing something again, she asked if it was poison again. She put her finger to her mouth, watching his movements in surprise, and when the protagonist once again changed his position, she suddenly noticed that his movements had not changed, and asked why that was so. Coming closer to him, she said that he had received many runes, and asked why his speed was the same. Hansu noticed that she was observant, and turning towards her, he showed her his palm, on the wrist of which shining symbols were visible, and explained that it was all because of this. With her mouth slightly open in amazement, she asked what this was. He explained that it was a way to store runes, saying that you need to stretch out your hand while thinking about storing a rune, and when he did as he said, a rune appeared above his palm. Mihi let out a surprised cry and asked how he knew that. He explained that it was all thanks to his ability, and squatting down next to him, Mihi extended her palm towards the rune, asking if she should try it. But Hansu said that she didn't need to repeat after him, and she remotely asked why that was. He explained that for one thing, it slowed down the hunt, so he wouldn't be able to save many runes, and secondly, the runes would lose their meaning if he died. He explained that the runes he stored like that would drop if he died, and Sang Jin asked in surprise, why was he collecting them then? Hansu explained that he was doing this so that he could exchange the runes later, and while it might be difficult to do now, once the rules were set, the runes could be used as a substitute for money in the training area. He repeated out loud that his companions should not do the same as him, and said that they should simply use one rune after another. Taesung looked at him with displeasure, asking if he dared to look down on them just because they listened to him. He asked why he couldn't do whatever he wanted. His sharp cry caused Sang Jin to close his eyes, and Hansu frowned, suggesting that they still hadn't figured out where they were. He thought that they would come to their senses once they got down and were cursed. However, looking at his weapons, he decided that he needed to rearrange everything before that, and looking at his companions who had their backs turned to him, he drew their attention to him, ordering them to listen carefully. He noted that they could do whatever they wanted, whether they followed him or collected runes, as he did not care. However, right now he wanted them to listen to him, and threw his dagger on the floor in front of him, ordering them to give him all of their weapons, and extended his palm forward. Pointing his finger at his side, Taesung cursed and asked if he was really trying to rob them. He noted that the protagonist had his own weapons, and asked why he was asking them to give him their weapons then. Hansu explained that he could not fight with it, as the blade was too crude, making it practically useless. In addition, he needed extra blades, and looking at Taesung seriously, he asked if he understood him. Getting even angrier, he asked if the protagonist really thought he would just let this go. Calling him names, he asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Besides, he was curious about what they would fight back with if Hansu took their weapons, and he reminded them that they would have to fight too. Suddenly smiling, he asked what the protagonist wanted in that case. He assumed that he wanted them to stand behind him and suck his fingers, but despite being so against it, Sang Jin did not hold this view and said that he would still give the weapon to Hansu, and wanted to explain why he would do so, but Taesung, turning sharply towards him, ordered him to be quiet, and his sharp cry even made Sang Jin flinch, and Taesung, turning towards Hansu again, froze, and the protagonist, slightly lowering his head, asked if this meant that he wanted to fight. Frowning decisively, Taesung exclaimed that of course he wanted to fight, and asked what he was afraid of here. He also admitted that he always hated Hansu's condescending look, and the protagonist, thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, admitted to himself that he expected Taesung to refuse. Taesung, noticing that he had turned slightly to the side, asked in a furious tone if Hansu was ignoring him again. The protagonist, meanwhile, continued to ponder, realizing that Taesung did not know what was down there. However, this was where he was going to draw the line, and announced that he would give them two options, and then raised a finger, explaining that the first option was for him to leave and for them to do everything on their own, and the second option was for them to stand aside and watch him cope alone. After saying this, he pointed his finger at Taesung, Sang Jin, and Mihi, who were watching him in surprise, and Hansu looked at them seriously and said that the choice was theirs. Sang Jin said that he would stand aside, and Mihi agreed, because she knew that if the protagonist said so, it meant that it was very dangerous there. Looking at her, Taesung exclaimed that this was why they should all fight together, and suggested that they help each other in these dangerous times. He assumed that Hansu, who he called a scumbag, wanted to leave his friends behind and take all the spoils for himself. He asked if Sang Jin and Mihi would let him do that. Clenching his hands into fists, he mentally noted that he didn't care that the loser Sang Jin was a coward, but if Mihi decided to step aside, then it would put him in a difficult position. Hansu, watching him, chuckled to himself, thinking that friend was a good word. He remembered how he was Taesung's friend, and mentally noted that he should be glad that it wasn't Keldian who came here, because by now he would have been wandering around the blue or purple zone. He knew he couldn't stay here, and imagining Keldian's silhouette, he thought he had to get to the place he needed as soon as possible. He narrowed his eyes and declared that it was enough, warning that his comrades would think about it downstairs, and added that he wouldn't have said anything if they could fight. Sighing, Taesung said that they had finally come to something, and added that he should have done this earlier. Considering how eager the protagonist was to go alone, Taesung assumed that he probably knew about what was downstairs. In his opinion, only a fool would pass up such a chance, and together they began to descend the dark stairs. After a little time had passed, Sang Jin, Mihi, and Taesung were already running up the stairs screaming in terror, and closing her eyes and almost crying in terror, Mihi exclaimed that she was right, and reminded him that she had said that it would be dangerous. Taesung scowled and cursed, asking if the others had seen what they had encountered. Thinking back to a while ago, he remembered how he, Mihi, and Sangjin had frozen in place, their eyes wide in fear, and recalling the huge snake they had seen on the lower floor, Taesung asked himself how he was supposed to know that this monster would be on a different level altogether. Now, turning around briefly, he mentally noted that he couldn't believe that Hansu was going to fight this monster alone. He assumed that he was out of his mind, and the protagonist at that moment frowned seriously, looked at his opponent, and after a short time had passed, the snake decided to attack first and darted forward, preparing to attack. Raising the upper half of its body, it began to swell, and noticing this, Hansu scowled, slightly bowed his head, and ran to the side, hiding behind a pillar. He pressed his palms to his ears, frowning even more, and the next moment the snake released a beam of powerful energy in his direction. Hansu, using the pillar as cover, avoided this blow, and a large number of small stones flew into the air. The protagonist expected this, and he succeeded only because of his immunity to magic. The strong sound waves that were generated by magic were the ability of the snake, and in addition, the monster had scales that an ordinary blade could not pierce. At that moment, the monster, stopping directing the attack, struck with its tail, shredding the pillar only more, and Hansu looked around warily, thinking that this was not an easy opponent. He ran out from behind cover, heading towards the snake, and took out a dagger, mentally noting that he knew the weaknesses of this monster. When the snake swung its tail, preparing to attack him, he took aim and, swinging the dagger, thought that the scales of the snake may be strong, but the gaps between these scales are not so strong, and taking advantage of his position, he drove the blade of the dagger right between the scales of the snake, after which, when the monster jerked in pain, he jumped to the side, leaving the knife sticking out of the monster's body. The snake screamed only louder, angry that the protagonist struck it. After that, the snake lunged again, preparing to attack Hansu with its fangs, but he, jumping to the side, managed to dodge. Returning to its previous position, the snake stretched out the upper half of its body, looking at Hansu standing nearby, and taking aim, the monster again concentrated the magic attack, directing a wave of it at Hansu. This time, he did not dodge or hide, but simply covered his ears with his hands and closed his eyes, and in the end, the attack had no effect on him. Opening one eye, he took out a new dagger to hit the snake with it, but before he could do anything, the monster took advantage of his momentary distraction and swung the edge of its tail, hitting Hansu and throwing him aside. The blow was very powerful, and when the protagonist crashed into the wall, it cracked, lifting a large number of stones into the air. When the dust that also rose from the blow gradually dissipated, Hansu, starting to rise, looked at the snake and noticed that it had finally begun to react to the wounds. The thing was that the snake's body began to shake slightly, and the monster was even a little surprised, looking at the dagger sticking out of its body. Also focusing on the wound on the monster's body, Hansu thought that this was a training area, so despite its high physical defense, this monster was still vulnerable to poison. Standing up, he picked up a new dagger, thinking that he only had 5 blades left, and gripping the handle tighter with his palm, he thought that 1 or 2 knives would not make much of a difference. He remembered how Taesung, frowning in anger, displeasedly decided that he owed him his weapon after all, and calling Hansu names, he ordered him to use it wisely. The protagonist, frowning, charged, asking himself, why not have fun before the effect took effect? He jumped up to attack the snake, and it, also ready for further battle, began to squirm to attack back. At that moment, Mihi shuddered, stopping, and turned to look at the dark corridor behind her. She thought that Hansu and the snake were far away, but the echoes of the battle reached even here. Looking ahead worriedly, she remembered that the protagonist was all alone there, and wondered if he would be okay. Noticing that she was no longer moving, Taesung asked why she stopped. Sangjin also froze next to him, and Taesung, reminding him that they didn't even have a dagger with them, explained that it was because of this that they should run back to the store. Mihi didn't answer, but simply froze, continuing to look at the corridor behind her, and eventually she decided that she would go and check on Hansu. Frowning in confusion, Taesung asked again and calling out to her, asked her to wait. However, she didn't pay attention to him, and he, clenching his jaw in displeasure, thought that the others had been ignoring him since they came here. In the end, he decided to ignore all this and also followed Mihi, and Sangjin also headed after them. Soon, they broke into a run, and after going down to the lower floor, Mihi excitedly asked if Hansu was okay. However, Before she could finish speaking, she froze, frowning, as she noticed that the snake had grabbed Hansu by the arm and lifted him off the ground. The protagonist, clenching his jaws and frowning, looked closely at his opponent, Mihi, and the others, noticing the situation he was in, threw out his name. Turning his head to the side, Hansu thought that he had lost too much time, and frowned, gripping the dagger handle tighter with his palm. Finally, taking aim, he swung his hand, plunging the knife into the snake's jaw, and screaming in pain, the monster opened its mouth, letting go of the protagonist, and he began to fall down. He managed to get his bearings and land carefully, and the snake at this time continued to rush from side to side, trying to get rid of the knife in its body. But suddenly the monster's entire body began to shake, and bowing its head, the snake began to look at itself. Noticing this, Hansu was glad that he was able to stab 3 daggers into the monster's body, and touching his injured hand with his palm, he thought that the snake had bitten his hand very badly, but thanks to his characteristics, it should recover quite quickly. In addition, he noticed that he would have to change his clothes, but he quickly distracted himself from these thoughts, remembering that in later stages, monsters showed increased resistance and healing abilities due to their evolving characteristics. There was no point in these poisons, since it was ineffective, and using abilities made things even more difficult. He imagined several such monsters, but also noted that in the early stages, paralyzing poison was quite effective, honestly admitting to himself that he would not have been able to last this long without it. Pressing his lips tighter, he prepared the dagger, looking straight ahead, and looking at the body of the dead monster, he thought that everything was much easier now. Before he took action, he stood there for a while, and realizing that the monster was dead so it was safe, Mihi, Taesung, and Sangjin walked down the stairs, and as they approached Hansu, Mihi worriedly asked if he was okay. Turning to the side, the protagonist asked if they were still here. Covering her mouth, Mihi explained that she came here because she was worried about him, but now she guessed that she didn't need to. Noticing that he had picked up his backpack from the ground, she looked at his arm and asked how his arm was doing. He explained that it was just a scratch and closed his eyes as he hung the backpack over his shoulder, adding that the wound was already healing so Mihi didn't need to worry. She looked at him in surprise but said nothing more, and Taesung, his mouth slightly open in shock, stopped next to the dead snake, looking at the dagger sticking out of its body, and thought that he could not believe that Hansu fought this horror alone. He understood that the protagonist was strong, but turning his attention to him, he asked how big a difference there was between them. He did not understand how he could compete with him in this case, and Hansu at this time came closer to the snake, kneeling down next to it, and thoughtfully peered into the space next to the snake. Noticing his state, Mihi remotely asked what happened. He did not answer, but simply picked up a rune from the ground and, looking at the rune that gave a shock wave to the needle snake, he assumed that because it was a fairly strong monster, the reward was so good. Standing up, he realized that this rune would be quite useful, but also noted that he needed a magic rune to use it. For a while, everyone just stood there silently watching him, and eventually Taesung smirked, stepped forward, and stopped next to Hansu, asking if he planned to use this rune. He thought that judging by the size of this monster, the rune should be good, and admitted that he was even envious of it. The protagonist admitted that he would not use the rune, thinking that his limit was 7 skills, and therefore he would hardly use such a skill. Moreover, he preferred not to shoot strange things from his mouth, and upon hearing that he did not need the rune to use it, Sangjin asked if he could have this rune in that case. Hearing this, Taesung got angry, asked again, and turned towards Sangjin, then shouted that he would not be able to use it for its intended purpose. He ordered him to remember his place already, and pushing him aside, looked at Hansu, and said that he should not even think about giving this rune to Sangjin, but rather give it to him. Sangjin, still not going to give in, reminded that Taesung already had the rune, and frowned. He asked if he really thought that he would be of use with this rune. He assumed that Sangjin had already forgotten his mistakes, and awkwardly lowered his head. He said a little hesitantly, if he had a very strong rune, then he would be on par with Taesung and even better than him. Hearing that he could be better than him, Taesung asked again, assuming that he did not learn from his mistakes. He asked in annoyance if Sangjin wanted him to break his neck. Eventually, Mihi intervened in their argument, stepping between them and asking them to calm down. Despite her attempt to calm them down, Taesung was still angry at Sangjin and raised his arm to hit him, but before he could, the protagonist came closer and asked in annoyance what the two of them were doing. He waved his hand and smirked, reminding them that there was no word about her giving them this rune. He would rather sell it, and showing the rune symbol on his wrist, he warned that if they wanted to buy this rune now, he would give them a 5% discount. He warned that he would wait for an offer, and Sang-jin, Mi-hee, and Taesung froze, looking at him in shock, and Taesung finally asked if it was possible to buy this rune in installments. Mi-hee and Sang-jin flinched at the suggestion, and Han-soo said that if someone could vouch for him, they could do it for each other. Eventually, after some time had passed, Mi-hee said that she would take the rune, and the protagonist mentally noted that this was to be expected since they did not trust each other, so it was only her. Earlier, he noticed how she picked up the magic rune, and he mentally added that she did not need to hide the rune since she had knocked it out of the monster herself. Thinking about this, Han-soo looked at how Sang-jin shared some of the runes with Mi-hee, and mentally noted that it was not surprising that she did so, since the more skills a person hides, the better. He assumed that this was her method of survival, and realized that she was more ambitious than she seemed at first glance. Finally, having collected all the runes, Mi-hee came closer to Han-soo and told him that there were 3 runes of agility and perception, and 7 runes of strength and endurance. With a 5% discount, he was only going to take 6 runes of strength, and began to take it, and Mi-hee watched him in surprise, after which, smiling, she thanked him, since in her opinion, he was very kind. The protagonist asked them not to think that he was rude, and explained that if they got used to getting everything for free in such a place, then they would not have long to live, because in this world nothing is given for free. He gave the rune to Mi-hee, and she frowned and looked at it intently. Finally, turning around, Han-soo thought that it was time for them to go, and noted that if it was a needle snake, then there were also deposits of Zeterium nearby. Walking a little to the side, he noticed what he needed, and was glad that he had noticed these deposits even earlier. After breaking off a piece of the crystal, he began to process it, and Sang-jin and Mi-hee, watching him, simultaneously asked themselves, was he using his superpower again? Coming closer to him, they noticed that he was shaping the crystal he had mined, and judging the shape of it, Sang-jin guessed that it might be an awl or a needle. Mi-hee noticed that it looked like the material was made of metal, but it seemed soft. Not paying attention to them watching him, Han-soo, having finished with this, stood up and turned around, approached the snake, thrusting the dagger into its body. Mi-hee and Sang-jin followed him and watching him with admiration and surprise thought that they were very interested in what he would do this time. Taesung, standing a little to the side, frowned in displeasure, noticing their reaction, and asked, "What are the 2 of them doing?" The protagonist at that moment, having cut open the snake's body, pulled out the insides of it, and, noticing this, someone sighed in disgust, and Taesung, having come closer, asked what Han-soo was going to do. He assumed that it would be some kind of new poison, but was distracted from this when he noticed that Han-soo took out a pot, since he was more surprised by this and asked the protagonist to wait, asking when he brought the pot here. Han-soo ignored this question, and simply said that it was something else, not poison. He mentally noted that the scales of the needle snake were quite strong, but it was not suitable for using it as a weapon. That is why the weapon had to be created by yourself, and this was 11 out of 134 combinations for creating weapons that can be made from monsters and materials in the training area. This was the first stage of training on the 11th combination, and while imagining the materials as well as the future weapon, Han-soo thought that the needle had a limited range and that it was difficult to inflict secondary damage such as bleeding. However, if one knew the weak points of the enemy, then by delivering precise strikes he could turn the disadvantage into an advantage. He imagined how one could fight with this needle and noticed that the tip of the needle was a bit blunt. However, since this weapon was homemade, he realized that he had no other choice. Taking the dagger, he adjusted the needle, sharpening the end of this one, and smiled quite a bit, noting that he needed at least this level of power. Considering how long it took the alchemists to calculate the combination to create the best weapon from what could be obtained at the very beginning, it was worth it, and after adjusting the shape of the future weapon a little more, the protagonist decided that he would add some improvements in order to penetrate defense. He focused on the monster he had to remove to get the second hidden part, and continued to work on the needle, wrapping the bottom of it to make a handle. Looking at the resulting needle with satisfaction, he noticed that it really did look like a weapon now, and thoughtfully noted that if he got his hands on a Takoko lizard, he could create a better weapon, for example from the 17th combination. The needle snake was also not bad, and Han-soo believed that it was unlikely that a better weapon could be found than this. Taesung raised one eyebrow and slightly tilted his head to the side, watching him in shock, and pointing a finger at Hance's weapon, he asked if it could be bought. He decided that he would give him all of his runes, and mentally added that looking at how much time and effort the protagonist had spent, he was sure that this needle would be much better than what he had now. Han Su eventually replied that it was an unusual weapon and noted that he would sell it to Taesung if he was so interested. However, he couldn't make another one of the same weapon right now since he had run out of materials. Cursing in displeasure, Taesung frowned, thinking that Han Su had spent everything on himself, calling him selfish. He suddenly grabbed his hair and distracted himself from his disappointment, assuming that there must be something better ahead, and he just had to be patient. Han Su stood up at that moment, and soon they continued on their way, and after walking a little further, Taesung thought that this was their final destination, since there was electricity, and the carriage was empty. On top of that, Han Su had become quiet, so Taesung assumed that there would be no battles, so he could get his reward. As they got even closer, the doors leading to the train carriage opened, but suddenly the protagonist asked why his companions were also going inside. They were startled, not expecting him to say something like that, and still not understanding what it was supposed to mean. Taesung asked again. Han Su, walking further into the train, explained that it was only for one person, and ordered the rest to get off. Looking at them seriously, he asked if they hadn't heard him. Repeating that the carriage was only for one person, he also said that the rest should get off, and sat down on one of the seats, crossing his arms. Sang Jin asked if it was possible that Han Su had made a mistake. He noticed that the carriage was very spacious, and asked how it could be only for one person. After getting over his surprise, Taesung angrily asked what rules said that only Han Su could go. He didn't understand why after all they had been through together, only the protagonist had the right to choose, since he was sure that it was only thanks to them that Han Su had come here. The protagonist slightly lowered his head as he listened to this, and looked at his companions, asking if they were saying that he had come here thanks to them. He thought that they were just pathetic, although he admitted that it was good that they wanted to seize the chance. However, they had not taken one thing into account. Standing up, he picked up his weapon, saying that of course there was no rule that only he could be here, since there were no rules in this world. He stabbed the needle on the floor next to him and, holding the weapon out to the side, warned that the others could either leave now or stay to argue with him. Pointing the needle towards his companions, he also added that if they found a lawyer, they could try to file a complaint against him if they wanted. He smirked and ordered them to choose between the two, and put the handles of the needles closer to Taesung's body, who looked at it with clenched jaws and a frightened expression. Soon, the train left, and Sang Jin, Mihi, and Taesung were left on the platform. As Taesung watched the train leave, he clenched his teeth, frowning in anger, and mentally called the protagonist a bad name, asking himself if he had really been serious all this time. He remembered how some time ago, before Han Su left on the train, Taesung himself looked at him, noticing that he was talking as if he was over 40 years old, but was doing complete nonsense. Looking at Sang Jin and Mihi, he realized that if the three of them attacked the protagonist, they would have a chance, and if they defeated him, they would get all the items. Reaching out his palm to the dagger, he decided that if they were defeated, they would simply ask for forgiveness, and asked himself if it was true that Han Su would not kill them. He supposed that he should still try, but before he could act, he suddenly flinched, his eyes widening as Han Su, who was standing in front of him, looked at him seriously. Mentally forming him at the present moment, Taesung realized that the protagonist would kill him immediately if he tried to move, and mentally said that he was too strong. He remembered how before the train doors closed, Han Su told them that they would see each other later, and he, furious at his failure, cursed and asked himself how he could freeze just from Hansa's gaze. Suddenly, Mihi lowered her head and said that they shouldn't have pushed Han Su so hard, and they shouldn't have provoked him either, since he was the one who had been helping them all along. She fixed her hair, but quickly got distracted from her sad thoughts and turned around, suggesting that everyone else leave here. Sang Jin also turned around, and Taesung, who froze for a while, called them names, thinking that this was why they wouldn't live long. He didn't understand what was wrong with trying to be stronger, and asked himself, wasn't that why they came here? He promised himself that he would become stronger, and frowned with confidence. At this time, Han Su was riding the train and thinking, noting that if you put all the information about this place together, you can understand several things. The first was that the train stopped at 20 stations along the way, the second feature was that a random artifact would appear at each station, and the third condition was that there was no way back, as it was impossible to return to the previous station. It was a structure that caused psychological conflict, and Han Su closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest, lowering his head, because even if he reached the end of the journey, there was no guarantee that he would survive, and therefore he had to be careful. He considered that he was already at the 12th station, and mentally recited the names of several artifacts that he had collected. Among them were the Laren bracelet, Keto claws, organ steel glove, and he had collected 8 weapons in total. All of these were quite good for beginners, but they were useless for Hansu. He remembered that the Laren bracelet along with the perception stat could help identify the weak points of monsters, but he already knew the weak points of all monsters, so it was useless. He already had a weapon, so he was hoping for something else, like something with a movement boost. With such a thing, he could move freely during battle. But, interrupting his thoughts, he froze when he noticed what kind of artifact was lying at the next station. It was a Cloud Maniac snack, and looking at the pack, he admitted that he didn't think it could appear here. After the first puff, a person's stats should begin to increase, and this will continue to increase as long as the person continues to smoke. After smoking 1 cigarette, all of a person's stats will be increased by 20%, and the effect will last for 10 minutes. Smiling, Hansu exclaimed that this was exactly what he needed and squeezed a pack of cigarettes in his palm, because even though it couldn't be used outside the training area, there was nothing better than this artifact. He quietly said that he and the cigarettes had not seen each other for a long time, and suddenly he heard his beloved ask if he was smoking again. She did not understand how much longer she had to tell him that with each cigarette he aged faster than he thought. Lost in thought, the protagonist froze, and her silhouette seemed to appear in the air right in front of him. Touching the cigarettes, she said that cigarettes were ruining him, and exclaimed that if he continued smoking this nasty stuff, he would ruin his handsome face. Hansu, lowering his head, asked her not to worry, since this time these cigarettes were different. Finally, after some time had passed, the train doors opened, and the protagonist got off at the same station from which he had departed. Looking around, he asked himself, had Taesung, Mihi, and Sangjin already left? As he started to walk back, he thought that there were still 4 days left until another hidden artifact appeared, and he realized that he had to decide what to do for the next 2 days. The options were to focus on hunting and getting runes, or to try to complete the remaining quests. In Hansu's opinion, the choice was obvious, and he offered himself to look at it, remembering that he had completed several quests during his journey. He paused briefly, noticing the pot and stove still in their place, and putting it in his backpack. He thought that he did not know what he would get, but decided that he would try to complete quests with good rewards. Among the quests, there was one with a promising reward and a quick completion, called the Sage's Stone with a clumsy mage as a follower. Frowning, Hansu put his hand to his chin, remembering that this rune increased all of the user's stats by 10, including its own, and healed fatal wounds. The reward was good, and this kind of artifact was rare not only in the training zone but also in the red zones, but whoever completed this quest must be crazy, especially considering who exactly completed this quest. The girl who received such a reward was Andy Aaron, a member of the death squad who was summoned to the abyss along with the criminals when she was volunteering in the prison. He heard that she had her most trusted people with her, but once the training began, they all betrayed her, their anger unleashing their abilities, and they smirked as they headed towards her. Over the course of 7 days, she tore everyone apart and ate their hearts, and after that, she wanted to commit suicide, but then this quest surfaced. She stood there, covered in blood, clutching a knife in her hands, and when she saw the quest, she smirked, frowning furiously, and looked at her bloody palm. Holding the bridge of his nose with his fingers, Hansu closed his eyes, deciding that this was not suitable for him, and thought that he would rather skip this quest, since it also conflicted with his goal of saving as many people as possible. He noted that it should be night by now, and thinking about a quest with a good reward, he suddenly remembered that a night quest would be suitable. This one gave a bag of food from a selfish and rich man as a reward, and as he continued on his way, the protagonist decided that he needed to complete this quest first, and in addition, he needed to make sure that his stamina would be enough, since he would be too busy to take time to rest later. Returning to the store, he decided that he should eat first, but froze in surprise, noticing that all the shelves were empty. There were empty bottles crumpled up on the floor, and an abandoned backpack, and after leaving the store, Hansu also noticed that the supplies buried in the ground had also been stolen. He called those people scoundrels, and noting that the moon would soon rise, he asked if they really dared to do something like that. He suggested that they should see how brave they were, and outside, the gang members were piling boxes on top of each other, ordering each other to bring everything in, since they had collected everything they had. Jizian, Youngju, Sangjin, Mihi, and Taesung were standing a little to the side, and Youngju quietly asked how those people could take all of this. She assumed that they must have stopped them, and squinting her eyes and clenching her hands into fists, she noted with irritation that they had rushed to run away as soon as they heard them, and because of that, she had not had time to take anything. They had even taken what she had hidden, and she asked with displeasure how they had managed to take everything so quickly. Without answering her question, the others simply asked her to calm down, and Mihi, looking at the bandits, said that they themselves may be strong, but something is still wrong, and guessing what she wanted to say, Sangjin said that there were too many opponents, and they outnumbered them even though their stats were higher. In addition, Han-su had not returned yet, so he suggested that they not get into trouble. Youngju, leaning closer to Jizian, said in shock that she had never seen Sangjin talk so much. Jizian was also surprised since he himself had never seen anything like this, and Mihi, thoughtfully holding her chin with her hand, asked herself how they could know where the convenience store was. She thought that they still had time, and at that moment Sungo, having urged his comrades on, suddenly stopped, turned around, and grinned, waving his hand at the boys. They flinched, amazed by this, and Youngji asked if Sungo really waved at them. Taesung, closing his eyes, said that they were just trying to provoke them, and since he was sure that there was no point in answering them, he suggested that they leave here. Turning around, he walked deeper into the alley at the beginning of which they were sitting, and announced that they needed to find resources and food elsewhere. As he turned his back on his comrades, all the confidence that was on his face disappeared, and clenching his jaw in excitement, he mentally called Sungo an idiot, asking himself why he waved at him. He noted that he himself had done his job well anyway, and remembered how some time before he had approached Sungo and his team, and not recognizing him at first, Sungo asked who he was. However, he soon recognized him, and he stepped forward and asked if it was true that these people needed food. He suggested that they check the subway, and with a grin, said that it would be better to take it now before the others came, and asked if that was true. Extending his palm forward, he offered to show them the way. While waiting for an answer, he thought that the protagonists would come to fight these people for food, and defeating such a crowd would not be easy, so he would have to turn to Taesung himself for help. Sungo, grinning, asked why they should trust Taesung. He pointed his finger at him, suggesting that he wanted to pit them against Han-su, and running up to him abruptly, Taesung grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, frowning, and asked if Sungo even understood what situation he was in. He ordered him to just follow him, and angry, Sungo called him names and asked what he said. He also wondered if Taesung understood how much their brother had helped him. However, ignoring these angry words, Taesung swung his fist and punched Sungo. He screamed and fell to the ground, blood spurting out from his nose, and Taesung said that even 3 of these guys were no match for him, and called them names, asking why he would set a trap for such weaklings. Sungo frowned and looked at him, sighing, and he suggested that they think carefully, warning them that he was giving them a chance. They were currently hiding in one of the nearby buildings, and Mihi walked up to the large window of it and stood there, carefully looking out at the street. Finally, she opened the door and, noticing Han-su walking down the street, she waved her hand to get his attention and said that they were here. She smiled, thinking that the protagonist had just returned, but she already felt very relieved. Taesung also smiled, realizing that he did not need to be nervous, since besides that, no one knew that he was the one who set this all up. Even if he was caught, he assumed that he would find a way to get out of it, and when Han-su entered the building, Mihi exclaimed that they were in trouble, since while they were going back for Jizian and Youngju, other people had taken all the things from the store. He said that he knew because he saw it on the way here and asked how much food they had left. The others said that it wasn't much, and said that they tried to gather as much as they could but it didn't work out very well. They looked at the small amount of food lying on the table and Taesung smirked, and noted that Han-su himself knew that anything could happen and asked if it was true that they would be able to get it all back since the protagonist was here. He assumed that it would be hard for him to deal with all the bandits by himself, and said that he could help if Han-su wanted. He crossed his arms and smiled, but the protagonist suggested that they eat first, and Taesung looked at him with displeasure, wondering if he had just snorted. He frowned and then walked over to the table and slapped his palm on the surface and asked Han-su to wait, declaring that it was somehow wrong. He asked if he had no shame at all. The protagonist just looked at him seriously, and he said that they risked their lives for this food, and so he asked why Han-su didn't offer something in return. He moved away a little and told him to at least offer something and promised that he would consider giving him food if it was something good. Han-su just sat there silently and crossed his arms, and suddenly Mihi, coming closer to Taesung, asked what kind of business was this. She said that they were collecting food for everyone, and he asked if that meant that they would just give the protagonist food for free. He reminded them that they risked themselves for this food and noted that even among friends there should be honesty since Han-su didn't lift a finger for this food while they were fighting for it. He asked who said that you shouldn't expect anything for free. Jizian and Youngju froze, saying nothing but nodding, and Taesung, noticing this, smiled, realizing that this was his chance. Because if he could get everyone on his side, then Hansu would no longer be a problem. He decided to see how long he could continue to be so annoying, and at that time, Hansu said that he was very sorry that things were turning out this way. He announced that he had nothing to give Taesung in exchange for food, and asked what he should do in that case. Taesung looked at him and asked him to think about it, because he must have collected a lot of things there. Youngjia asked him in confusion, what was he talking about? She wondered what exactly Hansu found there, and Taesung announced that the protagonist had just come out of some secret place, assuming that he must have found something good there. He thought that he should share it with them, and asked if that was true. He ordered Hansu to share the spoils since he was going with them anyway. Handing him a chocolate bar, he asked why the protagonist would be like this. He suggested not to be stupid, and Hansu simply looked at him seriously before sighing and noting that he had learned his lesson well. Taesung did not understand what he was talking about, and ordered him not to try to change the subject and simply answer him. The protagonist, standing up silently, thought that Taesung needed to be more subtle, but supposed that it was not surprising considering how he saw the others as equals. However, that was not the problem, and watching him, Taesung raised one eyebrow in confusion, asking what was wrong with him. Hansu was surprised at how it all happened and mentally noted that it was impossible to say that he took the others with him because he needed them, since he did not even need their runes. Without saying anything out loud, he simply turned around, starting to walk towards the exit, and Taesung called out to him, asking where he was going. The protagonist, without answering, mentally addressed Iris, noting that he came here because of her words, and did the best he could. Taesung frowned, clenching his jaw as he watched him go, and Hansu imagined Tae, who, smirking, shouted that everyone else was getting on his nerves and promised that he would destroy them. Sighing in annoyance, he asked himself, was he really a child? He couldn't even imagine such a thing, and asked how Tae could say such a thing? He felt that it was shameful, and as he opened the door, he asked that in any case, the others take care of themselves and save their strength for the future. Mihi and Sangjin froze, looking after him with concentration, and suddenly Youngju, stepping forward, closed her eyes, smiled, and attracting everyone's attention, suggested that they not fight, since they had been doing it without any problems before, and so she suggested that they not throw anything on the fan. Mihi simply lowered her head, looking away. Jizian behind her froze, and Taesung, frowning in anger, clenched his jaw and clenched his hand into a fist. Youngju, not losing hope, announced that they would bring Hansu back, and attracting Mihi's attention, suggested that she go. Mihi flinched, looking at her in surprise, but before they could do anything, Taesung screamed, declaring that Hansu should leave if he wanted to. He didn't understand why they were stopping him, and thinking back to the moment he left, he thought, let him go. He was acting like an arrogant jerk until the very end. Narrowing his eyes, he announced out loud in displeasure that the protagonist was acting like God knows what, but if they gave him anything for free, he would come crawling back himself. He also added that it couldn't be said that they needed this idiot, but Youngju and Mihi still headed towards the exit to follow Hansu. Without noticing it, Taesung said that they could handle it on their own just fine, but turning around, he finally noticed that Mihi was starting to leave, and calling out to her, he asked in confusion, where was she going? He was unhappy that she was going to leave them to go after Hansu and asked about it, and she hesitantly started to say something, but did not finish, and simply ran out into the street, caught up with the protagonist, grabbed his clothes with her palm, and announced that she would go with him. She desperately asked if she could go with him? She looked at him with hope, waiting for an answer, and in the end, Hansu said that he could not take her with him. Lowering her hand, she answered that she understood everything and agreed, but he suddenly continued talking and asked if he had not told her about something. Just turning his head slightly, he reminded that they should decide for themselves whether they wanted to join him, and hearing this, Mihi was delighted, a little embarrassed, and smiled happily. However, at that moment, Taesung came closer to them, who furiously shouted that Mihi could not leave. Frowning, he reminded her that she had not received her runes, and although he had given her his runes, Sangjin had not, and he asked if that was true. Mentally addressing her, he asked if she really thought he would let her go. He was ready to let anyone go but her, but suddenly Sangjin, who had stood behind Taesung, said that everything was fine and announced that he would go along with them. Youngju, who was standing next to him, even opened her mouth in surprise, and Taesung, coming closer to him, closed his eyes, grinning sarcastically, and placing his hand on his shoulder, he asked if he understood what he had just said. Looking at him menacingly, He warned that he could not do such a thing and asked if he really thought Taesung's father would let Sungjin's father off the hook. He added that he had picked up a stray dog and asked if Sangjin dared to crawl away now. Calling him names, he asked if he had forgotten his master. However, before he could finish speaking, Sangjin jerked away, throwing off his hand from his shoulder, and lowering his head, he asked what his father would do. He added that they couldn't even go outside now, and the rest of the people didn't even know that they were alive. In that case, he didn't understand how exactly Taesung was going to say anything to his father, and while continuing to avoid looking at him, he noted that none of that mattered at the moment. Taesung's eyes widened and he froze in shock as he looked at him, and Sangjin looked back at him seriously, noting that he no longer had a reason to listen to Taesung like he had before. He asked if he understood that. He turned around and started to walk away, and Taesung looked at him and frowned, amazed that Sangjin would act like this even after all he had done to break him. Finally, unable to contain his emotions, he shouted that it didn't matter to him, and told them to leave, since they were keeping all of the food anyway. He asked if they thought it would be any different in other places. Hansu and Sangjin ignored him and walked forward, and Mihi turned around briefly but didn't stop, while Taesung, clenching his fists in anger, suggested that they wait and see what happened next, since he was sure they would come back here sooner or later anyway. Some time passed and the protagonist, Mihi and Sangjin continued to walk down the streets, and eventually, breaking the silence, Sangjin noted with a little concern that they did not have many supplies in their bags. Mihi looked at him, and Hansu was distracted, stopping next to a shop window and thoughtfully looked at the sweater hanging inside it. In the end, he did admit that Sangjin was right, but he declared that there was no need for it since it would be useless anyway. Taking a jacket from the display case, he replaced his torn clothes, and while he did so, Sangjin and Mihi watched him with widened eyes in astonishment. After fixing his new clothes, the protagonist finally turned away, and since they still had things to do, he suggested that they go. Sangjin and Mihi, although shocked, still agreed, and Sangjin, looking closely at Hansu, asked himself what he was even thinking. He knew that he had the strength to do anything, so he asked himself why, then, the protagonist was acting like this. If he got into trouble, everything would be meaningless, as far as Sangjin was concerned. At that moment, Hansu, noticing Sangjin's agitated state, thought that it was quite obvious what he was thinking, and noted that it was not surprising, especially considering that he did not know anything about the moon. Thinking about this, he paused for a moment, looked up at the sky, and smiled, saying that it was because it was almost midnight. Mihi, abruptly raising her head, asked again, but the next moment, she suddenly shuddered, and a bead of sweat appeared on her face. Raising her finger to point at the sky, she declared that there was something wrong with the moon, and at the same time, Sangjin shuddered, his eyes widening in horror. They all looked at the moon, in the center of which a slit suddenly appeared, and as it began to expand, everyone noticed that a huge eye had appeared in that place on the moon. With that eye, the moon began to peer at the objects around her, and Mihi, with her mouth slightly open in shock and her eyes widened in amazement, asked herself, did that really open the eye? Sangjin, taking out the chocolate bar he had with him, asked in horror what was going on. A similar question was due to the fact that the contents inside the wrapper turned into sand and began to spill out. With his eyes widened and sweating from the tension, Sangjin exclaimed that the food was turning into sand, and Mihi, saying that this couldn't be, realized that all of their food had turned into sand. She opened the backpack in which she had her supplies and noticed with horror that it was filled with sand. Suddenly, Sangjin noticed something else and asked, what kind of nonsense was this? He noticed something glowing ahead, and hearing this, she raised her head, looking towards Sangjin, and then turned her attention to where he was looking, and noticing the glowing silhouettes in the buildings ahead, she asked herself, are these all people? In her mind, she exclaimed in shock that all these people were glowing, and also noticed that they could be seen from everywhere. Looking at her hands, she asked, were they glowing too? Sangjin guessed that this way, people nearby could not be detected, but from a distance, everyone was glowing and even through walls. This only made Mihi more horrified and realized that everyone could see who was where, realizing that this was literally pushing people to fight each other. Looking towards Hansu, Sangjin drew his attention to himself and asked if he knew this would happen. The protagonist smiled slightly and asked him not to talk nonsense, saying that he couldn't know about such a thing even though he had superpowers. However, Sangjin didn't believe him, as he was sure that Hansu was too calm for it to be true. Before he could think about it further, he and Mihi suddenly flinched when they heard an indignant cry from the side. The man asked, What kind of nonsense is this? No one understood who stole all these people's supplies, so they quarreled, assuming that their comrades ate all the food. Because of this, they began to quarrel, threatening to kill each other, and ordered the others to hand over all the remaining food. Some started making excuses, saying that they themselves had nothing, and Hansu, squinting his eyes in displeasure, thought that this was a truly terrible world, and frowned, noting that this was why he said not to take much food, because when the moon, which only exists in this world, appears, all the food that anyone has simply disappears. Thinking about this, he suggested moving forward, and noticing this, Sangjin asked where he was going. The protagonist explained that he was going in order to do what needed to be done. At the same time, Taesung, cursing, looked in horror at the food that had turned into sand, and asked why this happened. He declared that all their food had simply disappeared, and Jizian and Youngju, standing nearby, simply remained silent, looking at the sand in fear. In the end, slightly stuttering in confusion, Youngju asked what they should do now. She suggested that they could look for food somewhere, but Jizian noted that all the food from the store had most likely already been taken. Taesung, meanwhile, clenched his fists and placed it on the table, mentally cursing Hansu, since he assumed that he knew everything from the beginning. Cursing again, he mentally asked the protagonist, did he really want to trick him? Clenching his jaw and frowning in anger, he began to curse at the superpower that Hansu possessed. But before he could continue to ponder this, Youngjia suddenly caught his attention and announced in horror that something was happening outside. It was because she noticed several shining silhouettes, which were Sungdo and his team. Frowning, he asked, where is the person who tricked them? He did not understand how Taesung dared to trick him, and ordered his assistants to quickly find him. He froze, looking out the window in horror, and realized that if Sungdo and his team ran into them as a group, they would have no chance of winning. Now he didn't know if he should run away now and attack them when they dispersed. Suddenly, he flinched, turning around, as Youngju, coming closer to him, suggested going to Hansu. Taesung asked irritably, pointing a finger at her, asking if she was really suggesting that they go back to this bastard who abandoned them here and beg him for help. He wondered if she had any self-respect, but Youngju was not going to remain silent, and with a frown, she shouted, asking what he was going to do. She assumed that he thought they could handle these bandits, and warned that sitting here would not change anything. She advised him to think carefully, since if those people couldn't find them, they would go after Hansu, and with a slight smile, she nudged Jizian with her elbow, asking if it was true that in that case, they would be able to offer their help to the protagonist. Jizian, with his eyes closed and a smile, agreed with this, surmising that Sungdo and the others wouldn't fight if there were too many of them, so maybe they could come to some kind of agreement. Youngju agreed with his words, and Taesung, turning away from them, frowned, although he mentally agreed that they were right, since a temporary alliance wasn't such a bad idea. Jizian and Youngjia sighed as he turned away from them, and Taesung, with a smirk, mentally admitted that he didn't like it, but the possibility of making Hansu his debtor was too tempting for him. Finally, he announced out loud that Jizian and Youngju were right, and saying that they should help them, he motioned for them to go. Opening the door, he began to walk outside, figuring that if they moved quietly, Sungdo and his team would not notice them. He knew where they needed to go, so he ordered them to simply follow him. But suddenly, he screamed as a sticky substance grabbed his legs, preventing him from moving. Youngju and Jizian, noticing this, shouted his name, and he, unable to keep his balance, fell down and asked in confusion what kind of nonsense this was. He tried to pull the strange substance off his legs, but cursing, he realized with horror that he could not get it off. He stretched out his hand towards his comrades, calling out to them, telling them to pull him, but they simply flinched, remaining in place. He hurried them, desperately asking what they were looking at. Suddenly, the boss came closer, asking if they were sure they would be okay. He warned that if they dragged Taesung along with them, they would hardly be able to escape. The men standing behind him began to smirk, declaring that they were caught, and the boss, pointing his finger at the ground next to him, asked if they would come closer. He admitted that he just wanted to talk to them, and Jizian and Youngji looked at him in horror, their eyes widening, and then quickly turned around, starting to run away. Taesung, calling them names in annoyance, ordered them to stop, and upon hearing his statement, the boss crouched down next to him, asking how could he use such rude words. He warned that he was too young to talk like that, and asked what he thought about it. He was referring to the substance that was wrapped around Taesung's legs and explained that it was Oren's adhesive tape, telling him that while Taesung was busy with his cunning plans, they had not been idle either. The boss sighed and admitted that when there were so many of them, everything became less interesting, and as he stood up, he closed his eyes, deciding that this was enough of the conversation, and looking at Taesung more menacingly, he asked why there were only 3 of them. He wondered where the others had gone, and Taesung, sweating from the effort, clenched his jaw, but did not answer right away. Noticing this, the boss swung his leg, delivering a kick, and Taesung opened his mouth in horror, frowning even more, and trembled when he noticed that the blow the man had delivered had cracked the asphalt. Cursing inwardly, he smiled nervously, raising his palms, and promised that he would tell everything he knew, asking the boss to ask whatever he wanted. He added that he could tell where the others had gone, and the boss was glad that he had quickly grasped the situation, and then, turning to Sungo, who was standing next to him, he warned that before that, someone wanted to talk to Taesung. That was why he suggested that they leave after they had settled the matter, and Sungo, grinning, came closer to Taesung, leaning over him, and asked if it was true that this was not their first meeting. He was curious about how he was doing, and without waiting for his answer, he confessed that he did not think he would get better until he did to Taesung the same thing that he had done to him. He remained silent, looking at Sungo furiously, and mentally called him names, thinking about what could have happened if only the others hadn't abandoned him. But suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts, hearing that the boss, turning his back to Sungo and the others, began to walk away, but before leaving completely, he warned that they would most likely continue to work together, so he asked Sungo not to get too carried away. Sungo nodded towards the men behind him and asked if they had heard about it. He suggested that they not get too carried away with beating Taesung, and upon hearing this, he cursed in his mind as he tried to cover his head with his hands. The next moment, the men surrounded him and began kicking him. Taesung lay there, watching Youngju and Jizian run away, and asked himself how they dared to abandon him. He clenched his jaw in anger, vowing that he would kill them all, and after a while, they stopped, staring in amazement at the pot containing the meat. They asked Han-su, Sang-jin, and Mi-hee, who were sitting next to the small gas stoves where the food was being cooked, what they were doing. Focusing on the food, Youngju asked if they were having a picnic. Pressing her lips together, she assumed that they knew that all the food would go bad, and wondered if that was true. However, she exclaimed out loud that they had done a great job, and suggested that they eat together. Jizian flinched slightly, noticing what she was doing, and she began to walk closer to Mi-hee, Sang-jin, and Han-su. The protagonist, without saying anything, reached out his hand to his needle that was lying next to him, and noticing this, Sang-jin and Mi-hee flinched, but did nothing to stop him. Standing up abruptly, Han-su swung the needle, cutting a line in the asphalt right in front of Youngju, who screamed in horror, frozen in place. Sweating from the effort, and her eyes widening in fear, she asked what he was doing. While finishing the piece of food he had already put in his mouth, he looked at Youngju seriously, pointed his weapon at her, and warned her not to come near. She looked at him furiously and asked what kind of childish thing this was. She asked if they had done something to Han-su and the others. She shouted that it was all Taesung, but the protagonist, ignoring her words, simply turned around, returning to his place. Having calmed down a bit, Youngju asked what would happen if they did come near. Turning towards her and Jizian, Han-su smirked, answering that his superpower told him that this would not end well for them. Frowning, Jizian furiously asked if this superpower told the protagonist everything. Youngju also frowned, pursing her lips in anger, and Han-su admitted that his special ability really told him a lot, such as the fact that Jizian and Youngju had brought danger with them. Suddenly, Mi-hee stood up from her seat, and Youngju and Jizian turned around, screaming in horror, and the next moment, someone pointed out that Han-su was observant. It was the boss, who had come after Jizian and Youngju with his team. He smirked slightly and looked straight ahead, focusing on the protagonist and Mi-hee, who had come closer to him. Han-su slightly opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything, and Mi-hee frowned and looked at him seriously. Meanwhile, the protagonist was thinking about the task that gave a bag of food for a selfish and rich man. He imagined the reward that would come from completing this task, and while focusing on the moon in the sky, he thought that the conditions for obtaining this item were quite simple, and consisted of cooking and eating as much food as possible while the moon was in the sky. This condition seemed simple, but there was another condition, which was that one had to be selfish. Currently, as he cut up some more meat, Han-su continued to thinking that the one who cooked and ate the most food without sharing with anyone would be the one to receive the reward. He poured the chopped meat into the pot, ignoring the large number of people crowding around, and mentally noted that in a situation where everyone was running around frantically trying to get their hands on the food supplies, they would have to overcome all obstacles and greedily eat the food. The boss and his team members frowned, pressing their lips together tightly, and looked seriously at Han-Su, who picked up a dagger and stabbed the piece of meat floating in the pot, and thought that the creators of this task had a strange sense of humor, since he had to remain calm even under such circumstances. Raising the piece of meat to his mouth, he began to eat it, and Youngju and Jizian opened their mouths in amazement as they watched him. Suddenly, Taesung came forward, and hearing the sound of footsteps, Youngju turned around, shouting his name when she noticed that he was beaten up. She worriedly asked if he was okay. Frowning furiously, he called her names, telling her to shut up, and asked how dare they abandon him. Jizian also turned around, looking at Taesung in horror, and Youngju said that they ran for help. Taesung ordered her to stop talking nonsense and wanted to talk about what could have happened if they hadn't run away, but before he could continue speaking, Sunggo came closer to him and stopped him, ordering him to calm down, and Taesung shuddered in fear, falling silent. Coming closer to him, the boss placed his hand on his shoulder and, calling him a newbie, asked if he would calm down a little. Lowering his head, Taesung fell silent, and the boss, looking at Han-Su and the others, admitted that it was nice to meet them again and noticed that the protagonist was quite skilled, asking where he got the meat. He asked him to tell them about it, but Han-Su, interrupting his words, said that there was meat everywhere and asked why the boss was asking him about that. He was referring to the goblin corpses lying around, and taking another bite of the meat, he asked if it was true that he didn't need to explain what meat looked like. The boss and his comrades froze, asking in disgust if Han-Su was really eating this. The boss remembered that they had forced some people to try this meat, but because of this, they were still suffering from dehydration due to poisoning. However, the protagonist ate as if nothing had happened, and so did Sang Jin and Mihi, who were sitting next to him. Finally, the boss realized that Han-Su had figured out how to cook this meat without harming his health, and wanted to continue talking, but the protagonist, again interrupting his words, explained that if you boil the meat in goblin blood, everything will be fine, and suggested that they try it themselves. That was all, and the man froze, looking at him in bewilderment, then remembered that Taesung told him that Han-Su had superpowers. He thought back to a while ago, remembering how Taesung had raised his hands and told him everything he knew, and remembered that he had also said that Han-Su had gotten something valuable from the station. He supposed that today would be the perfect day to attack him, since despite the difference in their skills, they had the advantage in numbers. Looking around at his team, the boss also added in his mind that their opponent was a 20-year-old civilian, and although he was used to fighting monsters, that didn't mean he knew how to fight people. Smiling slightly, the boss drew Taesung's attention and asked what he was waiting for. He flinched, asking in confusion, and the boss told him to go and eat, and also talk to his buddy for a bit. He supposed that this was normal for friends, and Taesung frowned, asking himself why he would want to be friends with the protagonist. Besides that, he didn't understand why the boss was giving him orders at all, but he supposed it would be wise for him not to show off in front of a crowd of people. However, before he could even get close, Han-Su stood up, and noticing this, Mihi looked at him worriedly, standing up as well. The protagonist took out his needle, ready to engage in battle if necessary, and Taesung, stepping forward, agreed with what the boss said and offered to talk for a bit. Mihi, looking at him in horror, warned him not to get closer and not to cross the line, but Taesung ordered her to shut up, declaring that they were all the same. He asked her to just wait and continued to walk forward, and Han-Su realized that this was the end, and mentally turning to Iris, he apologized to her, and immediately after swung his weapon, hitting the tip of it on Taesung's leg, which he had used to cross the line. Taesung, screaming in amazement, began to fall, and hitting the asphalt, he stuttered, asking why Han-Su did this. He trembled in pain, screaming, and noticing that his foot was cut off from his leg, he screamed in pain and horror, clutching the knee of his injured leg. He began to scream even louder, calling the protagonist names, and asked if he had gone crazy. Youngju and Jizian, standing nearby, opened their mouths in horror, watching this, and Taesung, continuing to curse, began to scream about his foot and asked how the protagonist could call himself a human. He did not understand how he could do this to him, but Han-Su listened to all these words with indifference, while Mihi closed her eyes, slightly lowering her head. Continuing to curse, Taesung asked, was all this really because of a piece of meat? He screamed loudly, and even Sang Jin, covered in sweat, looked at him in horror. Taesung, looking at the boss and the other bandits, warned that they had better be careful with Han-Su, since he did that just to avoid sharing food. He asked if they thought the protagonist wouldn't turn against them if he became stronger. He assumed that Han-Su was killing them all for the runes, and asked them to kill him instead right now, asking if they thought they could match him later. The boss frowned and ordered the others to get ready, and Sungo, who turned to him excitedly, wanted to object, but he didn't say anything and frowned, seriously thinking that he couldn't say that Taesung was wrong, since Hansu didn't intend to fight them now, but if he became strong enough in the future, he would defeat them easily. They had their weapons with them, and because of the moonlight, the protagonist wouldn't be able to escape from them, so he assumed that they needed to get rid of him right now. Looking at Hansu more closely, he noticed that he was looking at them seriously, and cursing, he mentally asked what kind of student must he be to have such a look. He wondered what Hansu had gone through, while the protagonist simply stood there, suddenly remembering that Ares and Keldian often fought even after they had decided to work together. Ares had said that he shouldn't make enemies so easily, but Keldian had said that if the enemy was already in front of him, he should crush them completely, because if he didn't, the enemy would crush him. He remembered the silhouettes of Ares and Keldian, and with a slight smile, mentally added that Ares and he himself agreed with this statement. Raising his palm, he looked at the symbols glowing on his wrist, after which he made the runes appear above his palm, and his smile only grew stronger. The bandits, seeing this, asked in amazement what kind of tricks he decided to use. Realizing that something had started, Sungo ordered his comrades to attack Hansu and kill him. The men ran forward, holding their daggers at the ready, and headed towards the protagonist, who gripped the handle of his needle tighter in his palm. He wanted to say that this was about what could be done, since they had already started this before the end of the night, but before he could finish, he pushed off the ground with his feet with force, and because of this, even indentations appeared in the asphalt, and Hansu himself rushed forward, intending to attack the men, and asked them to allow him to test the conditions of the task on them. Sungo, noticing his speed, sweated in horror and frowning, asked himself how the protagonist moved like that. Hansu, meanwhile, swung his needle, warned that it would hurt, and struck him, because of which Sungo even flew to the side. The protagonist, without stopping, redirected his movement, intending to attack another robber, and everyone began to scream, running away in panic. Only the boss remained standing, frowning in horror as Hansu destroyed his men, and asked if he had absorbed the hidden runes. He knew what would happen if things continued like this, and frowned, calling his men names, ordering them not to run away. He reminded them that they were outnumbered, and warned them to take advantage of this advantage in order to defeat the protagonist. But the next moment, he cursed, as his gang members all ran away, leaving him standing alone in front of Hansu. After calling him names, he held out a dagger in front of him and asked if he thought he would back down. He warned him that he needed to think about it, and when Hansu began to walk forward, he smirked and asked if he thought he would be okay if he took someone's life. He warned that it was not the same as killing monsters, and warned the protagonist that he was committing murder. He repeated the words several times, but Hansu continued to approach him, and looking at him more calmly, the boss still tried to convince him, saying that this was not something that a boy like Hansu should take so lightly. He held out a dagger in front of him, and the protagonist, bending down sharply, held the needle in front of him, stabbing, and swinging it over and over again. He pierced the boss's body in several places, and when he finally stopped, straightening up, the man fell to the ground, and Hansu, frowning, looked at him seriously. The other people that the protagonist had injured lay on the ground, screaming in pain, and one of them, putting his hand to his shoulder, began to scream that his arm hurt. The others also fell down, screaming, and Jizian and Youngji watched in horror, their eyes widening. Hansu finally stopped, noticing that they were still there, and with a slight smirk, he asked if he should take this as a desire to fight. They looked at each other in fear, and then began to run away, and Hansu, swinging his weapon, turned his back on them, moving to the side, and returned the weapon to its place, approaching Sangjin and Mihi. After that, returning to his place, he pierced one of the pieces of meat with his dagger, starting to eat, and Mihi froze, looking at him in surprise. Noticing her gaze, Hansu asked what was wrong. He warned that they could watch as much as they wanted, but that did not mean he would share with them. Mihi simply smiled excitedly, scratching her chin with her finger, and said that it was okay. Sangjin, holding his neck, remained silent, and she sank to the ground, while the protagonist continued to eat silently, ignoring the bloody people lying nearby. After some time passed, the sky brightened, and the moon gradually began to cover its eye. After that, Hansu, Mihi, and Sangjin continued walking, and holding the reward he received, the protagonist thought that he had eaten about 3 days' worth of food, assuming that he was about to vomit. He had failed all the tasks that focused on people, however. Looking at the bag, he thought that it was worth it, and remembered how the ferry assistant declared that this bag protected the food from the gaze of the moonlight in the subspace where anything could live. This bag was 5 times larger than it looked, so it could hold almost 2 weeks' worth of food. Mihi and Sang-jin followed Hansu, hesitant to say anything, and he hung the bag on his belt and continued to walk forward. Finally, Mihi stopped and asked if the end protagonist was sure that everything would be okay. Hearing her voice, he also stopped, turning around, and she reminded him that he did not kill those bandits. Hansu froze, and then, sighing, grinned and called her a scary woman. She, embarrassed and frowning, sweated from excitement and exclaimed that she was not like that, explaining that she was just worried about him. He, closing his eyes and continuing to smile, turned his back to her, continuing on his way, and Mihi, looking at him, suddenly thought that it was no wonder he did not do that, since those bandits would not be able to do anything even if they managed to get up, simply because Hansu was going to become even stronger. She realized that this was all true and decided that she shouldn't worry about the others for now. However, if the protagonist killed those people, he would get their runes and become stronger, and as she thought about it, Hansu mentally noted that given what she was thinking now, she could be said to have fit in well with the new reality. In his opinion, this was how the world was supposed to be perceived, and he pressed his lips together as he thought that he could do that if his goal was simply to become stronger. However, he had traveled to the past in order to save as many people as possible, minimize conflicts, and unite forces, and so the most important thing for him was to set the rules. The first of these rules was that people could not be killed for runes. He could kill those people and take all the few runes they had, but he still couldn't replace their contributions to the cause. He knew it would be difficult to enforce these rules, but he assumed that people would be more willing to follow them if the one who enforced them was someone with power. That was why he assumed that he couldn't let anyone see him mindlessly killing people. Of course, the purge was necessary, but there were too many extra eyes around, and the protagonist assumed that sooner or later someone would stumble upon these runes. They continued walking for a while, but suddenly Sang-jin stopped and said that he would stay here. Mihi turned around and asked what he was talking about. Lowering his head, Sang-jin admitted that he didn't think he could continue to go with them. She didn't understand why he decided to do this now, but Hansu, without waiting for Sang-jin to answer her question, simply agreed, telling him to do whatever he wanted. He closed his eyes and added that he respected personal preferences, and Sang-jin, without saying anything else, turned around and then started to run away. Mihi turned around, looking after him, and the protagonist asked why she didn't do what she really wanted. Turning around, she flinched, noticing that he had also turned around, coming closer to her, and with a serious frown, Hansu asked if she wasn't afraid of him. She widened her eyes, not knowing what to say, and placed her palm on her chest, and then lowered her gaze, mentally agreeing with Hansu's assumption, but remembering how he stood surrounded by a large number of monsters he had killed, she decided that she just needed to not cross the line, and lowered her head, hesitantly holding one hand over the other. In the end, frowning more confidently, she looked at the protagonist and declared that he would not let her return if she left now, so she decided that she would be with him until the end. He remained silent, continuing to look at her appraisingly, and Mihi frowned even more, stubbornly pressing her lips together. Hansu noticed that she still had excellent intuition, and turning around, he suggested that in that case, they should go. Coming to the stairs leading down, he began to descend it, and at this time, at the place where the protagonist left the wounded bandits, Taesung, trying to throw off the body of one of the men, clenched his jaw and, trembling, began to call them all useless, since they only know how to yap. He pointed out that Hansu had beaten up all of these men, and added that he should have just killed them all. Mentally addressing the protagonist, he said that he had made a mistake, since his minor wounds were already healing. Once he was healed, he was going to kill all of these nobodies, and then go after him. Finally pushing the body of another man off himself, he fell forward, clenching his jaw, and asked how dare the others abandon him. He was especially angry that Mihi had done this, and he was not going to just let it go. He asked them to just wait for a bit, but suddenly froze, noticing another person had appeared in front of him. Raising his head, he noticed it was Sang-jin, and realizing that he had been watching him the whole time, he asked why he was approaching him. He suddenly realized that this could be his chance, and pointing his finger at Sang-jin, he smiled, ordering him to pick it up. Sang-jin hesitantly asked, should he really do this? Taesung, angry, asked, was there someone else here? He hurried him, suggesting that he would not leave him here after everything that had happened. He offered to shake his hands, as this was a chance for Sang-jin to become stronger. Sangjin looked at him more cruelly but said nothing, and the boss, sitting to the side, leaning against a rock, called Taesung a name, and he, looking in his direction, asked if he was trying to look scary. He reminded him that he was practically dead, and drawing Sangjin's attention to himself, ordered him to kill that idiot first. Sangjin simply bent down, picking up a knife from the ground, and wrapped his hand tighter around the handle of this one, and Taesung, noticing this, praised him, deciding to continue talking about the runes for killing that man. He was about to give him half and asked him not to worry, but suddenly froze in amazement, falling silent, as he noticed that Sangjin, clenching his hands into fists, approached him. Frowning in confusion, he asked why he was coming to him. Without answering, Sangjin simply grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, lifting him up, and frowning in fear. Taesung asked what he was doing. Sangjin calmly said that he understood now, and Taesung, feeling Sangjin's grip, asked himself when he had become so strong. Sangjin, continuing to lift him up, declared that Taesung was going to take advantage of the opportunity that had come his way, suggesting that he should have done something much earlier, and asked if that was true. Taesung did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and ordered him to let him go. Sangjin simply frowned, looking at him, and he became afraid, noticing his gaze, and in the next moment, Sangjin swung his knife, stabbing it into Taesung's body. He coughed and called him names, stretching his hand towards him, and grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, asking how dare he do this? Sangjin reminded him that he himself said that he should know his place, and realized that now it was Taesung's turn to know where he should be. From how hard Taesung grabbed him, trying to do anything, the headphones hanging on Sangjin's neck fell to the ground, but he continued to speak, declaring that Taesung himself was nobody, and asked if he enjoyed using Sangjin's father to bully him all this time. He let go of him, and he began to fall, cursing and calling him names. Sangjin, simply sighing, smiled, looking at his palm, and dropped the dagger, and then, falling to his knees, shuddered, putting his palm to his lips. However, he ordered himself to pull himself together, and not to be upset just because of this small thing. He punched himself in the jaw, confidently thinking that for Taesung, this was nothing and just another step. Taking up the dagger again, he looked at the runes that had fallen from Taesung and stood up, heading towards the boss, who, with his palm outstretched, asked him to wait in a trembling voice, asking if they could talk about this. He offered to team up if he spared him, but Sangjin did not pay any attention to these words, as he now understood everything. The boss did not lose hope and continued to speak, exclaiming that if they teamed up, they would become stronger together. Sangjin understood why Hansu did not follow him and continued to approach the man who was begging him to sit him down. Sangjin continued to think and asked how pathetic he was in Hansu's eyes. He didn't want his protection, and now, thinking back to all the times the protagonist had protected him, he thought if only he was brave enough to fight by his side in a dangerous situation, if he himself had become stronger instead of being afraid of his strength, then he might have stayed by his side. He was curious to know, and he asked himself about it, and then he guessed that if he was strong, Hansu wouldn't have rejected him. Taking the runes he had received, he thought about what hadn't changed from the past, when he had cowered every time, walking through a minefield, because of one person. He remembered how Taesung had beaten him, but now he decided that he would prove himself, and he frowned confidently, pressing his lips tighter, and promised that he would become stronger, just like Hansu. He knew that if he used these fools and caught up to him, then even he would look at him differently, and he moved forward, heading towards the other bandits. Some time later, when the monster birds were flying in the sky above the street, getting ready to attack, Mihi, resolutely looking at the opponents, sucked in air, and then, closing her eyes, clenched her palms into fists, letting out a scream, and the resulting sound waves destroyed the birds, which, dying, fell to the ground. Sharply turning to the side, Mihi frowned, noticing that one of the monsters was attacking her from behind. However, before the monster did any damage to her, the protagonist, using his weapon, destroyed it, running closer in time. Mihi, smiling, awkwardly took one hand over the other, noticing that she needed Hansu's help again. He warned her that not depending on anyone and doing everything alone are two different things, since if there are gaps in skills, it is quite logical to ask for help from a comrade. Picking up the runes, he gave Mihi her share, and she looked at it with her eyes widened, and Hansu warned her to try to understand the strengths and weaknesses of her own skills. She smiled, noticing that the protagonist was as strict as always in distributing the trophies, and then, suddenly distracted from this, she became more serious and, adjusting her hair, asked herself in shock, has it really been 2 days already? Now it was the 3rd day since they arrived here, and opening the system panel, she looked at her stats, assuming that buying skills from Hansu that increased mana and stamina recovery was a good idea, because without it, it would be quite difficult to catch up with his level. Besides that, she still tried not to rely on him, and looked a little sadly straight ahead, and then, closing her eyes, sighed. Hansu, also opening the system window, looked at his stats, noticing that he had managed to raise all of them to 42. He was happy about this, since the best method of development was to keep all of his stats at roughly the same level. He didn't even have to bother exchanging runes, since Mihi had low strength and endurance. Suddenly, they heard someone clear their throat, checking the connection, and asking if everyone could hear it. The voice ordered everyone to immediately return to their starting position, warning that those who were late would be punished. Hansu looked to the side, slightly narrowing his eyes, and Mihi, frozen in amazement, recognized the fairy's voice. The protagonist simply began to walk forward, calling for her to follow him, and together they headed to the right place. She, hesitantly looking at him, walked next to him, and finally he said for her to speak if she had something to say. Mihi was embarrassed when she heard this, but then she decided to do it anyway if Hansu said so. She closed her eyes and clenched her fists, asking if he had a girlfriend. She froze, smiling excitedly, waiting for an answer, and asked herself if this could be too personal. She knew that she shouldn't think like that, but she noticed that Hansu seemed unusually generous, and that was why she couldn't help herself. She hesitantly twiddled her fingers, as she originally wanted to ask a completely different question. The protagonist, noticing her behavior, realized that she was shy, but still spoke frankly, and thought that Tae would be happy with this question, even if it was just empty politeness. He imagined Tae smiling smugly and saying that he was very popular, Kelbian adjusting his glasses and calling him a fool, and Aries getting very angry, narrowing his eyes. Continuing to think, Hansu noticed that Mihi was so afraid at first that she was afraid to speak, remembering how she looked at him sadly and said that she had a question, but trembling with fear, she finally said that she had nothing. Now, concentrating on her question, he mentally chuckled and asked if she was talking about the girl. He hadn't even met her yet, but he couldn't lose her again. Finally, he announced out loud that he didn't remember, and Mihi turned away and fell silent, saying nothing more. They continued walking in silence, and soon they reached the place where they needed to return, noticing that some had already gathered there. The protagonist noticed many familiar faces nearby, and mentally noted that the atmosphere was somehow strange. Mihi froze, her eyes widening, and the assistant, appearing next to her, asked if all the travelers were there. It stretched out its arms to the side, smiling happily, and was upset that everyone had gathered here too quickly, and suggested getting straight to the point. Everyone watched the fairy in fear, and it said that it had two pieces of good news for them. The first piece of news was that they would be able to leave this place if they held out for another 72 hours, and the assistant, smiling only wider, put his hands together, exclaiming that this was wonderful news, and added that it would be very pleased to hear joy and applause. However, everyone stood frozen and pressed their lips tighter with anxiety, and the fairy, looking at them menacingly, after a short silence asked if they did not react. Instantly everyone began to smile, applauding, and the assistant admitted that it was pleased to see how happy they were. After this, it decided that now was the time to introduce the star of this event, and snapped its fingers, causing the earth to shake, and the people opened their eyes wide in horror, opening their mouths. The assistant said that what they were now seeing was the most important place of this event, and everyone, screaming, asked in fear, "What was this?" The fairy pointed to a huge tower that had appeared nearby and declared that it was a magical altar, and Mihi repeated the name in her mind, and the assistant continued that a very cute beast was waiting for them inside. It imagined a huge monster whose mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and making the walls of the altar transparent, the assistant asked if it was true that the others could see this monster. It explained that this little one was called a carnivorous beast, and the monster opened a huge eye, peering at the people below. The fairy added that for the sake of these people, they had specifically not fed the carnivorous beast all day, so it was just dying to break free. Everyone became even more scared after hearing this, and the fairy knocked on the wall of the altar, narrowed his eyes, smiling slyly, and said that although this altar looks amazing, it is not as durable as the others would like, and most likely it is about to break. Noticing the crumbs falling from this one's blow, the assistant asked them to just look at the dust falling from this altar. It also asked with interest how many of them would survive if this cute beast, in this one's opinion, broke out. The monster growled, although this one's mouth was tied with a special tape, and everyone asked themselves in horror, would they really have to fight this monster if the altar fell? The assistant suddenly suggested moving on to the second part, noting that fortunately there was a way to make this one fall asleep. Having made this one have a pillow, the fairy pretended that this one was sleeping and explained that if the monster fell asleep, this one would not even scratch the altar, since this one would not try to escape, and asked if that was true. This one was curious about how to do this, and this one asked if the others had any suggestions. Blowing a kiss to the people, the assistant promised that if they guessed correctly, they would even receive a blessing. Everyone froze in horror, mentally exclaiming that they did not need this, and the assistant, closing his eyes in frustration, exclaimed that they were all boring actors, and holding up a finger, it announced that the method was simple, saying that it needed 5 a day. Everyone mentally repeated this number, and the fairy explained that they simply needed to feed this monster 5 people a day. The others frowned upon hearing this, and the assistant continued talking, remembering that they needed to hold out for 72 hours, and asked if this meant that they would have to feed this monster 3 times. Han-Su calculated that there were a little more than 60 people left, and if this were done, a quarter of those here would be used as sleeping pills. Snapping his fingers, the assistant warned that it was up to these people to take the advice or not, but for those who doubted their decision, it decided to show something and created a screen showing this monster that had broken free. The people in the recording were desperately screaming, offering each other to run, but the monster was catching up with them, trampling them with its huge feet, and chewing people with sharp fangs. Everyone was asking for help, but no one could do anything, and the monster, throwing people up, threw them into its mouth. The fairy, closing her eyes and smiling, explained that this recording showed people from another training zone who decided to try to defeat the monster with joint efforts. Fighting such a monster sounded like an unfunny joke, and that was why the assistant said that they had only one way out. Han-Su frowned and looked at the others, and at that moment, suddenly one of the people raised his hand, drawing the attention of the others, and asked how they should choose these people. The fairy did not understand why he was asking this, and the man did not know what to answer, and everyone looked at him indignantly. The assistant suggested that they force the others or draw straws, declaring that they should decide for themselves. Closing his eyes, it added that either option would work if they used living people, and snapping his fingers, it also warned that they must decide everything within an hour, and decided to set a timer for them. This way, they would be safe for the next day, and then they would have another hour to choose the next victims. The countdown on the timer began, and the fairy expressed her hope that they would all make the right choice. The people began to scream in panic, realizing that they were all finished, and they irritably called the assistant names. Only Han-Su remained calm, and Mihi, who was standing next to him, also seemed less scared. She smiled slightly, drawing his attention to her, and asked which choice was right for him. He closed his eyes and asked, what difference did it make? He explained that it was already decided, and Mihi looked at him worriedly, and one of the men, frowning, shouted that they should be honest, and asked if they would draw lots. He explained that in that case, they would be able to choose people for the first day, and then people for the second day. Suddenly, Sang Jin, who had come closer, smirked and asked, why would they do that? Everyone turned around, looking at him in surprise, and even Mihi flinched, but Han-Su kept an expressionless expression, and Sang Jin, still smirking, asked, why would they be honest? One of the people standing on the street looked at Sang Jin and asked him what he said. Sang Jin confidently walked forward and said as he said, then with an impudent expression and an arrogant smile he asked what reasons they had to be honest. The man pointed at him with his index finger in confusion and asked him what he was suggesting to do then. Then the man noticed that he couldn't say it without offering an alternative. Sang Jin stepped aside and without looking at the man speaking to him said that his suggestion was to use a reasonable method. At that moment Sang Jin leaned his hand on a high concrete beam and with a sharp movement of his palm he squeezed the steel and concrete in his hands, thereby crushing this solid structure, after which it tilted and stone fragments began to fly in different directions. The people watching this were perplexed with their mouths and eyes wide open, looking ahead in surprise, being in a state of shock. After the tall metal beam fell onto the asphalt, Sang Jin suggested starting with those who were of no use. After that, with a confident smile on his face, he suggested that they would choose 5 of these useless people. At that moment, he confidently looked ahead and scattered the concrete shards that he was clutching in his palm. The people looked at him in confusion without saying a word to him. Sang Jin, looking at the confused faces of the people, thought that he had received power, and now everyone was listening to what he was saying. He smiled, realizing that he liked this feeling. After that, Sang Jin, putting his palms out in front of him, said that however, they cannot waste time and there are still hundreds of people who have disappeared before them, so they must defeat those who are so far ahead. The protagonist looked emotionlessly at Sang Jin, who was speaking, while Sang Jin continued to suggest that they would not be able to do it alone. Then he asked if that was true. After that, Sang Jin said that they might even have to fight this monster soon, after which he confidently shouted that they should unite. Then he said that they didn't need weaklings like him in this alliance. When he spoke about this, he turned his gaze to the man who had just talked to him. Looking closely into the eyes of this man, he noticed that it would be logical to send the weak into the beast's mouth first. After that, he addressed Hansu by name and asked him what he thought. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and looked coldly at Sang Jin, who had spoken this sentence. Sang Jin thought that he was not who he was before. Then he mentally turned to Kang Hansu and asked him, hadn't he noticed this? Then he mentally began to tell himself that he was not like Taesung. Sang Jin understood that he would help him because he did not want to become his enemy. He reasoned that here he could start life from scratch, but for this he needed his help. With a smile on his face, looking ahead, Sang Jin was confident that he would make the right decision, since his judgment in his opinion was perfect. The protagonist, raising his hand to his face, answered him, saying that he could not say that this was a bad method. He said that he had another option, and if they followed this option, then perhaps they could all survive. Putting his hand to his chin, Hansu said that in this case, there was no need to sacrifice anyone. The people around him, including Sang Jin, with their mouths wide open in surprise asked him, "What?" They looked at him in confusion, asking if this was even possible. Sang Jin sadly looked at Kang Hansu and mentally asked him not to tell him. He did not have time to finish his thought, since the man who had previously spoken to Sang Jin abruptly began to ask Kang Hansu not to tell him that he wanted to offer them to fight together. The man with a frightened expression began to shout that it was impossible, after which he reminded that he himself had seen the recording and should understand it. Putting his hand in front of him, this man shouted that even if they tried to take the monster by numbers, he asked how they would defeat a monster whose health increases when this monster eats people. The protagonist answered his question with a question and asked him who said that he was offering to fight. The man with a pale expression asked him expressively, "Then how?" After that, he suggested that perhaps he wanted to say that he would defeat this monster alone. A slight grin appeared on Hansu's face. He answered this assumption affirmatively, and said that this is exactly what he meant. People began to discuss what was said among themselves, saying that it was funny. They asked with confused expressions, how could he cope with such a monster alone? After that, someone suggested that perhaps he really could cope. The man who remembered this reminded that he didn't have time to finish speaking because a large man put his hands in front of him and abruptly turned to Kang Hansu and asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then he shouted loudly that this monster was not a goblin. Pointing his finger at Hansu, he began to say with an enraged expression that if they couldn't handle it in an hour, then a sad ending awaited them all. And then looking at the system window that was in the sky and showed the time, which was already equal to 49 minutes and 2 seconds, this man shouted that, in addition, they had less than an hour left. Sang Jin looked ahead from under his brows, clenching his palms into fists. He reasoned that before he thought that he could almost catch up with him, but after that he asked himself in surprise, had he really become so strong that he could handle such a monster alone? Hansu with an emotionless expression explained that he was going to fight this monster, but he noticed that it was problematic now. Sang Jin looked at him with hope, thinking that even someone like him would need help in such a situation. Then Sang Jin with a smile on his face assumed that he wanted to say that the strongest should come out to fight. Then he asked him if that was true. Sang Jin immediately suggested that they fight together. The protagonist frowned and exhaled heavily, noticing that he didn't even let him finish speaking. Then he asked to listen to him first. Sang Jin looked at him with an irritated expression, asking himself what he wanted from him. Then he turned to Hansu and asked him what he was suggesting. The protagonist with a calm expression raised his hand up. Mihi looking at him assumed that Hansu would take her with him, then she changed her mind, realizing that he wouldn't do that. The protagonist at that moment explained that everything was simple. He began to talk about how if he increased his strength and endurance by 30 points, he would be able to defeat this monster in a one-on-one fight. The people around him listened attentively to him speaking. After that, Hansu asked the people around him for permission to make them an offer. He told them that if they gave him all their stat-enhancing runes, he promised to kill this monster. People began to ask him, who should give the runes? After that, someone suggested, should only the weak do this? Soon after, another voice asked him again, 60 runes? The protagonist reasoned that strength and endurance are equal to 100, and agility and perception are 50, and if he uses his items, he can definitely handle it. The protagonist understood that he knows how to deal with this monster thanks to his combat experience, and besides, he will be able to get the second hidden treasure. The protagonist remembered that even Keldon, Ares, and Conte could not handle it, and the one who figured it all out was the Berserker King named Clementine. The protagonist understood that even Clementine, despite his perfectly suitable features, got the treasure almost dying. Thinking about this, the main character clenched his fists, and decided that even if his motivation was the treasure, this time he would become stronger many times faster. Then the main character, turning to the people around him, said that he did not care who exactly gave him the runes. The main character explained that as soon as he had the necessary runes, he would immediately go to the altar. When he was talking about this, at that moment on the system window that displayed the time, it was shown that the timer was counting down the remaining 41 minutes. The main character asked the people to just know that postponing this decision would not bring them anything good. A large man with an irritated expression shouted, "Where did they, weaklings, get so many runes?" Then he loudly said that if they had so many runes, they would be much stronger. Then this man cursed furiously and turning to the people standing in front of him, ordered them to give their runes. After that he suggested drawing lots in case they couldn't decide. Suddenly a rough voice addressed the man calling him a selfish jerk. The man turned around in confusion and asked again, "A jerk?" At that moment a muscular girl approached him and confirmed what she had said to her before, repeating that he was a jerk. She said that it was obvious that if they started with the weaklings, he would be thrown out first, after which she asked why in that case they should give their runes to someone like him. She approached the man closely and explained to him that the difference between first and last place was too big. Looking intently into the man's eyes with a challenge, she asked him, or was it all because he had very few runes? The man looked warily at the girl who had approached him. This girl, with a smile on her face, continued to say the same thing, that it was expected that weaklings like him were trying to escape since he couldn't even give up his runes. The man looked at her with rage as beads of sweat ran down his face. Frowning and clenching his jaw, he shouted in rage, "How dare she talk to him like that?" After that he started to insult her rudely, but he didn't have time to come to an agreement because the girl grabbed the handle of her knife and ordered him to be silent. Otherwise she would break all his limbs and throw him into the altar. The man looked at her with fear and holding his palm out in front of him assumed that this meant that it was all about strength. After that he shouted that she didn't even know that elders should be respected. With shaking hands from fear he stepped back and loudly asked her, "Doesn't she live in a democracy?" With a smirk on her face the girl began to threateningly approach the man, asking him again, "Is he talking about democracy?" After that she agreed with him and suggested that he vote. She presented him with a choice, which was that he should either give up the runes to save his life or prepare to be eaten. The girl said these words with a sly smile on her face, after which she noted that this vote would be anonymous, just like in his beloved democracy, after which she turned to this man and asked him what he would say about this. At that moment, the people who witnessed this conversation with confused expressions on their faces looked around in fear. The man confusedly put his hand in front of him and with a frightened look shouted, "He?" After that, he turned to Hansu and hesitantly told him that he could easily take their runes. After that, the man said that if he just killed a few strong people, then he could easily. He did not have time to finish because a sudden sharp blow with a fist to the jaw interrupted his words. The man in the red cap with an enraged expression on his face asked, "What is that worthless thing to say?" Then he sharply asked him if he wanted to die. The man in the red had grabbed him by the collar while the man lying on the asphalt screamed in fear that he had to survive and that he had a family. Someone's voice ordered to throw him out first. The main character at that moment turned his head and looked at the system window, which said that the remaining time was 38 minutes and 40 seconds. Someone's voice shouted that if the monster did not eat, then they would all die. The main character exhaled heavily from his lungs and thought about the fact that they did not know when they needed to stop. He came to the conclusion that everything was happening exactly as he thought, and it seemed to him that the emerging conflict needed to be resolved. He turned to the people fighting each other with their fists, shouting sharply at them and ordering them to calm down. When he turned to the people, the guys who had just been fighting synchronously turned in his direction. The main character stretched out his hand in front of him and with a calm expression said that there were several options. Then he began to list, Option 1, Option 2, Option 3. Pointing his finger at the people standing in front of him, he said that there were only 5 options and this was the order for the week. The man who was lying on the ground looked ahead in fear, leaning his palms on the asphalt, and shouted that this could not be. After that, he screamed loudly, The man in the red hat asked him if he wanted to say that they would be sacrificed to this monster. The man with a frightened expression put his hands on his wife and daughter and began to press them to himself. Kang Han-soo was insulted by calling him a loser, after which they asked him if he would throw them to be eaten just because they were weak. The main character looked ahead with a smirk on his face. Sometime after that, the timer showed that 29 minutes and 56 seconds were left. Mihi stood in front of the open gate to the altar, her eyes wide open as she stared ahead. Sang-jin approached her from behind and said that if she was going to act like this, she might as well go with him. Mihi turned to look at him. Sang-jin approached her and said that maybe he would let her come closer. Mihi called him by name, and then with her cheeks blushing and a smile on her face, she put her hand to her chin and asked if he still didn't understand what Han-soo really was like. Sang-jin looked at her in confusion. Mihi, with her hands behind her back and looking at the altar, said that she would also like to go with him. However, she assumed that she couldn't just follow him. Sang-jin thought that he wouldn't stay behind forever, then he asked Mihi what she would do now. He assumed that she would continue to wait for him. Mihi walked forward and answered him negatively, then turned around with a smile on her face and explained that if she did that, she would only make Han-soo unhappy. In that case, she would be no different from all these people. The protagonist stood in front of the frightened people at that moment and asked them what they were doing while the others were spending a lot of their energy on work. He told them that he didn't care how hard it was for them, but they understood the consequences of their decisions. When he said this, a large adult man, as well as a guy with a red cap on his head and a man with his family looked attentively at Kang Han-soo with worried looks and listened to what he was telling them. The protagonist looked at them intently with a frown and said that it was not they who left them behind because of their weakness, but they were not strong enough to catch up with them. After that, he sternly looked at them and asked if they really hoped that they would be taken care of here. At that moment, the men he was staring at began to hesitantly hide their gazes from him. The protagonist told them that if they wanted to have a chance of survival, then each of them should take 2 runes. After that, he crossed his arms over his chest and said that this was all he could offer. He said that it was up to them who they would hunt for the next 3 days in order to find the runes to repay him for the debt, but he warned them to let him know if anyone suddenly decided to run away without paying him, with a confident smile on his face, holding his palm out in front of him. He said that he warns such runners right away so that they try if they are not too timid for this. Mihi, leaving Sang-jin, said that Han-soo always keeps his promises. She explained that in this case he would figure everything out on his own. After that, Mihi, confidently looking ahead, said that this means that if this is to hurry in order to catch up with him. Sang-jin looked after her and said that she could join them. After that he said that the others would also be happy if she joined them. Mihi turned to him and with a smile on her face thanked him but asked him not to talk about it now. Then she asked him if she could give them her answer a little later. Then she turned around and walked away from him. Sang-jin continued to look after her and thought that he didn't need to see her fight in order to tell her that she had become stronger since their last meeting. He clenched his fists with effort and decided to himself that he should also show the result since he understood that what he had now was not enough. With a purposeful look looking ahead, he thought that he would still show what he was worth. Suddenly, Sang-jin was approached from the side. It was a muscular girl who had recently been arguing with a large adult man. Turning to Sang-jin, the girl told him that they needed to talk. Sang-jin looked at her and asked, "What is it?" When he looked in front of him, he saw that there was a group of people standing behind this girl. Sang-jin understood what these people were. The man approached the muscular girl from behind and put his hand on her shoulder and asked her, why was she so tense? Then he stepped forward with a smile on his face and explained that she was just shy. Then turning to Sang-jin, he asked him if he understood him. After that, the man introduced himself by saying that his name was Park Soo-yeol. After that, Park Soo-yeol with a friendly smile on his face said that it was nothing serious. Park Soo-yeol pointed with his thumb at the squad standing behind him that was following Sang-jin and assumed that he was their leader, then asked him if that was true. After that, Park Soo-yeol told him that he thought that they, that is, the leaders, should talk to him for a bit. Sang-jin looked at him with confusion and asked him again, is he their leader? Then Sang-jin told him that they were just friends, but they really did follow him. Park Soo-yeol told him that this made him the leader, and he told him that the leader was pretty cool considering how strong they were. Sang-jin laughed shyly while shaking Park Soo-yeol's hand and told him that he was embarrassed. Park Soo-yeol noticed with a smile on her face that from what he saw, he also knew a guy named Han-soo. Park Soo-yeol said that he would like to talk about him if he didn't mind. Sang-jin looked at him confusedly and then agreed to it. At this time, Hansu was sitting on the high wall of the altar and next to him was a bag and sucking. The protagonist understood that the goblin poison would not work on this monster, so he would have to use paralyzing poison instead. He splashed the liquid from the vessel onto his weapon thinking that this amount should be enough. And then he put an accessory called the Flying Cat Rosary on his wrist. He understood that this artifact restores a little stamina during strengthening. He realized that this is quite a useful thing despite the fact that he got this artifact while hunting. After that, Hansu threw something into his mouth thinking that it would help in the fight. He started to go down the stairs arguing that overall the odds were not in his favor. But he had no choice because it was not enough to fight this monster. The ferocious monster was chained and opened its mouth wide, inside which there were a huge number of sharp fangs. It growled loudly, straining its paws. The main character took out a pack of Cloud snacks from the inside pocket of his jacket, saying that he would have to use a lot of Cloud snacks. He opened the pack and took the Cloud snack with his mouth, squeezing the filter with his teeth. After that he brought a lighter and thought that he had not done this for a long time. He put the pack of Cloud snacks back in his pocket and assumed that they would understand him. Then he focused his gaze. Magical energy began to gather around him. The main character knelt down and leaned his hand on the floor, squeezing the Cloud snack in his teeth. Confidently looking ahead, Hansu thought that a rune suitable for this world was created, and when the characteristics of the rune exceed 100, both the color and the rune itself change. He understood that the colorless becomes red, and the red becomes orange, and the orange becomes yellow. On the system window, the name Hansu was written, after which various characteristics were indicated. His strength was colorless and equal to 0.01%. However, the Cloud snack of the maniac increased this characteristic by 20%. Endurance was also colorless and also amounted to 0.01%. However, the Cloud snack of the maniac increased this characteristic by 20%. His agility was 50.5 and the Cloud maniac's snack increased it by 20%. Also, the Cloud maniac's snack increased perception by 20%, while his basic perception was 50.6%, mana was 26.4%. But the Cloud maniac's snack increased mana by 20% as well as magic immunity, which was 15.6. Looking at this system window, Hansu understood that the numbers begin to change starting with colorless runes, and although the difference between 99.9% of normal runes and 0.01% of colorless runes is large, he understood that the higher the level of the rune, the greater the gap between these will be. After that, the protagonist thought about the monster that emitted thick steam from its mouth. The protagonist thought that this monster is not even a representative of those that will be released during the first training round, so a colorless rune will do too. Going down the stairs, Hansu, clutching a weapon in his hand and holding a Cloud snack of a maniac in his teeth, said that if he had the essence of a troll, he would have coped faster. He understood that that king of berserkers would definitely go crazy. But going forward, he realized that he knew one thing for sure, and this one thing is that only one person managed to find the hidden treasure. Jumping up above the monster, and clutching a weapon in his hand and raising it up, Hansu, with a concentrated look looking ahead, thought that after coming to this damned world now, he understands that the more difficult and impossible the task seems, the more delightful the reward. The monster turned around sharply, sensing that they were planning to attack him from behind. The monster opened his mouth wide looking at Hansu, and the main character, aiming straight at the monster's head, decided that it was time for him to start. The protagonist had information about racial skills. He knew that monsters like the carnivorous beast are born with this kind of skills, and the carnivorous beast was born with 2 racial skills. At this moment, Hansu was fighting a carnivorous monster that crushed the concrete floor with a blow of its massive paw, causing large stone fragments to fly in different directions. The protagonist confidently looked ahead and thought that this was it. He stared at the carnivorous monster, whose skull was a gloomy dark color, and the pupils of its eyes glowed with a bright light. The monster used the intimidation skill and tried to influence Hansu with its gaze. The protagonist looked ahead, clutching a melee weapon in his hands. After that, the monster stretched out its paw with sharp claws in front of itself and rushed towards Hansu. When the monster's paw was a few meters away from Hansu, he threw his body back with a sharp jerking movement, thereby avoiding the monster's blow. The protagonist retreated in a jump and stood near the wall, thinking that this skill makes the prey freeze in place from fear, and after this action, the carnivorous monster devours the prey and restores its stamina with the help of carnivory. The protagonist wiped the drop of sweat flowing down his face with his palm. Realizing that the behavior of this monster remained the same, the protagonist was glad that the monster did not grow in strength, because after carnivory, which restores its stamina, this monster usually uses the blood-drinking swamp skill, which sucks blood from the body. The monster, in a rage, with its mouth wide open, roared loudly, straining its entire body. After that, focusing its gaze on the prey in the face of Kang Hansu, the monster made a powerful blow, thereby splitting the solid rock behind Hansu. The protagonist dodged the monster's attacks at high speed, and looking around he thought that he couldn't handle this. He looked closely at the monster while retreating and thinking that the needle he was holding in his hand was only capable of making small holes. But he knew the most effective method. The protagonist stopped abruptly in place, realizing that the method was to limit the mobility of the carnivorous monster. He stood in front of the monster, who was approaching him with his mouth wide open. The monster again extended its paw with sharp claws to the side, and Kang Hansu, the protagonist, put the needle in front of him, after which when the monster's paw approached him, he was able to dodge the grip, thinking that poking his skin with a needle in random places was a useless exercise, but if he could hit the nerves with a needle with poison. When the protagonist was thinking about this, he was preparing to strike with his needle. He made several jabbing blows into the monster's body, after which holes appeared in the veins of this monster that began to glow with a bright light. The protagonist was talking to himself, the nerves between the joints. He understood that he had little time left. After that, having made another precise prick with his needle, he mentally exclaimed that he had succeeded. Thick magical energy of a bright color began to pour out from the place that Hansu had pierced. The monster began to scream in pain, opening its mouth wide and stretching its long tongue out. Looking at this, Hansu said that this should be enough. After that, leaning his whole body on the needle, he preferred to wait until this monster could not move. The timer was 12 minutes and 1 second. Inside the walls of the altar, Hansu, with a concentrated expression on his face, reflected the attacks of the carnivorous monster, which he inflicted with his bulky paws. From the series of attacks that were carried out by the monster, Hansu retreated back and, spreading his legs wide, stopped on the ground. The carnivorous monster with a gloomy face and a sinister look looked at Hansu. His eyes distorted again, and he began to rivet Hansu's gaze using his skill. The protagonist confidently looked ahead, clutching the maniac's cloud snack in his teeth. The protagonist understood that the effectiveness of a unique skill, that is, intimidation, depends on the individual willpower of the victim. The carnivorous monster made new attacks in a rage, stretching his paw far in front of him. The protagonist confidently stood on the ground, holding a needle in front of him, and understood that immunity to magic also helps him. Standing in a combat stance, Hansu waited for an attack, arguing that, however, compared to the monster he fought after moving further, this monster is just a dummy. After that, Hansu, with a confident expression on his face, spat out the maniac's cloud snack from his mouth. The protagonist thought that the monster is a dummy because he is confident in his victory. He realized that in order to survive being different from the rest, he honed his senses with combat experience and knowledge for many years. When the protagonist thought about this, he dodged the new attack of the monster, passing a few centimeters from the massive paw of this monster. The protagonist, putting a new cloud snack of the maniac in his mouth, understood that when Kang Tae said that foresight is the most important thing in battle, he only laughed, but by this moment he understood, and now he sees everything. He stared at the carnivorous monster, and realized that he could now see where the monster was moving and where it was aiming, so he dodged any attacks from the monster with a calm expression. However, Hansu realized that what he was doing now was still not an easy task. He exhaled steam from his mouth and looked gloomily in front of him, and said that if he had not increased his strength and endurance, he would not have been able to attack or dodge like he was doing now. The protagonist thought that fighting inside the altar was the right decision after all, since the remaining time and cloud snacks were taken into account. As he thought about this, several figures were watching him from above, standing on a hill. Park Soo-yeol stood next to a muscular girl who was squatting and stared at Hansu and said that from here it was clear that he was not joking. The girl frowned and shouted that she could not believe that he was fighting alone. She said expressively that he was crazy. After that, she looked at Hansu with a surprised expression and said that even during the battle he found time to smoke. Park Soo-yeol with a smile on his face suggested that he was most likely confident in himself if he came here. After that he made a remark that even now he looks quite relaxed. Two guys were discussing Hansu with each other. One of them said that to be honest he didn't think he needed to take their runes. The other guy with a smile on his face suggested that he intentionally took the runes from them. Sang-jin was near these people and went to the edge of the platform they were standing on in order to look at Hansu. Park Soo-yeol approached the muscular girl and suggested that they were going to do what they had to do. After that he asked if that was true. The girl answered him by suggesting that they quietly go down there. She didn't have time to finish because she was interrupted by a sharp scream. It was Sang Jin yelling, who put his hand to his mouth, loudly addressed Han Su by name and screamed to notify him that they had come to help him. The protagonist turned around in surprise and looked behind him, spitting out the maniac's cloud snack from his mouth. Sang Jin at that moment continued to loudly address Han Su and screamed, asking him to wait a little, after which he informed him that they were already going down. Park Seo, perplexed, sharply addressed Sang Jin and asked him what kind of nonsense he was doing. Then Park Seo, with a tense expression and a hysterical smile on his face, put his hand on Sang Jin's shoulder and reminded him that before that he had said that they would quietly go down there. Then he asked him what would happen if this monster caught them. Sang Jin asked him again and then said that of course Han Su should know that they were here. Park Seo, squeezing his entire body from tension with a forced smile on his face, told him that if he screamed so loudly, the monster would also know that they were here. Sang Jin put his hand on the back of his head and admitted that he was right. Then he admitted that he had not thought about it. Park Seo, with beads of sweat running down his face, diligently trying to hide his irritation, asked him again if he had not thought about it. Then he hesitantly admitted that this was indeed happening and chuckled nervously. The muscular girl who was standing behind him looked at the ongoing dialogue with disdain. As soon as Park Seo walked away from Sang Jin, he cursed in bewilderment, telling himself that Sang Jin was an idiot. Sang Jin, with a smile on his face, looked in the direction of Park Seo, who was leaving him, and ironically quietly said that he really was apologizing. Then, with a sly smile on his face, Sang Jin chuckled, looking in front of him, suggesting that they just look at him. At this time, Park Seo and the muscular girl walked forward. Park Seo said that they could lose because of this fool, but he assured that there was nothing to worry about. Going down the stairs while Han Su was actively fighting the monster, Park Seo said that once they relaxed after defeating the carnivorous beast, they would get rid of both of them. After that, Park Seo said that these two would not have time to pay attention to them. After he said this, Park Seo began to think about the fact that the most important thing is that he saw how this guy fights and now he is sure that he is dangerous. Looking at the fighting Han Su, Park Seo realized that he is not like them and he is not a person but a well-fed beast, that is, a monster that behaves calmly only because he is full. Park Seo realized that the matter here is not even in his strength, he just could not forget what he saw that day. Memories of what happened on the first night when he fought all those people alone without any hesitation appeared in his mind. The fragmentary memories that appeared in Park Seo's mind consisted of Han Su calmly cutting people into pieces and maiming them using his melee weapon with an unperturbed expression. Recalling this, Park Seo thought that it looked like he even enjoyed doing it, and he couldn't let such a dangerous creature run wild because when he got rid of it, the remaining scum and that woman named Mihi would also be under his control. Thinking about this with a smile on his face, Park Seo thought that Mihi would be quite useful. After that, Park Seo with a smile on his face turned to the muscular girl and asked her to go down and check what was going on down there. And then he told her that if things continued like this, they would have nothing to worry about because the movements of the carnivorous beast were already slowing down. At this moment, Sang Jin and everyone else standing on the stairs looked at Han Su holding a needle in front of him, looking at the monster standing in front of him. Sang Jin looked at this with a worried expression on his face and said nothing, then chuckled. Park Seo's squad continued to go down. The girl who was walking behind with a tense expression turned around to look at Sang Jin, noticing that this fool had somehow become silent. A moment later, a loud noise was heard and the entire squad began to scream with tense expressions on their faces, after which metal and stone fragments began to fall from above. Someone among them shouted warning the others to be careful because the stairs were collapsing. A moment later, huge stone pieces began to fall down along with the stairs. The squad began to fall, screaming loudly in fear, cursing. The muscular girl tensely asked, "What's going on?" Some time after this, the squad leaned on the ground with their hands with painful expressions on their faces, lying surrounded by stone fragments. The girl coughed into her hand and asked why the stairs suddenly collapsed. And then, getting to her feet, she looked at the broken stairs and thought that they had already been discovered, but the monster was starting to get tired. So, she didn't have time to finish her thoughts, as the carnivorous monster, with a sly smile on his face, leaning his paw on the ground, looked intently at the squad that had just fallen. The muscular girl, looking at the monster, mentally cursed, being riveted by her gaze to this monster. The carnivorous monster began to put pressure on the Park Seo squad that had fallen from the stairs. They stood tensely in front of the monster, unable to move. Park Seo thought that the pressure here was felt much stronger than upstairs. After that, the carnivorous monster began to approach them, with a tense expression on his face, frowning his brows. Park Seo thought that everything was fine. After that, he began to talk about how their surprise attack failed, but Hansu was here, which meant that everything would be fine. After that, he asked, "But where did he go?" The girl, with a surprised expression, turned to the broken stairs and saw Hansu jumping onto the remaining stairs and walking up in a relaxed pose, pointing her finger at him. She called out to him and asked what he was doing there. Park Seo also asked him irritably, shouldn't he be helping them defeat this monster? After that, Park Seo shouted out that with their help, he could deal with this monster very quickly. When Park Seo said this, he mentally begged that Hansu's surrender when it was almost done would turn out to be false. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, clutching the maniac's cloud snack in his teeth, turned to Park Seo and looked down at him, simultaneously exhaling steam from his mouth, said that he wanted to do so, but they ruined everything and now this monster will restore all its stamina. Park Seo's squad who fell from the stairs looked at Hansu standing above them with tense and frightened expressions on their faces. The protagonist understood that he barely dodged the attacks of the carnivorous monster thanks to the cloud snack, but these fools definitely could not cope with him. He turned around and began to walk away. Seeing this, Park Seo and the muscular girl looked after him with annoyance. The protagonist took out a vessel from his pocket and began to think that when the monster killed them, he asked how much paralyzing poison he had left. He began to examine the vessel that contained the paralyzing poison and came to the conclusion that it would be quite difficult to continue the fight with this monster, and he needed to plan a second approach. Climbing up the stairs, he shouted to Park Seo's squad that had fallen down that if they could kill this carnivorous monster, then let them do it themselves. The muscular girl turned to him in a rage and asked if he was trying to escape. Then she threateningly reminded him that she thought he forgot that his friend was here too. After that, she began to yell that she thought he wouldn't mind if they used his friend as bait. Then she sharply turned to Park Seo and ordered him to bring this worthless guy to her. Then she asked, filled with rage, "Where is he?" Sang-jin, with a smile on his face as he walked down the stairs, asked who she was looking for. He then said with a friendly expression that he thought they all fell down the stairs. With a surprised expression on her face, the muscular girl cursed in her mind, thinking that now it was no wonder to her why he had gone silent back then. She asked herself if he had really broken the stairs after overhearing their plans. Right after that, the muscular girl promised him that she would kill him. Confidently looking straight into her eyes, Sang-jin offered to start, after which he said that he was willing to bet that she would not have time for this since some people were already drooling waiting for them to freeze in fear of him. When Sang-jin said this, he meant the carnivorous monster, who with a hungry and greedy look looked at the confused Park Seo squad, who turned towards this monster in horror and screamed that he was enjoying what was happening. After that, Park Seo shouted that it would be worse for them if the monster installed its stamina. With an incredibly scared expression on his face, Park Seo opened his mouth wide and started shouting that if they left them, it would only be worse. At that moment, he understood that they should unite with this guy as much as possible, since that was the only way they could survive. He didn't have time to finish his thought since Hansu, climbing up the stairs, turned to them and said that now they shouldn't be afraid that the monster would break the stairs, since they themselves voluntarily came here to donate. Park Seo, with a confused expression on his face, asked him again, "What?" Then he began to shake with fear because memories appeared in his mind of how the fairy assistant with a smile on her face told them that the method was simple and 5 of them should be fed to the carnivorous monster every day. Now the wide open mouth of the carnivorous monster with many sharp and long fangs was opened right above Park Seo's squad, which consisted of 8 people. Bringing his open mouth closer and closer to the frightened squad, Park Seo raised his head up and watched as the open mouth of the carnivorous monster approached him. He exhaled heavily from his lungs, and then the entire squad began to scream uncontrollably from fear and pain. The protagonist, clutching the cloud snack of the maniac in his teeth, gloomily looked at what was happening. He turned to Park Seo's squad and thanked them for making such a noble sacrifice. After that, Park Seo turned around and walked away. Approaching Sang-jin, he asked him why he did this. After that, looking him intently in the eyes, Hansu said that he knew that he deliberately brought these people here. He warned Sang-jin that he should carefully choose his words. Sang-jin lowered his head down and admitted that he finally understood. A smile appeared on his face, and raising his face up he clenched his fists and said that he understood how useful he could be. After that, he looked intently into Hansu's eyes and said that Hansu should use him. The protagonist looked dispassionately and coldly into the eyes of Sang-jin, who was speaking these words. After that, Hansu asked him again if he wanted him to use him. Then Hansu asked him why he would do that. Sang Jin answered him by saying that he should do it because he knows that his goals are different from the goals of others. The protagonist thoughtfully looked ahead and put a Cloud Maniac snack in his mouth and did not answer him. Sang Jin continued to explain to him, saying that his goals are different from the others because he always thinks several steps ahead and acts non-stop. At that moment, Sang Jin thought that even though he had finally become convinced of this when he had fought Tae-sung and those bandits. In Sang Jin's mind, memories appeared from that night when many bodies of shaking bandits lay on the ground. Sang Jin thought that despite the unconditional victory over superior forces, Hansu did not kill any of them, even though it could lead to problems in the future. And even when the altar appeared, Sang Jin understood that no matter what anyone said, Hansu could easily get rid of everyone by force, but he did not do it. After that, Sang Jin turned to Hansu and told him that he did not understand why he did not kill people. After that, he said that everyone understood that this was not in his character. Then he assumed that he was right. He asked him, "Is that so?" The protagonist silently looked at Sang Jin, who spoke these words. After that, Sang Jin put his hands in front of himself and asked to use him. Sang Jin stretched out his open palms in front of him, and showing his hands said that he would get his hands dirty instead of him. After that, Sang Jin said that in return he asked to take him with him, or rather let him travel with him. A smirk appeared on Hansu's face. He walked forward and passing by Sang Jin said that he did not even know after all he had done. Sang Jin raised his hand up and clenched his palm into a fist, saying that at that time it would not have been possible to deal with them differently, so he was caught. But next time he said that he would not allow this to happen. Sang Jin followed Hansu, who was leading him, shouting that next time everything would be different, and he swears it. Then he turned to Hansu and asked him to just think about it, because people will always get in his way just because he stands out. So he will try his best to get rid of each of the people he can't let get ahead of himself so that he can focus on his goal. Looking ahead from under his brows, Sang Jin thought that in return for this he will follow him and become stronger. He reasoned that Hansu is rapidly becoming stronger, and he can too if he follows him, if only he tells him the goal he is going to and if he allows him to follow him. Suddenly, Hansu turned to Sang Jin, who was following him, and said that even if he agrees, he asked him what he will do if circumstances do not allow him to join him. Then a smile appeared on Hansu's face, and he suggested that a situation could occur where, for example, he will have to fall behind. Sang Jin came to the conclusion that this was a hint and that something would happen in the second training. After that, with a smile on his face, pressing his palm to his chest, Sang Jin said that in this case, he would become stronger and find him. After that, he asked him to accept him as an ally when this happened. The main character smiled and abruptly told him to leave. After that, Hansu turned around and walked away. In bewilderment, looking ahead, Sang Jin put out his hands and mentally cursed, asking himself, is he still refusing? After that, loudly turning to Hansu, who was leaving him, Sang Jin asked him to just give him one chance and let him correct all the mistakes he made. The main character extinguished the filter of the Cloud Snack Maniac that he threw on the ground with the sole of his sneaker, and listening to Sang Jin expressively begging him to just use it, Hansu replied that he misunderstood his words. After that, with a movement of his foot throwing the filter aside, Hansu said that he should just meet him here tomorrow. Taking out a pack of Cloud Maniac snacks from the inside pocket of his jacket, Hansu explained to him with a smile on his face that this had to be done because tomorrow this monster would no longer exist. Sang Jin asked him again in complete confusion, after which Hansu told him that he should also pick up the runes that were below. The protagonist explained to him that he had killed those 10 people, so their runes were his property, and that should be enough. After that, walking away, Hansu suggested that they meet each other later with a smile, after which he told him that he had gone and said goodbye to Sang Jin, who was standing confused and hunched over, surrounded by stone fragments. As Hansu walked away from him, he thought that he was still not sure about him, but he understood that he would really need him later. Hansu's mind began to remember how Ares had asked him to remember that his most important task in the past was to save humanity. Then she warned him that, however, the irony was that there would be people who would prevent him from doing this, and for such purposes he needed a Punisher, that is, someone who would act in his place. The protagonist realized that the Punisher was a necessary figure that not only Ares had, but also any monarch. He knew that Punishers were those people who dirty their hands instead of the monarch, and help their master get closer to his goal. Crossing his arms over his chest and standing near the altar, Hansu reasoned that being a Punisher in his past life, he had originally thought of choosing Andy Aaron for this role. Sang Jin at that moment stood with her hand outstretched in front of her, and holding a glowing station over her hand, which was a kind of lantern for him. he stood straight looking at the severed or bitten off hand lying on the floor. The protagonist decided to give him a chance because he was not sure how much he could be trusted. The protagonist knew that when the second training began, everyone present would be forcibly scattered to different corners, and when that happened, he might change his mind. Sang-jin, illuminating the space around him, turned his gaze and looked up. The protagonist at this time was thinking that, however, with several hands and 8 cloud snacks, if he got a useful punisher, it would be a useful investment. With a smile, looking ahead, Hansu said that this was quite a useful investment. He looked at Sang-jin standing below from the stairs, then climbing up the stairs. He said that, however, nothing could be done if it failed. He mentally decided that now he should focus on getting the second hidden treasure. He decided to get rid of the carnivorous monster and see what he would get for doing this. Sometime after these events, the carnivorous monster, opening its mouth wide, roared furiously while its body was pierced by a sharp needle in many places, and a bright, blinding light came out from these wounds. The protagonist thought that if you look at the conditions for obtaining the second hidden treasure, these are simple. Heavily exhaling steam from the maniac's cloud snack from his mouth and leaning his whole body on the needle, the protagonist had caked blood on his face and was actively trying to restore his breath, which was broken during the battle, while arguing that before the carnivorous beast destroys the altar and breaks free, it needs to destroy it. The protagonist leaned on the needle that was pierced into the center of the monster's chest, which lay lifeless on the floor with its mouth wide open and its tongue sticking out. There were many traces of a long and hard battle on the battlefield. The ground was mixed with mud and blood, and throughout the entire field where the battle took place there were several pits formed due to the powerful blows of the carnivorous monster. With a tired and exhausted expression on his face, looking ahead, Hansu said that this condition was simply not supposed to be fulfilled. In the wall where he was looking, a magical portal suddenly appeared that glowed with a bright light. A notification appeared on the system window near this portal, informing Hansu that the hidden task was completed. The main character entered the portal and soon found himself in a magical space. Stretching his hand in front of him towards the glowing object, Hansu shouted with a smile on his face what it was. Taking the artifact in his hand, he loudly said that this was the ring of the vampire king named Nirma. Holding this ring in his hands, Hansu looked at it with an interested look and said that the nasty queen of berserkers. After that he said that he had previously thought for a long time about where she got it. After that, he said that now he understands why no one received it. On the system window near the ring he recently acquired, information was written that this is the Nirma ring. The protagonist knew that there are different standards for designating the level of artifacts, but the most important of these is color, and ordinary artifacts cannot be more valuable than those that are superior in color. But Hansu understood that there are always exceptions. The protagonist reasoned that just like travelers gradually develop runes, an absorbing type artifact absorbs runes and changes its color, and the most desirable for everyone is a single artifact. Now looking at the brightly glowing stand from which Hansu took the ring artifact, looking at his palm brightly glowing with magical energy, he thought that this artifact is number 9, called the Nirma ring. The main character reasoned that the single artifacts were so named not because there was only one of such artifacts, but because each of these artifacts had only one owner, and it was no coincidence that the Nirma ring became the symbol of Clementine, because in front of 8 of his authorities, people were literally torn to pieces. The main character thought that he could not believe that he had such an artifact in his hands. With a sly smile on his face he looked at the Nirma ring and thought that it was magnificent. Putting this ring on the middle finger of his hand, he said that considering how difficult it was to get this ring, it is clear to him that this is not some trifle that was thrown out in a random place, but this is a single artifact. Squeezing his hand on the finger that was wearing the Nirma ring, Hansu grinned with a smile on his face. And a notification appeared on the system window that the Nirma ring is colorless, and at the moment one can use 1 power. The main character thought about the fact that they said that this ring has 8 powers, and now, being colorless, this ring allows you to use only 1 power. Then, on the system window, information appeared about the power that was contained in this ring. It was the power of destruction, the characteristic of which was that it deactivates the features and abilities of the opponent, including even passive and skills. The main character understood that for this, however, it is necessary to make contact with the enemy, and besides, the power has a time limit after which the effect of the power will be removed. With all these factors, Hansu thought that even so, the very fact that he can zero out the powers of his opponent at the first desire is a huge advantage. Looking at the system window of his status, Hansu said that in order to use the ring at full power, he needs at least 1 characteristic that will match the colorless rune. On the system window of the status he was looking at, his characteristics were written, which indicated that his strength is 84.3, agility is 85.8, endurance 42.1, perception 42.2, magic is 22 points, and immunity to magic is 13 points. With a thoughtful expression on his face, looking ahead and putting his hand to his chin, Hansu said that based on this, he will need a huge number of magic runes, but he came to the conclusion that leveling the characteristics can be done later. Sometime after these events, Hansu came out of the magic portal that led inside the altar and walked forward along the asphalt road. Mihi, who was near Sangjin and several other groups of people, ran towards him. Mihi ran towards him loudly shouting his name. After she approached him, she told him with a happy expression what Sangjin told her. After that she asked him if he really killed a carnivorous beast. A sudden loud noise caused a general panic, due to which the gaze of the people who were on the street were riveted to what was happening behind Hansu. The altar began to move with a loud sound while the timer was 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Mihi looked at the altar and loudly shouted that the altar disappeared. Addressing her, Hansu asked, "Didn't he say?" Then he said with a confident expression that he had said earlier that he would take responsibility for destroying the beast. Mihi's cheeks turned red from embarrassment. She carefully adjusted her hair and gathered it behind her ear and then answered him affirmatively. Sangjin, who was watching this, thought that this meant that he could do it after all, and he was right to trust his choice. The protagonist turned to Mihi and told her that there was clearly some time before the start of the next training, so he asked her to go hunting. As soon as he said this, he walked away. Mihi, lowering her head down, hesitantly addressed Hansu by name and told him that she wanted to go a different way. The protagonist stopped and turned towards her. With her head down, Mihi said that she was not good enough to be by his side, and that is why she will sooner or later begin to rely on him. After that, she told with a smile on her face that fortunately Sangjin offered to go with her, and besides, she knows a lot of people here. Sangjin answered her affirmatively, and looking at his squad told her that she could go with them and everyone would be happy about it. Then he added that besides, the members of his squad were worried about her. The main character looking at Mihi thought that this upset him, but he understood that now it was really better to split up since the beginning of the second training would separate them anyway, so he knew that she was thinking about her position and her path. The main character turned to Mihi and told her that this was a good decision. After that, he turned around and walked away. Mihi, with a confused expression on her face, silently watched him go. Suddenly, she followed him and asked him to wait. Smiling at Hansu, she confidently said that next time she would not give up. Mihi suggested that he meet again. The protagonist looked in her direction and then turned around, and walking away from Mihi and Sangjin agreed with them, telling them, of course. Already walking away from them, he turned to Sangjin and asked him again if he asked to use him. Then Hansu, without looking at him, said that if he said this seriously, he would tell him the following, after which Hansu said that the choice was his. Sangjin looked at him with a happy expression at the moment, when he was overwhelmed with positive emotions. A week after this, the fairy assistant turned to the people and asked them how long they had been waiting for this. The protagonist, looking at this standing surrounded by many people, understood that the second training had begun. Clearing his throat into his fist, the fairy assistant noticed that there were many more of them left than he expected. After this, the fairy assistant asked, "But who cares?" With a sly expression on his face and a wide smile, the fairy assistant said that he had been waiting for this very much. At that moment, the protagonist stared intently at the fairy assistant flying in front of them. Snapping his fingers, the fairy assistant noted that this was good, after which he suggested changing the scene for a start. Spreading his fairy paws wide, the assistant began to provoke magical energy that formed under the feet of the people standing under him. People began to look at their feet in fear and ask in surprise what was going on. Sangjin and Mihi looked at the light coming from under their feet with surprised expressions. Someone's voice said in fear that there was light under their feet. A little girl grabbed the hand of an adult man and screamed with a frightened expression, "Dad!" The protagonist calmly and confidently looked ahead, thinking that it had finally begun. A moment later, landing on the concrete floor, several people looked around in confusion. They were in an empty, enclosed space and were actively trying to study their surroundings. The frightened girl with tears in her eyes looked ahead. Next to her stood Hansu with a calm expression on his face. The fairy assistant turned to them and asked if everyone was here. After that, the fairy assistant said that before starting the second training, he suggested arranging a recalculation. The guy who was in the room with Hansu asked the fairy assistant again, "A recalculation?" The fairy assistant answered by saying that from now on they should make sure that no more than 7 people remained in one room. The fair-haired man with a sly smile on his face listened to what the fairy assistant was telling them. while another man in a business suit with a worried expression on his face watched what was happening. The fairy assistant informed those who were in this room that no more than 7 people should remain in one room. After that, the fairy assistant notified the people that they would continue only when they could handle it. The guy with glasses looked around and cursed, noticing that there were 8 of them. The fairy assistant also added that he did not mind if they further reduced the number. Then the fairy assistant said that in each room there will be different situations, but everything should start the same. After that he asked, "Isn't that right?" The fairy assistant warned them that they could discuss it among themselves. Hanchiol looked up and thought that he was not surprised by the course of events since they had it too easy lately. After that he crossed his arms over his chest and mentally asked, what should they do now? He carefully looked at the melee weapon that was in Hansa's sheath and thought that it was a strange needle-shaped weapon. Looking at the main character, Hanchiol asked himself, is this really Hansu? Hanchiol looking at him thought that he had not personally seen his abilities, but had heard that he was a really worthy opponent. Jimin addressed the people surrounding her and said that no matter what, the rest of them would have to work together. Then she suggested that someone would have to leave. She asked if that was true. She then noted that they couldn't ignore the elephant in the room. With a smile on her face, she pointed her index finger up and asked the others, why don't they introduce themselves and try to make an impression? Jimin then spread her arms out in different directions and explained that they needed to make an impression of their own importance as a person. The people surrounding her looked at her with interested expressions and listened to what she was saying. Dichiel stepped forward and said that he would start. He then took the blade in his palm with a wicked smile on his face and pointed his hand towards the blade. The metal blade began to glow with bright magical energy. Looking confidently in front of him, Dichiel suggested that they had never seen anything like this. Then he asked if that was true. Then he introduced himself by saying that his name was Dichiel, and he didn't think anyone in this room had skills that could defeat him. After that, he said that he was definitely not useless. At that moment, the family consisting of the father, mother, and their daughter looked at Dichiel with worried expressions. The protagonist, who was watching Dichiel's performance with an emotionless expression, thought that this was a skill called Chi Art. The protagonist knew that this was a rune skill that allowed one to use magic to increase stats and also strengthen weapons by enveloping them with their magic. The protagonist understood that Chi Art was a unique and pretty good skill, but it was not very effective in this location. Dichiel stretched out his hand in front of him, clenched his fist, and used a skill that was filled with confidence. The protagonist, watching him, thought that this was better than nothing. Kangmin, with a defiant smile on his face, extended his palm in front of him and began to concentrate magical energy around his hand, saying that if they were talking about important skills, then he could confidently say that his skill was among them because he was Kangmin and he was a healer. Hanchiol crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was Hanchiol and he had a combat skill. The man, who was the father of the family, with a frightened expression on his face, wide-eyed, asked them if they were talking about killing someone. Then he informed the others that they were a family and that was why he was asking them to make an exception for them. At that moment, the young daughter of this man was clinging to her mother. The people in the room looked at the family, after which Dichiel turned to Jimin and noticed that it seemed to him that she had not introduced herself. He assumed that if she was the one who brought up the topic, then he asked her why she didn't set an example for them. With a smile on her face, Jimin said that her name was Jimin, after which she began to talk about her abilities. She told the others that she would show her ability right now. After these words, Jimin, with a gloomy expression and a threatening smile on her face, walked towards Dichiel. Dichiel worriedly pulled out a blade in front of him and asked her why she was getting so close. After that, he warned that she would regret it if she continued to walk so madly towards him. He did not have time to agree, because Jimin, surrounded by magical energy, with a wide smile on her face and laughing eyes, was approaching him without stopping. Suddenly, the dagger turned crimson and red with blood that splashed out across the space around them. This happened because Jimin, who suddenly appeared behind Dichiel, pierced his chest with her dagger. A stifled, painful wheeze escaped from Dichiel's mouth. The protagonist, as well as Kangmin and Hanchiol, looked at the situation that had just happened with interested expressions on their faces, while the family, consisting of a man, a woman and a child, looked on in horror at the murder that had just happened. Jimin stood by Dichiel's bloody corpse and said how lucky she was. She lowered her hand to Dichiel and took a glowing rune in her palm and said that there was no guarantee that this rune would drop. With a smile on her face, she said that she would take this skill, after which she suggested that the others divide the rest among themselves. At that moment she pointed with her hand at several colorless runes lying near Dichiel's bloody corpse. Hanchiol, with a tense expression on his face, looked at her and thought that she was so simple with one action. After that, he came to the conclusion that she was crazy and he should be careful with her. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, watched the situation unfold. Then he came to the conclusion that she made life easier for people who did not have skills. Looking at the worried family, he thought that since those who died in his past life were now alive, everything had changed. A smile appeared on Hans's face as he realized that the development of events was only getting more interesting. The fairy assistant penetrated the wall of the room they were in and said with a smile on his face that they were the first to reach the number of all people. He noted that this was excellent, and now it was necessary to explain the task to them. The fairy assistant told them that first they should be shown the way back. He said that their task was simple, and they should climb up for 3 months and reach the dormant volcano in the center of the 2nd floor. When he spoke about this, he showed them the upcoming path, which consisted of many long bridges that led upward, connecting with areas of forest and mountains levitating in the sky. The fairy assistant informed them that this would be their first goal. At that moment, Hansu and the rest of the people who had previously been with him in the same room stood at the approach to the long wooden bridge. The fairy assistant, flying above their heads, stretched out a finger in front of him, said that as soon as they finished this training, the world of adventures would be completely open to them. After that, he wished them all success and flew away. The family watched in fear what the fairy assistant was saying. Kangmin listened to his words with his mouth wide open, and Hanchiol had his eyes wide open and his jaw tense. Jimin listened to this with a bored expression on her face, with her arms crossed over her chest, and Hansu looked ahead emotionlessly and confidently. He walked first on the wooden bridge and everyone else walked behind him. When Kang Hansu had almost finished walking on the bridge, Hanchiol, with a smile on his face, noted that they would be together for a while, after which he suggested that the others become friends. Suddenly his face distorted and tensed. Looking at Hansu walking in front of them, he asked what was wrong with him and where was he rushing to. The man, the father of the family, with a tense expression on his face, shouted loudly, asking the others to stop. Then he notified everyone that the bridge was collapsing. At that moment, the wooden beams of the bridge began to crumble and fall down a huge distance. Everyone hurriedly ran forward while the father of the family, with a tense expression, shouted for the others to run. When they finished running and ran away from the bridge, Hansu, with a calm expression, turned towards them. The fairy assistant, who appeared above their heads, asked them if he mentioned that as time went on, parts of the lower islands began to collapse. When the fairy assistant told them about this, Hanchiol, the father of the family, and Jimin leaned on the ground with their hands, heavily recovering their breath from the sudden sharp run. The fairy assistant also noted that the bridges were collapsing even faster, so they needed to be careful. With furious expressions on their faces, Hanchiol, Jimin, and Kangmin looked at the fairy assistant, and an irritated question simultaneously arose in their minds. Why weren't they warned about this right away? The protagonist walked forward and Hanchiol called out to him and asked where he was going again. Angrily looking at Hansu walking away from them, he mentally called him an antisocial jerk. Jimin, smilingly looking at Hanchiol, asked him if they should follow him. Hanchiol asked her again, to which Jimin replied that he and she didn't know, but judging by his confident look, he might know where to go. After a while, they all followed Hansu along the forest, after which they crossed the terrain, stepping on wide and high tree roots. Hanchiol said that they had been walking here for hours and didn't see any bridge up. He asked if he knew exactly where he was going. Jimin, looking at the fly buzzing near her face, answered Hanchiol, saying that she didn't know, after which she asked him why he was asking her. Looking at the fly, she irritably said, "These insects." Hanchiol noticed with a frustrated expression that everything was happening in a hurry, then frowned and looked in front of him. He thought that it seemed to him that they had seen similar views before and there was nothing here. Looking at Hansu's back, he asked himself how long they had to. Suddenly he interrupted his question and turned to Kang Hansu and asked him what he was eating all the time. The protagonist, who was chewing something in his mouth at that moment, turned his gaze to him. He then explained that this thing acts as a kind of antidote if eaten. When he said this, he showed a piece of wood which was oak bark. While something huge was moving along the tree above Hanchiol and Hansu, Hanchiol asked Hansu what he needed an antidote for now. Something huge suddenly began to descend from the tree. The protagonist, with a sharp movement of his hand, grabbed Hanchiol by his shirt. Hanchiol furiously asked him what he was doing. The protagonist abruptly threw the frightened Hanchiol aside, then took out a needle from his sheath and, holding his hand on Hanchiol's shoulder, looked ahead at the aggressive green snake with its mouth wide open and thought about what he had found. Hanchiol turned to Kang Hansu and asked him how he knew that this snake would attack them now. The protagonist, clutching oak bark in his teeth, answered him by saying that these were superpowers. Hanchiol, with a surprised and confused expression on his face, asked him again, "Superpowers?" Some time after that, Hanchiol, holding his forearm in front of him, held back the snake that had bitten his arm with its teeth and cursing loudly, Hanchiel, with a tense expression on his face, thrust a knife into the body of this snake. After he threw this snake aside and it fell to the ground shaking in pain, Hanchiel shouted that these are stupid creatures. On the system window near one of the snakes it was written that this is an adult runic snake. On the system window in the explanation of the runic snake it was written that the nature of these snakes depends on the constantly changing pattern of runes on their heads, which makes the behavior of these snakes unpredictable. Hanchiel, looking at his bitten hand, cursed, saying that these snakes attack non-stop and do not even give him time to heal. Then he tensely looked in front of him and said that this Hansu told them how to catch snakes, but at this rate his body simply cannot withstand it. After that, turning to the side, he noticed that something else was more important. Turning to the family, he furiously asked them why they did not fight. He sharply answered them to stop hiding behind and come forward to fight. The man, the father of the family, stepped forward and said that he apologized but asked for understanding. Then he explained that he had those he needed to protect, so he would not risk helping him. Hanchiel looked at them with irritation and cursed, asking himself, so what if he had a family? He thought angrily that they were trying not to die here. Then he turned to Kangmin, who was calmly standing near the tree, and asked him what was wrong with him then. Hanchiel then noticed that he had no family. With a sly smile on his face, Kangmin adjusted his glasses and asked him, he didn't want him to get hurt in the battle, did he? Then he asked Hanchiel how he planned to heal without his help. Looking at him with anger, Hanchiel mentally asked him, does he need a sword for beauty in that case? After that, turning away from Kangmin, Hanchiel said, of course, since he is a healer. Kangmin raised his index finger up and started to talk about how if he wanted him to heal him, it would cost him 3 runes of strength, or 1.5 runes of agility, or 1 rune of magic, which would also work. In a shocked state, Hanchiel turned to face Kangmin who was speaking and, looking at him with a crazy look, thought that he was an incredibly impudent nobody. After that, a loud voice asked if he was really going to leave everything like this. Jimin, after being silent for a while, asked him, or what? At this time, the father of the family turned to Kangmin and, stretching out his hand towards him, asked him to take this rune, after which the man asked him to heal his wife in exchange for this damage. Kangmin approached him and said that he would gladly do so. In the center of the field, while Jimin and Hansu were fighting in front of him and trading was taking place behind him, Hanchiel wondered if he was the only one who found the current situation incredibly unpleasant. After a while, Kangmin turned to Hanchiel and asked him why he was standing there. After that, Kangmin extended his hand in front of him and ordered him to move and do it quickly. Hanchiel looked ahead with a gloomy expression and thought that this worthless person was acting like this only because he had a healing skill. Hanchiel cursed in his mind, realizing that he was in an extremely unfavorable position. After that, the captain called him over the specialized communication and asked Hanchiel if he could hear him. After that, the captain asked him how he felt about the place he was in. Putting his hand to his ear, Hanchiel asked him not to even ask about it. After that, he asked the captain how things were on their side. The captain asked him again, on their side? Then he answered him saying that things weren't going so badly and it looked like there was a rescuer up there, so he ordered Hanchiel to strain his strength and climb up. After that, the captain asked him to try to find some useful recruits along the way. With a tense expression on his face, putting his hand to his head, Hanchiel replied that he would like to do so. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking because the captain interrupted him and told him that they needed to increase their troops. After that, the captain ordered him to cheer up. Then Hanchiel started to reason that he didn't even know what to do. Looking around, he realized that he could take Hansu with him, that is, a man with self-proclaimed superpowers, or he could take Jimin with him, that is, strange girl with a sword. Then he looked at Kangmin, whom he considered a cunning doctor, and a worthless family of 3 who were calmly standing in the field at that time. He asked him, isn't survival the most important thing? After that, Hanchiel said that for now he would just turn it off, and turning to the captain, he told him that they would see each other later. The protagonist turned to Hanchiel, who was speaking on a special link. He paid attention to his wrist, which had a coat of arms depicting 2 automatic rifles that were crossed with each other. Looking at this, Hansu understood that too little time had passed for those in whom the traits of a monarch would blossom. The protagonist knew that part of the personality traits that all monarchs have, like Ares or the Berserker King, are literally the ability to lead, that is, to become a monarch. The protagonist understood that the monarch gives the clan members his symbol, and the owners of this symbol feel a strong connection with each other, which also allows them to talk to each other. However, Hansu understood that there are limits on the number of those to whom the monarch can give his symbol, and therefore they are busy searching for worthy people. At this time, the snake was pierced through by a sharp blow from Hansu's needle, which caused it to open its mouth wide, causing pain. The protagonist took the rune that had fallen from the fallen snake and thought that if he wanted to compete with them, he should get down to business. Throwing the rune above his palm, he looked in front of him, thinking that ultimately if he wanted people to listen to him, he needed to have the strength to do so. Many of the snake's tortured bodies lay on the ground, staining the ground and grass beneath these bodies with the blood of the reptiles, and among the bodies of the fallen snakes lay runes. Someone exhaled heavily from his lungs and walked near the snake's bodies, suggesting that there were fewer monsters. Then this person asked, had they left the habitat? The protagonist, stretching out his hand in front of him, suggested that this meant that they had reached almost the very lair of the mutated rune snake. At that moment, Hansu was squatting in the bushes, while the rest of the squad was approaching him from behind. Looking ahead, Hansu thought that he was finally close to what he came here for. A huge snake was wrapping itself around a tall tree, menacingly opening its mouth. This snake stretched forward, and on the system window near its muzzle it was written that this snake was a Rune-Eater snake, and this snake was an adult. The protagonist went towards this Rune-Eater snake. Suddenly the man, the father of the family, abruptly stopped him. He, with a worried expression on his face, stretched out an open palm in front of him and asked him, did he really need to fight this snake? After that, the man said that he did not think that this snake would attack them if they did not approach, in which case he asked him, why not just go around this snake? The protagonist turned to him, and with a calm expression on his face answered him that they could go if they wanted and he would fight alone, so he did not care if they went up first. The man gave him a sharp negative answer, explaining that he didn't mean that. Then he said that they should go together, and asked him again why he should do such a stupid thing. The main character turned back to him and coldly looked him straight in the eyes, suggesting that it seemed to him that they didn't understand something. After that he said that it wasn't he who was going with them, but they were going with him in the same direction, and now the moment had come when their paths would diverge. The 6 of them looked at the back of Hansu, who was leaving them. Jimin said that it seemed to her that nothing could be done about it. After that she turned around and went in the opposite direction from Hansu. The man, the father of the family, looked at her with a surprised expression on his face and asked, what? After that he said in confusion, but who would fight in that case? Jimin stared at the man's eyes, not understanding, and said that they couldn't force him to go with them. After that she asked him, or did he want to stay here too? The man was completely at a loss with beads of sweat running down his face and took a deep breath. Jimin walked forward and led the others and suggested that they all move on. Hancheol silently looked in the direction where Hansu had gone. At that moment, with a thoughtful expression looking into the bushes, Hancheol thought that Hansu really was as stubborn as he had heard. But he couldn't leave him here like that. Kangmin turned to the thoughtful Hancheol and asked him why he had frozen. Then Kangmin turned to him and said that if he was thinking of dragging him away with them, he recommended that he give up on the idea. Hancheol asked him why? Kangmin disdainfully told him that the reason was that during all this time he was the only one who had never asked him for healing, after which he once again confirmed his words by repeating, never. After that, Kangmin exhaled heavily from his lungs, saying that he had goosebumps, and he said that Hansu was acting as if the battlefield was a familiar place for him. Then Kangmin stated, saying that such people do not listen to others, and judging by what he sees, he will not live long. Hancheol turned towards Kangmin, leaving him, and for the last time looking at the bushes in which Hansu hid, he thought that he was very sorry because he was quite talented, but nothing could be done about it, and besides, it would be difficult to command him. At that moment, Hansu dodged the attack of the Rune-Eater snake by hiding behind the trunk of a tree that this snake had bitten. Looking at the Rune-Eater snake, Hansu understood that it avoided him when the magic rune was active and attacked him when the other runes were active except for the agility rune. Holding the cloud snack of the maniac in his mouth, Hansu looked at what rune was depicted on the skull of the snake-eater of the runes. Immediately after that, Hansu rushed to attack and began to pierce the skin of the snake-eater of the runes with his needle because of something with a wide open mouth began to make hissing sounds. When Hansu attacked, he thought that this snake is faster and stronger than the snake in the subway, but cannot compare with a carnivorous beast. After that, the snake with several wounds threateningly stretched up and looked intently at Hansu. The protagonist looking at it thought that when this snake is attacked, it activates the rune of resistance, and the damage becomes insignificant. The protagonist reasoned that a long battle will not put him at a disadvantage, but this is unnecessary trouble for him. He looked in front of him carefully and held the cloud snack of the maniac in his teeth and understood that the way to win was simple, and for this he needed to focus on the trees that were in the center of the open area and at the same time were the lair of the Snake Eater of Runes. The protagonist looked at these trees and decided to ignore the snake and attack this place. Immediately after that he rushed at high speed straight to the trees behind the snake. The snake in bewilderment with wide open eyes and mouth looked at Hansu running past. The protagonist quickly moving forward understood that the snake would instinctively protect its lair, forgetting about self-defense. After Hansu ran past the snake, the Rune Eater, opened its mouth wide and rushed to attack, aiming at the back of Hansu, who was running away from it. However, Hansu watched the snake's movements out of the corner of his eye and thought that it had been caught. Hansu stopped abruptly, turned around and began to deliver powerful blows to the snake, thereby inflicting devastating damage to its head and body. The protagonist looked emotionlessly ahead and, walking away from the body of the defeated snake, said that it was faster than he expected and that was exactly why he came. Entering the lair of the Rune Eater snake, Hansu noticed the egg in the nest, realizing that it was the egg of the Rune Eater snake. Suddenly, the egg began to move slightly and cracking sounds began to be heard from this. The protagonist brought one of the runes closer to the egg of the Snake Eater, after which the egg began to crack and a brightly glowing eye looked at Hansu from the inside. The protagonist, looking at the miniature snake in his hand, which was in the egg of the Snake Eater of Runes, said that this snake was incredibly small compared to its adult relatives. On the system window near this miniature snake it was written that this Snake Eater of Runes of a young age. Looking at this snake, Hansu understood that however this baby has a special feature, and this feature is that it eats runes and immediately spits them out. The protagonist gave the snake several runes and asked it to eat it. The snake, with eyes glowing with joy, looked at the runes with an appetizing look, and then began to swallow the runes with pleasure. The protagonist understood that this snake eats any 3 runes and spits out 2 that the owner wants. The main character was thinking that it would seem wasteful to someone to give 3 runes in exchange for 2. When he thought about it, the snake spat out one of the runes into Hansu's palm. The main character smiled at the snake he had just found and said that they could save up as many runes as they wanted, but it was more important for him to get the 2 runes he needed. After that, looking at the miniature snake, he stroked its face and said that it was a good girl. Then Hansu said that now he needed to focus on increasing his magical and physical resistance. Turning to the snake, he said that it could rest, after which the snake disappeared into the sleeve of his jacket. Looking at this little snake, the Rune Eater, Hansu understood that with it he would achieve his goal. So it was time for him to move out. At this time, the father of the family stood surrounded by trees and bushes and looked at the map. A little girl named Chayun, who was the daughter of this man, addressed him as her father and asked him where they should go. The father asked her to be patient. With a worried expression on his face, he looked at the map and thought that the map of the island that they received when leaving the room was not detailed and they could not go thoughtlessly since they did not know what would happen next. After that, he looked at the map with a frightened look and asked himself where they could find a safe place. He realized that if only they had not abandoned them. Suddenly sounds began to come from the bushes near which the man was standing. His wife fearfully approached him and said that she heard something from the direction of those bushes. The father of the family began to shake with fear and covered his family with his hands in fear. Was it a monster or perhaps another traveler? He asked his frightened family to stand behind him. Suddenly, Hansu emerged from the bushes with an expressionless expression on his face. Looking at him, the father of the family asked, "Kang Hansu?" After that, the man happily exclaimed that he was back. The protagonist came out of the bushes and asked them what they were doing here. The man with a happy expression answered him with a question and asked him, was he able to escape from the monster? The protagonist sternly looked at him with leaves from the bushes in his hair and answered the man by saying that he was able to catch this monster. The man looked in surprise at Hansu, who was shaking his hair, and asked himself, was he able to catch the monster? Then he asked himself in surprise, and did he only receive a small wound? Then the man noticed that with all this, not much time had passed. The protagonist turned to the family and asked them, but where are the others? He began to talk about what they were. Some time before, the man with a surprised expression on his face turned to Jimin, Kangmin and Hancheol, asked them what they were talking about. After that, he asked what their request to leave here meant. The father of the family, with a worried expression on his face, putting his hand to his chest, shouted that it was dangerous to separate like this. Then he asked them not to do this. Pressing his hand to his chest, he said that he was sure that there was no reason to separate. Hancheol, with a sly smile on his face, asked him if this meant that he planned to travel comfortably hiding behind their backs. The father of the family could not answer this question and still confusedly tried to formulate something. However, Jimin, with a disdainful expression on his face, turning around to the family, noticed that Hancheol was right, and now that there was no big player, going with annoying people would be even more unpleasant. Kangmin, with a sly smile on his face, said that he did not care who gave him runes, but he preferred to travel with the strong. Now the man who was the father of the family, with an irritated expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows, turning to Hansu, said that he said this and went in the other direction, and they even blocked the way so that they would not pass by. The man began to swear, saying that these were the children of dissolute women, after which he asked how they dared to treat people like that. Suddenly Hansu turned around and went in the opposite direction from the family. The man in bewilderment extended his hand towards him and asked him to wait, after which the man asked him where he was going. The man noticed that he was older, and he was talking. The main character, with an emotionless expression on his face, walking away, replied that he needed to go, and they had already wasted too much time. After that, Hansu walked away from them, and the wife of the man who was the father of this family turned to her husband and suggested that perhaps they too. The man extended his hand towards Hansu, who was walking away from them, and soon after that the three of them, that is father, mother and daughter, followed Hansu. The protagonist turned around abruptly and asked them what they were trying to do. The man asked him with an uncertain expression, wasn't he the one who said that he never went with them? After that, the man told him to keep going forward and that they were going on their own. The protagonist exhaled heavily from his lungs and continued on his way, thinking that it was a pretty straightforward statement, after which Hansu decided that it didn't matter to him. Through the forest, Hansu told them to do whatever they wanted. The protagonist understood that he would still have to fight alone. Sometime after these events, Hansu threw the monsters in different directions with blows from his melee weapon, cutting their flesh with blows from a needle, which caused the monsters that looked like woolly boars to squeal loudly in pain, and runes lay near the already defeated monsters. The protagonist understood that these were not easy fights, but thanks to this, his characteristics were in good condition. Stretching his hand towards one of the runes, Hansu straightened his palm, and along this open palm, the young snake rune eater began to crawl towards this rune. The protagonist understood that it was a wise choice to first increase his resistance. The young snake rune eater at this moment, with a happy expression on her face, absorbed the runes one by one. On the system window in front of Hansu's face, his characteristics were presented. Under his name it was written that his strength was colorless and equal to 0.03%, his endurance was 88.8 points, agility 84 points exactly, and perception 85.1 points. His magic was equal to 58.4 points and physical resistance 32 points, while magical resistance was equal to 32.7 points. The protagonist, looking at the rune in his hand, said that thanks to this, it was becoming easier for him to fight. After that, Hansu, with a concentrated expression holding a knife in his hand, thought about how he should get food from the remaining monsters. At that moment the family, with surprised expressions, watched what Hansu was doing from behind the bushes. Chaeyoon, with a happy expression, said that he was getting stronger and stronger. Then she said that he was incredible. Chaeyoon's mother squatted and said that it was very good for them that he did not care about them. Chaeyoon asked her parents if they should fight too. The father turned to Chaeyoon and asked her to calm down, then explained to her that it would be foolish to recklessly interfere and that their family together was already a blessing from the gods. After that, the father explained to her that therefore they needed to stay safe. Chaeyoon answered him affirmatively and agreed with her father. Then the father of the family suggested to follow him. The three of them ran towards Hansu, who was silently walking forward. After a while, the family looked at Hansu with surprised expressions and asked themselves, where did he go now? They saw Hansu going into a dark space like a cave. Looking at how Hansu went inside, they assumed that it was some kind of tunnel. The protagonist, with an emotionless expression, walked in a dark space surrounded by stone walls on all sides. The family followed him, looking around in surprise. Soon after, they came to a large room where there were many people. When Hansu approached these people, the father of the family, with his mouth wide open in surprise, asked, were they coming here? After that, the family rejoiced and began to shout loudly that they got there and they survived. The wife turned to her husband and daughter, shouting that it was a good job. Chaeyoon had tears of happiness on her face, and her cheeks turned red. Hancheol and Kangmin turned around to see Hansu, and Hancheol thought that this guy had returned and that he looked good, and that he didn't have any physical damage from the fight. Hancheol looked at Hansu and suggested that he thought the rumors that he had single-handedly defeated the carnivorous beast weren't true. The fairy assistant looked at the father of the family and suggested that they go watch this with the others. after which the fairy assistant with a displeased expression noticed that they were making a lot of noise despite being late. After which the fairy assistant said that if they were the last ones, then he suggested that they close the doors, and a moment after he said this a large stone wall collapsed and completely barricaded the place where Han-su and the family had just entered. After which the fairy assistant with a sly expression snapped his fingers and suggested that they start a large-scale event. The fairy assistant shouted out a greeting address to all the people who were in this room, telling them that they were in the first-floor dock. At that moment many people were surrounded by rocks near a small pond. The fairy assistant, addressing the people, said that about 75 people remained, and this is good because, fortunately, there were not many losses. After that, the fairy assistant solemnly announced that the events were a battle for tickets. At that moment, the people in this space looked at the bright holographic tickets of blue color that appeared near them. The fairy assistant explained that these tickets can be used to move from this already collapsing island to the next one. Then the fairy assistant noted that of course some islands are filled with monsters and surrounded by lava. But if luck is on their side, they will find themselves on the south or central island, which are filled with treasures. Spreading his short paws wide, the fairy assistant with a wide smile on his face shouted that however, if it were so easy to get there, it would not be fun. After that he asked, "Is this true?" The fairy assistant asked them to listen to some rules. After that he said that only 3 people can get on one boat, and for this you need at least 3 tickets. However, if 3 people use 3 tickets, they will appear on different islands. The fairy assistant explained to them that this can happen so they will end up on the outlying islands and maybe on the central ones. However, if 2 people use 3 tickets, they will end up on the same island, but they will be able to choose their destination. But if 1 person uses 3 tickets, they will be able to go anywhere. Hanchio listened to what the fairy assistant said with a surprised expression on his face, and Jimin listened with interest, while the family listened to this information with frightened and wide-open mouths in fear. The protagonist looked ahead with a confident and cold look while the fairy assistant continued to explain that the islands will collapse starting from the outlying ones and the difficulty of each island is very different, so the more advantages the better. Then he asked if this is true. The fairy assistant asked them to look at the map of the islands for details, after which he informed all the participants that there was about half an hour left before the destruction of this island and that there were only 25 boats in the crater, after which, with a sly smile on his face, the fairy assistant extended his hand in front of him and suggested that they begin. Then, with the same expression on his face, the fairy's assistant asked them, do they already know what they should do? The fairy shouted that they should survive by any means because it is much more fun. Soon after these words, a bloodbath began between the participants who were in the same space. Men and women of different ages instantly began to beat each other using melee weapons or just bare fists in order to take away the tickets. The room was filled with screams demanding to give up the ticket. Someone in a rage asked how dare he betray him? After that, the man ordered to die. Another person fearfully begged not to leave him. People in a rage stole tickets from each other and beat the owners of these tickets. The main character with a calm expression on his face watched the ongoing massacre and thought that the inevitable had begun. After that he decided that in this case, he did not have time to finish his thoughts because someone loudly addressed him by name from behind. It was a man who was the father of the family. He fell to his knees and began to beg Hansu to help him just once. After that he interrupted himself and said that he was begging him to help his family. The protagonist with an emotionless expression on his face put his hands in his pocket and looked at the begging man kneeling. After that, the man continued to talk about how they needed more tickets to safely reach the central island. With a nervous smile on his face the man told Hansu that he was strong so he could easily get tickets. Then he noticed that he could get anything at all. After that he asked him, "Isn't that so?" The man raised his hysterical face and said that he could just take a couple of tickets from others and give them to them. The man, being in a state of madness, thought that if he did this, then this time they would easily get to the right place. After that, the father of the family hit his head on the ground begging Hansu and shouted at him that by doing this he would save innocent lives. Then he yelled, "Please." The protagonist sternly looked down at him and told him that it was time to take responsibility and mind his own business. The man kneeling in front of him asked him what was so difficult about it. Then he asked him if he really had no compassion at all. Hanchio, who was standing not far from them, abruptly ordered the man to shut up. Then Hanchio, in a relaxed pose, approached the man and with a sharp blow of the sole of his shoe hit the man with such force that he flew away with a loud scream. Chayun screamed in fear, "Dad!" Hanchio clutched the shirt that the man was wearing and said that he talks too much and it irritates him. Then turning to Hansu he asked him if he was just going to listen to him. Then Hanchiol added, saying that he just needs to take the tickets and be done with it. Hanchiol, with a smile on his face looking at the protagonist, addressed him by name and asked him for permission to make him an offer. After that, Hanchiol offered to go with him. He abruptly interrupted himself and offered to go with them, after which he said that he would even give him a ticket if he needed them. With a disdainful expression on his face, turning to the side, Hanchiol said that, to be honest, even though they are his teammates, he does not like any of them. Smiling, looking at the protagonist, Hanchiol asked him if it was true that he also thought so. Hanchiol then noticed that he really is as strong as the rumors say. Hanchiol showed him the crest that was depicted on his wrist and asked him why he does not join those who are similar in level to him. Stretching his hand out in front of him, Hanchiol explained that this power that was awakened by his comrade, and it is not a skill. Hanchiol explained that if the leader approves, then he can also get it. And then, stretching out his hand to the side, the main character Hanchiol said that he had already talked to him about him, and he would allow it, and, in principle, a lonely journey was too much trouble. Hanchiol continued to say that it was not even a matter of a single symbolism, but he did not have time to finish because Hansu turned away from Hanchiol and answered him negatively, and explained that he refused. Hanchiol had already begun to recite a prepared phrase, saying that he knew that he would agree, but suddenly realizing the answer he had received from Hansu, he asked him in bewilderment, "What?" After that, Hanchiol asked him to stop, shouting at him that they were not like these worthless people. Hanchiol suggested that perhaps he still had not understood how valuable the clan was. The protagonist, without looking at his face, thought that he knew it, and he couldn't help but know it. The protagonist remembered that connection, but this time he chose to follow the monarch, and confidently looking ahead, he understood that he was doing this because otherwise he would be distracted from his goal. Hanchiol, with a slight smile on his face, asked him, "Is he not even going to listen?" Then he cursed with a smile on his face and noticed that apparently he had no other choice. He threw the tickets to Hansu's side and asked him to take it. The ticket fell at the protagonist's feet. Hanchiol, looking at the man's wife and daughter worriedly touching their father and husband, explained that he stole it from that worthless person. The man, with a painful expression on his face, screamed, "His ticket!" Hanchiol, with a smile on his face, said that it was sad that he refused, but he could not waste his time here anymore. After that, Hanchiol told that he was going to meet the others in the central island, so he asked the main character to consider it a gift for the future, and shared that he was sure that they would meet again, and then he would ask him again. The main character, looking at Hanchiol, thought that his tricks did not work on him, and all this was not important now. One of the men walking towards Hansu shouted to him that he had a ticket under his foot. Another man approaching this ticket asked Hansu if he would take it. Soon after, a crowd of angry young men rushed towards this ticket, shouting for them to grab it. Someone's hand grabbed the ticket, shouting that it was his. A fierce battle began between the young men. One of them shouted that it was his ticket and ordered the other guy to give it to him. Another guy, squeezing the man's forehead, answered him negatively, saying that he would not give it up. Then he asked him if he was looking for his own death. Another guy approached the father of the family with a knife in his hands. Chayun, with a frightened expression, grabbed the guy with the knife by the hand, screaming, "Dad!" The father of the family at this time asked to be spared. The guy grabbed Chayun by the vest she was wearing and, lifting her into the air, asked if this meant that they were a family. After that, he offered to give them a dramatic joint death. The father of the family at this time, looking at the guy with a knife in fear, began to crawl away in the opposite direction without trying to protect his daughter. A loud, deafening, frightened child scream was heard. The protagonist, watching the heartbroken parents who were taking care of their lifeless daughter's body, thought that they had deliberately placed this family in their group to make them watch this spectacle. Because Hansu realized that ultimately it was obvious what they wanted, he saw the fairy helper watching this heartbreaking tragedy with a sly smile on her face. Watching the fairy helper control people like puppets, he thought that no matter how hard someone fights on the stage they set up, because even death happens according to the script. Suddenly, someone turned to Hansu from the side and asked him why he rejected Hanchiol's offer. It was Jimin who was approaching Hansu. The protagonist explained to her that he had personal reasons, after which he asked her what she wanted. At that moment, behind Jimin, several men were fiercely beating each other up. Jimin, with a sly smile on her face and taking off the glove from her palm, told him that she also wanted to propose. Taking off the glove from her hand, she showed the crest that was depicted on her wrist and invited Hansu to go with her. The main character turned away from her and Jimin noted that this was expected, but before leaving him, she said that she would ask him one question. She assumed that he was staying here not because of clumsy sympathy. After that, she asked if this was true. Jimin, with a smile on her face, said that she thought that he was not that pathetic. After that, they looked closely into each other's eyes. A smile appeared on the face of the main character. He repeated after her, sympathy. Looking at the boats, sailing away, Hansu understood that she was the last one and everyone else who could go up had already done so, and now there was only one boat left. The protagonist, looking at the last boat, realized that no one would know about it, no matter what happened here. At that moment, Hansu looked at the corpses and also at the still living young people who were looking uncertainly in front of them. Looking at these confused people, Hansu understood that the rest could not even protect themselves. These people, turning to Hansu, begged him to take them with him. After that, one of these doomed people loudly addressed Hansu by name and suggested that he knew him, right? After that, the man hopefully asked him to help him. Another person, demandingly turning to Hansu, shouted that he could save them. The protagonist, walking away from these pleading people, understood that he had to save all these people. But in the training zone where the fairy's powers are great, he could not save everyone, and this is the reason why he must do what he must. The main character turned towards these people, taking the needle out of its sheath, and began to approach them, thinking about what he had to do, because if he failed here, everything would be in vain. Turning to the frightened people, he asked them for forgiveness, and squeezing the needle in his hand tighter, he thought that, however, he knew the fate of those who could not go to the next island well. Memories appeared in his mind about how many people, being in acid, screamed in fear, asking not to be killed. The main character knew that in the river of acid, when the fairy, as it seemed to him, watched with pleasure as these people melted, Hansu heard their screams from memories when people screamed that they were in great pain and they asked to just kill them already. Remembering this, Hansu realized that he could only watch. But now looking ahead, he said that they could be indignant as much as they wanted. So he decided, instead of leaving these people to suffer for the sake of the fairy's entertainment, he coldly looked ahead and said that he would show some kind of mercy. Some time after this bloody massacre, Hansu looked at a pond while sailing on a boat. Throwing runes up and giving them to his young rune-eater snake, he said that she was amazing and he did not expect this. But he shared that he was sorry that everything ended too quickly. The fairy assistant, with a smile on his face, approached Hansu and said that he did exactly what was expected of a rising star. After that, the fairy asked him not to worry about it and said that they never say unnecessary things. Then the fairy, carefully looking at Hansu, said goodbye to him, saying that he will wait for their next meeting. The protagonist sadly looked ahead and decided that he would not regret it because he did not return to save everyone but to win. Clenching his fist, he told himself that he should not hesitate but should continue to move forward. After that, looking ahead with a young snake rune-eater on his shoulder, Hansu thought that the next goal was the central island. When he thought about this, he was sitting on a boat and hovering in the sky, approaching the islands. The notification voice notified everyone that all of them, that is, 1,921 travelers who had come this far. After that, the notification voice greeted everyone on the land of opportunities, that is, on the central island. At that moment, on the central island there was a tall, graceful dark-colored building that was illuminated by bright sunlight. While the sun was shining on the large castle located in the center of the island and inside of which there were many Gothic buildings, Hansu understood that on the central island it is important to know exactly 3 things. The first is that it is necessary to protect the crystal in the castle. You also need to know that you can increase your own strength thanks to the dungeon unique to this region, and the last is that a loud cry notified the warriors that a wave of monsters was approaching. Many skeletons with brightly glowing purple eyes with melee weapons in their bony hands were attacking. Many loud cries asked for these monsters to be stopped. A man cursed in fear and asked for these to be stopped. At that moment, warriors with bows and swords stood on the wall of the castle defending themselves from the advancing and rising skeletons. A loud cry said that they had almost no people left. At that moment, a skeleton clutching a sword in his bony hands attacked a frightened guy who was trying to defend himself from this attack. Another skeleton cut the girl's neck with a sweeping blow, causing a powerful splash of blood to fly out of her artery. A loud voice said that if they could hold out here, they would survive another day. After that, the voice asked the warriors to hold on. A guy who was lying on the ground with a painful expression on his face stretched out his hand in front of him and said that he could not. Then he asked how they could expect him to hold out here for a whole month. The guy in fear asked to be saved. During the active ongoing battle, the voice ordered to hold the line. After that, a painful cry was heard on the battlefield. A man named Park Jung-wook abruptly put his hand on the table and said that they needed to establish some rules. As he spoke, he stood in the conference room near a round table at which several people were sitting, Jungwook standing at this table said that their defense was broken through on the very first day and they had already suffered serious damage. Then turning to the rest of the people sitting in this room, he asked how long they were going to sit here. With a tense expression, Jungwook said that if this continued, not only would they not be able to protect the crystal, but they would also be slaughtered by monsters. All of these words belonged to the monarch of the MK clan, Park Jungwook. Another person in the room, and Jahyun, was the monarch of the Hwajong clan. He put his hands on the table and suggested that maybe they should discuss when the other monarchs would arrive. The girl who was also at the table crossed her arms over her chest and said that the strongest was already here, so the rest were not that important. This girl was the monarch of the Noah clan, Hong Xia. Another guy who was sitting at the conference table raised one eyebrow and asked, "So what does he suggest we do?" These words belonged to the monarch of the Smog clan, Lee Gukti. Park Jungwook, raising his hands up, said that the biggest problem is the lack of defenders, and that is why he suggested bringing people here who have not yet joined the clans. He explained that if necessary, they will do it by force. Xia, answering Jungwook, said that however, they have no way to control these unjoined travelers. Then she asked if this is true. Jungwook, with a serious expression, answered her that this means that they will have to put pressure on them. Then he noted that he does not think that words will help him in any way with this lawless mass. After this, Jungwook said that the next attack will begin in 3 hours and they cannot guarantee that they will withstand this time too. Then he asked, will they just let this happen? Gukti, sitting in his place, asked him, what if their clan alliance joins forces with them? Then he, turning to Park Jungwook, asked him if he guarantees that they will be able to do this. After that, he noted that however, the increase in the number of people going into the dungeon is a serious matter, and since their numbers have increased significantly, they have become equal in number to the clan alliance, and these are the people who formed a ridiculous group and are now called the Basement Alliance, given the fact that they have begun to act actively. They are already beyond their power, and the question becomes the following: will the clan alliance, which is focused exclusively on defense, be able to cope with them? After that, Jungwook asked, maybe they should send clans from the front lines into the dungeon? Frightened, Jahyun asked him expressively, and in that case, how should they defend the castle? Then Jahyun said that if this is their plan, then the small clans should go first to reduce losses. At that moment, Hong Xia was still sitting at the table with her arms crossed over her chest and thinking that they were just discussing what they wanted. She considered this discussion to be nonsense. After that, putting her finger between her teeth, she cursed, realizing that if only the first 1900 people had focused on defense. Hong Xia understood that initially everyone participated in defense because survival depended on it. But after someone returned from the dungeon with powerful artifacts, having become much stronger, the clans began to go there one after another. With a thoughtful expression, Xia asked how they would protect the crystals this month. Suddenly, Jimin ran into the room and cheerfully ran towards Xia. Xia abruptly put her hand in front of her and said that they would not talk now. She explained that she had a headache. Jimin told her with a happy expression that she was not here to play pranks. Then she said that she had important news, and she received the news that some crazy person is currently fighting the Basement Alliance. Xia asked in bewilderment with her eyes wide open, what? At that moment, someone loudly asked for help on the street. Then this voice begged to calm down, and explained, saying that he did not say that he would not go. In surprise, everyone who was here in the conference room rose from their seats. At that time, on the street, a man with a frightened expression on his face, kneeling and leaning his hands on the ground, shouted that he planned to hunt for 2 more days and then switch back. After that, the man shouted that he would join as soon as he became stronger. Addressing the one standing in front of him, the man offered to solve everything with words. After that, several sharp sounds of impact were heard in the square. The man with a painful hoarse groan fell to the ground. The protagonist, clutching a Cloud Maniac snack in his teeth, coldly told the man that he was fired and from tomorrow everyone would be fighting upstairs, after which he said that today they were just hanging out, so tomorrow they would work it off. The man, who was shaking on the ground in fear and pain, asked Han Su, who was approaching him, not to approach him. The protagonist coldly looked at the man lying on the ground, who at that moment was thinking that he clearly felt that his rune characteristics were lower than his. Because of this, the man asked himself in bewilderment, so why couldn't he defeat him? At that moment, Han Su, with a young rune-eating snake sitting on his shoulder, stuck his hand out in front of him and said that he needed his weapon. Kang Min, who was not far from this, shouted that this was that guy. One of the men watching the beating with an irritated expression, frowning and clenching his jaw, turning to Han Su, asked him, who does he think he is? After that, the man angrily shouted that he was giving orders here. Taking a knife out of his pocket, the man pulled it out in front of him and ran towards Hansu, shouting at him to die. The main character calmly turned to the man shouting at him, and looking at how the blade of his knife was glowing, he thought that this meant that the knife had a skill that increased the cutting properties of this. The main character stretched out his palm in front of him, demonstrating his rare ring, thought that this was a pretty good artifact for a colorless rank. When the furious man with the glowing knife approached Hansu, the main character abruptly put his hand in front of him, grabbing the man by the chest. The guys who were watching this cheerfully encouraged the man, shouting that this was how it should be and that he should be killed. The man looked at his knife with a confused expression and asked himself, did the knife's skill not work? He realized that the knife did not pierce him. After that, he called Hansu a bastard and asked himself, what kind of resistance does he have? While the man was thoughtfully looking at his knife, the protagonist asked him if it was his turn. After that, Hansu made the man's face distort with a powerful attack. A tooth flew out of his jaw from such a powerful blow. The man let out a loud, painful, hoarse groan. The protagonist noted that it was quite tiring to fight them without killing them. The man fell to the ground unconscious while the protagonist said that nothing can be done about it since they are an important resource. After that, turning to the men standing in front of him, he asked, however, they did not listen to his words. He asked them if this is true. At that moment, the guys including Kangmin looked in fear at the cold-blooded protagonist who, with a grin on his face, holding his lips to the cloud snack of the maniac, said that he had the last one left, but this would be enough for him. Xia and Jungwook, who came out of the conference room, looked at him in bewilderment and asked themselves, who is this guy? Soon after these events, the protagonist confidently sat at the conference table opposite Jungwook, Jaehyun, Xia and Gukti. They all looked tensely at Hansu with their eyebrows furrowed. Jungwook understood that this was the guy Hanchyeol mentioned. After that, looking closely at Kang Hansu, he asked himself, what is the magical beast doing on his shoulder? The protagonist confidently sat with his muscular arms crossed over his chest and said that from tomorrow the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance will join forces and will change between defense and hunting. After that, the protagonist said that if anyone had any objections, he ordered them to say so right away. Then the protagonist added that they could not be commanded without their participation, so he recommended that the monarchs sitting opposite him take as many useful people as they can and force them to join their clans. The protagonist said that he would in turn make those remaining outside follow their orders, after which he explained that in this case there would be no problems. Xia looked at him attentively and thought that it would be beneficial to them and not to him, after which she asked herself, what was he really up to? After that, Xia turned her gaze to Gukti and Gukti asked Hansu, what did he want? Then with a sly smile on his face, Gukti said that someone unrelated to the plan and having such power made a noise, after which he asked him, and at the same time he claims that he has no personal motives? The protagonist, looking emotionlessly into Gukti's eyes, said that as long as the basic rules and system work, he has no intentions or motives. Gukti responded by saying that you can never be sure and that he might suddenly change his mind and decide to get rid of the alliance. The protagonist, leaning his hands on the chair, rose up and explained that he had no desire to participate in a pathetic debate, but he noted that if they were worried about it. At that moment, the protagonist, placing his hand on his wrist, became completely enveloped in magical energy and invisible to others. Jungwook abruptly rose from the chair just like the other monarchs, grabbed his weapon and shouted loudly that he had disappeared. Xia grabbed her sword and shouted that he was going to attack. After that, she ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Gukti, opening his mouth wide, shouted that this was a simple invisibility skill and he could not leave his place. As he shouted this, he pulled out his glowing sword from its sheath. At that moment, Kang Hansu appeared behind him and pressed the blade of his sharp blade to Gukti's neck. The protagonist threateningly asked him if he thought that he couldn't strike if he wanted to. Gukti looked at Hansu standing behind him in horror and asked himself if this wasn't some simple trick but a dragon that breaks feelings. Gukti couldn't believe that he was able to deceive him so easily. Hansu then addressed everyone present in the room and shared with them, and told them that he had obtained one thing shortly before coming here and assumed that he would support the trend. At that moment, the people who were in the room loudly shouted, "Monarch!" Several armed men who were dressed in the uniform of the Smog clan stood near the frightened and holding Gukti's neck. The protagonist asked them to calm down and put his knife back in its sheath and explained to him that he had no evil intentions. After that, the protagonist said that now there was a situation in which it would be better for them to unite. He asked them if that was true. The protagonist suggested that each of them do their best in their place. After that he stated that these were all his plans. The monarchs looked at Hansu with tense expressions on their faces and listened to what he was saying. The protagonists, leaving the conference room, thought that up until this point they had been fighting each other, so it would be difficult to unite, but there was time, so he would not put pressure on them. When Hansu walked along the red carpet, he realized that this was just the beginning. He began to reason about what would happen next. At the exit from the throne room, he was approached and asked to wait. It was Jimin who told him that he would upset her if he simply left. Looking at the serious calm Hansu, she asked him if he remembered their conversation. After that, she said that she wanted to hear a different answer. Then she asked him what he thought about it. Jimin turned to him and said that she had asked him before. After that, she asked him again if it was true. Then she explained to him that the essence of the question was whether he wanted to join their clan. At that moment, Jimin brought her face close to the face of the unperturbed Hansu and, standing in front of his chest, slowly said that this time she wanted to give him a real invitation. Jimin began to move her hand to his shoulder and asked him what he thought about it. Then she asked him if he was too lonely traveling alone. After that, Jimin guessed, or did he already have someone in mind? Jimin told him that she heard that he was with a girl named Mihi at Gangnam Station. The protagonist continued to calmly stare ahead without showing any emotion. Jimin stared into his eyes and realized that he had no reaction, and as she understood, it meant no. Jimin smiled and said that there was no problem with that. However, it would be great if he was going to join their clan. The protagonist silently walked away and Jimin turned around in confusion and asked, "What is this?" The protagonist walked and muttered under his breath that he needed to get to the city walls. Jimin asked him in confusion, "Is he not even going to pretend to listen to her?" When he walked away, Jimin shouted after him that he was an annoying bastard. The protagonist walked through the castle, breathing heavily from his lungs. Sometime after that, at the city walls, a loud voice ordered to drag the bodies away from here. There were many skeletal corpses lying in different places near the wall, and the stone paving stones were painted red with blood. A loud male voice said that they needed more essential items. After that, the voice ordered people with support skills to go that way. One of the military guys turned to Henchio, calling him Sergeant, and told him that the southern wall was relatively fortified. Henchio answered the guy satisfactorily, and told the wounded to go down, and he told the others that they could rest. After that, Henchio asked how their clan was holding up. The guy talking to him answered him, saying that this time they managed to make a more substantial defense, and they had enough people for all posts without exception. After that, the guy began to talk about those who joined from the Basement Alliance, who with painful expressions on their faces were having a hard time recovering their breath knocked out by the long battle. He said that at first they were not very willing to cooperate, but they did their job well, and thanks to them they did not suffer serious losses. Hanchio looked at this and said that considering the thin ice they had to walk on, they couldn't afford to be idle, and considering the monster guarding the defenders' positions, he asked, "Do they have a choice?" At that moment, the protagonist, who had already been nicknamed a monster, leaned on his massive sword and looked at the mountains of defeated skeletons. Henchio said that it was simply incredible to see how he could deal with so many enemies alone. The protagonist wiped away a drop of sweat that was running down his face with a gesture of his hand. Looking at him, Henchio thought that if only this guy had some manners, he could invite him to the clan. However, memories of how Henchio unsuccessfully tried to contact Hansu appeared in his head, but the protagonist always brushed him off. Frowning, Henchio thought that God would judge him for all this. Looking ahead, Henchio thought that at this rate they would be able to repel the attack time after time. Suddenly, a male voice asked Henchio to stop and informed him that a gap had appeared in the air. In this gap, a fairy appeared who asked with a happy expression, "They were all waiting for him, weren't they?" And then looking at the frightened and surprised soldiers, the fairy assistant asked them if they had a good rest for 2 days. Looking at the fairy assistant, Henchio cursed, realizing that the appearance of this devil was a bad sign. The fairy assistant assumed that they were bored, so he suggested that they start with a real fuss. Clapping his palms, the fairy assistant said that from this day on, demons would participate in battles, after which he explained that demons are powerful creatures, but he asked them not to worry too much and explained that the undead they had met so far did not give them anything, but killing a demon would bring them miniature crystals. The fairy assistant assured them that this was their chance, and they would be able to exchange these crystals for amazing artifacts in a store exclusive to this place. When the fairy assistant told them about this, system windows began to appear in front of the soldiers' faces. The main character also looked at the system window that was opposite his face. The fairy assistant clarified that they could purchase not only artifacts, since these crystals could be used to buy rescue tickets to leave this place. The system window inside which the crystal store was located showed the number of crystals available, as well as the areas on which the available crystals could be spent. In order to buy a rescue ticket, 600 crystals are needed. The ferry assistant asked, "Don't they all want to leave this place quickly?" One of the guys turned to another and said that if they get the crystals, they could leave this place, after which the other guy noticed that the system window said that up to 5 people could go together. After that, the guy shouted that then they should make every effort to get the crystals. Suddenly, a massive cloud of magical energy appeared in the field opposite the castle, glowing with a blindingly bright color. From this bright red magical portal, a massive monster hand with sharp black claws crawled out. It was a huge demon who, with a furious smile on his face, began to laugh loudly, raising his head up and demonstrating his large muscular body. Looking at the devil, people cursed, warning that this monster was coming in their direction. The demon with an insidious smile on his face approached the castle, spreading magical energy around himself. The guys with worried expressions thought that someone should go out and meet this demon first, since they did not even know how strong the demon could be. One of the guys thought that he also wanted these things, however. Suddenly, a voice interrupted all thoughts and shouted, ordering everyone to step back. The people synchronously turned back and the main character jumped high into the sky at great speed, clutching the hilt of a massive sword in his hands. The protagonist rushed to attack the demon, after which he dropped a massive sword on the demon's outstretched hand in a jump. Having reflected the attack, Hansu Monster prepared his other hand and began to concentrate a ball of magical energy in it. The protagonist watched this with a calm expression on his face, after which he returned from the demon's attack by jumping up, due to which the demon missed and hit the ground with his blow, thereby tearing the soil and forming a small crater in the ground. The protagonist, watching the demon's actions, thought that this was exactly what was expected from a demon, even from a degraded one. The protagonist, looking ahead, realized that he could not inflict fatal damage on this demon with normal attacks, and he had no more cloud snacks for a maniac. The protagonist began to reason that he had improved his defense and resistance with the help of the Rune-Eater snake, but looking at the powerful demon, he realized that his attacking abilities were not that great, so now he would have to use the artifacts that he had obtained in the dungeon. Standing in a fighting stance, Hansu, clutching the sword in his hands, began to use his boots. On the system window near these boots it was written that these are light boots of scoundrels that increase the speed of the wearer for 1 minute. The protagonist decided to bet on speed, after which he began to approach the demon at high speed, stretching out his sword in front of him, jumping a large distance, and being above the head of the demon. Hansu struck, but the demon managed to put his forearms out, thereby repelling this attack. After that, the protagonist struck many blows with his sword and the demon tried to defend himself from each of these blows by putting his hands in front of his head. The protagonist, with a concentrated expression on his face, stared intently at the demon's actions while attacking him. This time Hansu was able to get ahead of the demon and cut his chest with a blow from his sword, which is why the demon retreated back and then with a furious smile on his face began to concentrate a ball of magical energy in his hand. The furious demon sent magical energy in front of him, hitting Hansu with a powerful magical beam, but Hansu managed to put his sword in front of him, thereby protecting his body. The protagonist was thrown a long distance, after which a powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist was lying in a pit surrounded by stone fragments. After that, looking ahead and clutching the hilt of the sword in his hands, Hansu used the ability of the first power of the Nirmaring, which was called Destruction, and after that the blade of his massive sword began to glow with bright magical energy of blue light. On the system window it was written that Destruction instantly neutralizes any skill or power when counterattacking. Many people were watching Hansu at that moment. One of them said that he was confronting the demon alone. Hancheol asked how much stronger he had become. Jungwook asked him to prepare, and then told him that they should not miss their chance. Hancheol looked at Jungwook in surprise and addressed him as a captain and asked him if he was offering to join the battle. Hancheol then said that he wasn't sure if that would be the best decision. Jungwook, who was watching Hansu and the demons battle closely, told him that if they didn't do it, the others wouldn't miss out on the opportunity. At that moment, many guys with confident smiles on their faces jumped down from the defensive wall and shouted that there was only one demon. Among these people was Kangmin, and the guy who was walking in front shouted out ordering everyone to attack. The guys shouted that they would take it. After that, someone shouted that they were coming too. Jimin, who was watching from the defensive wall as the events unfolded, said that she didn't like it either, but turning to Xia, she asked her if they should join too. Xia, crossing her arms over her chest, watched this and then answered Jimin negatively and told them to wait for now. and then Xia, who was watching Hansu closely, said that she wanted to see what he was capable of. The protagonist, who was fighting the demon, saw many guys approaching him from different sides. Looking at them with his peripheral vision, Hansu thought that this was impudent. After that, the protagonist began to reason that the demon could use his racial skill at any second and he could not afford to be distracted by the rest of the travelers. Many guys surrounded the wounded demon in front of whom Hansu was standing. The protagonist reasoned that given that the demon had not used his skill until this moment, the protagonist asked himself in surprise, was this really a demon? The demon at that moment looked ahead with a sly smile on his face. The protagonist, looking at how the monster concentrated a ball of magical energy in his hand, asked himself, does the demon have a skill that deals area damage? After that, the protagonist abruptly turned to the warriors standing behind him and ordered him to go back. After that, the main character shouted that they would not be able to handle this demon if they wanted to survive, then they had to hide behind it. Kangmin, holding a sword in his hand, said that he had a bad feeling. Then turning to the guy who stood in front of him, he asked if they should step back and watch the battle from the side. The guy who stood in front of him asked Kangmin what he was talking about. Then he explained that on the contrary, they should stand as close as possible to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, the demon, with a treacherous and wide smile on his face, used a racial skill and then sent a powerful stream of fire called Hellfire in front of him. The guy who held a brightly glowing shield in front of him with a smile on his face shouted that this was luck because he had just recently obtained an artifact that could protect him from small tongues of flame. At that time, a flame appeared in front of these young people. The guy with the shield in his hands said that if he delivered the final blow, there would be a reward. He did not have time to finish speaking as his face suddenly distorted from what he saw. He looked in horror in front of him. The flame, which up to that moment did not seem frightening, suddenly began to grow to incomparable proportions, and a loud painful cry filled the burning field. The travelers screamed in fear, asking the others to run away. The guy who had just bragged about his shield was now burning alive, and with a bright flame, and screamed in pain, asking for help. Another guy looked in horror at his comrade burning alive. People began to run away in horror, screaming that the demon was approaching and walking in their direction. The main character took the hilt of the sword in his hand and said, Hellfire. After that he grinned and with a confident expression on his face, looking in front of him, thought that it was time to use the power of the ring to the fullest. With a powerful swing of his sword, the main character applied the power of destruction, thereby forming a powerful energy cut which he directed in front of him. The warriors watching this in bewilderment asked, what was that? After that, someone's loud voice said that Hansu was able to destroy the fire with his sword. The protagonist, surrounded by flames, calmly looked ahead. On the scorched and lifeless ground, Hansu stood holding his sword with a trembling hand and understood that the demon was not an ordinary opponent, but right here and now, the only person who could fight the demon and the one who could compare with the abilities of the 3-meter demon from the underworld was only him. The demon calmly walked forward along the powerful streams of fire and, concentrating the fire around his palm with wide open brightly glowing eyes, furiously looked at Hansu. After that, raising his burning hand high, the demon looked at Hansu, who was surrounded on all sides by high flames. Gukti, watching this fight, covered his face with his hand and looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking, is he really an ordinary traveler like them? At this time, he thought that they definitely started everything together, and in this case, he had a question, why such a huge gap between them? At this moment, Hansu used his sword to defend himself from powerful fireballs. Jungwook and Hancheo watched the battle with surprised expressions. At this moment, the monarchs had an idea that they need to come up with a plan. At this time, Jungwook and Hancheo, Xia and Jimin understood that if this continues, they will lose all the advantages they have. Surrounded by abundant thick magical energy, Hansu confronted a furious demon who raised his paws high and screamed loudly. Sometime after these events, behind the large defensive walls, someone's loud voice ordered to prepare for the next wave. The guy raised one of his hands up and ordered the clan members to gather around him. At this time, another guy with a wooden box in his hands approached him. Another loud voice commanded that the garrison is changing. Jimin stood leaning her back against the defensive wall and watched what was happening on the street. Suddenly, someone came up to her from the side and told her that if she waited for him, then today too, nothing would happen. Jimin turned around and asked what he meant. Hancheo, who was talking to her with his hand on the back of his head, explained to her that he was saying that waiting here was pointless because he also waited in vain every time. Jimin, with beads of sweat running down her face, turned away from Hancheo and asked him, and who is he waiting for? Hanchiol answered him that he was waiting for Han-su, and that was obvious. After that he asked her, "Who else should we wait for here?" After that, standing next to Jimin, Hanchiol said that something told him that she was here by order of the monarch. After that he asked her if that was true. After that, heavily exhaling air from his lungs, Hanchiol said that the captain constantly gives him such tasks. Hanchiol turned his gaze to Jimin and said that if they were here alone, he suggested that she speak frankly, after which Hanchiol said that she herself knew that the clan alliance had been faltering lately, and he assumed that she probably knew the reason too. Jimin looked intently into Hanchiol's eyes and reacted in surprise, after which she asked him why he was telling her all this. Hanchiol answered her with a question and asked her, "Isn't it obvious?" After that, Hanchiol explained to her that the offer from their side was his. Suddenly, after that, Hanchiol abruptly turned to the side and looked behind him with a surprised look. Jimin asked him what was wrong. Hanchiol told her that it seemed to him that someone was watching them. And then, looking around and not seeing anything suspicious around him and in the square, he asked out loud, did it really seem that way to him? Gukti stood near the glass window and looked at the city street. He said out loud how much time had passed since Han-su began to monopolize demons. Then with wide open eyes Gukti said that however he still did not do anything strange. He asked if this was true. After that, turning to the side, Gukti said that considering that they did not receive a single report about this, he ordered the clan members to keep constant surveillance on him. The girl who was dressed in equipment appropriate to the clan could answer Gukti by telling him that in addition to protecting the fortress of demon hunting and rare trips to the dungeon, Han-su only rests a little. After that this girl said that thanks to him, it has become much easier to defend himself, but there is still another problem. The girl with a mask on her face said that those who did not join any clan continue to fight with the clan members. Gukti, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looking away, put his hand to his chin and said that this was exactly what was expected. Then Gukti said that considering that a figure of his size continues to refuse to join the clans, the appearance of such troublemakers and peace is quite natural, and even the alliance of clans is forced to follow Hansu's words. Gukti said that this is the reason why he prepared something. Gukti smiled, confidently looking ahead. Gukti said that if the power was to falter then they would not be able to control them properly. After he said this he asked if this was true. After asking this rhetorical question Gukti said that for the sake of their future plans, they could not allow this to happen. Many people were standing in the room and silently looking ahead. Gukti, standing next to the girl with a mask on his face, put his hands in front of him and noticed that everyone had gathered just in time. Turning to the people standing in front of him, Gukti proposed to discuss the future of the alliance clans. During these events, outside the city's protective walls, a massive sword Han-su that glowed in the sun was stabbed into a large carcass of a monster. The protagonist was hunched over in exhaustion and held a needle in his hand while purple thick blood flowed out of the body of the monster he had killed. The protagonist threw his needle aside, saying that it was also useless now. Reaching out to his rune-devouring snake, he rejoiced that it was the 60th and that he would finally get the required amount. The protagonist understood that high-level artifacts were sold in the crystal shop and most of these were exclusive to clans and had a stunning effect. But Han-su realized that if the crystals fell into the hands of the clans, there would certainly be serious rivalry, so he had to stop it at the very beginning. The protagonist smiled as he looked at the system window where the crystal shop was open. Han-su said that there was a bigger goal. A notification appeared on the system window that the exchange had been made and 60 crystals had been debited from the account. The protagonist understood that he knew how to use most types of weapons, but he liked this one. At that moment Han-su looked at the incredibly sharpened specialized sickles that were fastened together with long chains. This weapon was called the Judgment of the Dekratos. Holding 2 sickles in his hands, with a long chain between them, Han-su looked ahead with a confident grin on his face and said that the battles would be easy in the near future. Actively unwinding the sickle on the chain, the main character smiled, saying that in this case he should try out the purchase. Sometime after these events, Han-su, unwinding the sickle, stood in front of the skeletons crawling out of the ground. With a confident smile on his face, the main character looked ahead and thought that there were about 10 days left until the end of the siege, and he was very curious to know who would make the first move in the remaining time. The image of the crazy Gukti and other people appeared in his mind. 10 days later, the fairy, with a sly expression on his face, stretched out his paw in front of him and said that this time it was quite interesting to watch the travelers, and for those of them who survived the longest, they had prepared a special event. The people who were within the walls of the castle screamed loudly in fear and asked what was happening. After that, one of the people shouted that it was not yet time for a new wave. At that moment, the killed skeletons began to turn into a magical substance and fly out towards the castle. People watching this in bewilderment asked what was happening. After that, someone's voice shouted that the corpses of demons were gathering inside the fortress. They saw how many thick purple substances flew towards the fortress, the entrance to which looked like a magical portal. These magical substances merged with each other, forming one big something that was shapeless and was constantly fed with new corpses. The main character, watching this, thought that this was beginning. The shapeless magical substance began to take shape soon and straightened up and turned into something similar to a girl with horns and long ears. This was the hidden task of the central island, which was a battle against the Demon Queen. The Demon Queen, with a sly smile on her face, confidently looked ahead. Raising her hands up, she confidently watched as new creatures were formed from the corpses of defeated monsters. Also, a magic dome appeared around the walls of the castle. The fairy explained that in any case, this is not how to escape and they only have two options. He explained that their choice is that they can either stay here and try to withstand the approaching attack of the undead or escape using the crystal. However, the fairy noticed that the new undead are different from the previous ones, so he advised them to wait impatiently, and if they do not want to do this, then they again have two choices. The first choice is to meet the summoned Demon Queen inside the fortress. The guy with a frightened expression asked the fairy again, "The Demon Queen?" The girl screamed expressively that the fairy had not mentioned anything like that. The fairy, at that moment, relaxedly sharpening his claws, answered by saying that he did not want to mention the Demon Queen because there was a great chance that they would not live to see her, but nothing could be done about it because many travelers do not live to see this moment. After that, the fairy explained that the crystal would activate half an hour after the undead attack began, and could only carry 500 people. People watched the fairy with surprised expressions and listened to what he was telling them. The fairy explained that, in other words, half of the people present would stay here. When the fairy said this, people began to carefully look at each other with a sideways glance. Then the fairy noticed that, however, if they defeated the Demon Queen, everyone would be able to leave and he would wait patiently for their answer. At that moment, the timer showed 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Kangmin cursed with a tense expression, yelling that he thought they only needed to hold out for a month. Gukti slapped his palms together to get everyone's attention, then clenched his fist in front of his chest, yelling that they only needed to hold out for half an hour, then they would escape with the crystal. He ordered everyone to hold on. He then ordered everyone to get ready, saying that the clan alliance should follow the crystal and the rest should go to the front. Kangmin turned to Gukti, asking him if he really thought they didn't understand that he and the rest of the clans just wanted to escape. Kangmin looked at Gukti with a tense expression, threateningly frowning his brows. Gukti turned around and looked at him with wide eyes. Gukti then asked him if it wasn't better to defend rather than act recklessly. Gukti then explained that they needed to think about how to protect the majority. Kangmin, with an irritated expression and looking at Gukti, shouted that he voiced ideas worthy of the clan's monarch. After that, he said that it didn't matter to him what happened to the others since he was only focused on keeping alive those he could control. With a crazy look, Gukti looked at Kangmin and asked him in response, "Does he have any ideas?" Then he explained that even the demon that appeared on the first day killed dozens with one attack, and in that case, he asked him how he planned to defeat the Demon Queen. Then Gukti, with a wild smile on his face, raised his face and asked what the others would say. He asked the others if they would prefer to survive and go to the next island together or throw themselves into the arms of death like moths to a flame. Kangmin and Yayan looked at Gukti, who spoke these words. Juhayan, looking ahead with a smile on his face, thought that everything was over and the atmosphere had already changed and they were in alliance with the Smog clan, so they would definitely be saved. Suddenly Hansu came out to the square and said that the only way to save everyone was to defeat the Demon Queen. Gukti and Juhayan looked at Hansu, who was saying these words with surprised expressions on their faces. The protagonist, with a confident expression, said that ultimately if they defeat her, then everyone who survives will be able to save themselves. Gukti, looking at him, thought that he was interfering again. After that, Gukti turned to Hansu and asked him, spreading his arms in different directions, if he was sure that he would survive. Hansu emotionlessly exhaled air from his lungs and said that he did not know this. However, if they went to the crystal, then more than 500 people would undoubtedly die. After that, Hansu suggested that perhaps even more people would die. Yayan, looking at Hansu, said that in that case they will follow him. With a confident smile on her face, Yayan said that in any case they can't trust these clan high-ranking officials, so. Kangmin, who was standing next to Hansu with a nervous smile on his face, thought that in the end he ended up with him. Yayan, looking in front of her with her arms crossed over her chest, noticed that there was no reason for them to join forces with him. After that, she asked if he thought the same thing. The people simultaneously raised their clenched fists in the air, offering to defeat the Demon Queen and save themselves together. Hancho, with a cheerful smile on his face, raising his hand up, said that then they will join too. At that moment, Hancho, Jungwook, as well as Jimin and Xia stood to the side, and Xia said that they will also fight together with Hansu. Juhyeon looked at them with a worried expression and thought that given how things were going, they would have to stop him even if they had to use force, and it was important to break their morale now, because if a battle started, everyone would be fighting for their survival, and that was why they needed to ambush him. The protagonist turned sharply towards Juhyeon, who was thinking about this, and coldly looked at him and ordered him to put off his plans to kill him, after which Hansu asked him out loud if he agreed with this. After that, Hansu, with a sharp movement of his hand, thrust the sharp metal blade of his sickle into the concrete floor near Juhyeon's feet. Clutching the chain from the sickle in his hand, Hansu said that he was worried that he might not be able to cope with the consequences. Juhyeon looked ahead in horror and fear, with beads of sweat actively flowing down his face. Gukti said that now he was proposing to unite and wait for the right moment if they had time, and besides, they were not expecting something like this. Gukti stared ahead, thinking that for now they would have to follow his plan, but they still had a chance. The protagonist looked at Kangmin, Hancho, Jungwook, Xia, Jimin, and Yayan standing together and concluded that it seemed like everyone had made a decision, but before that he asked for a minute of attention and offered to clarify all the unclear points. With a smile on his face, Hansu walked forward, after which he made a sharp movement of his entire body and fastened the massive crystal with his chains, after which he abruptly pulled the chains and broke the huge crystal into many small pieces. Juhyeon and Gukti watched in horror as their chance to escape was breaking into pieces. They asked him in bewilderment what he had done. Hansu explained with a smile on his face that if they were heading to the fortress, they would not need this crystal anyway, and the thought of the possibility of escaping would only weaken everyone. The people who chose to follow Hansu supported him, shouting that he was right and from now on they would only follow forward. They raised their clenched fists with confident expressions and asked everyone to follow Hansu and kill the Demon Queen. After that, they shouted that they were following Hansu. Hansu extended his hand to the side and asked them not to follow him. Confidently looking ahead, Hansu said that they should look forward for their own sake and fight for their lives. At that moment the timer was 0 minutes and 0 seconds. When they entered the fortress, Hancho looked around and noticed that the situation had completely changed. They were walking through a dark space that was lit only by rare ritual candles. These ritual candles and the general atmosphere looked more like an altar than the inside of a castle. Hansu walked ahead and the rest of the monarchs followed him. In front of them there was only impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, the people who were walking ahead tensed up. The Demon Queen bit her finger with her teeth and noticed that they had been walking towards her for a long time, and they had come this way to have fun, so she couldn't let them go just like that. Suddenly, the gate through which the travelers entered inside slammed shut, and the girls who were standing near this gate shouted loudly, notifying the others that the door was closed. A notification appeared on the system window that the fortress was sealed. People looked at their feet in confusion and saw how the concrete floor was cracking under their feet. People screamed in horror that the floor was collapsing. Then one of the guys with a frightened expression noticed that something was crawling out. At that moment, a bony paw grabbed the ledge rising from a rift in the floor seething with magical energy. A monster with sharp fangs jumped out of the rift with a loud scream. The guy who was standing near the rift screamed in horror with his mouth wide open. After this monster rushed at him in order to tear his body apart with its sharp claws. The guy cried out asking for help. Hansu, wielding his sickle and chain, was able to protect the guy and asked them to stop panicking. Clutching the sickle in his hands, he explained to them that these monsters were not much different from those they had fought before, so he ordered them to pull themselves together and fight. The protagonist thought that this was true and the real problem was not these. He turned to the side with a serious expression, realizing that the main problem was the battle with the Demon Queen. Suddenly something huge began to climb up from underground, splitting the concrete floor into many fragments. The protagonist looked ahead at the magic portal and realized that they had to go through this gate. Someone's voice shouted that these were pillars of fire. After that, the voice ordered to step back. Suddenly, a huge monster surrounded by magical energy appeared in front of the travelers, clutching a sword in his hands. On the system window near this monster it was written that he was a gatekeeper demon. The gatekeeper demon opened his eyes, which glowed bright red. Someone's frightened voice shouted that demons were coming out of the fire. 2 gatekeeper demons of enormous height walked forward towards the travelers. These demons with emotionless expressions stood confidently. Someone's voice ordered to get out of the way. After that, the whole space was filled with magical energy and loud screams. Jungwook, with a tense expression, heavily exhaled air from his lungs. Hansu, with a concentrated look, looked ahead, covering his face with his hand. After that, Hansu said that they have two enemies, after which he suggested splitting up and dealing with these. After that, Hansu turned to the support and ordered them to retreat back, and those who are good at long range he ordered to go forward. But then Hansu turned to those and ordered them to deal with the flanks. Jungwook turned to Hansu and asked him to wait. After that he explained to him that a reckless dash could put them down. He did not have time to finish because Hansu instantly rushed to attack, clutching sickles in his hands, and turning to the left side said that he would start the attack first. Jungwook looked in bewilderment at Hansu, who jumped from him and rushed to attack the gatekeeper demon, and with his mouth wide open in surprise tried to call out to Hansu. However, Hansu did not pay any attention to him, and looking at his opponent thought that this demon was designed in the image of the gatekeeper in the abyss. But he was much weaker, but his movement was similar. The protagonist, waving his sickles in different directions, rushed towards the demon, realizing that in this case he would be able to predict the movements. After that, Hansu threw the sickle that was attached to the chain towards the demon, but the sickle could not catch on the metal demon and bounced in the opposite direction. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that it was much more important that he was able to fully use the judgment of Dekratos, which stretched for tens of meters. With his chains, Hansu was able to wrap the sword that the gatekeeper demon was clutching in his hand, thereby blocking the attack with this sword. Then Hansu used the suppression skill, due to which the tightly stretched chains began to glow with magical energy, and the gatekeeper demon knelt down, being completely shackled by these chains. The protagonist understood that by binding someone with suppression, the chains begin to draw out the opponent's magic and cast a curse, thereby lowering the enemy's stats, but using them also consumes his magic. However, Hansu understood that this was bearable. At that moment, Hansu was also bound by his chains, which drew out his magical energy. With a confident expression on his face, looking ahead, Hansu asked, "Are they going to continue standing and watching?" At that moment, Jungwook and Hancheo looked at the fighting Hansu with surprised expressions on their faces. Jungwook, with a smile on his face, said that this was indeed the case, and they could not just stand aside, after which he abruptly ordered to prepare for the attack. Confidently looking ahead, Jungwook ordered to glorify the name of their clan. Hancheo, with a smile on his face, obeyed his captain. Xia also began to command, shouting that those with low resistance should help from the rear, after which she abruptly ordered to begin. Jimin, with a confident smile on her face, agreed with this, after which she said that she would go first. People rushed to attack, clutching melee weapons in their hands. After that, many magical explosions occurred in the direction of one of the gatekeeper demons. The gatekeeper demon, leaning his hand on his sword, began to rise. The protagonist, looking at this, understood that this was a flame. Then he asked if they were trying to summon hellfire. At that moment, the gatekeeper demon leaned on his sword, glowing brightly with magical energy. After that, many powerful energy waves hit from the tip of the demon's sword in different directions, thereby provoking a human frightened scream. The protagonist's chains began to strain greatly, after which the demon, spreading his arms in different directions, removed these chains from himself. The protagonist, approaching the demon, ordered not to stop the attack. Watching the demon, he understood that it was difficult to withstand if they hit, but if you know the trajectory. He looked at the demon tied with chains and decided that he could handle him. When Hansu said this, he clutched a sharp sickle in each hand and headed towards the gatekeeper demon. On the gatekeeper demon's chest were intersecting chains that Hansu sent towards him, after which Hansu, with a sharp movement of his hand, struck with the sickle. Jimin, with her mouth wide open, fearfully asked him to be careful. After that, she warned that the flames would make his attacks useless. The protagonist plunged the blade of his sickle into the gatekeeper demon's chest, and Jimin, she loudly shouted his name, Hansu. Hansu, pressing the sharp metal into the monster's chest, thought that he simply had to get rid of it. With a tense expression on his face, Hansu squeezed the shoulder of his hand, giving all his strength to defeat the monster. Hansu understood that the place from which the hellish flames burst out is the location of the ignition crystal. Hansu stuck his burned hand into the hole in the demon's body that had appeared from the blow and grabbed the ignition crystal with his molten palm. Then, with a sharp movement of his burned hand, he pulled the crystal out of the demon's chest, and then broke this crystal into pieces with a treacherous smile on his face. One of the military guys looked at this in bewilderment, and asked what was that. Jungwook loudly shouted that the flame that surrounded the demon had disappeared. Hansu, clutching a sickle in his hand, asked them what he told them. After that, he again ordered them not to stop the attack and asked them not to worry about it, and just continue to fight. With a confident smile on his face, Hansu told them that this demon would no longer be able to use the flame. A loud voice turned to Hansu and asked him to be careful. At that moment, Hansu ran along the metal chain above the flames. Having stood in line with the military, the voice said that the demon they were supposed to fight was outside the clan. Jungwook, looking to the side, ordered the others to look. He saw a mountain of wounded soldiers and corpses. One of the wounded was breathing heavily. Frightened voices asked for help and asked why they did not attack him. At this moment, the demon gatekeeper stood over many wounded and defeated soldiers, clutching a sword in his hand. People looked at each other and realized that it was too dangerous to help them. Then someone asked if Hansu wanted to deal with this problem too. People asked in confusion what to do. Gukti, who was watching the situation with a wild look, said that if they still wavered, it would be easier for them. When he said this, he turned to the people from his clan. After that, Gukti, stepping forward, addressed Hansu by name and asked him if he would continue to feign incomprehension. Then he asked him, after he sent people to their deaths? Gukti shouted that it was all his fault, and everything had come to this because of him. Pointing his finger at Hansu, Gukti screamed that he had dragged them all into this, and that was why he kept ordering him to take responsibility. Hancheol, who was fighting the monster at that moment, irritably turned to Gukti and asked him if he could stop talking and start fighting. Hancheol rested his foot on the monster and, turning to Gukti, shouted that they were the ones doing nothing right now. Gukti, with a sly smile on his face, stretched out his palm in front of him and asked if they thought that he was standing aside because he was weak. After that, he said that he would show that he was different from chatterboxes like them. With a sharp movement of his hand, Gukti pointed his hand to the side and ordered them to see the power of the Special Forces squad. After his gesture, several people in cloaks with swords in their hands rushed to the attack. These people, wielding various melee weapons, began to approach the gatekeeper demon. One of the soldiers with a sharp blow of his weapon inflicted a cut on the gatekeeper demon's limb. Another soldier fired from his bow, aiming at the demon's torso. Someone's voice shouted that this was incredible. The gatekeeper demon staggered and began to fall to his knees. The main character turned to Xia, Jimin and Hancheol and told them that they should also go that way. Putting a sickle with a glowing ring on his shoulder, Hansu said that he would sort this out. At that moment, Hansu was standing in front of a tall demon who was preparing to strike with both his hands. Using his sickles, Hansu made a sharp rotational motion and then jumped up and aimed at the demon's head from a few meters above him. With a concentrated and tense expression, Hansu looked ahead and then cut the shoulder of the demon standing below him and landed on the ground. Johayan, who was watching this with a surprised expression and his mouth wide open, thought that he was single-handedly dealing with monsters that would require dozens of their people to fight. Johayan then asked in confusion what he was doing. He abruptly ordered to finish them off. At that moment, a Special Forces squad was rushing towards the demon. The protagonist, who was watching the situation, thought that although he would not create a squad just for the demonic force, for now he needed to focus on the current battle. After Hansu made this decision, he pointed his sickle towards the demon who was chained up and could not move. When Hansu approached this demon, he began to cut its flesh with the sharp blades of his sickles. Hancheol and Jungwook also participated in the battle with tense expressions. The protagonist confidently looked ahead while Jimin ran to attack, clutching daggers in her hands. The protagonist hooked his chain around the demon's neck and began to squeeze the chain. Using force, he was able to tear the demon's head from its shoulders with the help of the chains. The demon's head flew several meters to the side and fell to the ground. Hansu turned to the side and looked coldly at Gukti, who looked tensely into his eyes. After all the demons and other monsters were defeated, two groups of people stood opposite each other near the corpse of the defeated demon. Johayan, holding out the crystal to Gukti, addressed him as a monarch and offered to use the crystal shards to buy valuable artifacts in the store. Then Johayan said with a smile on his face that they raised a special squad with the help of the clan alliance, so strengthening it is a priority. Gukti, looking at him, said that he thought that the clan would be able to use the trophies first. After that, he suggested that perhaps he is the temporary commander but the special squad is a squad of the clan alliance. He asked if that is true. After that, holding the crystal in his hand, he asked not to worry. Jungwook, looking at Gukti, asked him when the alliance members managed to create such a group. Xia told him that from what she knows they kept it a secret. After that, frowning her brows, she said that they managed to take control of their uncontrollable monarchs and create a full-fledged alliance, so she suggested that a strong sense of crisis greatly contributed to this. However, it seems to her that the reason for creating a special squad is not to worry much about this. The protagonist at that moment stood in front of the system window inside which the store was open. Xia and Jungwook approached him, and Xia, addressing Hansu by name, suggested that the alliance was trying to provoke him. The protagonist asked her not to worry and explained to her that he understood what was going on. Xia asked him if he had a plan. She then asked what it was. She didn't have time to finish as Hansu interrupted her and explained that until they took action he recommended that they just watch. Then, with a smile on his face and a rune-eating snake crawling out from under his collar, he said that he had already made some preparations. Jimin and Hancheol approached him from the darkness. Hancheol told him that, however, now they would have to fight on the front lines. Then he asked, so it would be a little easier, right? He noted that now that they were forward, they wouldn't be able to stand aside. Jimin closed her eyes and asked him if he was sure about that. Then she suggested, what if they got together again and didn't do anything? Jimin continued to say that even if they help them, they will continue to ignore them. After that, Jimin came up to Xia from behind and put her hands on her shoulders. Jungwook said that in any case, in order to get out of here, they will have to fight the Demon Queen, and if they want to live, they will have to fight. Xia looked to the side, putting her hand to her face, and noticed that, however, given the current state of things. She looked at the many wounded travelers. One guy sighed painfully and said that he could not move his hand, after which one of the wounded shouted out that he could not fight like that. Another wounded man said that he thought that they would only have to fight the Demon Queen. Another painful voice asked if he could survive if he joined the clan. Looking around, the voice asked if they would be able to fight properly. Someone's voice suddenly ordered to stop whining. It was Yayan who with a confident expression said that if they want to survive then defeating the Demon Queen is their only way to do it. Approaching Hansu and the others she asked them, isn't it? Then Yayan approached Hansu and noticed that she didn't introduce herself. After that she said that her name is Son Yayan. Approaching Hansu she stretched her hand in front of her face and slowly said his name, Hansu. Jimin, who was watching this, grabbed her hands on the shoulders of Xia, who was standing in front of her, and said, this woman. Xia, with a painful smile on her face, said that she was in pain. The protagonist abruptly pushed Yayan's hand away from himself and frowned and asked her, what is she trying to do? Yayan looked at him languidly and asked, is he really heartless? Then she explained that she doesn't want to do anything special and just wants to introduce him to someone. Yayan walked away and spread her arms out to the sides, asking him to let her know if he was interested. Walking away from him with a smile on her face, Yayan explained that she needed to do this because there was someone who was interested in him. Jimin looked after Yayan, who was walking away from them, and asked what was wrong with her. After that, she furiously noted that this was disgusting. Xia raised her hand up and asked Jimin to leave her. Hancheol looked at Yayan and said that she ignored them when they tried to talk to each other earlier. After that he asked, does she only communicate with clanless people? Yayan was talking to Kangmin at that moment, while Hancheol was saying that they tried to deal with her, but she ignored them. The protagonist said that if they finished cooking, then they were leaving. Hancheol, with a confused expression, said that he was ignoring him again now. The travelers went towards the magical portal, which was huge in size. Hansu explained that once they entered there, suddenly a voice coming from above asked the travelers, are they really going to fight the Demon Queen? The fairy, who wiped the tears from his cheeks, said that the travelers are funny now. After that, the fairy said that he had good news for them. He solemnly announced that to open the portal to the next island it is not necessary to defeat the Demon Queen. When the fairy said this, the travelers, with surprised expressions on their faces, their mouths open in surprise, looked at him. The fairy explained that they only needed to hold out for half an hour. He advised to simply hold out under attacks for half an hour and the crystal on the throne would activate. After that he assumed that everything was simple. Then he asked if that was true. He continued to talk about the portal that would allow them all to go to any of the islands without any restrictions, just like that. The travelers listened in surprise to what the fairy was telling them. After that, with a sly smile on his face and the fairy putting his paw to his muzzle, he said that they could also buy the right to pass through the crystal fragments, but he recommended that they know that this was not the official path. The main character, with a tense expression on his face, looking at the fairy, thought that he was saying this only now. He noticed that it was obvious. Flying away, the fairy advised them to hold on, then shouted that they would see each other on the next island. Hansu walked forward with a stern expression. When they entered the portal, they saw the Demon Queen sitting on the throne, surrounded by many levitating magical substances. The Demon Queen, with a smile on her face, gestured with her hand to rise, after which the flying magical substances began to emit skeletal spirits that flew in different directions. The Demon Queen sat on the throne in a confident pose, looking down on everyone who entered this space. she crossed her legs, releasing more and more spirits of the dead from the underworld, which flew around the throne room as if it was their abode. Kang Hansu frowned and thought that this was more than half a weakened version of the original Demon Queen, who was actually sitting in the abyss now. He knew very well how she would attack. Suddenly, a huge cloud of gathered spirits of the dead flew straight at him from above, which began to attack him, forcing the protagonist to take a fighting stance. A system window popped up, where it was said that the use of mini crystals to purchase an artifact was carried out. Magical energy began to form in the protagonist's hand, which gradually gathered there in the form of a ball. This was necessary in order to use the skill, a pair of chained sides, the judgment of the Decratos. Kang Hansu used his skill, using his weapon, separating the side from the chain holding it. The weapon rushed forward, reaching the desired target in an instant. The blade separated from the chain quickly reached the enemy, piercing the head of this monster. The monster slowed down for a few moments. Kang Hansu immediately thought that he would attack this monster using two unique skills that his weapon, the judgment of the Decratos, possessed. These were the skills of separation and return. Kang Hansu released the second scythe, which he held in his other hand, using his magical powers on it. The weapon was enveloped in magical energy, and in the next moment it multiplied, turning into many blades, the tip of which was directed at the main character's enemy. As soon as he pointed his hand in the right direction, all these blades rushed towards the enemy, instantly overcoming the distance that separated them. The Demon Queen didn't even pay attention to it, because the monster that was protecting her took the entire blow. All those many blades pierced right into the body of the spirit that was blocking the queen with its own body. The Demon Queen smiled, putting her hand forward. Her fingers immediately began to be surrounded by dark magical energy. One wave of her hand, and the chains created by this dark energy were directed towards the protagonist. The queen continued to smile, surrounded by a frightening aura. She shouted loudly, calling the protagonist disgusting. These chains quickly approached Kang Hansu, but he also quickly reacted, repelling them with his weapon. The two chain weapons collided with each other. This battle was more like a cloth woven from iron. The clanking sound of chains that collided and intertwined, but magically did not get tangled with each other, could be heard from everywhere. The Demon Queen continued her attacks with a predatory smile, controlling these chains with the magic accumulated in her hands. She was distracted for a second, directing one of her palms towards the bones scattered on the floor. With her magic, she was able to gradually begin to revive this dead animal, the remains of which lay on the floor. The Demon Queen threateningly ordered it to tear the opponents to pieces. With her magic, she was able to summon a spirit and make a demonic animal out of these bones, which immediately began to carry out the orders of the mistress, attacking the main character. Kang Hansu managed to jump to the side, letting the animal's attack pass him by. Then he landed on the floor of the throne room, looking at his opponents. The summoned magical beast also stopped its attacks, staring at the formidable opponent. Kang Hansu turned to the rest of his squad who were not afraid to enter the Demon Queen's citadel, shouting that he could handle the Demon Queen, so they should deal with the monsters she summoned. At this time, Hong Xia and Hanchiol continued to fight the spirits summoned by the Demon Queen, who were surrounding them from all sides. Hanchiol shouted that there were too many of them. Indeed, they were already surrounded by enemies from all sides, and their numbers were not decreasing. Hanchiol turned to his allies, with a desperate voice, calling out loudly to them, looking at them as if they were crazy. He shouted, asking if they were going to fight? His voice trembled with indignation, and the veins on his face were very tense. Gukti answered him with a malicious smile that they would stay back and avoid fighting. The entire elite squad that all the members of the association managed to gather now stood aside, not entering this dangerous duel. Jimin yelled back in annoyance that she knew those fools would do that. She glared at them as she continued to fight the enemies with Hanchiol, whose numbers were not decreasing. Kang Hansu clicked his tongue ironically, then smiled and said that he now understands when they were going to intervene. The protagonist turned back to the battlefield, telling his battle teammates to hold off the Demon Queen for a while. Jimin turned around in surprise, asking in horror how they were supposed to do this without him. The Demon Queen, meanwhile, was not going to sit back and wait for them to come up with a really good plan. She raised her hands and began to cast a more powerful summoning, gritting her sharp teeth. As soon as she raised her hands high into the air, a huge demonic hand, devoid of skin, burst out from under the ground where the floor of the throne room used to be. That huge fist aimed an attack straight at the main character, closing in fast. Kang Hansu was about to take the attack, when suddenly something stopped the demonic hand from hitting him. Kang Han-soo looked at it in surprise, holding the weapon in his hand. The one who took the demonic hand's attack was Jungwook, who held it back with his sword and the field he had created and protected. The demonic hand continued to press on Jungwook, forcing him to grit his teeth harder to somehow hold on. Jungwook coughed up blood and told them that they couldn't hold on for much longer. His strength was already at its limit, as holding back something that huge and strong was really hard. Jungwook shouted for Kang Han-soo to come back as soon as possible. After Kang Han-soo heard that, he immediately rushed towards their main enemy, leaving the responsibility of protecting the rest of the team to Jungwook. His weapon flashed, as if it was also confident in this decision. Everyone who was watching the scene in the throne room from the side was terrified. One of the observers said that there were many people and monsters clashing in battle, so he couldn't even see anything that was happening. The person who was standing next to him asked uncertainly, was it okay for them to sit back and watch from the side while these people were risking their lives? One of the people who was standing close to the Juhyeon clan leader asked her, should they help these people a little to buy time? Juhyeon was watching the battle with concern, when suddenly the person standing next to her suddenly started coughing up blood and screaming in pain. He fell to the floor so suddenly that she didn't even have time to react. Juhyeon screamed in horror, asking what was going on. Right in her subordinate's back, a large dagger was stuck in his back, the one that killed him just a moment ago. Juhyeon looked at the one who did it, and then, cursing loudly, asked what he was doing? All of her clan members immediately tensed up, looking at the intruder. Meanwhile, he pulled out his dagger from the dead clan member. It was Gukti, who said with a mad face that they should have struck while everyone was distracted, and that moment was right now. Gukti said that it was time to get rid of all of them. As soon as he gave this order, all of the squad members immediately rushed towards the members of the other clan, looking at them with anger and preparing to attack. Juhyeon asked in horror, did they think they would leave it like this? She shouted, asking what everyone was doing right now. Juhyeon ordered everyone to fight. Gukti only told her that he was ready for it. All of her subordinates began to fall to their knees, drained of strength. Juhyeon turned around in horror as she watched, while her people said that they couldn't move. They desperately called for their monarch, still wanting to protect her despite the terrible pain in their bodies. The people coughed up blood as they continued to fall to the floor. Screams could be heard, no one understood what was happening, and while this terrible massacre was going on, no one could understand why they were doing this, so the criminals were called traitors. Juhyeon screamed in horror that the battle was still not over. She tried to sober up Gukti's mind, reminding him that they would all die like this. Juhyeon saw her people dying at the hands of these monsters in human form, screaming that Gukti and his clan would not be able to survive this either. Gukti smiled arrogantly, looking down at Juhyeon in a way that was humiliating. He said with a crazy voice that it was completely unimportant to him. He said that they were all just trash that was recruited for the sake of extras. His terrifying grin grew wider as he raised his hand with the clan mark and said that they would all choose death for their monarch. Juhyeon was lost in her thoughts, asking herself, what monarch is he talking about? Her mouth dropped open in surprise as she listened to all the words that Gukti said. He was not going to leave anyone from this clan alive, so the next strike was aimed at her. Gukti said that it was time for her to disappear, and then pointed his sharp blade at her, preparing to finish this. But suddenly, the knife in his hands trembled and fell to the floor. This sharp object pierced right into the stone floor, destroying it, while a terrified Juhyeon watched what was happening, falling to the floor. The one who repelled this attack was Kang Han-soo, who said with a dangerous voice that Gukti had finally shown his true colors, hadn't he? The protagonist approached him, catching his weapon in his hand, with which the attack was repelled. Kang Han-soo said that Gukti's dirty tactics had not changed at all. He approached the traitors, looking at them with confidence. The criminals knew very well that this opponent was very dangerous, so they gathered behind Gukti, taking a defensive stance. Juhyeon looked at Kang Han-soo who appeared, her mouth wide open in surprise. Gukti asked him with a smile, why was he there instead of fighting the Demon Queen? His words were full of sarcasm, and he shouted that it didn't matter, after all, he was already too late. His subordinates rushed to attack, to eliminate the obstacle in the form of Kang Han-soo before it was too late. The protagonist thought that the Sovereign of Disguise had finally revealed himself. He looked at the crowd of people trained in combat, thinking that these were the very traces of the Black Monarch, the discarded pawns that he had to eliminate inside the training at all costs. While Kang Han-soo was deep in his thoughts, Gukti spoke to him with confidence in his voice, saying that even if they could not defeat him, it would be enough for them to simply delay him. While this dialogue continued, all those who were currently on the battlefield, fighting against the Demon Queen's monsters, were forced to hold off this attack alone. Gukti, who knew this very well, immediately told Kang Hansu that the Demon Queen would soon kill all those who remained. He pointed his hand at the protagonist, shouting that he was ready to sacrifice himself. Gukti said that even if he died, he would take Kang Hansu with him. The protagonist remained calm. He only said that he thought Gukti was a little wrong. Kang Hansu confidently said that he was not going to get in his way. The warriors that Gukti was controlling suddenly stopped, hearing these strange words. After which Kang Hansu said that he wanted to make Gukti an offer. The protagonist slightly lowered his head down, with a cheeky smile asking what he thought about it. Kang Hansu asked him if he would listen to him. He also added that this time the offer was not so bad. Gukti's face became gloomy. He lowered his head down, looking at the protagonist from under his brows, trying to figure out what he could offer him. Gukti was silent for a few seconds, unable to make a decision. At this time, the throne room was in a nightmare. Explosions could be heard everywhere. The Demon Queen did not spare anyone, attacking everyone who was there. This confrontation was really tough. After all, this enemy was much stronger than those who were there. Hanchyo gripped his sword tighter in his hands, his body trembling from exhaustion. He had to grit his teeth and rush into battle further. After all, the enemy was not going to give them a break. Hanchyo sighed heavily, asking himself, when will Kang Hansu return already? He cursed loudly, shouting that he had lost them. One of the monsters that the Demon Queen had summoned was still able to break through the defense, running right behind Hanchyo. Suddenly, another player entered the battle again. Kang Hansu quickly pushed off the floor of the throne room, flying into the air. All those who were already preparing to accept death from this monster saw hope. In his hands was his weapon again, with which he intended to defeat that toothy monster. In one deft move, he quickly tied the monster's toothy mouth, closing it with his battle chains. These chains tore the monster that was attacking people apart in an instant, cutting the body of the summoned monster into many pieces, as if it was not a dangerous monster, but just an ordinary dog. Kang Hansu landed on the floor of the throne room, crossing his arms, in which were scythes. Xia, seeing the protagonist, immediately approached him, asking him with concern and confusion at the same time, where was he all this time? She held her weapon with both hands because the battle was quite difficult. Kang Hansu shook his shoulder with his hand, telling her that he was preparing for what was about to happen. Hong Xia asked in surprise, what does this mean? Behind her were Hanchyo and Jungwook, who were battered after the fight. Their bodies were covered with numerous scratches. Suddenly, a loud impact sound was heard. Hanchyo worriedly called Jimin by name, shouting it loudly, while their battle comrade was flying towards the wall due to a strong impact. The Demon Queen, who did this, said with annoyance in her voice that she was getting bored. Even that crazy smile with which she destroyed the throne room of this castle disappeared from her face. She raised her sharp fingers up, looking at the opponents, and then in the next moment, using her powers, she raised her huge demonic hand up again to strike, dropping it on the floor in the place where the main character was standing a second ago. Kang Hansu managed to dodge, jumping to the side, and then created a dagger in his hand with magic, directing it towards their main opponent. Multiple daggers immediately surrounded his body, also following the one who headed there first, held by the magic chains. Kang Hansu landed on his feet, watching his attack rapidly approach the Demon Queen, who froze for a second, not expecting it at all. The chains of the protagonist's weapon quickly wrapped around the villainess's body, causing the Demon Queen to scream loudly in terrible pain, feeling those same daggers pierce her body. This only made her even more angry. She clenched her sharp teeth, loudly asking indignantly, how dare he do this? She began to accumulate even more energy again, to attack with even greater force. Kang Hansu blocked the path of his battle comrades with his hand, stopping them from taking action. Hanchyo asked him in surprise, why is he stopping them? He looked at the protagonist with a puzzled face as he watched Kang Hansu cover him with his body. After a few moments, it became clear why he did that. A huge energy ball of demonic energy burst out from the Demon Queen's body, quickly heading towards the protagonist as if it were a meteorite. This energy knocked Kang Hansu off his feet, throwing him far back and exploding. As soon as everyone in the throne room managed to get back on their feet, they noticed in horror, a huge fire had broken out in the place where their main warrior was. Everyone ran there in horror, loudly trying to call the protagonist's name. Everyone was scared by what was happening. They wondered what was happening there. Everyone looked in horror at the place where the protagonist was just a second ago. Each of them peered into the smoke, but it was all in vain. No one could see him, so everyone immediately asked themselves, is he really dead? Hong Xia couldn't believe her eyes. She quietly said that there was no way he would die so easily. Hanqiul turned his gaze to the limping Jimin, who was walking towards them, barely able to stand on her feet after receiving quite severe injuries. She immediately shouted to everyone, looking at the ceiling of the throne room, that the protagonist was there. Everyone immediately wondered in surprise, when did he manage to get up there? Kang Hansu seemed to be floating in the air using his chains. While he was high up near the ceiling, he gathered quite a powerful wave of energy in his hand, creating several blades at once. His gaze was determined and confident. Kang Hansu quickly pointed all the blades he had created straight ahead, and in just a few seconds, his weapons reached the right point, piercing the chains that were bound to the Demon Queen, chaining her to the floor. The Demon Queen was surprised to see the chains around her body tightening even more, and in the next moment, she was unable to stand on her feet, falling to her knees. Kang Hansu quickly reacted to this, cutting off one of her energy streams, causing the queen to scream even more in pain. This attack did not go unanswered. But now, everyone present in the throne room was simply happy that it worked. In front of them appeared the kneeling Demon Queen, who was bleeding profusely. But this could not end well. The Demon Queen began to laugh softly, and this laughter was more like nervous sobs. The Demon Queen laughed loudly, baring her sharp teeth, lowering her head down. Then she suddenly raised her face, looking at her opponents and continuing to laugh. The Demon Queen loudly shouted, "She likes it!" Her face went down again, and she prepared to attack again, using the summoning magic with which she had just recently created a huge demonic arm. Another huge arm burst out from her body, and then another one appeared there, all of it resembling some strange intricate wings. Kang Hansu thought, is she planning to release her magic and use the power she gained to fight him? The Demon Queen rose to her feet again, smiling madly. The chains that were holding her began to loosen, no longer hindering her movements. Kang Hansu thought that he was not going to drag out this fight. He clenched one of the blades in his hand, the other blade clamped in his teeth, while he gathered his strength for another attack. The protagonist thought that he had enough strength to finish this fight. He released one of the rune stones, preparing to use it. The rune hovering above his hand suddenly found itself tightly clenched in his palm. While he was doing this, the Demon Queen did not stay still. She began to create many energy magic balls between those very demonic hands that she summoned. Kang Hansu pushed off the ground with his feet, rushing towards it. The Demon Queen spread those hands to the sides, those magic balls that immediately flew towards the protagonist, two forces not slimed towards each other. On one side, it was Kang Hansu, who was in a hurry to enter this fight. On the other side, the Demon Queen, whose strength surpassed all the people present there. The protagonist easily fought off these attacks with the help of his chains, getting closer and closer to the main opponent. The Demon Queen was not going to give up so easily, so she made her summoned demonic hands start moving again. Both hands clenched into a single grip, straightening up high. The fingers of those demonic hands intertwined with each other, and then that huge hammer-like blow was directed at the protagonist running towards her. Someone from the crowd of people there worriedly called out Kang Hansu's name as he got closer and closer to the impact point. Kang Hansu calmly shouted for Hanqiul to throw him his great sword. Hanqiul immediately followed the order, quickly sending it to the protagonist. The great sword quickly caught up with the new owner, quickly reaching his tight grip. Kang Hansu ran straight to the epicenter of the blow with a confident face, and those two huge hands literally covered him, as if he was caught in an avalanche. A loud slam on the floor was heard. The stone surface that the blow landed on quickly crumbled, forming a huge depression in the floor of the throne room. It seemed that repairing this place would be very expensive. Everyone watched with bated breath, because Kang Hansu disappeared from their sight. The dust around this blow cleared, revealing huge demonic hands that were pressed tightly to the floor, but the protagonist was not visible at all. There was a second of silence. Everyone was waiting for what would happen, but this oppressive silence was cut by the protagonist as if with his sword, breaking out from under the rubble, chopping the flesh of the summoned demonic hands along the way. The Demon Queen looked at this in horror, asking how he could do this. She was shocked by what happened no less than the people who also saw it. Kang Hansu did not stand on ceremony for long with this. With quick steps, stepping on the demonic hands of the Demon Queen, quickly approached her, swinging his huge sword to quickly finish the battle. As he approached her, Kan Hansu leaped into the air above her like a thundercloud, raising his sword above his head to strike again. But before he could strike, the Demon Queen used her magical breath and wounded the protagonist near his ribs. However, this did not stop him. Kan Hansu did not pay attention to his wound. After all, he had a goal much more important than the wounds he received in battle. Kan Hansu quickly brought his great sword down on the Demon Queen, wounding her again in one sharp move and cutting off one of the demonic arms that she managed to summon. The Demon Queen screamed loudly, and a lot of scarlet blood poured out of her wound, which immediately began to spread across the floor of the throne room. The Demon Queen breathed heavily, lowering her head down, asking again, "How dare he do this?" Everyone who saw this screamed in one voice, "Is it really over already?" The demonic hands of the Demon Queen gradually dissolved, disappearing from the people's sight. Then everyone's attention turned to the magic crystal that hung right above the throne where the Demon Queen sat. Everyone immediately wondered why the crystal was not moving. Indeed, the crystal remained motionless, although most thought that the Demon Queen was already finished. Kan Hansu frowned and told them that it was not over yet. He held his hand to the wound he had received, looking intently at his opponent, standing in front of her with a serious expression. The Demon Queen smiled again with a creepy grin, saying that she had not felt such pain for a long time. This time, she was truly angry. Her face, which once resembled the face of a beautiful girl, now resembled the face of a creepy monster. She got rid of the chains that Kan Hansu had bound her with, starting to emit a huge amount of demonic energy. The protagonist covered his face with his hands as the blast wave threw him back, slamming him into the opposite wall. The impact was so strong that Kan Hansu even destroyed part of the wall with his own body. The Demon Queen said that for his sake, she would now use all of her powers. Her face took on a creepy look as she accumulated a sphere of demonic energy in her hand, with which she was going to finish off the protagonist. But she was not allowed to do so. Suddenly, a spear appeared in the air, which accurately headed towards the Demon Queen, in an instant hitting her hand, where that very energy was accumulating. The Demon Queen gritted her teeth, feeling an unpleasant blow on her hand. What did this happen with Xia, who now looked at their enemy with horror? Now she was preparing to take all of the Demon Queen's wrath on herself. The Demon Queen looked at her with a disdainful look, saying that she had already forgotten that there was any small change left there. She sneered haughtily, using her other hand to direct the summoned dead spirit towards the unarmed Hong Xia. Xia didn't know what to do, so she froze in place, but Jimin arrived in time to protect the monarch, cutting through the attack with her sword. Jimin anxiously called out the clan chief's name, while she tried to cover her face with her hands from the advancing monster. Once Jimin dealt with it, Hong Xia said that it was a good job. She said that they managed to buy some time, so they should retreat for now. Hong Xia looked towards the Demon Queen, preparing to leave the battlefield, but they were stopped by the creepy words of the Demon Queen, who angrily said that they could try to escape if they could, but soon she would make them all disappear. The Demon Queen raised her hands up and was surrounded by a pillar of magical power, which majestically towered over the entire throne room. The next moment, she lowered one of her hands, pointing a finger at the protagonist with a smile on her face. She told him to now receive a reward for her entertainment. The protagonist, who was seriously injured, was still able to rise to his knees, holding onto the wound with his hand, and clutching one of the blades with his other hand. A dangerous blow was approaching him, which he noticed when he looked up. A huge stream of magical energy flew straight towards him, and hit the target right on target, literally destroying everything it managed to touch. The shock wave from this explosion spread throughout the throne room, causing the people who were there to fly in different directions, screaming loudly that they were being blown away. For a few moments the throne room was so dusty that nothing could be seen. When the smoke cleared a little, people began to come to their senses. Hancho sighed heavily as he knelt on the floor, and then said that he couldn't believe that they were thrown there just because of the shockwave from the explosion. Jungwook, who was protected by his shield, asked with a heavy voice if Kan Hansu was able to survive. The place where he was a second ago was now full of smoke, so he couldn't see anything, but even in the thick fog hanging in the throne room, his energy flashed and a silhouette appeared. Cutting through the smoke screen, his blade burst out from the dust, quickly approaching the Demon Queen, piercing her right in the chest. The Demon Queen froze in place, feeling terrible pain. Blood poured out of her body. She screamed that she never thought that he still had the strength to attack even after being wounded like that. The protagonist was breathing heavily, because indeed, this equation was very hard on his body. Kan Hansu said that he was finally able to get some peace and quiet. He sank down on the floor of the throne room again, putting one of his hands forward. The Demon Queen began to smile evilly again, showing her teeth. She shouted that she never thought that such a weak attack could harm her. The Demon Queen was clearly dissatisfied with the useless restrictions that this system bound her with. She grabbed the tip of the blade with her palm, pulling it out of her chest. The Demon Queen said that if she had more time, then they, pathetic humans, would have disappeared much sooner. The anger inside her began to boil more and more. She was already like a time bomb that was about to explode. The Demon Queen spoke again, regretting that if only she could use all of her power, everything would be different. Gradually, the people who were injured in this battle began to stand up from the floor, looking at the battlefield that had just ended. Hanchiol, Xia, and Jungwook watched with their mouths open. Everyone immediately shouted, asking each other, "Did this really happen?" Everyone immediately turned their attention to the magic crystal, which was now inside the magic circle and was shining brightly, signifying the end of the battle. A system notification immediately appeared below it, and it said that the condition had been met. People immediately concluded that since the crystal was shining, everything was behind them. A new system window said that the crystal portal was now opening. Cheering cries were heard everywhere. Everyone praised the protagonists who defeated the Demon Queen, and shouted that they had succeeded. Kang Hansu stood up on his feet, looking towards the defeated enemy and the system notification that appeared, while everyone was rejoicing that they would all be able to move on to the next island. Kang Hansu felt that something was wrong, and it was indeed confirmed. The Demon Queen's body suddenly trembled as it lay on the floor of the throne room. It was engulfed in flames, and the heat from those flames was so hot that everyone had to cover their eyes with their hands to avoid burning them. Everyone immediately wondered what was going on. Kang Hansu thought in surprise that both of the Demon Queen's hearts should have been destroyed. He removed his hand from his eyes, looking at the Demon Queen's body with a puzzled look. His eyes widened when he saw what was happening in the fire. The Demon Queen stood up, saying in an arrogant voice that she had just begun to enjoy herself, so they couldn't stop here. Her entire face was twisted and disfigured from the demonic flames and the battle that had just taken place. She stuck out her long tongue, saying that even if she had to pay for all of this, she would bury them all there. She was about to attack again, saying that before this fake body of hers could burn, she would finish them all off, but the hand of the all-knowing fairy hung over her. The fairy assistant said that it was enough. He stretched his paw forward, opening up the space of the abyss. The fairy assistant laughed, telling everyone to look, because someone had to use their real powers in the training area. From the rift of the abyss, a huge demonic hand appeared, which took the Demon Queen, squeezing it tightly. The fairy assistant said that violating the conditions would result in punishment. The owner of this huge hand's eye appeared right from the abyss, his gaze clearly not satisfied with what had happened in this area. The fairy assistant smiled wickedly, telling the Demon Queen that she would be the one to disappear from there. The fairy assistant said that he had not given her permission to do so. He squeezed his paw, saying that any independent actions were unacceptable. The huge demonic hand continued to drag the Demon Queen into the space of the abyss, while the fairy assistant continued to say that he was taking her away, according to the rules. Kang Hansu watched from below, standing right under the place where the Demon Queen was taken from. The Demon Queen was furious. She shouted that the fairy assistant himself brought her there, and now he forbids her to use her powers. Her creepy appearance became even more terrifying, while she shouted that she would not leave it that easy and would kill them all. She called all these people scum, while the fairy assistant looked at her with dislike and said, "That is why he hates dealing with half-breeds." His gaze was filled with disgust, and he told her to shut up. At that moment, everyone present was once again convinced of the cruelty of this world they had the misfortune of entering. The fairy assistant literally squeezed the Demon Queen inside her with his huge demonic hand, literally crushing her and turning her into one continuous bloody mess. All this horror appeared before the people, and they involuntarily closed their eyes when they saw it, because the sight was really not pleasant. The fairy assistant now turned his attention to the people, saying that there was a small misunderstanding. The hand gradually began to disappear into the gap in the abyss, and the fairy assistant awkwardly wiped the Demon Queen's blood off it, continuing to tell the people not to worry. After all, he had already fixed everything, which meant that it was time to reward them, right? The fairy assistant immediately began to congratulate the people on defeating the Demon Queen, saying that not many people were able to participate in such an event. He dropped the handkerchief from his hands, smiling at the people, and then also added that there was only one reward for defeating the Demon Queen, so he would only give it to the one who contributed the most. Of course, it was the protagonist, who stood in front of the crowd of other people, as if to symbolize that there was actually one winner here. The fairy said that this was his reward, and a magic stone appeared right in front of the protagonist's face. In the system window it was said that when using this, all rune characteristics would be fixed at 99.99% for 24 hours, but the penalty after the effect ended would be that all increased characteristics would drop to 0.01%. The fairy assistant then added that he would take care of the rest. All the people's attention was focused on him, since he was now their only informant in this place, and the fairy assistant with a calm face added that to use the crystal, you just needed to think about the island they wanted to go to. The assistant said in a friendly manner that he would be waiting for them on the next island. Kang Hansu thought that with this item, he had achieved everything for which he went to the central island. The protagonist looked at the stone he had received, while his pet snake studied it with interest. Kang Hansu immediately remembered that he had recently felt a strange energy. He understood perfectly well that this was definitely the energy of the abyss, a dark place from which monsters would appear very soon. Then he again turned his attention to the received item, thinking that he still had a long way to go. Hanchio said ironically, did they really spend so much effort to get just one reward? People gradually began to gather around the protagonist, coming closer to him. Jungwook told him not to worry about anyone being against him accepting the reward, since everyone knew that he was the one who saved them, and Hanchio added with a smile on his face that there was no one strong enough to try to take his reward away from him just because someone wanted to anyway. Hong Xia scratched the back of her head uncertainly, saying that she couldn't say for sure since the Smog clan definitely wouldn't stay silent, although they had been suspiciously quiet during the battle. Xia sighed heavily, saying that it seemed like she should contact the clan members who were in the back. Jimin then added that since those people didn't come out when they were fighting the Demon Queen, why don't they handle it now? She placed her hand on her thigh, asking the protagonist about it, and he told her that it was probably over already. Hanchio looked at him in surprise, asking, what do you mean by over? Hong Xia put her hand to her ear, trying to contact her clan members, and then asked in surprise, what does this mean? The entire castle immediately burst into cries. Did the monarchs disappear? Everyone looked at their hands, noticing that the clan marks on their hands were gone. Chaos broke out among the people. All the clan marks began to dissipate. People immediately began to ask the obvious question, were all the monarchs dead, considering the tattoos were gone? After all, they captured them. Xia asked in surprise, what does this mean? Did the Smog clan betray them? She communicated with her subordinates through the monarch's connection, saying that she couldn't believe that they used the special squad to kidnap the monarchs. Kang Hansu listened to all this, not showing any sign of involvement. He just smiled silently, remembering what he had just recently managed to do, while the battle with the Demon Queen was going on. At that time, an unknown person was standing in the forest outside the fortress, having killed all those who had managed to get out of the castle. Among them were also Gukti and Jahayan. The man thought that it seemed that the cleanup was complete. He stood silently, bending over the corpses of the people he had killed. A few minutes ago, at this place, when the portal opened, the people of the special forces and the two monarchs arrived there, stopping to assess the situation. Gukti said that he did not know exactly where they were, but judging by the tower, they were in the right place. In front of them, there really was a huge tower, the floors of which were covered with a thick layer of moss and mold, which hung down like vines. Gukti thought that was fine. Let's say his job as the disguised monarch was to disrupt the work of the Central Island monarchs, and then kill them. He turned around with a smile, thinking that his life and the heads of these monarchs should have been enough to cover up for not following orders. Gukti reasoned that it was easy to set up traps as long as the monarchs were afraid of the protagonist. He put his hand forward, pointing at one of the monarchs, ordering his subordinates to tie them up. Gukti thought that he could now give his clan great power when he ended everything. Then in the throne room, Kang Hansu told Gukti to use the situation to rise up. He handed him a handful of magic crystals, saying that he could control the clan members by turning their monarchs into members of the special squad. He also added that Gukti already knew this, considering that he had already created the special squad. Then Kang Hansu smiled and told him not to make trouble there, and then he would turn a blind eye to what Gukti was doing to them. Now Gukti thought that Kang Hansu was a fool, since they had made a deal only to avoid conflicts in a crisis situation. Gukti turned to one of his subordinates, telling them to stay in touch, since they were in the wrong place. One of the special forces suddenly noticed something in the bushes and turned there, saying that there was someone there. In an instant he was killed by a strong blow from someone's gun, frightening Gukti, who loudly shouted, asking, "Who is there?" He thought with horror that he did not feel anyone. A cold male voice rang out, asking, "Has he really come?" The voice said that he doubted it, but it was not in vain that he prepared. Gukti tried to figure out where the ominous sound was coming from, but he did not succeed. Almost in desperation, he shouted that their enemies were not showing themselves, but there could not be very many of them, so they must have an advantage. As he shouted this, he noticed a strange movement in his legs. Gukti asked in fear why his legs were not moving. He did not understand what was under his feet. He and his subordinate looked down, seeing that their feet were starting to sink right into the ground, and Gukti shouted in horror that he was being sucked into the ground. The voice was heard again, saying that this was a temporary effect. Everyone who was in this clearing was stuck quite deeply right into the ground they were standing on. Gukti looked around in fear, noticing this, when the voice told him that he had buried a trap artifact there. The voice then added that it would activate after a certain amount of time. The man who had set up this ambush appeared right behind Gukti the next moment, with a hint of madness in his voice, saying that it was useful to know where everyone would be, right? Gukti turned around, saying that it simply couldn't be. His face showed fear, and he asked in confusion how his opponent knew where he would be. But he was not destined to hear the answer to his question, because the mysterious opponent quickly dealt with him, cutting his flesh as he asked about it. Jehayan watched in horror as what was happening. The members of the special forces fell dead on the ground in front of her, killed in just a few moments. Loud screams were heard all around, and Jehayan asked in horror for her life, saying that if he did this, she would do anything for him. But their enemy did not agree with this at all, refusing this offer. The man quickly covered Jehayan's mouth with his hand, knocking the sitting monarch off her feet, slamming her into the ground with a swift motion. The impact was so strong that the surface of the place was severely cracked, forming a rather large depression. Their opponent said that they did not have what he needed, so he could not agree to this. The man removed his hand from the dead Jehayan, standing up. He straightened up to his full height, remembering the words he heard from a certain person not long ago. It was an order that he needed to wait for the people from the central island and kill them all. On his face was a white mask with slits for the eyes, which at the end of the battle he gradually began to remove, continuing to say that when he first heard about the central island and the tower, he did not know what that person was talking about, but as always, that person was amazing. The man went back in time to the day he heard that order, remembering Kang Hansu asking him if he wanted him to use it, right? Kang Hansu said then that if that man wanted to do everything right, then he would tell him what he needed to do. Kang Hansu said that if he could endure what he said, then he would rise much stronger than those who started at the same levels. The protagonist turned to face the man, telling him to go to the place he told him about, and then he should decide for himself whether he would follow him. On that day, which time had long since taken away, Kang Hansu parted ways with the one he said those words to. The man who killed all those people was Sangjin, who then followed the protagonist's order, performing everything at the highest level. Sangjin raised his eyes up with a smile, turning to Kang Hansu and saying that trusting him and following him was the best choice in his life. Sangjin said that now he just had to wait. The moon rose above this forest, illuminating everything that was there. The crystal began to work, meaning that someone was using it to move. After a while, a man and a woman appeared at this place. The man cursed, saying that the man in front of him was dead. The woman behind him folded her arms across her chest, asking the man who he was talking about. She wondered if it was Gukti. The woman with a stern look said that he seemed to have screwed up on the central island, didn't he? The man told her that the last time Gukti contacted him was from the Demon Queen's fortress, so he probably died there. The man said that he had expected this to happen, so it didn't matter. However, it also seemed that they had an irritant. The man raised his hand, smiling as he spoke. His hand was emblazoned with the mark of his clan. The man said that they were coming to the island of the tower because it had the most rewards of the remaining islands, so there was only one way to get there after using the crystal. The man and his subordinates stood right in front of the teleportation crystal, waiting for the new guests to arrive. They were all in ambush, waiting for the people to appear. The man thought that none of them would pass through them unscathed. He stared at this crystal with confidence. This man's name was Li Wenkyang, and he was the Dark Monarch, the protagonist's target. The island map that was given out on the Ascension Path showed hundreds of islands that needed to be climbed. It was not a very detailed map, but it was the only guide in these conditions. The islands were divided into 3 groups, and it all started with the first group, at the beginning of the Ascension Path. Then comes the second group of islands, which includes the central island, and the third group of islands, which is the end of the training. Some believe that among the islands of the third group, there is one that contains especially valuable rewards. This island was the Tower Island. A huge stone structure stood in the middle of the island, majestically towering over the trees in the area. The decision to rush there for rewards that will help you become stronger is obvious. But everything is not so simple, and the protagonist knew about it. After the battle with the Demon Queen ended and the people were resting in the dilapidated throne room, negotiations began between them about which island they should go to. Hong Xia asked the protagonist with an interesting question, "What does he mean?" Kan Hansu was having a hearty meal after a protracted battle, sitting on a destroyed piece of the wall. He answered her that he was talking about how if they wanted to go to the Tower Island, just for good rewards, then they should think twice. Xia, Jimin and Hanchio were watching all this. The girls listened to him, but it seemed that Hanchio was too engrossed in what the protagonist was eating, so he barely paid attention to the dialogue, wondering in his mind how much stuff Kan Hansu had in his pockets. Kan Hansu said that otherwise, they would all be destroyed too. He asked them to remember how it ended when they rushed to the central island to get the rewards. Kan Hansu told them to think carefully again, because it was sincere advice from him. The protagonist's gaze was more than convincing, especially when he ate his kebab. He then turned his gaze to the other survivors of the battle, telling them that the same thing applied to them, because surviving on the Tower Island would be much harder than on the central island, so from his point of view, there was no point in dying without any chance to become stronger. The survivors listened to him attentively, knowing full well that since one of the strongest in this fortress was telling them this, they should listen to his words. Therefore, in the next moment, everyone immediately began to wonder what they should do then. Conversations began between them about the future course of action, so Hong Xia decided to ask the protagonist directly, "Does this mean that he will not go to the Tower Island?" She put her hand forward, asking this with determination, while Yayan watched from the side, listening carefully to what they were talking about, leaning against the wall opposite her with her back. Kan Hansu said that there was always a way to get any reward from any island. He told them that it was just a warning, so it was up to them to decide. Yayan pushed herself off the wall and started to walk in the other direction, holding on to her saber with her hand. Xia was lost in her thoughts. After all, she was supposed to lead her clan as a monarch. She thought that Kan Hansu was the type to like risks. She wondered in her mind, was she wrong? At this time, Jungwook, who was listening to all this, decided to speak his mind, saying that the protagonist was right. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the second surviving monarch as he spoke about how their clan had grown since they were able to convince the remaining travelers to join after the monarchs disappeared. However, everyone was tired, so they all needed to rest. Jungwook thought that going to a safer place was a good idea. He then stood up on his feet and extended his hand towards the protagonist, who was also standing up on his feet, and said that also, since they were planning to leave this place soon, he wanted to thank him for everything since it was thanks to him that they were able to survive. Jungwook had a friendly smile on his face. He wanted to shake the protagonist's hand, but Kan Hansu just turned away, closing his eyes with a smile, saying that they would see each other again if he was alive. Jungwook agreed and then told Hancheol that they should go. Hancheol agreed with him, and they soon left to begin preparing to leave. Jimin asked Hong Xia if they should get ready too. Xia put her hand on her chin, looking at the others thoughtfully, and then said that Kan Hansu told them not to go to the Tower Island, so she thought that there would be no harm in following his advice. The portal opened by the crystal continued to work, as if calling for attention to enter. People began to talk among themselves to decide where they should go. Whispers were heard everywhere. Everyone wondered, should they go somewhere at all? Many were already starting to feel sick of this kind of place. But most of them understood one thing, that it would be stupid to go to a place that even Kan Hansu could not handle. The protagonist told them all to go, explaining that he still had things to do. He placed his hands on his hips, smiling at those around him. Jungwook said that in that case, they would go first, and with that, they began to set off on their journey out of the Demon Queen's fortress. Jungwook was already standing near the portal with Hancheol and the other clan members, smilingly wishing for the survival of everyone who was there, saying that they would meet again soon. With that, the Jungwook clan left the fortress. Then, little by little, the Xia clan began to approach the portal. Hong Xia looked at Jimin, telling her that she could say goodbye if she wanted. Jimin sheepishly said that she would not do so, but would just go ahead. Xia put her hand on her waist and told her that in that case, let her do as she wanted. Kang Han-soo watched this from the sidelines with confusion. Before entering the portal, Hong Xia turned to face him, saying that she did not know about saying goodbye, but they would definitely see each other again. There was a slight smile and confidence on her face. Soon, they disappeared into the portal, just like whoever entered it before. Kang Han-soo looked at the portal, placing his hand on his thigh, and then turned to Yayan, asking her why she didn't leave. Song Yayan smiled back at him, asking Kang Han-soo why he didn't go first. She said that she wanted to check something. But her face was smiling as she said it. Deciding not to argue with her, Kang Han-soo said that he would do so if she insisted. He turned back to face the portal, and then with a smile, kneading his wrist, walked towards it. His appearance also began to gradually dissipate, because the magic of transference was working. Finally, he quietly said that they would see each other again on the next island. Song Yayan looked at him in surprise, not hearing what he said, but it was too late. He had already sunk into the portal and would not be able to answer her even if she wanted to. After Kang Han-soo left, Yayan began using her clan link, placing her hand on her ear. She said that all those who went to the portal whispered the destination, so she doesn't know where they went, but at least someone should have gone the way they wanted. Won-kyung, who was on the other side of the magic crystal, said that it had been a while since she received that message. He looked at the place where the travelers should have appeared, but there was still no one. Won-kyung immediately wondered if anyone had even gone there. Suddenly, sounds began to come from the direction of the portal. Lee Won-kyung reached for his weapon, grabbing his time-worn blade by the hilt. He ordered all of his subordinates hidden in the shadows to prepare for the attack. Won-kyung said that he would do it first. He tightened his grip on his weapon, almost reaching the portal in one leap. He was approaching it with rapid steps, preparing to attack the one who would come out of that space first. The portal glowed, notifying that a person was about to come out of there, but then Won-kyung opened his eyes in surprise, seeing the one coming out of there. Since he no longer had time to change the trajectory of the attack, he loudly shouted for Yayan, who was coming out of there, to duck. She hesitated in surprise, not understanding what was happening due to the surprise, but then, when she noticed what was going on, she quickly ducked, so the sword attack went a little higher, without hitting her. The only thing that was damaged was her hair, part of which was cut off and flying above her. Song Yayan exclaimed in surprise, looking at the clan leader with a shocked look. She said that it was quite an active greeting. She was still standing with her hand on the ground, and Lee Won-kyung, throwing his blade over his shoulder, asked her, why did she come alone, where were everyone else? Song Yayan told him that she intended to wait until everyone left, and only then came there. She asked him in surprise, did no one come there? Won-kyung listened to her, and then answered that there really was no one there the whole time. He furrowed his brows in disbelief, asking her if she was sure that she stayed there until the very end. Yayan told him, starting to walk towards her allies, that she definitely saw them all leave, so there could be no mistake. Yayan said in an irritated tone that she could not believe that all those people fell for the trick of that chain lover, referring to the protagonist. She remembered how he told everyone present in the throne room back then that there was no point in going to the island of the tower. Song Yayan said this to Won-kyung, noting that the protagonist seemed to be trying to convince everyone not to go to this place. Won-kyung only furrowed his brows even more, with a heavy look, saying that this guy was becoming a problem for them again. Won-kyung growled angrily, saying that both of those foolish monarchs ran away with their tails between their legs from that fool's words. He leaned his hand against one of the trees in the area, literally smashing those words into the tree into many pieces. Lee Won-kyung said that Kang Han-soo was getting on his nerves, his gaze becoming even more menacing as he angrily continued to walk away from the portal. The tree was broken in half, and Won-kyung didn't even pay attention to it. Won-kyung said in frustration that they couldn't kill any of them, and searching for the portal using his people was pointless. Won-kyung turned to Song Yayan, asking her if she knew why the protagonist was doing this. The woman who stood next to him was also looking at the only one who came out of the portal with interest. Yayan asked rhetorically, who would know this? She only said that considering how Kang Han-soo fought on the front lines, it seemed like he wanted to protect the people. She also noted that the protagonist had not killed anyone. Yayan raised her hand up, explaining this information. Won-kyung said that this meant that Kang Han-soo would be a hindrance to his plans. An evil aura was flying around him, as he was extremely displeased that someone was able to disrupt his strategy so easily. Lee Won-kyung then turned to the woman, ordering her to tell the clansmen on the other islands that if they saw Kang Han-soo, they should get rid of him. The woman told him that it seemed like the protagonist was as strong as a monarch, so maybe they should use a different tactic instead of attacking directly. But Won Kyung interrupted her, asking Yayan, didn't she say that Kang Hansu doesn't kill people? A terrible smile appeared on his face, as he was planning something bad. Won Kyung said that if everyone rushed at him, it might work, so he said to notify the others so that they wouldn't hold back. He also grabbed his female ally by the scarf, clutching it in his hand, telling her not to forget their goal. She shouldn't forget what those monarchies did, right? The woman looked at him nervously, listening to him say that they needed to remove any possible obstacles beforehand at all costs. She looked down, clutching her hand to her chest as Won Kyung told her that they needed to do this for the sake of those they had lost. Lee Won Kyung turned to Song Yayan again, telling her to describe Kang Hansu's appearance to everyone and to use their weapons. He then headed towards the tower that stood ahead, saying that they were heading there now. Song Yayan raised her eyebrow in surprise, asking him if he wasn't going to wait. Won Kyung told her that waiting was not his strong point. He then also added that they should leave without looking back at this place anymore, while Yayan looked towards the portal with disbelief. After a while, the clearing next to the transfer crystal was empty, and that's when the portal opened again, and the protagonist came out of it, looking around the area. He said with a smile on his face that it seemed like everyone had left. Kang Hansu said that if Won Kyung was like he remembered him, then he wouldn't wait. He could pass by calmly now. Kang Hansu moved through the forest, heading towards his destination. At this time, Sangjin was hiding behind one of the trees, who didn't show any signs of being there. But Kang Hansu still noticed him, asking him how long he was going to stand there. Sangjin shuddered in surprise and then said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He also added that he did as he was told. Sangjin took off the hood of his cloak, coming out from behind the tree to meet the protagonist. Kang Hansu did not talk to him for long, only asked if he brought everything he asked him to bring. Sangjin told him that he was still the same as before they parted. He said that he brought them, the earrings of the 7 relatives. Sangjin smiled, holding out the ornament in his hand, telling the protagonist that he did not know how he was going to use it, however, he still did it. Kang Hansu said that he still found them, telling Sangjin that it was a good job. Sangjin breathed a sigh of relief while Kang Hansu put on the earrings, and then thanked God for everything, saying that now he will head to the next island. Suddenly his face distorted with embarrassment. He froze for a moment, not understanding what was happening. Sangjin looked at the protagonist, asking him what happened to him. Sangjin asked, was it because of the artifact? He shuddered, looking at how the protagonist's body was changing. It acquired a more rounded shape, becoming female, and Kang Hansu said that with this, it would be difficult to detect him. He turned his gaze to Sangjin, asking him, should they then go to the tower? The island of the tower. The tower shone in the moonlight, standing high above the rest of the forest. It was as if it were part of the stone forest. On the first floor, in the main hall of the tower, the surviving people who had come to this island before or were there now were gradually gathering. They were all divided into groups, gathering at the edges or in the center. And there was a noise in the court because people were talking about the fact that there were more people on the other side of the hall. Someone chose to go where there were fewer. Everyone had their own tactics, and each of these tactics was good in its own way. The man in the red cap, who ended up in the same training area with the main character, was now with everyone in this tower. He said that he was quite lucky to have ended up in a place where, apparently, they give out the most rewards. However, he also said that there were fewer people here than he thought, so he wondered what was going on. He walked between the crowds of people, saying that by now that same little monster should have appeared, who should have started explaining everything sarcastically. The man remembered the assistant fairy who accompanied all these terrible games inside the dungeons. The man turned his gaze to Kang Hansu, who was in the form of a girl, saying that there were still no fairy helpers, but then he noticed the protagonist, asking himself, who is this? He also noted that this girl looked familiar. At this time, Sangjin was talking awkwardly to the protagonist, looking at him nervously. Kang Hansu turned his gaze to the man, feeling that someone was looking at him. The man noticed that their gazes met and flinched. He thought that this girl was walking towards him. Kang Hansu was actually approaching him, saying that he kept looking at him. The jewelry on his ear flashed, and Kang Hansu asked if he wanted to tell him anything. His body looked completely different now, but the general features of his appearance were similar to his real appearance, so the man asked in surprise if they had met before. He said that even the way this girl spoke looked familiar. The guy with glasses who was behind them at the time interrupted their conversation, asking if the two were together. The guy asked if there was no one else in their group, could they join them? The man turned around in surprise, and the protagonist also turned his attention to the guy. At first, the man in the red hat wanted to answer that they were not together, but then to his surprise, Kan Han-soo immediately cut him off, saying that they should go there, peeking out from behind him and looking at the guy with glasses. The team that the guy with glasses gathered was standing at one of the portals. One of them asked if they could go already since they had enough people. The guy with glasses replied that everyone was looking for their clanmates and teaming up with them, so it was not easy to find someone to go with. He said with gratitude that they were still able to find such people. In the middle of him stood a guy with long hair who was listening to his speech. Then the guy with glasses looked at the portal behind him and said that there seemed to be a limit on the number of people in the room. Indeed, there was a system window above the portal that said that only 10 people could enter. The guy also added that the higher they went in the tower, the more interesting the rewards they could get. The guy with long hair walked past the guy with glasses, asking him what he was mumbling about. He said that they should just go inside, right? He ignored their unofficial leader, walking ahead, and then added that they should just enter the room, and then defeat everyone else coming out and collect all the rewards. He smiled, pointing his hand at the portal, then asking, "Wasn't it obvious?" The guy with long hair said that they weren't there to make friends, so what was all the chatter about? He asked everyone he was present how many of them thought they could survive. The girl who was also part of their team looked at him nervously, listening to what he was saying. Everyone else was also looking at this guy, including the protagonist. The guy with long hair said that it was already possible to determine who was going to die soon, so they shouldn't waste time on this, right? Kan Han-soo assessed the situation, looking at the mood of everyone around him after such an unpleasant performance. The guy with glasses shouted, it was best to hit these monsters one by one. He told them all to separate these monsters from the group. The battle in the dungeon began. There were demonic ants of huge size that crawled everywhere and tried to eat their opponents. One of these ants came out from under the ground with a menacing cry, heading to attack the girl, who, trying to escape from the monster, fell to the ground, left defenseless in front of the ant. The ant hit the ground with its pincers, not having time to grab its victim. The girl screamed loudly, and her cry for help was noticed by the man in the hat, who immediately ran to help her. Kan Han-soo at this time took a fighting stance, thinking that he did not plan to fight head-on in this state. But then he still formed a blade in his hand with magic, coming to the conclusion that he should evaluate his level. Kan Han-soo shouted for the man in the hat to get out of his way as he quickly walked towards the girls lying on the ground in front of the monster, placing his hand on the man's shoulder. In the next moment, Kan Han-soo threw his blade towards the demonic beast, and it hit the beast's head right away, causing the ant monster to fall to the ground right in front of the girl. The ant was trembling in its death throes when the protagonist jumped up, raising his blade above its head. He quickly slashed the blade into the ant's abdomen, killing it for good. The protagonist thought that if it weren't for the weakening, he would have been able to deal with these monsters with his bare hands. But now he would need 2 hits with his weapon. Kan Han-soo sat on the slain monster, yanking his blade out of it. As soon as he got back to his feet, the girl he saved gratefully began to praise him for saving her. Kan Han-soo turned to look at the girl as she was saying that she couldn't believe that the girl in front of her could kill such a huge ant with a small weapon. She said with admiration that Kan Han-soo must have fought a lot on other islands, right? She had a smile on her face, and her hands were clenched into fists in delight. The girl asked if the protagonist had ever seen people stronger than him. She said that she had someone she had been looking for very much. Kan Han-soo immediately became wary, listening attentively to what she was saying, and the girl only happily said that she had heard that this person helped people and used a chain weapon. Kan Han-soo immediately understood who she was talking about. At this time, the girl asked the protagonist, who was disguised as a girl, if she knew this person. The girl repeated that she really wanted to meet him, and her eyes were shining with delight, because she had met such a strong person. The man in the hat looked at her in surprise, not understanding who she was talking about. The protagonist climbed down from the ant, telling her to stop asking meaningless questions because they had to move on. The man in the hat asked him if the protagonist thought that small talk would kill them. He asked why Kan Han-soo was reacting like that. His face showed confusion and irritation. Meanwhile, the girl happily continued talking, asking Kan Han-soo if he knew that this man had done a lot on the central island. She then said with a smile that this man's name was Kan Han-soo, wasn't it? The man in the hat repeated his name, causing the protagonist to freeze in place as he walked away. The man awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that he kind of knew this man, since they started out together. The girl immediately asked him excitedly if that was true. She said that it meant that he was his comrade. She thought it was adorable. Meanwhile, the protagonists walked ahead, awkwardly listening to everything they said. The red-capped man asked her how she knew about Kang Han-soo. The girl happily replied that she had heard stories from travelers about how strong he was. The girl asked him if he was Kang Han-soo's comrade, right? She wondered if he knew where Kang Han-soo was at the moment. The man said that he was not sure about that, because the protagonist was always busy with something, so even if he did not know where he was now, he still understood it. The man smiled tensely, thinking that if the rumors spoke of a strong guy named Kang Han-soo, then it must be his acquaintance. Kang Han-soo continued to walk forward with a confident gait, while the man thought that he, dressed as a girl, somehow reminded him of the protagonist. However, he was not mistaken at all. The man in the hat recalled that at first he thought that Kang Han-soo could only talk about something. He remembered their dialogue, when the protagonist asked him if someone told him that he should go fight. Then the man flared up and asked him unequivocally, does he really want to go alone? The man recalled that if Kang Han-soo were not there, many would have died. He remembered the smile of this guy, reasoning that, most likely, the protagonist was already far ahead of him. The guy with long hair cursed at the ants, saying that monsters do not leave behind these. He said that only runes remain from these creatures, and that was in the best case. The guy also added that, given the low difficulty and a large number of people, the quality of artifacts was also greatly reduced. The whole team without any problems dealt with the enemies that appeared. They did not have any difficulty killing these ants. As he was saying this, looking around, the guy with glasses and the other members of their team were finishing up with the rest of the ants in the area. Then the guy with glasses looked up in surprise, telling them to look in that direction. There was a door that was similar to the one they came in through. Everyone immediately turned their attention to where he pointed, heading towards that passage. The guy with glasses shouted that they would be able to move on to the next floor now. Everyone also started making guesses. Could they start getting artifacts when they left there? The team spirit was speaking in them, so someone shouted that they should all go there together and find out. But the guy with long hair said that he couldn't let them do that. He pierced one of his comrades, and rivers of blood began to flow everywhere. The guy with glasses turned around in surprise, hearing the scream of one of the team members. Guy with long hair, the fewer people there were, the higher the rank of the artifacts were. So if they all go there, the artifacts will be disgusting again. His weapon was soaked in the blood of his allies, and he asked, why do they need to look for a room with the least amount of people? His face showed the madness that takes over all those people who were in a difficult situation, but now could benefit. He shouted that he could just kill them all and take the artifacts for himself. This guy killed another member of his team, while the guy with glasses started to run in the other direction to save his life. He shouted, asking him to try to negotiate, but he was adamant, so this man in charge of them was killed too. The long-haired guy shouted that they were all dying just because they thought about winning instead of fighting. He called all these people weak, saying that was why they were so easy to kill. Now his target was the protagonist, so he pointed his gun at Kang Han-soo, quickly approaching him, but the protagonist remained calm. Kang Han-soo pulled out his dagger, which flashed in the light. His gaze was serious, but the guy with long hair easily knocked the weapon out of his hands, and then stabbed him with a smile on his face, causing him to fall to the ground. The long-haired guy cursed, asking what this meant. He said that he thought that girl was the strongest there. He called the protagonist a loser, and then smirked, saying that she was weaker than he thought. The guy with the red cap nervously told the girl behind him to hide behind his back, while she calmly watched the battle. He told her to run back as fast as she could at his signal. While he bravely wanted to protect her, the girl took out a weapon from her back, telling the man to stand still. The man flinched when he heard these words, but he obeyed her, standing still. The girl stood with her crossbow outstretched, a confident smile on her face, saying that if he moved, she might miss. It took one shot for the crossbow bolt to reach its intended target, piercing the face of the man who had caused the chaos in this team. The man in the red cap looked at this in shock, and then turned his gaze back to the girl, telling her that she was amazing. He admired her for taking advantage of the opportunity when their opponent was distracted, telling her that she did a great job. He smiled at her while she was reloading the crossbow, saying that it was her first time using it, so she wasn't that good. The man said that it was a great shot, but then to his horror, the crossbow came straight for him. The girl said that she wanted to kill them both with one shot, and then hit the man in the head, killing him too. There were stones with runes next to the body of the dead opponent. The girl said that now that she got rid of everyone, it was worth seeing if she got a good catch. She extended her hand to those runes, putting her hand to her ear and informing her monarch, who was Won Kyung, that in room 10, on the first floor, there was no guy with a chain. She had the same crazy smile on her face as she reported that as a consolation, she took care of everyone else who was left there. She closed her eyes, saying that if she caught the protagonist, it would be a great gift for them. The girl said that she would let them know if she found him on the next floor. She then cut the connection with a smile on her face, while at her side, the protagonist began to rise to his feet. The monarch responded to her with a positive answer, and then their conversation ended. Kan Hansu asked her ironically, what if that guy was still there? He gradually approached the girl, who looked at him in shock. She was about to say that he was definitely dead, when suddenly the chain that tied the protagonist's weapon came towards her. The next moment, her body was tied with chains, causing her to close her eyes in pain. Kan Hansu asked if she was looking for him. He had a smile on his face as he stood towering over the girl, holding a blade to her throat. The girl looked on in confusion that another opponent was alive. Kan Hansu held her tightly in his arms so that she could not escape. The girl was shaking in fear. She said with a trembling voice that she definitely saw him fall unconscious. The blade was still pointed at her neck as she said this. Kan Hansu answered her with an ironic smile that it seemed his acting skills were not so bad. He told her not to even think about contacting her monarch. Kan Hansu put his finger on the frightened girl's lips, telling her to be quiet now. The protagonist's true form appeared from under his disguise, so she only saw it for a moment. Kan Hansu told her that he would send his regards to her monarch. She coughed loudly, and then fell to the ground next to the protagonist. Kan Hansu said that it seemed like she was the only one sent here. He said that he didn't expect them to give up so easily. As he said this, the snake was eating the runes that were left over from the recent battle. The protagonist said that they would meet sooner or later, so he shouldn't be impatient. His face became serious, and he looked away, looking around. Kan Hansu was lost in his thoughts, thinking that what he heard in the training area in his past life, the hidden dungeons, were not separate entities. After all, the island of the tower had its own structure. An old comrade who had supported him in his past life had once told him about this. In this structure, it was necessary to pass through dungeons to ascend to the next floor. The tower did have its own rules, even though everything looked chaotic. In this case, there could be dungeons beyond the third floor. Kan Hansu knew very well that this was the ultimate goal of the training area. He moved further along the dungeon. After a while, he went outside, passing to the second floor, where the main hall was. Kan Hansu used the artifact again, taking on a female form. He stood there with a thoughtful look, thinking that he should do a few things before that. Kan Hansu brought to reason that, firstly, his current artifacts were very outdated. He lowered his gaze to his hand, thinking that this exception only concerned the growing artifact, the Nirma ring. The effectiveness of the other artifacts was already too low. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, thinking that he should find new artifacts to replace the colorless ones. He remembered his comrade Kante, thinking that he should use the directions he gave him earlier. Kan Hansu turned to the portal, near which the travelers had already gathered. Suddenly, one of them shouted that only 50 people could leave from the first floor. They all immediately decided that they needed to hurry, looking at the disappointing number above the entrance to the next level. There, they were met by the ferry assistant, who greeted them kindly, saying that he would explain to them separately about the rooms on the second floor. The ferry assistant said that they had already waited for a long time, hadn't they? So they should start right away. The ferry assistant hovered above the people's heads, smiling at them, while everyone listened attentively. He greeted them again, saying that they had arrived at the treasure island. He also noted that he had to say that their insight had led them to the right place. Of all the rooms on the second floor, this was the largest. There was indeed a lot of space there. There were rivers and small islands everywhere, where there was a lot of greenery and trees. The assistant said that they would need to defeat the guardian who guarded the treasure, and then bring the treasure to the center of the island, where it could be exchanged for artifacts. He showed them a small golden sphere, explaining to the people what was required of them. Then he added that their time would also be limited to 2 weeks, and of course, if everything was that simple, it would not be interesting. The ferry assistant said that only those who exchanged treasures for artifacts, and those who had artifacts, could leave this room. Everyone listened attentively to what this little demon was explaining to them, and then he said that in other words, those who did not have artifacts would die. The ferry assistant also warned that there was only one treasure there, so they either get 50 artifacts and save everyone, or choose 20, or even one artifact, but few will survive. The fairy assistant also added that the fewer artifacts, the higher their rank was. The little demon smiled slyly, understanding perfectly well that this was the beginning of the feud between people again. He said that he hoped that they would make a wise choice. The assistant told them that there were 128 guardians in total, and he would mark them on the map. The system windows popped up in front of everyone, and Kang Han-su, who was also there, thought about it, considering that they had to destroy 128 guardians in 2 weeks. He turned his gaze to the girl who stood next to him, folding her arms across her chest and smiling. He thought that these were quite difficult conditions, so he wondered how she would cope. This girl took a step forward as soon as the fairy assistant finished speaking, and then said that they should do it this way. The girl suggested that they split into 5 groups of 10 people, with each group having to find and destroy 2 guardians per day. Her posture was confident as she said this with a smile on her face. The girl said that everyone could do it, right? Everyone immediately started whispering, asking if she was suggesting that the clans work together. They were excited about the fact that there were only 10 people per team. Everyone knew very well that people without clans would be at a disadvantage. Everyone started thinking about the benefits of this proposal, hesitating to make a choice so quickly. Kang Han-su listened to these whispers, thinking that strategically this girl's idea was not bad. At this time, one of the girls standing there poked her confidant with her finger to make him do what she wanted. He lowered his gaze to her closely, and then replied that they agreed, since 2 guardians a day sounded adequate. He said that whoever screwed up would be the one to blame. After that, he pointed his finger at the people of his clan, saying that their clan had already divided into groups. Kang Han-su thought that this meant that the 2 who seemed to be the strongest were calling the shots. The people around him began to discuss again that they had no choice but to follow them for now if they wanted to survive. They decided that when they found the blood, they would inform everyone and immediately head to the center. After that, they began to think about how to split up. Some people went to some teams, others were divided into other teams. Kang Han-su watched this commotion, not joining any group. He looked at the map where the guards were shown, thinking that all 128 guards were distributed throughout the area, since the dungeon was quite large. Kang Han-su realized that he should move on, and that for now it would be better to go alone. He moved to the side, moving away from the people and going deeper into the forest. This was observed by the same girl, who then said with interest, placing her hand on her hip, "Where was that woman going?" After this, the people finally split up. Kang Han-su walked through the forest, that in this place he should find a hidden treasure. It was a philosopher's stone, and the conditions for obtaining it were what Kang Tae told him in his past life. He was then ready to swear that no one except him could succeed in this. Kang Tae pointed his finger at himself, addressing Kang Han-su, saying that he was saying this especially for him, so he should listen more carefully. Kang Tae told him that among the orbs obtained from killing the guards, there were none that stood out, except for one shining one. He told him that people were greedy for the treasure, and threw away the ordinary orbs that were of no interest to them. However, he later discovered that they were not useless. Kang Tae folded his arms across his chest, covering his eyes. He loudly shouted that he had figured it out with his genius mind. Kang Tae put his hand forward. His voice was so loud that the protagonist and Keldian Abdul were blown away by the wind. Kang Tae continued to shout that if you collect 32 orbs, you can exchange it for an artifact that disguises itself quite successfully as a philosopher's stone. He shouted proudly, asking if they knew this. You were sure they had no idea? Kang Tae laughed loudly, shouting that finding hidden events was a piece of cake for him. Keldian and Kang Han-su looked away in shame, and Keldian, adjusting his glasses, added that Kang Tae was too talkative for someone who had simply collected the discarded spheres out of greed. Kang Han-su said, although it was not the fake that Andy Aaron ate in the past, but the effect of this one should be the same, so Kang Han-su thought that he had to get it. He took out his weapon, thinking that the dungeon was not easy, and the number of times he could encounter them was limited. Kang Han-su began to use magic, momentarily removing his disguise. He understood very well that in order to cope faster, he should go alone, because if he was far enough away so as not to be caught, then he could not use disguise. After a while, Kang Han-su approached one of the guards, who was initially more like a stone that was overgrown with grass and moss. Suddenly, the stone began to move, and in the next moment, a guard rose from the ground to his full height, who sensed the approach of the enemy. But the monster did not have long to live, because the undisputed winner of this battle was already approaching him. The surprised travelers raised their heads up, realizing that the sounds of battle were coming from nearby, But no one could see the one who had been fighting all this time. The warning system, which was controlled by the fairy assistant, sent a notification again that the second guardian was dead, so he congratulated everyone on this. The girl raised her head up in surprise hearing about this. The fairy assistant said that the second guardian had fallen that day, so at this rate, they would be done in no time. One of her clan members shouted at her not to lose concentration. The girl replied that she knew about it herself, turning towards the sound of the approaching attack. As soon as she leaned back, right above her body, one of the monsters loudly snapped its jaw, wanting to kill her, but it did not work. This girl was quite strong, since she was a monarch, so as soon as the moment of attack passed, she quickly moved the enemy, using her legs. The monster she kicked flew back many meters, and her teammate then shot at the orb of the creature, disabling the monster. The guy who shot it said that the girl could have dodged it herself, even in spite of it. He immediately asked why he was helping her then. The girl told him that he should have handled it alone. The guy put his bow behind his back, saying that they couldn't even find one guardian, and someone had already killed two. He said with displeasure that they only come across small prey. The girl put her hand on her thigh, disagreeing with him. She said that the first, second guardian were not defeated by anyone's group. It was done by a single person. There was concern on her face, and she said that she had that exact feeling. The guy said that if the Yunchai monarch said so, then it must be true. He then asked the twins who were traveling with them and were part of the clan what they thought about this. The twins looked at each other, asking each other who could have done this, but they had no idea. Yunchai turned away sheepishly, telling the guy not to call her that, mentioning that this ability irritated her. Yunchai told him to stop talking nonsense and move. She looked at the map and added that it seemed like the guard that was in front of them was gone, so he should turn right. She then stopped warily, turning to the side, telling everyone to wait, because someone was coming their way. She put her hand forward, stopping her people, and then said that there was that same ominous aura that she felt at the very beginning. Coming out of the forest was one of the groups of survivors who were heading in the same direction as them. The survivor who was walking ahead told the others that they shouldn't hunt the guardians, because even if they found the treasure, they wouldn't be able to bring it to the altar. He told them to look at the other teams with irony, because there were plenty of strong travelers there. The guy walking behind him agreed with him, saying that they couldn't just sit and do nothing. The survivor who was walking ahead agreed with him, saying that while the others were looking for the guardians, they should take the chance to become stronger. His gaze was confident. Perhaps this really was the only way out for those whose strength didn't stand out from the rest. The guy chuckled, his face covered in a dark aura as he said that even hunting the monsters that were walking nearby would give them enough strength to fight. He raised his hand and continued to say, then they would just attack those who were returning with the treasure. He also added that, honestly, he didn't think anyone would notice that a few people were missing. Yunchai and her subordinate were watching this conversation. She exhaled heavily as the guy continued to say that if they couldn't find the treasure in 2 weeks, they would die. Yunchai looked at them and said that if others started acting like this, they would get into trouble. However, she knew that the strange feeling she had before wasn't because of these people. The twins and her subordinate listened to her when suddenly a familiar voice was heard not far from them. It was the protagonist, who was still wearing his female body disguise. Kang Hansu said that he agreed with what Yunchai said. He said that in situations like this, order was paramount. Everyone present turned around abruptly, not expecting that there was someone else in this place. The twins were so surprised that they exclaimed, asking who was he? Yunchai immediately began to examine the mysterious stranger, noticing that she was covered in bruises. She immediately wondered in her mind, why was she traveling alone? Besides, this person in front of her was the source of that strange feeling that made her nervous. Kang Hansu raised his eyes to this girl, a slight smile on his face. After all, he already knew the peculiarity of the monarch in front of him. Yunchi's confidant immediately put out his bow, pulling back the string, preparing to shoot at the ill-wisher who invaded their space. He asked why she snuck up on them, and what she wanted. He also said that it seemed like she was here alone, so it was better for her to answer honestly. Kang Hansu only said that it was nothing special. After all, he just wanted to make them one proposal. The guy asked, still not lowering his bow, was she crazy? He asked, why would they even listen to her? The protagonist leaned his back against a tree, standing in front of them without a weapon. Kang Hansu said that being on guard was the right thing to do, but they were wary of the wrong person. His stern gaze turned to the survivors as he said that he was not there to talk to them. Kang Hansu said that he wanted to talk to the clan monarch, the girl who stood before him. The boy turned his gaze in surprise to the Unchai clan monarch, who was also looking at the girl who appeared before them in surprise. The protagonist also added that she should have known about it herself, given her high intuition stat. His disguised face had a relaxed smile as he said this. Unchai thought that this girl was the reason for that strange feeling earlier, and it was also not easy to recognize the clan monarch in her. However, this girl was able to confidently identify it. Unchai was nervous, because it was her first time facing such an opponent. She thought that either intuition, like me, or not only her appearance, but she herself was just an artificial shell. There was indeed an ominous aura flying around the protagonist, and the monarch with a sense of intuition understood this very well. Unchai lowered her gaze downwards and thought that no matter what, something ominous was hidden in the girl in front of her. Khan Hansu continued to look expectantly at the survivors, waiting for their monarch's answer. Unchai inadvertently thought that if this person wanted, she could have gotten rid of them long ago. From her thoughts of something creepy, Unchai was pulled out by the protagonist's voice, who said that she did not need to strain herself so much. After all, did not she tell them that she came there to propose to them? Khan Hansu's gaze became more serious. He looked shrewdly towards the monarch. After all, he had a goal. Yunchi's retainer was still nervous, so he asked what Khan Hansu was trying to do. He said that if she continued to talk nonsense about the monarch, or something like that, he would have no choice. Suddenly, Unchai cut off his fiery speech, with her loud shout stopping the escalating conflict. She told her retainer to step back, because she wanted to talk to this girl. The guy turned his gaze to the monarch, surprised that their monarch had never been so excited. Surprise and worry at the same time reflected on his face, but he still agreed to her wish. Unchai took a step forward, that the girl in front of her seemed strong enough to handle everything alone. She didn't understand what she wanted from them, so she asked why she had to bother and make any offer to them. She wanted to know the reason for her actions. Unchai said fearfully that even though their opponent was strong, they weren't going to retreat just like that. And even though she said this, she held on to her confidant with her hands so that she wouldn't be so afraid to say it. Khan Hansu closed his eyes and said that everyone had their own reasons for doing this. The protagonist said that he needed to find someone to fight in the front lines instead of him. Unchai asked incredulously if she wanted them to deal with that group that had recently passed through there. Unchai added worriedly that she understood what the girl wanted, but they couldn't handle a group of 40 people. Khan Hansu asked in surprise what she was talking about. He said that they needed to deal with a dozen people at a time. He also added that, besides, these people were much weaker than them. All four of them listened attentively to the protagonist's words as he continued to explain to them that Unchai simply needed to use her monarch ability to start converting the weakest group into members of her clan and increase the number of this one. Unchai thought that managing a small group was already a serious problem for her, and this girl was telling her to recruit even more people. She didn't understand, what kind of survivor did this girl think she was? Did she really think she was an elementary school teacher? Unchai didn't understand, why would she even do this? The intuition in her head was literally beating gong, trying to warn her of the possible consequences, and Unchai knew perfectly well that her intuition was hinting that saying this out loud would be too dangerous. Her subordinate raised his hand to his mouth, thinking that Unchai had already complained about the large number of people that were in their clan, and now she would have to expand her clan. Unchai sighed heavily, saying that to be honest, she wanted to quietly pass through this room without doing anything. Unchai placed her hand on her head, knowing full well how this would end for her. It seemed like she had no choice, so she would try it. Khan Hansu stayed behind them, saying that he would definitely watch them. Unchai and her clan headed towards what they had just seen, while she said with displeasure that it wouldn't work. Khan Hansu, after they left, said that someone with intuition that was hard to get in the training area would be able to handle such a task with ease. He brought up the system window in front of him, raising his finger up, and then said that now that he had easily killed the guard and obtained the treasure, it was time to prepare for the next step with the King of Intelligence. A confident smile shone on his face as he said this, continuing to confidently move forward with his plan. After a while, one of the twins, the boys from the group who had not yet joined any clan, held him to the earth. Yunchi's confidant addressed her, saying that these people refused to be tattooed. The twins held the people by their arms, so that they would not escape. Unchai told her confidant that these people were already part of the clan, and since there were only 4 of them, they simply had to tie them up. The girl said that it was not necessary to tie them up. She asked, was she treating them this way because they were from another clan? The people said pitifully that they had done nothing to her, but neither of them had a choice. Chai looked at them with a displeased look, asking herself in her mind, did they really think that she wanted this? In the end, she knew that she was doing as she was told. With the exception of these people, she made everyone else their members of her clan. In front of her stood a crowd of people who were also now her responsibility. Chai said in annoyance that this was very tiresome. She really didn't want to do this, so she cursed this stupid feature that made her become a monarch. The warning system, through which the fairy assistant communicated with the others, congratulated someone on finding a treasure. Yunqi's confidant cursed in surprise, coming closer to her, and she asked with interest who could have taken it. Fedia the assistant said that they should take the treasure to him for exchange. Chai asked in surprise if everyone was there, then who could have discovered the treasure? The twin, who was standing not far from her, called the monarch to him. He saw something on the ground, and then showed it to the monarch, saying that he found it under a tree. In his hand was a small sphere, the color of which was golden. This sphere glowed faintly in his hand. Chai looked at it, remembering the words of that mysterious girl who said that she would let them leave there easily. Her expression was as she examined the item in her subordinate's hands. Once they reached the right place, Chai asked the fairy assistant, while handing the demon the treasure, is it really the real thing, right? Once the fairy assistant received it, he responded with an affirmative, confirming that it was indeed the real treasure. He hovered above the people who had gathered there, as they were now members of the same clan. The fairy assistant said that he was very sorry that no one had died, but he noted that they had all done well. That little demon then took out a magnifying glass, examining the treasure more closely, saying that, however, they had not received the treasure directly. Chai asked, is that why there would be no reward? The fairy assistant told her that there was no need to rush or worry about it. He snapped his fingers, smiling wickedly, and then a system window appeared next to him. He said he would give them enough time to choose. The fairy assistant asked, which number would she choose? Several system windows with numbers appeared in front of Chai, while the fairy assistant explained to her that since she was the leader of the clan, the one and only golden cape flew past her. Everyone immediately began to pray in their minds to fate for everyone to receive an artifact, so she should choose the cell where there were 50 saving artifacts. Chai put her hand to her chin, humming thoughtfully with irony. She asked, what should she choose? Should she choose one to kill everyone? One of the survivors began to beg her out loud to save them, when suddenly a system window appeared in front of him. Everyone immediately shouted joyfully that she saved them all by choosing 50 artifacts. Chai looked at them without much interest as the people around her shouted that they would serve her as their monarch. Chai turned around in the crowd of survivors, saying that it seemed to be getting boring. She asked them if they thought the same thing. Chai asked them what they thought about the survival games. She placed her hand on her waist, saying that they were all clan members, so they had to kill themselves or kill everyone else. A shadow of madness crossed her face as she spoke about this. Her expression was truly terrifying, and she said that this is what their monarch ordered them to do. The people immediately began to protest, asking her what she said. Their clan tattoos lit up on their arms. All of them disagreed with this absurd order. They angrily began to shout that there is no way they would do this. The tattoos on their arms slowly began to dissipate, fading away, as their displeasure was too great for the tattoo to stop. They asked indignantly if she really thought they would carry out this order just because she was their monarch. The tattoos quickly fell apart, disappearing from the people's arms as if they had never been there. As soon as the people noticed, they joyfully began to shout that the clans in the tattoo had disappeared from their arms. They were so happy about this that they looked at their arms, surprised that they were no longer members of the clan. As soon as this happened, Chai and her 4 original clan members quickly fled from there, while all those people were still wondering if this meant they were now acting freely. The fairy assistant flew over the people who were left there in disappointment, asking, did she really think that such a literally suicidal order would be dismissed from work without even the slightest loyalty? The little demon said that these people were so pathetic, so they should just leave already, because soon this place would be sealed, because you see, the way to the 3rd floor was already open. He pointed his little paw at a portal that opened in one of the trees, which led to another place. Everyone immediately cursed, running towards that door, shouting that they should get out of there. The girl that Chai and her clan member had tied up along with the rest of the guys from her team finally managed to untie herself, and said that she would untie the others now. She said that they should do it quickly, to report to the monarch. Meanwhile, the rest of the survivors continued to run towards the next stage in their training. The girl said that the monarch had gone ahead of them, so he should be on the 3rd floor by now. Kang Hansu was listening attentively to their conversation at this time, closing his eyes, and then opening them, listening to what they were saying next. He stood behind a tree while the Edo team was freeing themselves from the ropes. The girl managed to contact her monarch, saying that they were able to kill them all there, but they were interrupted, so they could not finish. The girl said that she understood the monarch's instructions, then she exclaimed in surprise, asking if he really wanted her to come to him now. The girl replied that she would do so they were already leaving. At this time, all of their team members had already been freed from the ropes that bound them, so they were free to stand on their feet. The girl said that she was already on her way, because getting to the Narcha's house was the most important thing now. The girl said that they needed to go to the 3rd floor, because the monarch was in danger, so there was nothing for them to do there now, so they had to go up. The protagonist's gaze turned cold, saying that they were caught. Now they would take him to their leader. All 4 of them stood up and hurried towards the portal, in order to quickly be near the monarch. Kang Hansu thought that the path to the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor itself was quite extensive, since it was a dungeon, so it was almost impossible to find a specific person. Kang Hansu came out from behind the tree and slowly moved after them. He understood perfectly well that in this case, there was only one solution to this problem. When he was still training with Kang Tae under the Keldyan in his past life, he told him that if they did not capture the Dark Monarch in the training zone and went to the Red Zone, then everything they had done by that time would be meaningless. Kang Hansu listened attentively to everything the Keldyan told him, while Kang Tae slept soundly, lying next to him with his head on the books. Keldyan said that they should close off all the paths and direct the Dark Monarch in one direction. He spread his arms wide, standing in front of his students, saying that the island of the tower was the perfect place to do such a thing. At this time, Iris entered their training room. She said that Keldyan was indeed right. She said that it would be impossible to do this on the first 2 floors of the tower, but the 3rd floor was perfect for it. Kang Hansu and Keldyan turned their gazes to her with interest, while Iris continued to say that on the 3rd floor there were hundreds of people starting, but once he got to the 3rd floor, he would need the help of his clansmen. She folded her arms across her chest, bringing one of them closer to her face, continuing to say that in this case, the Dark Monarch would start calling them from everywhere. She raised her index finger up, with a serious face, saying that this would be Kang Hansu's only chance. After all, the 3rd floor of the tower was the threshold to the real other world. Iris said that this place was a representation of the environment of the next Red Zone. It was different from the real one, but it was still similar. This floor of the tower was literally soaked in poisonous waters, huge monsters, and dangerous creatures. Iris warned that the monsters that lived there were on another level. So they needed to lure him out, and that was their main plan, said Kang Tae, who finally woke up. He said that if the Dark Monarch felt that they were coming for him, he would immediately hide, so they should strike when he felt safe. Sleepy Kang Tae continued to say that their opponent was very cautious, so he would even bet that he would try to bring his real clansmen into the Red Zone. Kang Tae said that this person was indeed strong, of course, not as strong as him, but still, it was not easy to cast him out. Kang Hansu listened to him with a serious expression as Kang Tae spoke. That must be why Kang Hansu wanted to know what needed to be done to get rid of that opponent, right? Kang Hansu had managed to obtain a decent imitation of the Philosopher's Stone while he was searching for treasure. He thought that his final preparations were complete, holding that stone, slightly glowing red, in his hands. But before that, he had to deal with the mad Dark Monarch there on the 3rd floor. He picked up his forward gaze, heading off to meet his next task. Kang Hansu entered the portal, smiling as he said that he would finally be able to get a good look at his face. He found himself on the 3rd floor of the tower, quickly covering the distance with large leaps. At this time, Euncha was watching him, smiling as she told her clansmen to follow that girl. A fierce battle developed in the middle of the 3rd floor. The Dark Monarch named Wonkyung shouted at his subordinates to contact all of their clansmen. He rushed from side to side, shouting to tell them to immediately head to the 3rd floor. This place was filled with intense heat and poison, and on top of that, they were surrounded on all sides by dinosaur-like monsters that were eager to feast on new victims. Their clan formed a tight line to defeat their opponents at all costs. The monster screamed loudly, opening its wide mouth, which split in half. This was the place where monsters appeared endlessly. Lee Wonkyung tilted his head, and his gaze darkened as he said that this was only preparation for another world. Indeed, if this was only preparation, then what awaited them on the other side of the training? Wonkyung turned around and thought that they said that they would mix, but it seemed that they didn't need to. He had his back to his subordinates, who were still holding back the attacks of the monsters that had tightly surrounded them on the third floor. The monster pushed off the ground with its huge paws, jumping up, quickly approaching Wenkyung, with a loud cry, once again opening its huge mouth, which was full of sharp teeth. Wenkyung turned around, looking at this, and then swung his sword, holding back the monster with it, shoving his blade right into the monster's mouth. The monster closed its mouth, clenching Wenkyung's sword in its teeth, causing him to sweat in order to hold back this onslaught. The strength of the monster was truly frightening. The monster pressed on Wenkyung so much that his shoes began to partially bury themselves into the ground. Lee Wenkyung clenched his teeth, exhaling heavily, and then, gathering all his strength into a fist, with a swift movement, tore the monster's mouth apart, throwing the monster back. One of his subordinates called out to him, shouting that more and more monsters were coming. Their onslaught was so strong that at this rate they wouldn't be able to hold them back. But Wenkyung wasn't going to give in. He shouted for me to retreat to no way. Wenkyung shouted for them all to stay close to him if they wanted to survive. He stood on top of the fallen monster, placing his foot on its dead body, majestically towering over the monster. Wenkyung shouted that they wouldn't be defeated, so they should let the monsters push them back. He raised his hand up in an encouraging tone, telling his subordinates this, who, having received a boost of team fighting spirit, were now ready to fight again. They responded that they accepted this order. After all, they must believe in their leader. Lee Wenkyung mentally agreed with them, thinking that he shouldn't die there. He can't retreat. Wenkyung furrowed his brows, and his face became more ferocious. He thought about how his clan was the strongest of those who entered this tower. All of his warriors bravely pointed their swords at the next monster that approached them. They rushed to attack without sparing their lives, while Wenkyung thought about how he had destroyed all those people to get there, so there was no way he could have been wrong in his calculations. They had to break through. Once the battle in that place ended, this clan's group moved on. Lee Wenkyung said that there were few monsters there, so he wondered out loud, was it all because of that shard? They stopped in front of the strange object that blocked their path, carefully examining what was there. Wenkyung said that there was a very unpleasant aura surrounding that object. It felt like this shard was alive. His face reflected confusion and anxiety as he looked at what appeared before him. There were a lot of people dissolved in this shard, like moths in the light, flying and floating inside. This huge crystal resembled a space object that had fallen to the earth by pure chance. Wenkyung asked in surprise, "Is there really someone inside?" He and his clan members looked at it in surprise, trying to figure out what it was. But when you didn't have to wait long, the fairy assistant appeared next to them, asking them in a mocking tone, was the view in front of them beautiful, wasn't it? The fairy assistant said that this place could be a good attraction for tourists. The little demon had a smile on his face as always, and he explained to them that, of course, there was more to it than just beauty. Wenkyung looked up at the fairy assistant, and then with a devilish smile, he told him to take a closer look, because maybe they could see familiar faces there. The fairy assistant told them that if someone passed through the training area, then anyone could be found there. Lee Wenkyung was shocked by what he heard. He immediately turned his gaze to that object, shouting that there should be something he was looking for inside that cross. The dark monarch ran closer, placing his hands on that cross, carefully looking at what was inside that object. His disordered mind was able to find what his soul so desired to see there. Wenkyung saw the silhouette of a girl who looked completely alive. Only her closed eyes showed that she was in a state of sleep. The dark monarch's hands shook, and he frantically called the girl's name, calling her Lee Sojong. He called her name over and over again. It was his precious daughter that he had lost on this horrible path. Wenkyung fell to his knees in front of the cross, frantically saying that if only he had become a monarch earlier, this could have been avoided. Wenkyung was drawn into his memories, where back in the first training zone, they were attacked by a hideous monster. Screams were heard everywhere, and the former monarch of their clan shouted that they should leave and leave the others behind. Before running away, Wenkyung turned around, seeing his daughter in bloody clothes, kneeling, unable to rise. She was injured and could no longer run, so she begged not to be left there. Rose called out for her father with tears in her eyes, her body shaking with fear and the knowledge of how close she was to death now. She stretched out her hand, asking her father to save her, but it was all in vain. Lee Wenkyung asked her to hold on a little longer, rushing to save his daughter, but the monarch of his clan stopped him, ordering him to protect him. Wenkyung tried to object, shouting that his daughter was there. But the monarch was adamant. He smiled evilly, slapping his hand on his chest, shouting that his job was to protect him, not these useless nobodies. He reminded him which one of them was the monarch. The man said that if he had known that such monsters were there, he would have sent them forward as cannon fodder. At this time, Wonkyung was sitting on the ground, clutching the dead body of his daughter to himself. He sobbed, begging her to wake up, and the monarch only mockingly said that he should consider her to be granted the honor of dying for the monarch. The emotional turmoil inside Wonkyung reached its climax. His clan tattoo began to fade away little by little, and Lee Wonkyung said with a firm voice that if he knew that their monarch would treat his daughter as expendable, he would have never joined the guild. Wonkyung stood up on his feet, looking at the monarch, who began to run away from this place to save his life. The monarch told him to shut up and move. After all, they didn't have much time before these monsters ate the bait. The monarch was about to remind Wonkyung that he couldn't resist his orders, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain on his stomach. Lee Wonkyung stabbed the monarch with his knife while he screamed that he didn't dare to resist him. The clan mark was completely destroyed. The knife that Wonkyung was holding was now soaked in the monarch's blood. He would scream that if trash like him could become a monarch, then Wonkyung himself could do it too. The sky above the training area was getting darker. Wonkyung stood there among the houses, clutching a knife in his hands, and under his feet lay the dead monarch he had managed to slaughter. Wonkyung believed that receiving the title of monarch was a sign from above. He clearly remembered how a new tattoo appeared on his arm, but now all power was already in his hands. Wonkyung believed that it was his destiny to kill such parasites. At that moment, Wonkyung said that with this ability, he would be able to change everything. His fist trembled as he squeezed his hand, then Wonkyung froze for a moment, his heart pounding wildly as a single thought filled his head, that for the sake of his daughter, he would rule all the monarchs. A crazy smile appeared on his face at that moment, and rivers flowed from his eyes. He was not going to stop until he found his son. Wonkyung ran his trembling fingers over the surface of the huge crystal where his daughter was imprisoned, saying that he thought he would never see her again. He loudly called out to the heavens, thanking God for giving him a sign again. Lee Wonkyung asked the fairy assistant to tell him how he could get her out of there. He frantically asked if he could resurrect her. The fairy assistant mockingly asked him to calm down, saying that it was only a replica of what they had brought them from. The little devil folded his arms across his chest, smiling, saying that they had made a copy of that information and placed it inside this cross. Wonkyung listened attentively to everything he said, because he could not wait to see his daughter again. The fairy assistant continued this story, saying that of course it was only a copy, but this copy had the same powers and memories. The fairy assistant smiled with mischief, baring his fangs and pointing his index finger upward, which probably meant something to Wonkyung. The assistant also mentioned that the rules were quite simple, since ingredients were always needed to create something new. He casually said that Wonkyung had to put someone alive inside the crystal. The woman that Wonkyung brought with him also stared at the crystal, saying that it meant that her son could also be there, and all the dead were inside this cross. Yayan looked at her in surprise, seeing the confusion in the woman's eyes. The most obvious question immediately arose among the crowd: how should they find people for the sacrifice? Lee Wonkyung smiled madly, looking at his subordinates, saying that he only saw one such person. His brain was eaten away by the thought that his daughter Lee Sojong would return if he sacrificed the weakest. He looked at all the people behind him, thinking that if he killed one of the people there, everything should work out. But his fantasy was quickly dashed when the fairy assistant said that he didn't think that would work. Wonkyung turned around in surprise, and then the devil continued to say that it was obvious that he couldn't use the clan members for this. He said that it would be too easy, and they wanted a more interesting show. He boldly lay down on one of the stones, putting his hand under his head, and then said that he couldn't go back there later, so he had to choose more carefully. He then added that while they were talking, 4 more people had entered the floor. The fairy assistant mockingly said that, thanks to someone, there weren't many living people left in the tower, were there? He said that they should have figured that out much earlier. Wonkyung punched him on the crystal, swearing loudly with anger in his voice, saying that in such a case, nothing could be done, despite all the way there. He clenched his teeth, saying that he missed the chance to see his daughter again. His fingers clenched from the internal pain he was experiencing, and more tears came out of his eyes. Wonkyung was crying in horror, because he had just received this chance. He brought his hand to his face, trying to somehow ease his internal experiences. But suddenly his confused thoughts were interrupted by a scream. One of his clan members called him, saying that people were going up there. And their people who were going up were defeated. The one who reported the situation nervously looked around, looking towards the approaching enemies. As soon as Wonkyung heard this, another crazy idea hit him. He smiled, because he had a chance. Li Wenqiang said to capture them alive. At this time, many fighters of this clan were lying dead on the poisonous earth. Another defeated warrior fell down at the feet of the protagonist, who dealt with him. Kan Hansu wiped the blood from his face and said ironically that it was a pity that he could not smoke now. His cold gaze moved to the people of the Dark Monarch clan approaching him, and he said that they finally arrived. Right in front of him stood a whole crowd of angry clan members led by Wenqiang. Kan Hansu thought that he was the very person who should be eliminated along with the Berserker Monarch. Wenqiang was heading straight for him. In the future he will be called the Maddened Dark Monarch. Kan Hansu recalled that it would be a problem even to list his crimes. Of course, these crimes were from his past, but soon these things will be carried out again. The Maddened Dark Monarch, unable to resurrect his daughter, he will focus on finding his son and will be dragged into the abyss. Kan Hansu placed his hand on his hip, standing directly in front of Wenqiang, who was clearly unfriendly. In his desperate attempts to find his son, Wenqiang will commit massacre, becoming a killer far beyond his current level. The threat loomed over the protagonist. He had to accept this difficult fight. Kan Hansu thought that he would still have to finish him off there, but in exchange, he would save his son. It would be better for everyone. Kan Hansu removed the disguise he had on thanks to the artifact. The weapon of the Decratos' judgment appeared in his hands, and he took a fighting stance to prepare for battle. Song Yayan, seeing this, shouted that it was the guy with the chain. Li Wenqiang laughed loudly, shouting that it was great luck. He raised his face to Wenqiang laughed loudly, shouting that it was great luck. He raised his face to the sky, smiling. Wenqiang lowered his face in a wicked smile, and said that he never thought that the one they wanted to kill would come there himself. He said that it must have been a gift for his daughter Li Sojong. Wenqiang looked up at their new opponent, shouting that his meaningless life finally had meaning. His gaze was filled with anger that he could no longer contain. Kan Hansu furrowed his brows, glaring at the enemy with confidence. The next moment, Li Wenqiang rushed at the protagonist with his weapon, swinging for a strike that Kan Hansu was about to take, when suddenly the ground beneath them began to shake. Wenqiang noticed it in surprise, as did Kan Hansu, and their fight stopped for a second. The ground beneath them literally exploded. A huge hole opened up below, causing the protagonist and the Dark Monarch to dodge in different directions. A huge worm monster burst out from the solid surface of the earth, screaming heartbreakingly, towering over everyone below it. The people below anxiously called out for the monarch. Wenqiang, who was standing there watching the monster bursting out of the ground, cursed loudly, saying that if that creature was going to go berserk here, then they could only run away from there. He turned his gaze to Yayan, shouting that they shouldn't let that guy with the chains go. He called out the girl's name, telling her to go back and look after the others, but all his instructions were destroyed by the protagonist's calm voice, who said that there was no need for that. In just a second, the monster's body was bound by the chains of his main weapon, which tightly gripped the worm. Kan Hansu began to move it quickly with his hands, controlling this huge monster with the chains. Literally, not even a few seconds had passed before the huge worm was chopped into many pieces by the strong weapon. The monster's body was completely damaged, so the protagonist, who was much smaller than the monster, now looked even more dangerous than before. Huge chunks of the monster's carcass fell to the ground, landing next to Kan Hansu, who said that the obstacle had been removed. He grabbed the Decratos' judgment in his hand tighter, saying that since his opponent was not coming to him, he would go to the enemy himself. Kan Hansu quickly headed towards Wenqiang, who froze in surprise, who immediately thought that his opponent was a real monster. Wenqiang clenched his teeth, trying to think of what he should do in such a situation. In this case, he decided to order his clansmen to attack him. Immediately, at his command, all the clan members who were nearby rushed towards the protagonist, intending to suppress his strength with numbers. Kan Hansu's face remained calm. He quickly approached the enemies, and as soon as he got to the right point, his gaze flashed with coldness and excitement. Without much effort, Kan Hansu got rid of the advancing enemies one after another. They fell, unable to stand after being hit by a powerful chain. All their attacks were useless, and those who got too close too quickly were wounded by his scythe. Kan Hansu quickly moved forward, overcoming a crowd of small pawns, getting closer and closer to the main enemy. Wenqiang frowned, saying that chance said about him that he does not kill people, but it seems that all these stories were lies. The woman who stood next to him said that Yayan's information was useless. The color of the protagonist did not spare anyone. As soon as the weapon was released, as it immediately found the next enemy. This time, it was Yayan who had to repel the attack, who closed her eyes, shouting that she knew he was strong. However, she wondered why he did not use any abilities. She said that he definitely didn't have any useful skills. Song Yayan stopped in front of Lee Wonkyung and the woman, wiping her cheek. Wonkyung agreed with her, saying that he would trust her once more, suggesting that they would defeat the protagonist with numbers. Wonkyung said that if he didn't have any powerful defensive skills, they would be able to overpower him. His face became serious again, and he gripped the sword in his hand, heading towards the battlefield, shouting for everyone to prepare to use skills. The woman also headed towards the battle, preparing to fight back. Wonkyung commanded the clansmen with the charge skills to lead the charge and prevent him from moving. That same day, those who were still able to stand on their feet rushed to the attack, extending their swords, agreeing to the order of their monarch. But Kang Hansu quickly overcame the wall, literally jumping over them, using his chain again. Yayan said that Kang Hansu was really good. She also went in for an attack, swinging her sword, shouting that he should try to dodge this too. Kang Hansu looked at her in surprise, seeing that the enemy was right in front of him. He created a blade in his hand, and then thought that since he couldn't dodge, he should counterattack. Kang Hansu took the blow that Yayan wanted to deal to him, clashing with her blade. At that moment, he felt how strong the enemy in front of him was, as he felt a strong shock of pain that ran through his entire arm, causing him to grit his teeth. Kang Hansu thought that she was quite strong, so exchanging blows would eventually lead to him getting hurt. Wonkyung shouted that they were able to do it, so they should continue to press him. Immediately, other clan members pointed their blades at him from above, but Kang Hansu was not going to give up. He had enough strength to handle this too, so the next moment, those who attacked him were mortally wounded by his chains and blades. The runes that fell from the dead clan members fell to the ground every now and then. So the snake that accompanied the protagonist immediately rushed to happily pick it up, absorbing these stones. Kang Hansu half a day in several runes, helping to eat it, carefully looking towards the enemy in order to repel the attack in time. Who saw this snake? Asked in surprise, is he really carrying a monster with him? They looked there in confusion, and one of them was surprised to find that this creature is runes. Wonkyung menacingly shouted for them to stop the snake, not allowing the monster to absorb more runes. He watched the battle from the sidelines, thinking that the protagonist wanted to use them to become stronger. While Kang Hansu was fighting the clan members, a woman entered the battlefield. She extended her hand forward and used her skill, quickly starting to surround the protagonist with magic circles using her magic ability. These magic circles appeared under Kang Hansu's feet, restricting his movements. Kang Hansu felt tentacles start to burst out from the magic circle, grabbing his leg and restraining him, not allowing him to move from that place. Song Yayan shouted that right now was the right moment to attack. She jumped up, once again raising her sword high above her head, intending to deal with the motionless protagonist in one blow, but she was not destined to do so. Kang Hansu quickly reacted, pulling his chain right in front of his head, thereby deflecting the blow that was flying towards him. Wonkyung commanded his clansmen not to stop. He shouted that they had come this far to take revenge on the clan that trampled them into the dirt, so they must not give up. His fiery speech once again made the tired clansmen rush into battle to defend the honor of their monarch. Lee Wonkyung continued to shout that they must destroy all the vermin that stood in their way. They had to fight for their fallen comrades in battle, for their deceased families. 3 more clansmen tried to attack the protagonist, but even though he was alone, it did not give any of these people a chance to strike him. The Dark Monarch continued to shout that his words would guide their lives, guide their vengeance. He raised his arm with the clan tattoo up, showing everyone how brightly it shined. Kang Hansu knew full well that if necessary, he would make his subordinates fight no matter their condition. The protagonist clearly saw how the people, exhausted after a long battle with him, were still eager to fight because of another order. Although this contradicted his words about not seeing his subordinates as expendable material, Kang Hansu understood that Wonkyung was trying to weaken him before he himself gave it his all. The protagonist's gaze was directed at the woman who had magical abilities, and created those same magic circles around his legs. He thought that the longer he dragged out the fight, the more injuries he received. Still, this battle was exhausting him too, considering how many fights he had gone through before. Lee Wonkyung smiled with deceit, looking at the tired protagonist, and Kang Hansu understood that he did not have time to relax now. He once again returned from an attack flying at him, concluding that he needed to finish. The woman shouted that she would tie him up. Kang Hansu jumped into the air to avoid touching the magic circle, once again dodging another blow, and then said that this would not happen. He created a blade in his hand once again, quickly it into the ground where the magic circle was located. The woman sighed heavily, noticing that her bracelet was glowing, and shouted that her skill had stopped working. At that moment, the protagonist broke through the dense enemy lines, knocking down warriors, quickly reaching the woman who knew how to cast magic. But as soon as he was in range, she said with a smile that he fell for her trick. She began to use her powers again, creating another magic circle not far from her, where Kang Hansu stood on the ground. Kang Hansu looked down in surprise, noticing that his leg had started to be wrapped in those same tentacles again. He powerlessly sank to his knee, as more and more magic circles with tentacles continued to appear around him. The woman mockingly shouted at him, asking, did he really think that she didn't expect him to rush towards her? Wonkyung headed towards Kang Hansu, saying that it didn't matter how hard he tried to get out of there. After all, he was just still one person. Wonkyung told him that Kang Hansu was barely breathing. His face lit up with an unpleasant smile mixed with madness again as he said that it was time to pay for his empty boasting. Just when Kang Hansu was already exhausted enough in his opinion, Wonkyung came closer, striking his sword at Kang Hansu's shoulder. The protagonist's face darkened as he felt pain in his shoulder, and Lee Wonkyung responded by smiling happily, shouting that he had won. He began to talk about how he had won again, mentioning that now his daughter would be able to live. Kang Hansu was kneeling in front of him, covered in tentacles, with his shoulder wounded. In response to all this, one only question begged, was it worth it that most of the clan members were now dead and lay not far from the main scene of the events? Wonkyung shouted that the first step towards his goal had finally been taken. His face lit up with that same smile once again, until he was suddenly interrupted by Kang Hansu, who asked him if he was done chatting. The protagonist grabbed Wonkyung's sword with his hand, removing it from the wound on his shoulder, lowering his head down. Wonkyung looked at this with a surprised expression, watching as Kang Hansu continued to do something he did not expect. The protagonist looked up at Lee Wonkyung, telling him that it seemed like he was the one who did not realize that he was the one who walked into a trap. Kang Hansu smiled as he looked at him, and then told Wonkyung that there was no one who could protect him. The protagonist's weapon appeared in his hands once again, while Wonkyung looked down at him with confusion. Kang Hansu mockingly said that they should see if Lee Wonkyung could escape from such a distance. The Dark Monarch gritted his teeth, noticing this. Kang Hansu chuckled, and then with one sharp movement, slashed at his opponent. However, the blow did not reach the intended spot. Wonkyung managed to push Kang Hansu's scythe away with his knife. Wonkyung called the protagonist a fool, asking him if he really thought that he did not have a spare weapon. He smiled nervously, showing the protagonist his knife, saying that he had already seen all of his tricks, so it would not work on him anymore. Kang Hansu chuckled, asking him, is that what he thought? His cold eyes fixed on Wonkyung, and he told him that he seemed to have the wrong impression of him. Kang Hansu reminded him that he never said that this chain was his only weapon. The blade appeared in the protagonist's hand again, and he pointed his weapon towards the enemy with a serious expression. Wonkyung cursed loudly, asking what was going on. His mouth opened wide in surprise, and then the protagonist's blade flew straight towards his chest. Wonkyung coughed loudly, spitting out blood. He dropped his knife, which had just blocked the protagonist's attack, and then began to fall to the ground. The woman worriedly called out to the monarch. At this time, Yayan had already gotten up on her feet, holding onto her side, which was hurting from the injury she had received. Everyone in one voice began to shout for Kang Hansu to get away from their monarch. They screamed that they would not forgive him. The protagonist towered over Wonkyung, who had fallen on all fours, who continued to spit out more blood, which spread like a puddle around him. Wonkyung said that he didn't think that Kang Hansu would use himself as bait. He raised himself up, using one hand to support the ground and the other to support the blow. Wonkyung started shouting that this was his clansmen's chance. He ordered them to kill them before Kang Hansu recovered from his wounds. The protagonist said that if they wanted to kill someone, they should be prepared to die themselves. Several clansmen jumped into the air again, pointing their weapons at Kang Hansu, who stood motionless and calm. The protagonist looked down, asking Wonkyung if he had enough determination for such a thing. He told him to watch his subordinates die, just like he always did. It only took a few minutes to finish off the clan that Wonkyung had worked so hard to gather. Kang Hansu stood in the middle of the corpses that littered the entire stretch of land untouched by the poison, holding Yayan by her collar in his arms. He pulled the girl closer to him by her shirt, looking at her corpse while Wonkyung, struggling to hold his body, asked him why he was doing this. The Dark Monarch broke into a scream, asking the protagonist why he had to go so far to stop him. He screamed loudly, indignant and asking Kang Hansu what he had done to him, that he was doing this to him. Wonkyung asked him, was this because of the rules he had set? Kang Hansu listened to the ramblings of the dying Wonkyung, standing over him, while he asked him, was this all because of that stupid rule of not killing travelers? Kang Hansu tilted his head to the side, saying that it was happening again. He was momentarily taken back to his memories, where Wonkyung was sitting in front of him in the same way, asking if they were doing this to him because they broke the rules created by the Ares organization. Wonkyung was asking them for what reason they were chasing him for so long? Was it to kill him, or perhaps they wanted revenge? Kang Hansu looked at him calmly, his face covered in blood. Angered by these words, Kang Tae gritted his teeth, asking, what is he talking about? He asked Wonkyung if he knew how many hundreds of people he himself had killed. Because of this, even the members of the Kang Tae clan had suffered at one time. Wonkyung was breathing heavily, dying right in front of them. Angered and terrified, Kang Tae shouted at Kang Hansu to move away, because he was going to crush this opponent's skull. Wonkyung asked powerlessly, what would this change? Wonkyung said that this world is the way it is. His entire body was scarred by the weapon. He sat in front of them, saying that all those people would have died anyway even without him, but he still didn't understand. Why did his daughter Lee Sojong and son Min-tae have to die first? He couldn't understand what wrong they had done. His hands were shaking as he shouted this, asking the people in front of them if they said that they were saving people. He didn't understand what right they had to say that. He said that Kang Hansu couldn't even save his son or his daughter. His anger reached its peak, and he shouted that it was all because of them, the hypocrites and vile monarchs. It was all because of this damned world. Hatred, pain and fear were all on his face at the same time, while in Kang Hansu's past life he shouted this. All his past actions he explained with this. That's why he tried to destroy everything, people or monarchs, even the world itself. Wonkyung's words from his past life and this time came together, and he would scream, asking, why would he follow such laws? He stood up on the ground, still bleeding, looking at the protagonist with anger. Wonkyung urged him to look around, saying that Kang Hansu himself was a deranged maniac. He asked him, wasn't he himself a face? Or didn't his own rule apply to him? Kang Hansu calmly looked into his eyes, saying that she wasn't killing them because they broke his rule. He closed his eyes, asking him if he thought he had that much free time. After a moment of silence, Kang Hansu opened his eyes again, saying that there were limits to increasing one's strength simply by hunting. He knelt down in front of Wonkyung, explaining this to him. Kang Hansu told him that Wonkyung and everyone else were just a stepping stone on his path, as that was not his goal. The protagonist once again muddied his memories, recalling how Keldian told him that his goal was not simply to unite humanity. Kelvin said that, aside from the 3 trials, they had to prepare for what was to come in the future by any means necessary. He placed his hand on the stack of books, continuing to say that they had to do this even if it meant killing everyone in the training area. He said this with a serious face, and even Ares, who was present, remained silent, folding her arms across her chest. Keldian turned to her, asking her if she had any objections to that. Did she? Ares stiffened. Despite her side, she paused, and then turned her gaze to the people in the room, looking at them with concern. Kang Tae approached her and told her not to worry. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head with one hand, and stretched the other one out to her, saying that he would handle such an important matter himself. Who said that he would kill everyone who stood in their way, and then take all their treasures. He began to smile and brag about how he would become a famous hero and a sycophant there with him, but he would not be able to rejoice for long, because Ares's powerful fist was already flying towards him, quickly approaching his jaw. This was followed by a strong blow. Ares said that she did not agree to sacrifice the minority for the majority. She said that they really needed to become stronger, since they did not know what awaited them in the hidden dungeon. She hit her fist on her free palm, while Kang Tae standing behind her felt a terrible pain on his face, literally feeling how it was pressed inward. He shouted in displeasure that it was actually very painful, if she didn't know. But no one paid attention to it. Ares continued to say that, however, at the same time, they had to find a way other than killing everyone around for power. She heroically clenched her fist, while Kang Tae, pointing to his bruise, complained to the Keldian, asking him what he said wrong. As soon as Kang Tae recovered from the previous attack, he said that, honestly, there was no one better for this task than him, right? But he didn't manage to finish this fully either, because a magic circle appeared next to his face, which quickly exploded next to him while he thoughtfully chuckled. Again, no one paid attention to it, although Kang Tae's face was really badly hurt. Kang Hansu calmly asked what the calculations told them. He was already used to this behavior of his team members, so he was not indignant at all. Keldyen began to say that the hidden dungeon of the tower had to be protected for the sake of a good future. The protagonist placed his hands on his waist, listening to the head scientist, while the defeated Kang Tae lay unconscious on the floor. Keldyen said that, however, this dungeon could not be cleared with a normal hunt. He raised his tired gaze and said that there were people who needed to be dealt with before the training ended. He emphasized that they would need to get rid of them anyway, so they had to do it profitably. Kang Tae, who had recovered, agreed with Keldyen, saying that if they killed all the bad guys and got their runes, they would definitely become strong enough to clear that hidden dungeon. Kang Hansu looked at him slightly disdainfully, while Kang Tae said that they should strengthen their bodies and become heroes. It was amazing. Kang Hansu turned his gaze to the Keldyen again, telling him that if they agreed, then so did he. At that moment, the Keldyen addressed him by name, placing his hand on his shoulder, and told him that there was no need to overcomplicate things, as anyone who stood in the way of their common goal would be eliminated by Kang Hansu. The protagonist looked at his comrade's hand that was on his shoulder, and that was where his memories ended. Kang Hansu looked at Wonkyung lying in front of him, telling him that he tried to kill him. He said that Wonkyung walked over people's heads to get there, so in that case, why was he pretending that he didn't deserve it? Wonkyung looked up at the protagonist, and then the reflection in Kang Hansu's blade was level with his fallen opponent. Kang Hansu asked, wouldn't it be better to think that this was the reason they clashed? Wonkyung said that he thought Kang Hansu was trying to act like a hero, but what was he really like? He felt the cold blade that Kang Hansu put to his neck, thinking that they had messed with the wrong guy in the first place. Wonkyung thought that what he had foreseen had come much faster than he expected. Wonkyung said that if Kang Hansu found his son, he asked him to look after him. He said that his son had the same red eyes as him. Kang Hansu looked away, saying that he didn't have time for that. However, he also mentioned that if his plan did succeed, everyone including his son would live. He left Wonkyung one last time with his blue eyes, and the last thing his opponent said was that he didn't understand what the protagonist was talking about anyway. Kang Hansu used his blade and quickly beheaded Wonkyung. Then he rose to his feet, saying that it was good, and now, he had his next target. Inside the dungeon, it was as if dawn had begun. Eun-chae, who was standing there, sighed heavily, folding her arms across her chest, tapping her finger impatiently on her arm. She shouted loudly, asking, how much longer did they have to guard this place? She yelled in displeasure, while the rest of her clan sat nearby, controlling the tied-up opponents. Her confidant said that they could just leave, and Eun-chae, sweating nervously, told him that she couldn't, because she felt that there was something else, so her instincts told her. Eun-chae said that the woman was very scary. Eun-chae said that she wanted to follow her quietly, but she got caught, so if necessary they would ambush her. Eun-chae clenched her fist, and at that time the protagonist, who had once again taken the form of a girl, appeared behind her. He said that he had not left them there so easily, and then asked, did they defend the place well? Eun-chae screamed loudly in fear, and then also began to say that they certainly did. She also mentioned that they captured those who came there after them. Eun-chae began to smile in a friendly manner, as if greeting the protagonist. Kang Hansu passed by her, thinking that Eun-chae really did not see anything. He was going to kill her if she noticed, but it seemed that did not happen. He folded his arms across his chest, thinking that everything was already over, so Eun-chae would not succeed even if she went there right now. Kang Hansu praised her for her good work, saying that that was all, and they could go. He headed towards the portal while Eun-chae happily gave him her thumbs up, agreeing with him, but then asked in surprise, was that really all? The four of them were left there, duped. They looked at the protagonist who had left with confusion. Even the bound opponents seemed shocked by this. Eun-chae asked in surprise, could they really just leave? Her subordinate turned to the monarch, offering her to leave, saying that if they returned, they could find another way. Eun-chae refused his offer, saying that they should go ahead. Her face became serious, and her confidants looked at her in surprise, asking what she meant. Eun-chae replied that she had to find out what that girl was doing there. Then they arrived at the very crystal near where the battle took place. The fairy assistant clapped her hands in joy, saying that it was simply incredible. After all, another traveler had arrived there. He said that it was good, because it was getting more interesting. The fairy assistant smiled widely, asking those present, should they begin? He spread his paws to the sides, looking at the survivors who had arrived. Unchai looked at the cross in surprise, seeing many silhouettes of people inside this object, and then the fairy assistant began to explain the rules for using the cross again. At this time, Kang Hansu came out of the portal, saying that this appearance was no longer useful to him. He took off the artifact from his ear, taking on its original appearance. Kang Hansu looked around. This was the place where the separated travelers gathered. Everyone came out of different portals, trying to find their clanmates. After passing through all the rooms from the first to the third floor, everyone gathered there. Now they were on the fourth floor. This was the preparation area. Everyone was gathering in groups, discussing what had happened to them all this time. Kang Hansu thought that he was getting closer to completing the task of reaching the island of the tower. From the previous floor he had grabbed a lot of weapons, with which he now stood, looking around, the beginning of the next stage. The fourth floor of the preparation zone, there will be preparations for departure to the red zone. For example, boats could be created on the river to reach the islands needed to advance to the red zone. These boats were able to cross the poisonous sea that awaited them after passing this stage. The materials for these boats could be obtained by hunting the beasts and monsters that roamed nearby. The fairy assistant said that it must have sounded simple, but as everyone already understood, it was not. The little devil said that it was much more difficult. He raised his finger up, saying that the rank of the boat created would depend on the material used, but if they succeeded in making a boat, they would be able to sail away with whomever they wanted. The fairy assistant smiled as always, looking at the people, demonstratively showing them a figurine of a paper boat and a person. He mockingly said that he admitted that a large boat was much better than a small one. The fairy assistant said that they would provide them with a list, because in addition to the basic materials, there were also quite important and some key materials. Their description and other information are listed, so the fairy assistant told them not to worry. And now he left them, telling them to start preparing to leave the training area and enter the new world. The people gradually began to walk inside the rather large passage that led towards the next test. One of them said in surprise that there was a forest right behind the wall. They all looked warily at what was happening outside the safe walls. The guy shouted that they needed a boat big enough to hold the entire clan, so they had to hurry. As soon as the others heard this, the people began to fuss, because the amount of resources was probably limited. The girl standing next to the guy said that their clan would help them, because now they needed to work together. Only Kang Hansu remained idle, watching from the sidelines. He was lost in his thoughts, thinking that he needed to find that place. Kang Hansu was about to head out to find it when he heard Sangjin's voice behind him, telling him that Kang Hansu had arrived later than he thought. Sangjin told him that they had arrived quite early and had been gathering materials ever since. He asked the protagonist with a smile if he had finished what he needed to do. Kang Hansu told him that he had indeed done it. He had dealt with the Black Monarch. Kang Hansu asked Sangjin if he remembered what he had told him. Sangjin told him that he was preparing what Kang Hansu had told him on the first floor. Sangjin asked him if he would return to that form again, looking awkwardly at Kang Hansu. The protagonist looked away, saying that he no longer needed to disguise himself. Kang Hansu asked him if he didn't need to go. The resources for the large ship would take a lot, and the resources were limited. In addition, he also added that Sangjin should know that he also had little time. Sangjin smiled and told him that Mihi and his clan would take care of it. Kang Hansu asked him about Mihi in surprise. At this time, the battles for control of resources had already begun in the forest. Mihi used her arrows to hit another monster that stood in their way. She lowered her bow, as soon as the monster fell to the ground dead. Sangjin told Kang Hansu that he found her on the first floor of the tower, and during this time, the girl had changed a lot. Mihi called her comrades, saying that she needed support. She really did become different, but her gaze still sparkled with confidence. She was still passionate about what she was doing. Sangjin said that Mihi would be happy to see the protagonist again, but Kang Hansu didn't let him finish, throwing a small rune-eating snake towards him. Sangjin put his hands out in surprise, catching it. Kang Hansu said that he didn't need the snake anymore, but Sangjin could find a use for it. He and the snake looked at each other in silence, not knowing how to react, while Kang Hansu said that he was busy and walked away. The protagonist said one last thing, that they wouldn't have many chances to get together and talk like this. He warned Sangjin that the next red zone coming after the training was much more dangerous. Sangjin was silent for a moment, sadly hanging his head. He said that he had become much stronger thanks to Kang Hansu. He then raised his face, saying that they would see each other again. Kang Han-soo glanced at him one last time, then turned away and walked on with a smile, leaving Sang Jin behind him. Sang Jin thought that he hadn't expected him to respond, but it was still a little frustrating. As he watched Kang Han-soo leave, Eun Chai and her retainer came out of the portal of the previous level. Eun Chai shouted in displeasure that they were too late. She said that they had wasted too much time at that cross. Sang Jin watched their exchange, silently looking in their direction. Her subordinates hesitantly turned to her, asking if perhaps they shouldn't have taken Wonkyung. Eun Chai told him to keep his voice down, as they might be overheard. Sang Jin immediately tensed up upon hearing this, his jaw creaking and his eyes widening. Eun Chai told Wonkyung to come out already since it was time for them to go, and then the man appeared from the portal and apologized to them, saying that he was worried about his daughter. Wonkyung turned out to be alive. He walked forward, and Eun Chai told him that their guys were guarding the rear, so what was he worried about? She asked him, did he still not remember anything? Wonkyung answered her in the affirmative, saying that he did not know what this place was, since he had been jogging with his daughter earlier. Eun Chai turned away, saying that she understood everything. At this time, Wonkyung's daughter, Lee Sojong, also came out of the portal. Eun Chai thought with disappointment that she wanted someone strong to walk in front, but she never expected that the resurrected would lose their memories. This was a big problem for her. Eun Chai commanded the twins to follow them. She said that she needed to talk to the fairy who gave them instructions. Everyone walked in an even formation, heading to get information about the next level. And watching all of this, Sang Jin was watching closely, knowing full well that this all looked like one big problem. He lowered his face, and his gaze darkened as he tried to figure out what he should do. At this time, Kang Han-soo was walking through the forest, moving in the direction he needed. He looked around, thinking that there was not much there, because most of the monsters were in the center of the training area. Inside the tower, each floor and each room had its own environment. There were also places that looked like the real sky or underwater space, however, everything there was artificial. Kang Han-soo walked to the borders of the barrier, pressing on it with his hand. The barrier began to resist, not letting him out. Kang Han-soo said that it was obvious that everything had an end. He was lost in his thoughts, thinking that the organizers of this unpleasant event made it look like the tower ended with the 4th floor, but in reality there were 5 floors, and Kang Han-soo already knew about it. The dungeon where the hidden treasure was located there. The protagonist said that under normal circumstances, even getting to this stage would not be easy. He took out his dagger, saying that this meant that he needed to use the destruction of the authority of the Nirma ring. Kang Han-soo began to strike this barrier many times, using the power of his ring. The barrier still did not give in, but Kang Han-soo knew very well that he needed to punch a hole in the wall that represented the wall of the floor at all costs, and if he used this hole, who would be able to get to the right place? Little by little, the wall cracked and a gap formed in the barrier, enough for Kang Han-soo to get out. The outside wall of the tower literally exploded after Kang Han-soo managed to destroy the barrier. After which the protagonist climbed out, leaving the 4th floor of the training area behind him. The protagonist held the belief that if he could not climb from the inside, then he should climb from the outside. His gaze was full of confidence, and in the next moment, his arduous journey up began. He looked at the tower, the height of which was large enough to scare anyone who was going to climb it. Kang Han-soo said that the hole he had punched closed up quite quickly, watching how the barrier began to gradually recover, and the wall returned to its original appearance. Kang Han-soo knew very well that it would be difficult to do this without the Nirma ring. He raised his hand to look at the system window, which displayed his data. Kang Han-soo thought that all this was too inefficient. All of his data was currently at the stage where they did not exceed 70%. The protagonist began to think that he had only raised his stats by 40% using the runes he had received after the Black Monarch's attack, but he had still not reached the minimum. After that, Kang Han-soo began to climb the steep tower in order to reach the hidden dungeon that was supposed to be waiting for him at the top. Kang Han-soo thought that now everything depended only on his ability to hold on. The protagonist was able to overcome this obstacle with almost no difficulty. After a while, his hand caught on a ledge in the wall, which marked the beginning of a new floor. Kang Han-soo began to climb there, while the moon illuminated his path. The protagonist said that this was it. He was breathing heavily, looking at the goal he had been reaching all this time. Opposite this, a system window appeared, where it was written that the entrance to the dungeon of the 5th floor was in progress. In the middle of the room, which was completely made of concrete and iron structures, a huge magic ball was flying, which was the main obstacle in this place. Kan Hansu thought that, according to Ralph Lauren, it was unknown what was inside the dungeon. Kan Hansu grabbed his weapon, which he had previously secured to his back, starting to take it out to carry out the next part of the plan. All these swords that he brought with him, Kan Hansu stuck into the concrete floor of the room in a few moments, preparing for battle. He pulled out his blade, getting into a pose to begin the battle. The protagonist understood that he had to win at any cost. His serious gaze was directed towards the same magical sphere from which the enemy was supposed to appear. The sphere shone brightly, revealing a man inside the room who was supposed to fight the created monster. The next moment, a system window appeared on the sphere, where it was said what happened to the monster's building, according to the memories of the invader. It was a huge golden dragon, which hung inside the sphere, as if it was in a huge egg. Kan Hansu was shocked by what he saw. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed that this was the same dragon. This terrible creature in his past life mercilessly smashed people, spewing flames. Ares then tried to contact Kirill and Kan Hansu to no avail, asking where they were. While she and the rest of the clan were confronting that terrifying monster, the protagonist and another girl from their clan disappeared from sight. Keldian shouted that all of humanity was stalling for time for them. He also fought using his knowledge of magic and creating more magic circles around him using spells from a book that was flying right in front of him. Ares shouted that they could no longer hold their ground, so they needed to pass through the crystal ball. Everyone was exhausted after the long battle that had already dragged on for too long, causing everyone to tense up even more. Kan Te also participated in this, confidently destroying the opponents with his sword. Ares shouted that she was leaving command to Andy Aaron. The girl took command, looking at the scene in front of her, while her ally, bleeding, also continued to fight. At this time, Ares, using the clan's connection, unsuccessfully tried to shout to the protagonist, who was crying on his knees at the time. In his arms was the body of a dying girl, whose golden hair still shone in the light, despite the pallor of her skin. There was devastation everywhere. Demons were flying, and it seemed like the end of the world had come. Kan Hansu hugged her tighter, asking frantically, why did she do this? He said with pain in his voice that if she had not tried to protect him, she would be alive. The moment when she bravely pushed him away, exposing herself to this fatal blow with her whole body, was still vivid in his memory. Kan Hansu called the girl by name again, remembering the last moments when she stood on her feet, illuminated by the light of the approaching attack. Suddenly, Kirill's trembling and weak hand reached out towards the protagonist's face, barely touching it with her fingers. Kirill smiled, thanking God that Kan Hansu was still alive. A warm smile spread across her face, and happiness was visible in her eyes that the person dear to her was saved by her. She touched him with her fingers again, saying that Kan Hansu could not stop there when they had come so far. She asked him to promise her that he would never do such a thing. After that, her hand fell lifelessly down, and everything inside the protagonist collapsed at that moment. He clenched his teeth, filled with anger and the desire for revenge. Kan Hansu lifted his head up and screamed loudly, trying to release all the despair he felt at that moment. Kan Hansu raised his hate-filled eyes to his opponent, and the silhouette of the golden dragon was reflected in his pupils. After that, the protagonist finally returned to reality. In front of him was the same monster he had wanted to meet so much. It was the golden dragon Bellium, and he had another chance to take revenge on that monster. The hidden dungeon recreated the strongest opponent in the memory of the one who entered it. In the protagonist's memories, it was that same dragon. Kan Hansu looked at the opponent carefully, waiting for that beast to break free. He thanked fate that he now had the opportunity to defeat it. Kan Hansu lowered its head down, knowing full well that even though it was a weakened version of that dragon, adjusted to the red rune, he would have to give it his all. Kan Hansu turned his gaze to the two magic stones in his hand, thinking that all the items he had brought were needed exclusively for clearing the hidden dungeon. These two stones were worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, an item obtained during the treasure hunt and also the treasure he received in exchange for defeating the Demon Queen. Kan Hansu remembered how he exchanged 32 treasures for the Philosopher's Stone on the second floor. He handed over those same golden beads to the fairy assistant, receiving that same item in return. Kan Hansu understood that this stone was not perfect, but he had to use it. The protagonist made the stone crack in order to use it. He knew that the numerical values of the runes were now at the bottom of the red bar. He put his hand out to the side, watching as his Nirma ring began to glow and sparkle. If he used the jade demonic essence he received from the battle with the Demon Queen, it should be a powerful weapon, so for this artifact alone, he did not regret killing the Demon Queen. Kan Hansu extended this artifact to his lips, biting the stone, because for a day after absorbing all his characteristics increased to 99.9%. Indeed, the system window reflected that each characteristic had reached the limit. Now Kan Hansu was like a bomb that emitted the maximum degree of danger. His entire body was covered in streams of magic, and although this effect lasted only a day, after which the characteristics dropped to 0.01%, it was worth it. The protagonist said that he was chasing the red rune only for this. He smiled, looking at the dragon, which finally broke out of the sphere. Kan Hansu shouted that this monster had come to an end. The dragon opened its mouth wide, starting to roar loudly at the protagonist, approaching him to attack. A battle immediately began between them. From the impact of this huge creature, the entire room of the 5th floor of the tower trembled, fragments of walls and floors that were broken because of it flew everywhere. Kan Hansu flew back, slowing down, leaning on his hand. He grabbed the handle of the hour that was next to him, thinking that it was time to use the Ring of Norma, the first authority, the authority of destruction, which now acquired a red stage, and could be used at 99%. The ring shone brighter, and the sword that the protagonist was holding was enveloped in a red aura. Kan Hansu grabbed this weapon tighter, raising the sword back and heading towards the dragon, which was looking at him menacingly, waiting for the enemy's attack. The protagonist approached the enemy, striking the dragon's body with its sword, but it was not that simple. The sword he struck with crumbled into many fragments. Kan Hansu clicked his tongue at him. Seeing this, he understood that his attacks were not deep enough. All his attack could do was that Kan Hansu tore off only a crumb of the dragon's entire armor. Now it was the dragon's turn to attack. The monster began to accumulate magic in its mouth for an attack, causing Kan Hansu to tense up. The protagonist looked at the dragon, thinking that this was his very breath. The sphere inside the monster's mouth was getting bigger and bigger, which meant that such an attack was becoming more dangerous. Finally, the dragon spewed out flames, directing this huge stream towards the protagonist. Kan Hansu froze in place, seeing the threat approaching him, and then smirked. At this time, on the 4th floor, battles for resources continued. Sang Jin stepped on the defeated monster, climbing up to take what he needed. Mehi, who was running after him, called out his name, saying that this was the last Kelk in the area. Sang Jin, meanwhile, continued to do his job, cutting out the monster's organ with a knife. He then jumped off the dead body, saying that they had gathered the slime bags of the Kelks, so they had to start building the ship. Mehi sadly said that it would be great if Kan Hansu was with them. Sang Jin remained silent in response, and then said that even if Kan Hansu hadn't gone somewhere, it would have been difficult for him to go with them. He looked down as he spoke, and he asked him in confusion, why would it be difficult for him to go with them? She didn't understand what he was talking about. Sang Jin told her that they were still in his shadow. Indeed, what Kan Hansu was doing now was far more dangerous and terrifying than what they were doing. Kan Hansu stood directly in front of the dragon flame's impact radius, thinking that the situation was different from back then, but he still found himself in a similar position. However, this time, he would be able to dodge. Kan Hansu confidently kicked off the floor of the room, quickly moving to another location before the attack reached him. The dragon flame that hit where Kan Hansu was completely destroyed the floor there. Kan Hansu quickly moved, preventing the dragon from injuring itself. There was a lot of dust around due to the collapsed walls and floor. The dragon tried to find its enemy with its eyes, while Kan Hansu prepared an attack plan. The protagonist understood that a normal weapon would not pierce the dragon. Using its magic, he again created another blade in its hand, reasoning that the judgment and justice of the Decratos were originally dual weapons. They both revealed their power when used in pairs. Kan Hansu took hold of the chain with his hands, with a smile on his face, combining both weapons, due to which a system window appeared in front of him, where it was said that this is an improved version of the Decratos. Now the chains looked like barbed wire consisting of blades. This weapon was immediately enveloped in the energy of the second power of the Nirma, hemorrhage. The dragon noticed with surprise that a dense layer began to wrap around his body. This is a barbed chain, restraining the monster. These blades, sticking out along the entire length, tightly ate into the dragon's scales, injuring it from all sides. Kan Hansu held the chain in his hands, pulling it, causing the dragon to flinch in pain. The protagonist, however, understood that the improved version of the weapon gave strength at the cost of durability. Although this chain was now much more dangerous, its durability left much to be desired. The dragon aura was stronger, so Kang Hansu would not be able to hold the monster for long. He inadvertently wondered if the chain would even withstand this monster? Cracks appeared along the entire length of the weapon, because the enemy was strong, but Kang Hansu firmly thought that this should not happen. His confident stern gaze was directed at the monster, while he thought about the fact that he could not weaken its attacks, even if he had to sacrifice its weapon. The dragon began to rush from side to side, so the tension of the chain in Kang Hansu's hands began to increase. The dragon roared fiercely, trying to break free, but Kang Hansu was confident that he would strike, even if it deprived him of all his weapons. The dragon's tail headed towards the protagonist, literally knocking him off his feet in the next instant, while he did not expect it. The blow was so strong that Kang Hansu flew back, sending a flight of dragon energy. Kang Hansu was able to stop, raising his cold blue eyes to the dragon, staring at his opponent. Kang Hansu then squeezed his chains in his hands tighter, piercing them with his energy again, and then threw the chains behind the swords that he had previously stuck into the concrete floor of the tower. The chains caught on the swords, and with one strong tug, Kang Hansu tore the swords out of the concrete floor, causing these weapons to fly straight towards the dragon. But the dragon flapped his wings, quickly getting rid of the obstacles flying towards him, preventing these weapons from piercing his body. This only made the dragon tighten the chain around his neck, which only dug deeper into his skin, penetrating deep under the scales. Kang Hansu gripped the chain tighter in his hands, feeling the tension. Then the dragon opened its mouth wide, roaring loudly. The dialogue between Sang Jin and Mihi continued, and he told her that, even now, Kang Hansu's strength was likely growing. The protagonist pushed off the floor with his feet, quickly approaching the dragon's fallen mouth. He managed to defeat this formidable opponent, a copy of which in his past life brought so much trouble. Sang Jin adjusted the hood on his head, saying that they should prepare themselves to follow him. Sang Jin smiled, looking up, and then turned his gaze to Mihi, telling her that they should go, because first they had something to do. He smiled, saying that there were a few people they had to take with them on the ship. Sang Jin turned away again, looking in the other direction, and Mihi asked him in surprise, "What kind of people are they talking about? Could they be Sang Jin's acquaintances?" Sang Jin told her that it was something like that. He was not entirely sure. Those people were the Unchai clan and the resurrected Wenkyung and his daughter with her help. Sang Jin said that these people could be useful to them. His attention was focused on Wenkyung while he said this. In the rest of the training area, there were still battles for resources. Gradually, this area began to flood with poisonous waters that killed all living things in their path. One of the survivors stepped in such a puddle. Running past, the guy cursed loudly, shouting that the poison had spread even there. He looked around the bubbling puddles of poison in horror, continuing to run towards the exit. He raised his hand up, asking the people who were on the ready ship to wait for him. After all, he was still not on board. These people turned to him with indifference, throwing spears at him. The guy had to dodge this. He turned to face these people in fear, asking them what they were doing. The people on board answered with laughter that they missed. One of them said that this little dwarf was very good at dodging. They laughed evilly, seeing the despair on the face of the guy below, who was left without a ship. The guy shouted that they tricked him. He said that they promised him that they would take him with them if he helped them find materials. They only told him that they had no reason to take a man without a clan with them. The man on the ship mockingly thanked the guy for the materials, calling him a fool. The boy gritted his teeth, cursing at them in his mind. He turned and ran back into the forest, while those on the ship mockingly shouted that he might be able to build himself a boat in the time left. But everyone knew that he would most likely die from the poison. However, the boy was not going to give up so easily. He ran into the forest, thinking that he should not have trusted those stupid clansmen. He also thought that if that stupid creature had warned about the time limit, then everything would have been different. Of course, he was referring to the ferry assistant. The boy raised his hands up, shouting that he must quickly kill something. He nervously said that there should be another Kelka slime sack somewhere. He looked around warily, when suddenly the barrier behind him began to crack. The boy turned around, asking, "What was that noise?" Suddenly, the protagonist's hand burst out from behind the barrier and broke into the training area, greatly frightening the boy who saw it. Kang Hansu grabbed the barrier with his hand, starting to climb out of there, while the boy, frightened by this, fell to the ground, looking at him like the eighth wonder of the world. The boy screamed loudly, asking the protagonist, "What is he?" Kang Hansu's entire body was covered in blood, and his clothes were completely torn. Only part of his pants managed to survive the previous battle. Kang Hansu looked out from behind the barrier, looking around, thinking that, As far as he could see, the earth had not yet been completely saturated with poison, so there was still time. He shook his shoulder, noticing that his upper clothes were in disrepair. The boy asked in fear, "Who is he?" Finally, Kang Han-soo turned his attention to him. While he continued to be bombarded with questions about how he got through this wall, the guy said that he didn't know it was possible to break through. He also said that he couldn't even scratch the barrier with his attacks. The wall that the protagonist destroyed quickly tightened back up, surprising the guy even more, and Kang Han-soo continued his way forward without much interest. He walked confidently through the forest while being chased by the guy who tried to stop him, caught up with the protagonist. Kang Han-soo, meanwhile, took off the torn part of his suit, saying that he needed to hurry, so he didn't want to waste time talking to him. The guy said that he saw that Kang Han-soo was in a hurry, and then he ironically asked him, raising his eyebrow, was walking naked really his thing? The protagonist told him that he needed to build a ship, so he couldn't waste time. His entire back was covered in bloodstains from the battle, but it didn't bother him at all. The guy asked him, was he just getting started? He tried to warn him that Kang Han-soo couldn't handle it alone. But suddenly the wind blew on his face. It was a powerful jump upwards of the main character, who wasn't going to stand still and listen to his reasoning for long. The guy was surprised to notice that Kang Han-soo literally disappeared from sight in a second. In another part of the forest, the battle with the monsters continued. One of the surviving monsters was thrown backwards, causing the man to hit the trunk of a tree. He sighed heavily, while the other two of his colleagues continued to confront the monster. One of them shouted at the man to pull himself together. After all, they can't afford to let him pass out. They were fighting a Galapagonian crocodile, a powerful monster that looked like a normal crocodile, but was many times larger and had spikes. One of them shouted that they couldn't handle this monster on their own, when suddenly Kang Han-soo ran past him, saying that if they weren't going to fight, he would take this monster for himself. In an instant, the protagonist closed the distance between him and the monster, swinging his fist with all his might for a powerful blow. Kang Han-soo began to land multiple punches on the monster with his fist, while the people watching asked in surprise, did he really rush at this monster with literally his bare hands? But Kang Han-soo didn't listen to them. His target was right in front of him, and he had to deal with it as soon as possible. There was a lot of blood all around immediately, while the people around him were surprised and wondered, who was he? The guy Kang Han-soo met right after returning to the 4th floor finally caught up to him, breathing heavily, shouting that Kang Han-soo was too fast. You, who fought with that monster earlier, asked him, was that guy with him? The boy who ran right behind Kang Han-soo continued to breathe heavily, telling them that it wasn't like that. After all, he had also just met the protagonist. At this time, Kang Han-soo, having punched him in the right place, penetrated his hand inside, and then with one sharp movement, took out the organ he needed to build a ship from the monster. The protagonist rose to his feet, holding that part of the monster's body in his hands. He then thought about how he had caught the monster because it was just on his way, but he didn't really need the Galapagonian crocodile parasite. Kang Han-soo looked at the part of the monster's body in his hand with indifference, and then began to climb down from the monster. One of the people who was watching this approached him hesitantly, asking him if he would mind pooling their resources and building a ship together. The guy Kang Han-soo had met first asked them to stop, that he would add his materials if they let him in. The man told him that the Galapagonian crocodile parasite could only be used to build a 20-seater ship, so they didn't have any more room. The guy was indignant, saying that he needed it, so he was willing to trade. The other men immediately started arguing among themselves, saying that they would take it themselves. Kang Han-soo was going downstairs as the fight between them continued, and they were arguing over who had met the man first, holding each other's heads. Kang Han-soo threw it at them, saying that he didn't need it. The boys were immediately distracted when they saw the parasite flying towards them. Kang Han-soo told them that he was making a 500-seater ship, so they could make whatever they wanted with the parasite. He looked down at them, remembering that the key item to building a 500-seater ship was the heart of a Knock-Rock rock lizard. It was a huge creature, as the difficulty of obtaining materials for larger ships was growing exponentially. He could tell that the 4th floor was filling up with poison faster and faster, so he didn't know how much time was left. The men behind him were dividing the parasite they had been given, while he wondered, is Kang Han-soo really going to make a 500-seater ship by hunting an elusive monster all by himself? Kang Han-soo turned to him, telling him to inform everyone else there that if they brought the materials as fare, he would let them sail with him. Kang Han-soo pointed his hand towards the exit, while the guy asked him in surprise, could they really go on board? After a while, everyone gathered near the pier, discussing whether Khan Hansu would really take them with such materials. The fourth floor of the preparation area was almost completely empty. All the people there already had some of the resources, so they were waiting for the protagonist to arrive with the main ingredient. That guy was there too, so he thought about what he had brought, ironically thinking that this was his last gamble. He folded his arms across his chest, looking at all the resources he had managed to obtain, hoping that he would not be deceived again. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud noise coming from the passage to the pier. Everyone immediately started asking each other, what was that sound? They were looking around, peering into the distance, when suddenly a huge monster appeared right in front of them, literally soaring into the air. And the people were scared and started thinking, could it really be a lizard attacking them? They all scattered as quickly as possible, when suddenly this very lizard fell to the floor of the pier, smashing its huge head and concrete. Khan Hansu appeared above this monster, who brought this huge lizard along with him. The people continued to run away, frightened by this creature, and continued climbing on the monster's head, said that it seemed like everyone had already gathered. He told them to get ready to leave, jumping to the ground next to the corpse of the monster. The guy looked at him in confusion, thinking with horror that Khan Hansu really defeated the lizard alone. Khan Hansu walked deeper into the zone, turning to the ferry assistant, telling him that he had brought the heart of the Nokrak lizard, so he immediately got down to business and offered to arrange an exchange. The ferry assistant chuckled, asking him, did he really do that already? He also ironically noted that he still had time. The ferry assistant looked at his watch, asking the protagonist if he knew that he needed other materials as well, right? Khan Hansu smiled and answered him confidently that he knew about it. He took out the required item from his magic bag, saying that he had brought the Celt slime bag, the Arun wood, as well as the materials that the others had brought as a fee for permission to board. He was surrounded by all the required items when Khan Hansu finally took out from his bag what he had brought, that the Arak silk rope was also there. He asked the ferry assistant if everything was correct. The ferry assistant looked at all the items intently, crossing his paws on his chest, asking him, where was the Nokrak rock lizard's heart? Khan Hansu looked at the ferry assistant confidently, communicating with him without much fear, while the others watched this, wondering what kind of artifact he had instead of a backpack. Khan Hansu told him that the item was behind him, so the ferry could take it. The ferry assistant agreed, congratulating everyone on collecting the necessary materials. He smiled, taking all the necessary things that they brought with them. The ferry assistant said that there were still materials left, but Khan Hansu was the only one who brought so many on his own. He also said that he almost wanted to reward Khan Hansu for this. Turning around, the people noticed that the poisonous water had already reached them. The ferry assistant did not intend to end it so quickly, so he suggested that the others congratulate the protagonist with applause. But everyone nervously shouted for him to just give them a ship. Khan Hansu turned his calm gaze to the people, and the ferry assistant said in disappointment that they were in too much of a hurry, but then sheepishly agreed, thinking that it was better when the people were shaking with fear. Then, having created a ship, the ferry assistant said that this was the very ship on which they would all sail. A huge vessel appeared near the pier, which hovered over the poisonous water. The guy asked in surprise, "Is this really the same 500-seater ship?" Khan Hansu answered him that they were all together, so he asked to bring those who had come with the materials there. And the people, who had already given up hope of salvation, shouted that they would follow him with gratitude. They all rushed towards the ship, to quickly climb on board and sail away from this terrible place. While they were climbing onto the ship, the ferry assistant told me to worry about steering the ship, because as a reward they would take care of their journey. He put on a funny captain's hat, explaining all this to them. As soon as Khan Hansu got on the ship, he began to look around, standing next to the wheel. The assistant told them to sit down and rest, because the ETA was 3 days. He also added that he would not interfere anymore. The ship finally began to sail towards the beginning of the red zone, while the little demon babbled about how glad he was that he sent them all to the red zone, wiping tears from his eyes, saying that all his efforts were not in vain. The people on board looked at him with confusion, thinking what was wrong with him. The ferry assistant also told the survivors his wishes for them to try to survive as long as possible. The ship entered the portal, finding themselves in the space of the endless red. They really had to try to survive the first red zone they entered, Ting to the training zone. Many ships headed towards the horizon, leaving behind the training zone and the annoying ferry assistant. People looked at the ships sailing in this sea, wondering, could this be the entrance to the red zone? They all still saw many ships, it was an impressive sight. Another survivor agreed with him, saying that the view was indeed good, but it was not just the ocean dyed red. The blood-red waves were actually poison. One of the survivors said that they should be grateful that they were taken on board, otherwise they would not have seen it. They smiled happily at each other, because for a while, they no longer had to fight for their lives. They all knew very well that Kang Hansu had let them in without any difficult conditions, so people thought he was a good person. Kang Hansu at this time raised his hand again to check his stats while the others were whispering, trying to find out his name. Now his stats after using the stone had dropped to an all-time low. Kang Hansu looked at his chart, thinking that it was very good that he took into account the effects of taking the demonic jade essence in advance. Kang Hansu looked at his bandaged hand, thinking that he didn't expect to receive this here. However, this was the first skill he had received in this life, the Dragon Energy Art. His hand was enveloped in a golden glow as he recalled that this skill was despised in his past. But considering that he could only learn the 7 skills, the Dragon Energy Art was quite a good skill to be his first. Kang Hansu whispered, calling out the skill, when suddenly one of the survivors shouted, asking, "What is this?" He looked down, seeing that the ships ahead of them were all broken. Yes, the people who managed to survive the crash were floating in the poisonous water with no chance of salvation. They prayed for help, stretching their hands up, because they clearly did not want to die there. The guy, seeing these people, remembered that these were the same bad people who left him without a ship. The guy in the water continued to scream that there were still people there. He begged for help, while the monsters that lived in these poisonous waters were approaching him. Before the guy could scream that he must escape from these creatures, his chest was pierced by the trident of one of them, causing him to scream loudly. The guy was impaled on it, bloody, while the monster, holding his dead body up, directed his gaze at the new ship that had arrived. On board the ship, they immediately began to scream that there were monsters overboard. These monsters smiled evilly, seeing new victims. Panic immediately broke out on board the ship. Everyone started running around the deck, but suddenly they felt the ship shift, changing course. Everyone was horrified, asking who changed the direction of the ship. The guy turned his gaze to the captain's bridge, thinking that it was him. The guy looked at the protagonist, who was steering the wheel, asking himself in his mind, what was he planning this time? Kang Hansu boldly steered their ship in a different direction, while all the other crew members asked him why he did it. The guy standing on the deck screamed, asking him what he was doing. He wanted him to stop it. But Kang Hansu did not listen to anyone. He confidently looked forward, steering the ship, while the guy asked him, didn't he see all those broken ships? The guy pointed behind him, frantically trying to explain to the protagonist that if they were attacked in this poisonous sea, no one would be safe. He asked the protagonist if they were attacked, did he really think he could save everyone by himself? The guy told him that it was impossible. He was sure that they would just all die there together. Sadly hanging his head. When the guy asked him why he was so desperate to save everyone around him, images of his former crewmates surfaced in the protagonist's memories, reminding him of their goal. Kang Hansu remained speechless, not responding to the guy's words. The guy started shouting again that it was dangerous to approach the islands. He said that they should have stayed on course. Kang Hansu turned his head to the side, saying that it seemed like that was enough. The guy looked at him in surprise, praising Kang Hansu, telling him that he made the right choice, but then he realized what all of this was necessary. The hand of the guy who was saved after the monster attack appeared on the side of the ship. The man stammered that he had survived, finally getting on board with the rest of the still living crew of the ship. The boy jumped back, asking them when they had managed to get on board. The man shouted that he had heard everything, asking him, did he really mean to leave without them? He clenched his fist, angrily telling him that they had only survived because they had swum towards them as soon as they had spotted their ship. The man grabbed the boy by the collar of his clothes, that they should see how he would cope if he were thrown overboard. But there was to be no fight, for the protagonist intervened, quickly throwing one of his daggers between them. The man stammered, asking who had done this? He did not understand what had struck him. The man threw the boy aside, seeing the dagger sink into the floor of the ship. Kang Hansu told them to stop talking, reminding them that they were coming. The man cursed in surprise, asking, who goes there? At this time, their ship suddenly began to shake from powerful underwater shocks, forcing those who were on it to try to stay on their feet. Screams were heard, and Kang Hansu realized that they were here. The monsters returned, noticing their ship, starting to attack it. They were the guards at the entrance to the red zone. Monsters similar to the legendary mermaids were much uglier than them, These monsters were called the cursed survivors, their bodies were covered in blisters, and their skin was a purple hue. These were creatures that lived exclusively in the poisonous sea. They attacked with a simple but very effective method. They broke a hole in the bottom of the ship with their tridents. It was because of this that the ship began to shake and gradually sink. One of the survivors shouted that their ship was attacked from below. Everyone began to worry that they would drown. They all asked for someone to come up with a way to stop these monsters, but the question immediately arose: how to get to them? One of the survivors said that it was necessary to attack the enemies with long-range weapons, not letting them get close to the ship. Kan Hansu, with a calm expression on his face, headed to the side of the ship, while the fuss continued on the deck. The survivors shouted that the monsters were blocking their attacks, so they needed more power. The protagonist said that if they were not going to go to them, then he himself would go to them. He stood on the side of the ship, while a survivor who was watching this asked him in surprise where he was going to go. Before anyone could shout anything, Kan Hansu jumped down, gathering a whole crowd of people scared and shocked by his action near the edge of the ship. Everyone vied with each other to shout, "Has he gone crazy?" Kan Hansu dove into the poisonous water with his head, disappearing under it. One of the survivors who noticed it first said that jumping into the poisonous sea without any equipment was so dangerous that it was almost as if he was dead. Kan Hansu sank deeper and deeper into the water, surrounded by poison. After a while, the monsters noticed him and began to swim closer. Kan Hansu thought that the poisonous waters of the sea were easily repelled by the art of dragon energy. Therefore, the poisonous water meant almost nothing to him. He raised his hand, which was slightly glowing with a golden light, thinking that given that his magic characteristic was red, he could handle it. Kan Hansu clenched his hand into a fist, turning his confident gaze to the monsters, who immediately pointed their tridents at him. These ugly mermaids were approaching him quickly, thinking that defeating the protagonist would not be difficult for them. The art of dragon energy allowed one to harness the energy of dragons. The body was no longer covered with multiple energy flows that surrounded it like electric shocks. In addition to this skill gradually changes the user's body, making it more dragon-like. Such legendary skills and items are called zero numbers. Kan Hansu's body began to be covered with hard dragon scales, and his pupil became similar to the pupils of dragon's eyes. Kan Hansu thought that the art of dragons and energy definitely deserved such a title. Kan Hansu's hand became like a dragon's paw. He understood that he could not use the full power of this skill yet. With one sharp movement, he struck the monster, piercing the chest of this creature, which did not expect such a turn of events. A huge hole appeared in the monster's chest, which bled. Even now, the penetrating power of this skill was quite good. Kan Hansu thought that he almost died getting it, so it better be worth it. Once the monsters saw how strong Kan Hansu was, they froze in place, and then completely rushed to swim away. The protagonist thought that they were trying to retreat, but if he let them go, they would just wait for the next opportunity to attack. He moved his hand to the side, accumulating dragon energy in it. Kan Hansu thought that he did not have time for such games. His speed suddenly increased. He began to kill the monsters one by one, quickly leaving their bodies floating in the open sea, but without life in them. In just a few moments, he defeated this group of monsters, using the same dragon power that he himself had recently fought against. One of the bolder monsters tried to attack him with a trident with loud screams when Kan Hansu was distracted by another monster, but the protagonist grabbed the trident floating next to him, confidently holding it in his hand, and then in an instant, he sharply jerked the weapon, directing the trident against this monster, piercing the head of the monster with this weapon. Drops of blood appeared in the already red sea, which quickly dissolved in the area. With one attack, Kan Hansu cut off the monster's head. This was the end of the battle. All the monsters attacking them were defeated. Kan Hansu exhaled the remaining air from his lungs, feeling a lack of oxygen after the battle, but it was worth it. The enemies will not bother their ship now, because they were all dead. When Kan Hansu turned over on his back in the water, he noticed those same holes in the bottom of the ship, thinking that there must have already been problems from above. He knew he had to get back quickly. At that time, the survivors who remained on the ship were nervously trying to close the holes made by the monsters. They were shouting that water was pouring through the holes, so it had to be stopped. They were standing knee-deep in the poisonous water, loudly cursing among themselves and shouting that if they saw a monster in the hole, they should immediately hit it. Suddenly, the flow of water entering the ship increased. The man who was sealing the hole called the others there, shouting that there was a monster. Well, his attack with the sword was quickly stopped by a trident. Then Kan Hansu appeared from the hole, who exclaimed, ironically telling the man to watch where he was swinging his weapon. His body was completely intact, although he had been in the poisonous water for quite a long time. Everyone looked at him as if he was the eighth wonder of the world. The man who almost killed him with a sword asked how he was able to return. He was surprised that there was not a scratch on the main character. No one understood how this was possible, and Kang Han-soo just calmly wiped the excess moisture from his hair and asked them ironically if they thought he couldn't handle it. The survivors immediately started asking him why he was so calm. They said that he had just made an even bigger hole in their ship. Kang Han-soo answered that he knew it, and his gaze fell on the logs that were lying on the bottom of the ship. He went there and picked up one of the logs while the angry and surprised survivors asked him what he was trying to do. They were not allowed to finish speaking because Kang Han-soo simply broke the log in half with his bare hands without much effort. Deciding that it was better not to contradict him, the guy who came to his senses before everyone else asked them why they were all standing there. He shouted that they needed to stop the monsters. The man who was looking at the protagonist told the others to just look at Kang Han-soo. The protagonist, without much effort, he plugged one of the holes with his hand, leaning on the pieces of log that he broke with his hands. The man shouted in surprise that Kang Han-soo was making planks from the logs to plug the hole. They immediately realized that they had to imitate him, so they had to collect as many Arun wood planks as they could. The ship was in turmoil again. Kang Han-soo told them that they would also need kelp slime to plug the hole. One of the survivors hesitantly asked if he was the only one who had seen Kang Han-soo break logs with his bare hands. Deciding that they would deal with the shock later, they got to work, because they needed to do something about the poisonous water that had accumulated there. The survivors followed Kang Han-soo's example, holding back the water coming into the ship with planks. Kang Han-soo told them to leave the water like that, since it would evaporate later on its own. He also told them that if they stayed there, they would breathe in the fumes, so it was better for them to go back upstairs. Once the work below was finished, he and the people who helped him climbed out. Kang Han-soo sighed heavily and closed his eyes, thinking that he had used up all his strength, but everything had turned out well. He also got a good replacement for his broken weapon. It was the trident of the cursed one that he had recently gotten from fighting the monsters under the ship. This trident was strong enough to withstand the poisonous water, so it should suit him. Kang Han-soo told the survivors that if they looked ahead, they would see a good view. The tired people looked up as they walked out of the hold. One of them asked what was there to see besides water. They all headed to the edge of the deck, and then, to their own surprise, they discovered something strange. Each of them couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Then someone happily shouted that it was land. There was a strange island ahead of them, surrounded by strange rocks, between which their ship was passing. One of the survivors shouted that they had finally reached the red zone. They didn't think they would get there so quickly. Then they noticed that as they approached this land, the ship did not stop. So one of the survivors asked, why didn't the ship stop? Shouldn't it happen automatically? The ship passed dangerously close to the island, but did not come across it. The guy reminded them that it was said that their voyage would take 3 days, so the time had not come yet. Kang Han-soo told them that this was not land. He walked to the edge of the ship, telling the survivors that these were the roots of the world tree. Indeed, the island now resembled many intertwined threads that were connected by a single chain. Surprised, people began to ask, what kind of tree was this, if it had such a huge root? The boy asked Kang Han-soo, was this the view he was talking about? Kang Han-soo told them to keep watching, the real show was just beginning. He was looking at the island himself, when suddenly something huge started to swim towards them. The ship rocked, forcing the survivors to grab onto something to keep from falling. They then looked up and to their horror, they saw a huge monster, thousands of times larger than the ship. This monster was hanging over the ship, creating huge waves that almost washed over the entire ship. The people started screaming, asking what was this? A huge column of water appeared along with this monster. The sea became very agitated. The people looked at what was happening in horror, while Kang Han-soo looked at this monster with a cold gaze. Everyone had only one question on the tip of their tongues. What kind of monster was this? The monster screamed ferociously, opening its huge mouth. The eyes of this monster were glowing bright yellow. The monster screamed loudly, opening its mouth even wider, and the survivors screamed in fear that they would be eaten. But to their surprise, the monster lowered its huge teeth, clenching its jaw on the roots of the tree of life. As soon as this happened, huge waves flew towards them again, which shook the ship violently. People had to try hard to stay on the ship and not fly down. When the terrible wave passed them, they were still able to get to their feet, looking at the work that the huge monster had done. The guy said that it was not trying to eat them, it ate the whole root. Indeed, this monster, having sated itself with the root of the tree of life, began to float away. The guy said that, even though it was only a root, but it was the size of a small island. At this time, the main character climbed onto the captain's bridge. He knew perfectly well what it was. The ship leaving the training area will encounter one of the 1,000 routes, depending on the route laid out by the ferry. The protagonist's gaze was serious. All this knowledge came from his past life. And the monster they saw just now was a fish that was devouring the world tree. This monster was called the Fish of Disaster. It was one of the 5 disasters that dried up the world tree. The Fish of Disaster was a huge monster that fed on a legendary treasure. The creatures that lived in the Red Zone, Elfenheim, in an attempt to save their species from environmental dangers, created the world tree. It was a difficult and long process. For this they had to use magical genetic engineering. In the end, the huge world tree removed its roots and grew in this world. But these people were unable to stop the 5 disasters, so Elfenheim began to turn into ruins. The monsters that terrorized the world tree gradually destroyed this entire world along with this one. It seemed that these mutants were created for the sole purpose of destroying the world tree. Kang Hansu took the helm of the ship again, remembering that in the past he had failed to protect the world tree. However, he had a job to do in this life. The ship gradually moved away from where they had seen the Fish of Disaster, going further into the sea. This creature had swallowed more than one root, and was now slowly beginning to move towards the next one. Kang Hansu directed the ship's course towards the fish, slowly moving behind it. Kang Hansu knew that he had to start from the root at the edge of the region, which was located away from where they had originally been heading. As he calmly steered the ship, a boy ran up to the captain's bridge, calling for him to stop, asking him what he was doing. The boy shouted that Kang Hansu had steered the ship right after the monster. He asked him in confusion if he had gone crazy. The guy shouted that Kang Hansu was really strong, but this creature was clearly too strong for him. The guy was scared and said that he shouldn't have done that, because he should have asked the others if they agreed to it. Kang Hansu said thoughtfully that there really could be those who disagreed. He put his hand to his chin, while the guy thought indignantly, did Kang Hansu just realize this now? The protagonist said that in that case, these people can get off the ship. Everyone was shocked by his statement, they couldn't even answer him, and Kang Hansu continued to say that he really needed to follow this creature, so if anyone wanted to get off, they should raise their hands. Kang Hansu pointed his hand behind him with a smile on his face, that he would lower them at that very moment. There was a second of silence on the ship. The survivors asked, is he going to do it here? There was not a single island of land around, so they were shocked by such a proposal from the protagonist. After some time, the ship arrived at another island like the one they had seen before. It was the world tree, the roots of the edge. The people arrived at their next destination, the summit, where the roots of the world tree begin. They landed on the roots of the tree, looking in surprise at what appeared before them. A huge tree, but something was wrong. Something strange was wrapped around the entire trunk of the tree. It was one of the monsters that also did not allow the world tree to live in peace. One of the survivors said that he thought this was Earth, but then he said in surprise, is this really the place where the roots grow from? They all looked with interest at the place where the protagonist led them, surprised at how huge the tree was. They could not even tell how high it grew. Kang Hansu suddenly put his hand on the boy's shoulder, asking him, was this better than if he had lowered them into the water? The boy looked at him in fear, and Kang Hansu told everyone to smile, because they still had 2 weeks, so they would be safe if they continued to climb. The boy asked him, what did 2 weeks mean? He reminded him that that demon had told them to head to the world tree. One of the survivors suddenly called out to the boy, asking him if he wasn't coming. Kang Hansu said that they couldn't just sit there. He turned around, starting to walk in the opposite direction, telling the boy that he had to follow them even if they wanted to leave. The boy immediately asked the other survivors to wait for him, saying that he was coming too. Kang Hansu closed his eyes and said that he would advise them to hurry, because the Fish of Disaster would come to eat the roots in 2 weeks. Kang Hansu's face became serious. That was why he had to find that person. But first, he had to do something else. Kang Hansu tightened his grip on his trident, saying that he couldn't let the others use the ship, so the ship would have to be destroyed. The protagonist stabbed his trident into the side of the ship, and moments later, the ship began to sink. Kang Hansu said that they were probably all near the cross by now. Indeed, the survivors continued walking along this strange island made of roots, heading towards the world tree. The guy who was walking behind turned around, saying that he thought Kang Hansu said something. He wondered, wouldn't he come with them? The guy thought that Kan Hansu was unpredictable, but it would be safer if he were with them. While he was thinking about this, the man asked the others to pay their attention to the thing on the left. It was a strange metal cross that was nailed to a tree. The survivors immediately began to shout happily that this cross was definitely made by someone, so they should go there. The boy immediately countered that they should wait, since it was done by someone, it could be a trap. He raised his hand, trying to get attention, saying that it was dangerous for the whole group to go, so maybe they should send a small detachment there. In any case, he reminded them that there were no clansmen among them. Everyone fell silent, listening to him, while he said that a few people should go in pairs to scout the area. Suddenly, his fiery speech was interrupted by someone's heavy sigh. A male voice said that this is why he finds cautious people problematic. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the source of the voice, while the man said that maybe it was better for survival, but it was causing them nothing but problems. The man smiled, while he and two other people stood on one of the roots and looked at them. The boy immediately shouted, asking, "Who was there?" The other man standing next to him said that his ally was the only one who thought it was a problem, so he had better keep quiet, or they would get the wrong idea. The guy who spoke first jumped down, saying that his ally always pushed the conversation onto him. He landed on the surface of the root. The impact of the root on his body was so strong that the survivors had to struggle to stay on their feet. The man looked around at the survivors and said that there were 148 of them. They all became wary, looking nervously at the man who had suddenly appeared. He said that he was surprised that so many were able to get there without clansmen. The man began to rise from his lap, saying that he was from the Valkyrie clan, part of the helper group. He introduced himself, saying that his name was Aaron Pat. Aaron smiled, placing one of his hands on his thigh, saying that they were, in fact, their new saviors. The boy asked him in surprise what did he mean. He was surprised to see a foreigner there. Aaron immediately began to explain that, as they already knew, after training, those fairies with strange bodies do not interfere and do not give guidance. In their imagination, those same strange creatures that terrorized them during training immediately popped up. Aaron said that, of course, they are watching them from somewhere, but they will not help, so the survivors can just follow them. Aaron scratched the back of his head, while not very convincingly explaining to the people why they should join. Whispers immediately began in the crowd of people. Everyone began to ask each other's opinions. One of them even said that it seemed like there were not many of them, so maybe they can handle him? The other two members of this small group jumped to the ground. The second man chuckled, saying that no one would follow Aaron after such words. The man introduced himself, saying that his name was Back Minchell. Then he also said that he belonged to the group of assistants, and then introduced his colleague who was an old lady named Pam Ferris. She was also a member of the group of assistants of the Valkyrie clan. Minchell said that he would explain everything normally. He began to explain that they were assistants who were given orders to help the travelers who came to the training zones. Aaron threw him over his head with displeasure, saying that he said so. The survivors immediately began to ask who gave these orders. Pam Ferris hit her with a cane on the root of a tree, that it was Valentina Ares. Pam said that it was Valkyrie, who was the monarch of these people. She had a smile on her face and explained that Ares left them there, the assistants, 20 years ago when she went to the Orange Zone. Pam said that it must have been hard for them all to believe them, but they were there to help the survivors adapt to the Red Zone. As Granny told this, the guys behind her smiled friendly, trying not to scare the newcomers. Pam explained to them that this was the end of the roots. They were quite far from the World Tree, so they would need the help of these people. The survivors listened attentively to her, talking among themselves, that these people were not hostile towards them. Well, at worst there were more of them than them, so they thought everything would be okay. Aaron threw his hands behind his head again, saying that the newcomers did not know how to listen at all. He said that they all just needed to follow them. Minchell smiled, saying that Aaron himself was not a good listener, asking him, didn't he hear him when he said that everything should be done wisely? The boy replied that they would follow them, but it seemed that their savior was no longer paying attention to them. Aaron asked Minchell what he said. He smiled tightly, saying that if he was so smart, then why didn't he do everything himself? Aaron said that, for someone who was weaker than him, Minchell was talking too loudly. The boy tried to tell them something, putting his hand forward, but thought that it was better for him not to interfere. The two were separated by Pam, telling them to stop, when Aaron already took Minchell by his collar. Grandma's gaze darkened, and she told them not to waste time here. After all, they had responsibilities entrusted to them. After this stern remark they calmly dispersed, talking about how they now had to lead the survivors away. Em closed her eyes and with a satisfied expression began to move towards their camp. Aaron turned to the survivors, telling them that if they were thinking of attacking them just because there were more of them, then they immediately wanted to warn them that 30,000 helpers had been there for years. The survivors nervously swallowed, hearing this huge number, when they were warned that if they wanted to survive, then they should not act stupidly. Aaron turned, thinking that the newbies were very easily scared by numbers, but in time they will understand that there are beings whose names inspire fear, like that grandmother. The boy turned, hearing a strange sound, and then asked what was that noise. He wondered, was someone fighting nearby? Aaron raised his hand, telling him to ignore it and move on. Suddenly, a large explosion was heard from behind one of the roots, and the guy said that he was talking about the person who was fighting over there. Aaron and Minchell noticed this in surprise. Aaron said that they couldn't handle anyone here for now. Minchell widened his eyes, saying that this skill looked familiar to him. Another explosion was heard, and Minchell asked why that woman was fighting. Aaron asked him in surprise, "Which woman are you talking about?" At this time, explosions continued to thunder between the roots of the world tree. Kang Hansu jumped back, surrounded by smoke. The surface of his hands were badly damaged, but he calmly asked his opponent why she attacked. The girl loudly shouted at him to shut up. She said that he had just finished training. A magic sphere began to appear in her hand. She was preparing a new attack. The girl swung her hand, overflowing with magical power, shouting that he, not knowing his place, dared to say all sorts of nonsense. Anger was reflected on her face, and she gritted her teeth, looking at the protagonist with hatred. A few minutes ago, this place was peaceful. The girl stood at the edge of the roots of the world tree, saying that finally it was here. A huge silhouette of a fish of calamity appeared on the horizon, swimming near the roots of the world tree. The girl called the fish by name, and the huge body of this creature was reflected in her glasses along with the rays of the setting sun. She sadly lowered her head down, thinking, does she really no longer have the right to seek revenge for her parents? She clenched her trembling hand into a fist, remembering that she thought that this was necessary for her and her relatives, who would also sooner or later be dragged to this place. The girl raised her gaze to the sky, saying that she said that she would finish all the business and follow them. She quietly called her master, and the word dissolved in the silence of the evening. Everyone called her crazy for declaring that she would kill the disaster fish. After all, no one wants to risk their life in a fight with a fish that is bigger than an entire mountain. All these looks that surrounded the girl drove her crazy. She thought that perhaps the train had already left long ago and all further attempts would be futile. As soon as this thought visited her, the protagonist appeared behind her, who stepped on the root of the world tree, asking her, was her name Sophia Varaz? Sophia turned to him in bewilderment, looking in his direction in surprise. She asked, was he really a newbie? She wondered how he knew her name. Sophia thought that she did not see his exact characteristics, but he looked like he had just arrived in the red zone. Kang Hansu struck his 3 prongs on the root of the world tree, looking at her with a confident gaze. Sophia thought that it did not look like he had any good weapons or items, or even clothes. Kang Hansu confidently said that he wanted to discuss something with her regarding the fish of calamity. Sophia shuddered when she heard what he said. Kang Hansu said that they needed to talk, because he needed her help. Sophia's gaze became condescending. She said that she had not seen him here before. She asked him if he was a Quadratus. They stood opposite each other, confidently looking into each other's eyes. Kang Hansu thought that Sophia would be wary, so he decided to try Kang Tae's advice. Kang Hansu extended his hand forward, smiling as he said that it was supposed to be to her advantage. He asked if she wanted to continue worrying about whether her relatives would get here or not. Sophia's face darkened when she heard what he said. Kang Hansu said that if they killed the disaster fish, it would increase the chances of her family's survival. Then he was about to move on to the main topic of the conversation, but suddenly Sophia took off, starting to run towards him, asking him with anger in her voice about how he knew about them. She almost caught up with the protagonist, hitting her hand into the root of a tree and breaking it, causing a hole to form in it. Kang Hansu managed to jump off, so the blow did not hurt him, but Sophia was not going to stop there. She gritted her teeth, turning her gaze full of hatred to Kang Hansu. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, looking at her, because he did not expect such a reaction. And so the battle between them began. Sophia angrily smashed everything that came to her hand. She swung her fists, trying to hit the protagonist's body, but he deftly dodged. Don't let her do that. He calmly offered to talk to her, leaning his hand on her shoulder and jumping over her. Before she managed to turn around and hit him, he was already hovering in the air, jumping over the girl. Sophia's gaze flashed with anger again. She frowned her brows, literally setting her palm on fire, asking Kang Hansu, how dare he interfere in her life. She formed many magic circles above her head, which were created to attack the protagonist. Kang Hansu lifted his head up, noticing the approaching attack. He said that since she went to such a move, it seems that he seriously enraged her. His body was illuminated by a cold light, because 3 jade balls of icy light created by Sophia's skills were flying towards him. They quickly covered the distance between them and the protagonist, like comets in the sky. Kang Hansu froze in place, thinking that he was still not good enough in the art of dragon energy. A magic ball also began to form next to his hand, and he thought that he would seriously remember this, but the risk was worth it. The protagonist used a special move of the art of dragon energy. His entire body was covered in a dragon aura that sparkled like electricity. This skill was called species transformation. Kang Hansu still had this at the first level, but even now, his body was covered with enough dragon scales to save him from this attack. The place where the 3 jade balls hit was covered in huge ice spikes. Sophia explained that the 3 jade balls of ice light was a skill that instantly froze everything it touched. Indeed, even the dust that was flying in the air froze and turned into an ice spike. Sophia said that Kang Hansu would not be able to escape her attack that even froze the air. Kang Hansu was trapped inside an ice prison, pinned down by ice spikes. Sophia said that she had hit him so that he would not die, as she still needed to hear the source of his information. Her voice was full of anger and confidence as she stood before her unarmed opponent. But suddenly, Kang Hansu apologized to her, greatly surprising Sophia. The spikes that had bound him gradually cracked, and he came out of there. Kang Hansu said that she was not the only one with excellent skills. His body was covered in dragon scales again, and his pupils and teeth had become dragon-like again. He destroyed this ice prison without much effort by using the first power of the Nirmaring. Kang Hansu swung his clawed hand, striking it on the surface of the root of the world tree, using the power of destruction. All the thorns that surrounded him were instantly shattered into many small pieces, and Sophia even had to cover her face with her hands to prevent the shards from falling into her eyes. She asked him in surprise, did he really disperse her 3 jade balls of icy light? She closed one of her eyes, thinking that it was an energy formation art. Sophia was surprised. Could something like this be obtained in the training area? How dense was the mana protecting it? Sophia became nervous, saying that it couldn't be, and she couldn't lose. Her hand jerked towards the book that was hanging on her belt. Thoughts immediately began to sound in her head. People from the past warned her that if she didn't follow them, she would be left behind. They asked her if she really wanted to waste time on an unkillable fish of disaster? Sophia screamed that it was impossible. She opened her book, using spells from there, directing the magic circle from her hand to the pages of this one. It was a monumental air road. Sophia began to run as if on the pages of the book that burst out from there, appearing higher and higher above the protagonist, preparing to attack him from the air. Kang Hansu stood quietly below, watching this as Sophia held her hand with her free hand, directing all her power towards the magic book. It was the Book of Alice. The pages of the book slowly turned over, and Sophia, using the hardening skill, created a huge energy sword above the protagonist, raising her hands high up. This huge sword hung over Kang Hansu, threateningly hanging in the air. Sophia gritted her teeth, and then loudly shouted that she did not stay there to be looked down on by the likes of him. Her gaze was full of resentment and hatred towards the protagonist. She abruptly lowered her hands, pointing the sword at Kang Hansu standing below. The huge weapon rushed towards him, and he was forced to use his dragon skill again. Soaking his hand with dragon energy, he destroyed the sword flying towards him as if it were glass. The sword cracked into small pieces, crumbling down after such a strong blow. Sophia sank to the ground, watching as Kang Hansu landed on his knees in front of her. Slowly the scales on his body began to disappear, and he rose to his feet, asking Sophia if she wanted to continue. He turned to look at her, while the girl, gritting her teeth, tried to calm down. Then she relaxed, said that there was no point. Kang Hansu looked at her with a puzzled look, asking her why she decided to give up. He said that he was not averse to continuing. His face showed confusion, and Sophia asked him if he took her for an idiot. She said that his special move was far from perfect yet. She turned her face to the side, looking at her recent opponent. There were 2 components that determined the rank of an energy art. The first component was the scaling and strengthening of the rune, and the second was the strength and effectiveness of the mana barrier. The third was special abilities, and depending on the special abilities that an energy art had, it could change greatly in strength and method of application. Sophia thought that she planned to push Kang Hansu to the brink of life and death, but considering that he was able to withstand her attacks without receiving a single scratch, his art was already among the best by the standards of the Red Zone, so there was no point in testing him further. She carefully examined the protagonist, and then said that she realized that he was strong. She asked him how he planned to kill the fish of disaster? Her face showed disbelief again as she asked this. Sophia said that the humans gave up after the fish ate more than 1,000 people. She asked Kang Hansu if he knew what it was like to fight a monster that could swallow a ship whole. The disaster fish was considered more of a natural disaster than a monster. Sophia also mentioned that there were fools who prayed to this monster. She clenched her hand into a fist, saying that she was tired of fighting alone. Sophia said that he should leave before he ended up like her. Sophia said with a heavy heart that this was all a waste of time. She began to walk away, leaving Kang Hansu behind her. The protagonist looked down, saying that if he thought it would be easy, he would not have come to her. He asked her for help, saying that he had a plan. Sophia still did not turn towards him, saying that he did not seem to understand her, since she did not intend to continue this foolishness anymore. Kang Hansu said that this would be her 14th attempt to kill the disaster fish. Was she giving up? Sophia froze in place, and then turned around abruptly, shouting that no matter what he said, she would not fight. Sophia Verage was the only one who stood up to the fish of disaster. Her parents were eaten before her eyes, so Sophia challenged this creature time and time again. Precious people died in the jaws of this monster, so she did not give up time and time again. The first time she managed to bring many people, but they all died, the second time and the third time and the fourth time. She was always practically the only one to survive the battle with this monster. The 13th time defeated her completely, because the numbers were meaningless without success. Kang Hansu said that she may not have succeeded, however, she avoided the fate of being eaten 13 times in a row. He looked at Sophia standing in front of him, saying that without him, she would have failed again, but this time he was there. Kang Hansu said that he would make her kill the fish of disaster. A look of hope appeared on Sophia's face. She opened her mouth in surprise, listening to the protagonist. In Sophia's mind, the image of Keldian, her master, who once told her not to follow him, because he knew that he could handle it, appeared. He had also asked her to believe him back then. Sophia remained silent, bowing her head, and then turned to the protagonist, asking him to allow her to ask one question. She asked him why he was so determined to catch the fish of disaster. Kang Hansu looked away, looking into the distance, and then replied that he simply wanted to save billions of lives. He turned his back, feeling ashamed of what he said. Sophia, hearing this, asked in surprise, what did this mean? And then Kang Hansu replied that it was more like 1.5 billion. Sophia looked at him again with confusion, and then said that Kang Hansu was even worse than most madmen. They stood opposite each other until the sun finally set on the horizon. Eren at this time looked from behind one of the tree roots, thinking that he had been wondering all this time what the fuss was about. It all seemed strange to him, so he thought, as long as no one dragged them into this. He did not understand, what were they doing there? Then he thought that he had better leave before that woman caught him, but when he was about to leave his temporary shelter, Kang Hansu threw a trident in his direction, which stuck in the world tree, chaining Eren's cloak to the earth. He turned around, looking at the house, that this can't be. Kang Hansu put his foot on the root of the world tree, exclaiming loudly, asking him, is he really leaving without even saying hello? Sophia slowly followed him while Eren wondered in confusion, how did Kang Hansu find him? Sophia asked Eren in surprise, what was he doing there? Eren smiled nervously, saying that it was nice to meet her. Kang Hansu was lost in his memories, remembering this man, thinking that Eren was really there at that time. Kang Hansu asked him if he would mind showing them the way. In the rays of the setting sun, a metal cross glowed brightly, attracting the attention of the tired travelers and signifying the placement of the camp.